I dreamt of those melodies again. Jingyuan rose and approached the window, squinting as he gazed outside, lost in contemplation. Initially, he attributed these auditory hallucinations to the overwhelming pressure of his studies, leading him to believe he was suffering from neurosis, prompting a thorough medical examination. The results were ambiguous apart from a slight nearsightedness. His health was impeccable, dispelling his fears of neurosis altogether. Subsequently, he consulted a renowned psychologist who, with an air of confidence, offered cryptic advice and prescribed a meditation regimen so arduous it was nearly impossible to stay awake during the sessions, leaving a lasting impression on Jingyuan. After a course of professional psychological treatment, his experiences of dream-induced auditory hallucinations showed no signs of improvement. The experience was nonetheless intriguing. He would willingly undergo another course if given a chance. After considerable turmoil, Jingyuan relinquished the idea of seeking medical help, especially since these hallucinations occurred infrequently and were not particularly distressing. Accepting their existence, he found them rather fascinating after all. His dreams had become increasingly vibrant and multifaceted. Years later, Jingyuan finally discerned the source of the melodies and imagery he had encountered in his dreams. He promptly sought information about a recently released song by a long-established artist, crafted by professional musicians and launched not long prior. To his astonishment, he realized he had listened to this melody years earlier. This revelation left him speechless. Following an intense mental exploration, he began to scour various music and film resources to validate his observations. Although he could not compile a complete list, the discoveries he made were sufficient to illuminate the peculiarities he faced. Was it a special intuition? Telepathy? A glimpse into the future? Despite the unsettling nature of his condition, he had long since accepted its presence. Even if it bordered on the bizarre, it was inconsequential, for he was the sole bearer of this secret. During his medical examinations, he had utilized the pretext of not feeling well, and even his closest family members were unaware of these occurrences. Determined to keep this matter closely guarded, Jingyuan compared the songs he had dreamt of with various films and discovered an intriguing pattern. Regarding the songs, he noted that upon their official release, their quality and success varied dramatically. Some became instant hits, while others faded into obscurity. The contrast was stark, especially considering the few one-hit wonders he had painstakingly identified. Jingyuan was unable to ascertain the reasons behind this phenomenon and could only accept it. I hope this talent will prove beneficial, he thought, shaking his head to dispel the weight of his musings. After refreshing himself, he made his way downstairs. Have you truly made a decision? Despite his internal agreement, Kim Young-min, the president of SM Entertainment, felt compelled to voice this question, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Indeed, from a professional standpoint, although this child has never been a trainee in our company, he has undergone extensive systematic training in dance and music due to his passion. His parents have engaged esteemed instructors for both dance and vocal training, he replied. Thus, whether in vocal performance, dance, or even stage presence, he holds an advantage over Woo-sik, he continued. Woo-sik was selected not for his prowess, but rather for his appealing looks and his lineage from across the sea, which aligned with the group's image. However, compared to this child, Woo-sik's advantages are negligible. As the founder and chairman of the company, Lee Soo-man spoke with an authoritative tone. Adjusting his glasses, his keen eyes sparkled with conviction. He paused momentarily before elaborating. Moreover, I have communicated with this child's family, and aside from his aspirations in music, he also intends to pursue a career in film. His brother has expressed their willingness to provide robust resources and connections in various fields. And that is precisely what our company requires. In the entertainment industry, while we have achieved a degree of success in music, it is prudent to diversify our endeavors. We have learned this lesson the hard way. Realizing he had digressed, Lee Soo-man halted his discourse, removed his glasses, and meticulously polished them, his earlier excitement gradually subsiding. Once he donned his glasses again, he continued, I have met this child twice, and even without familial connections, I would still advocate for his inclusion in our company. His talent is exactly what we need. I have also heard from his brother that he possesses a commendable creative ability, though I cannot verify its authenticity. However, this is of little consequence while creative talent is advantageous. Its absence is not detrimental. This constitutes my assessment from the perspective of artist development and the final decision made. Given that there are no issues from the artist's viewpoint, we shall proceed with this decision, Lee Soo-man concluded. Kim Youngmin nodded, a somewhat stiff smile gracing his face. Lee Soo-man's decision aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Even if Lee Soo-man had disagreed, he had prepared to persuade him, recognizing the significance of the resources this child's family could provide. Even if the child's skills were merely average, as long as he was not utterly unremarkable, he would remain on board. Though Kim Youngmin was not as well-versed in artist development as Lee Soo-man, who hailed from performer background, he was adept at company operations and understood precisely what he sought. With their opinions aligned, Kim Youngmin relaxed slightly, retrieving the documents he had prepared in advance. After a brief review, he handed them to Lee Soo-man and inquired, as we approach February and the preview videos for the previous members have been released, will we continue with the original debut plan despite the last-minute change of members? Should we devise a new strategy? After examining the documents, Lee Soo-man contemplated for a moment before responding, for now, we shall maintain the February plan. Once the child joins the company, we will initiate intensive training and proceed with the filming of the preview video. After completing that, we can then begin filming the music video for the lead single. The location used for the previous shoot remains intact, and the master recording has yet to be sent to the manufacturer, so there will be no complications. If all goes smoothly, we will not need to alter the debut plan. If complications arise, we may have to consider a postponement. Knowing your assurance in this matter puts me at ease, Kim Youngmin replied, then asked, what about the team divisions? Changes will be necessary, right? The child will undoubtedly be placed in Team K, and we cannot simply replace Woo Sik in Team M. We must move a member from Team K to Team M. Consequently, some previously filmed music videos may become unusable. Li Xiaomon pondered for a moment, seemingly evaluating the characteristics of the members of the two sub-units of the Sunadebit group. After a few minutes, he arrived at a decision. Let Luhan be the captain of Team M, and then Baekhyun can join Team M as well. This way, the strength of both sides can be balanced somewhat. As for the music video, well, since it needs to be res hot, these youngsters will just have to endure a bit of hardship. With a slight pout, Lee Xiaomon effortlessly resolved the matter. He was well acquainted with these Sunadebit trainees for them. The mere opportunity to debut rendered any amount of toil insignificant. After all, which trainee had not endured such a journey? It was merely a transition from arduous to exceptionally arduous, with no fundamental difference. However, this newly joined individual had entered the company and immediately found himself in the debut group, transitioning into a state of readiness to debut without any prior experience as a trainee. It remained uncertain whether he could withstand such challenges. One could only hope that his determination would sustain him. Lee Xiaomon extended his heartfelt wishes. Jin Ingmin nodded and decisively stated, then it is settled. That child is currently waiting in the conference room, his subsequent arrangements. I shall take care of that, Lee Xiaomon readily replied, picking up the internal phone and saying, have Ji Kyung-won and Chief Lee Sung-won from the conference room come to my office. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone and stood to leave. Just a few steps away, he seemed to recall something and turned back, saying, as for Woo's sake, rest assured, I will handle the communication with him. Jin Ingmin replied with a smile. It is best to be a bit tactful, considering the shift from state of readiness to debut back to being a trainee. It is easy to imagine the emotional turmoil it would be ideal if. Lee Xiaomon began, but then paused, shrugging slightly and advising, never mind, just manage it as you see fit. Having said that, Lee Xiaomon departed from the president's office, making his way to his own office. Jin Ingmin casually picked up the internal phone Have Wu's sake from the EXO debut preparation group come to my office. Chapter 3. Jingyuan. As Li Xiaomon gazed at the boy standing before him, he nodded in appreciation. The lad was tall, approximately 182 centimeters, his physique well maintained, indicative of dedicated training. Dressed in a fitted white tracksuit, he exuded a fresh and healthy aura, naturally drawing the attention of those around him. As one's gaze ascended, it revealed a face adorned with a gentle smile. His unadorned skin was flawless, devoid of the oily, uneven texture typical of many youths his age. His features, while somewhat soft and lacking in aggression, harmonized perfectly, evoking a subtle desire for closeness. Indeed, his visage embodied precisely the type Li Xiaomon admired. What struck one most were his eyes, which, when accompanied by his smile, narrowed to such an extent that they nearly concealed his pupils, forming two crescent-shaped, joyful expressions. Coupled with the charming shadows beneath his eyes, he appeared to be a character straight out of a comic strip. Li Xiaomon had a penchant for sharp, striking features. Yet he also favored the softer, more approachable countenance that invited admiration, especially the boy-esque squinting smile, which Li Xiaomon had already resolved to cultivate as one of his charms. Jingyuan, you are aware of the protocols that members of the company must adhere to, correct? Li Xiaomon inquired with a kind smile directed at the boy. Yes, PD Li. Jingyuan nodded affirmatively. SM Entertainment maintains a plethora of regulations for its members, encompassing everything from training and accommodation to clothing styles and hairstyles, treating each artist as a perfect product to be meticulously crafted. However, there are always exceptions. Some senior artists, having debuted long ago, tend to disregard these rules, leaving newcomers as the ones most bound by them. Since you have joined the company, you may simply call me teacher, Li Xiaomon said, waving his hand in a friendly manner. Of course, rules are rules, but their implementation often depends on the circumstances. I understand your situation well, and some restrictions can be relaxed. Thank you, Teacher Li, Jingyuan expressed with a bow of gratitude. His brother, Jingshu, had already informed him of these matters, having communicated with SM Entertainment since he decided to enter the entertainment industry. Li Xiaomon continued, your brother has likely shared the specifics with you. You have joined the company at an opportune time. We are in the midst of planning a large-scale boy group, and the candidates have already been selected. Some members have even had their debut teaser videos released, making personnel changes improbable. However, you are indeed exceptional. Considering the overall plan for the boy group and the sincere expectations we have for you, the company has decided to place you directly into the pre-debut group. You must now devote yourself to practice to meet the performance standards for participation in the debut teaser video and music video shoots. As he spoke, Li Xiaomon added a note of concern. Life in the pre-debut group can be quite arduous. Are you prepared for this? Rest assured, Teacher Li. I will not disappoint the company's expectations, Jingyuan replied with a slight bow, maintaining his smile. That is the spirit. You truly are one I have high hopes for. Continue striving towards your goal of stardom, Li Xiaomon nodded in satisfaction. The atmosphere in the office was harmonious, enriched by the juxtaposition of two individuals, one with striking features and the other with a gentle, squinting smile. A gentle knock echoed through the room. Upon Li Xiaomon's permission, a man in his 30s entered, bowing in greeting. Director Li. I understand, Director Li. I will handle it appropriately. The man, Li Chongwan, nodded in agreement. Although the news had come as a surprise, disrupting many prearranged plans, he knew the importance of simply acknowledging it. He was a product of Li Xiaomon's mentorship, fully aware of the latter's influence over the members of EXO. His gaze shifted to Jingyuan, appraising him with a nod of approval. Though unaware of the specific reasons behind this sudden appearance, the boy's appearance was already quite persuasive. Jingyuan, this is Li Chongwan, your manager for the group EXO. He oversees the entire EXO ensemble and manages the EXK team to which you belong. You will simply need to follow his guidance once you enter the company, Li Xiaomon introduced. Manager Li, I look forward to working with you, Jingyuan greeted. Li Chongwan nodded, recognizing that being able to drop indirectly into a debut group and replace established members indicated the boy was no ordinary talent. Thus, he refrained from adopting the serious demeanor he usually wore with other members, instead donning a warm smile akin to Li Xiaomon's. Yes, as the manager. I wanted to bring you in first to inform you that I also need to brief the other managers and group members. Hyunjun and RN are overseeing the children, correct? As he spoke, Li Xiaomon rose and began walking, leading the two towards EXO's practice room. Meanwhile, as Li Xiaomon engaged in cordial conversation with Jingyuan, Wu's sake, who had been summoned from the practice room by the manager, was making his way to the president's office. He had just been training with the members in the practice room. Although his skills were average, he had been selected for the debut group due to a few unique advantages. His debut teaser video had already been filmed a few days prior and was set to be released soon. As Woo-seik walked, he felt a mix of confusion and anxiety. Previously, as a trainee, he would not have had access to the upper echelons of the company unless under special circumstances. Even now, as a member of the debut group, he had never spoken to the company president, Jingyuan, though he had met Lee Xiaomon a few times without engaging in meaningful conversation. After a considerable time, he finally arrived at his destination. Nervously, he knocked on the office door, his heart sinking slightly at the crisp voice that responded, "Come in." Chapter 4. You are out, President Nim. Upon entering the office, Woo-seik promptly bowed in greeting. Jingyuan offered a slight nod, placing the document in his hand down, and cast a glance at the bowing Woo-seik. Jingyuan held little impression of this individual, having seen him no more than twice, although he had heard rumors of his less than straightforward behavior during his trainee days. Yet, that mattered little. "Chris, you have been a trainee at the company for several years now, haven't you?" Jingyuan inquired, not recalling how long Woo-seik had trained. Merely seeking to initiate a conversation. "Oh," Jingyuan nodded. "So you are now a member of the EXO debut group?" "Yes, President Nim. I was selected for the EXO debut group and appointed as the leader of EXO. I will not disappoint the company's expectations." Before Woo-seik could finish his statement, Jingyuan interrupted him. He saw no need to mince words with a trainee who had yet to debut. "The company has made a decision. After comprehensive evaluation, we believe that your abilities are lacking and do not meet the standards for debut. For the success of this large male group project, and considering the development of the group, we have decided to remove you from the EXO project and return you to training as a trainee." Woo-seik was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend Jingyuan's words, akin to hearing an obscure dialect. Only after several seconds did he begin to grasp the meaning. Upon understanding, he felt a sense of disorientation, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a coherent word, his eyes fixed vacantly on Jingyuan, who resumed examining the documents, his long bangs failing to conceal the bewilderment in his gaze. He felt utterly dazed. The life of a trainee was exceedingly arduous, characterized by relentless training, periodic brutal assessments, and severe reprimands from instructors, conditions that would be intolerable for most. He was not a person of particularly strong will, and he had persisted thus far only because the tantalizing prospect of debut had kept him motivated. President Nim. But my debut preview video has already been filmed, and according to the plan, it will be released soon. Additionally, the MV for the debut single has also been completed. But, President Nim, the EXO group is divided into 2 teams of 6. Without me, the numbers will be asymmetrical, and many dance formations will need to be rearranged. I am still the leader of Team M. The company will address these issues. A new selection of members will be made to replace your position, but this is not something you need to concern yourself with. Reselecting members? Who will take my place? Woo-seik seemed not to hear Jingyuan's directive regarding his departure, or perhaps he actively ignored it. His focus entirely on the notion of being replaced. Veins bulged on either side of his forehead, his face reflecting a tumult of emotions, excitement, anger, hatred, all of which were negative. However, before he could express his outrage, a loud crash interrupted him. Bang! A glass crashed onto the floor in front of Woo-seik. The sharp sound jolting him back to reality, making him acutely aware of the identity of the person before him. "Hey, do you understand your place?" Jingyuan's gaze was icy as it pierced through Woo-seik, his anger evident, and droplets of water from the glass he had thrown splattered on his sleeve, indicating the force with which he had thrown it. Woo-seik was startled awake, realizing he was conversing with the company's president, an executive he typically had no contact with. The anger that had surged within him dissipated under the weight of long-standing respect and fear. Woo-seik seemed on the verge of offering an apology. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Jingyuan's dismissive wave. He clenched his teeth, bowed slightly, and staggered towards the exit. As he reached the door, he heard Jingyuan's final admonition, "Do not forget my words." Once Woo-seik had departed, Jingyuan settled back into his chair. The anger that had just flared vanished without a trace. He glanced at the shattered glass and the spilled water, a hint of regret crossing his features. He casually picked up the intercom to summon the secretary to tidy the office before resuming his perusal of the documents, as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, as Woo-seik and Jingyuan engaged in their profoundly unequal exchange, Jingyuan had arrived at the EXO practice room alongside Lee Su-man and Lee Sung-hwan. Chapter 5. An essential quality for a trainee is the ability to perceive nuances. Upon the entrance of Lee Su-man and Lee Sung-hwan, who appeared to have an announcement to make, Lei, who was dancing near the door, promptly ceased his movements. He bowed several times in greeting before hastily moving aside to silence the music emanating from his phone. The commotion drew the attention of the other members, who were rehearsing, as well as two managers engaged in conversation in a corner. They all halted their activities to bow in respect to Lee Su-man and Lee Sung-hwan. After a brief moment of assessing the situation, their glances fell upon the newcomer, Choi Kyung-won, who stood behind them. After a formulaic compliment, Lee Su-man got straight to the point, announcing to everyone that the company had made a new decision. Choi Kyung-won would be incorporated into the large male group EXO. As Lee Su-man mentioned his name, Choi Kyung-won bowed respectfully to the assembled crowd. The previous subunit arrangements would be adjusted, with Choi Kyung-won joining EXO-K, while Baekhyun would transition from EXO-K to EXO-M, and the captaincy of M would be reassigned to Luhan. Chris, who was initially slated to be a member, would withdraw from the project but continue as a trainee awaiting further opportunities. The previously filmed music video featuring Chris would be discarded, and a new one would be shot with the updated lineup and groupings. The company would expedite the filming schedule, but the debut plans and the release date for the debut teaser video would remain unchanged. Thus, everyone was urged to redouble their efforts. With each name mentioned, Lee Su-man's gaze shifted accordingly, causing Luhan and Baekhyun, who were called out, to respond with slight bows and nods, indicating their understanding. Soon, Lee Su-man clarified the situation. And although this unexpected insertion startled and unnerved everyone, they immediately bowed in response, showing no signs of dissent or resistance. Excellent, Suho. Please have the members familiarize themselves with the new addition and then continue with training. The new filming schedule will be issued shortly, and arrangements for dormitory adjustments will be managed by the managers. After concluding his remarks, Lee Su-man gently patted Choi Kyung-won, who had remained silent throughout, on the shoulder, signaling to the three managers to step outside with him. Sensing the unease among the members, he added reassuringly, "This is the final adjustment before debuting." Before exiting, the three managers exchanged glances, subtly communicating with the members before following Lee Su-man out. Inside, the three managers promptly ensured, "Choi Kyung-won's dancing foundation is quite solid. Sung-hwan, arrange for a dance instructor to conduct intensive training with him immediately. Let it be Jingyuan. I will speak with him. We must teach him the choreography for several songs in the album as quickly as possible, ensuring he reaches performance standards in the shortest time. Provide me with daily progress reports so that the company can formulate plans." Zhao Yalan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is how matters stand. I recognize that this decision was rather abrupt. However, the company arrived at this conclusion after thorough consideration. I believe your experience will enable you to manage this unforeseen situation effectively. Let us all strive to ensure that EXO's debut plans remain unaffected. After issuing his directives, Lee Su-man nodded and departed. Rest assured, Director, came the prompt reply from the three managers, their eyes reflecting understanding. With Lee Su-man's departure, they felt a sense of relief wash over them. The lead manager, Lee Sung-hwan, shrugged slightly. It's a case of favoritism. Who doesn't know that? To have someone enter the company without any prior trainee experience and immediately be placed in a preparatory debut state, especially one capable of prompting the company to alter an already established debut plan. Even replacing a member who had completed a debut video and music video was an extraordinary occurrence. Even if Lee Su-man hadn't pointed it out, the managers would have easily discerned the implications. However, this instance of favoritism seems rather exceptional. As the door clicked shut, only Choi Kyung-won and the 11 EXO members remained in the practice room. The atmosphere grew tense, suffused with an air of anxiety, where only the sound of faint breaths could be heard, remnants of their recent exertion. One individual stood alone on one side, while 11 members lined up on the other. The two groups locked in a mutual gaze, the tension thick with awkwardness. The members of EXO exhibited a range of expressions. Most were scrutinizing and skeptical, with some casting sharp, displeased looks. Yet, Choi Kyung-won, under the weight of their collective examination, appeared unfazed. With a smile gracing his face, he surveyed each member with an equal intensity, his gaze sweeping across their features, assessing them in return. Despite the smile upon his lips, his eyes betrayed a lack of emotion. Chapter 6. The tense atmosphere. Though a smile adorned his face, there was a distinct lack of emotion in his eyes. The doubts and discontent that had been momentarily suppressed by Li Suman's presence began to seep out. And Jingyuan could distinctly sense the malice hidden within the gazes directed at him. He recognized that his sudden arrival had brought considerable annoyance to these individuals. The necessity of reshooting the music video due to his inclusion was a grievance shared by all. Moreover, the envy he evoked stemmed from his unexpected airdrop into an already established group. One that had confirmed its debut date, finalized its subunits, and completed various preparatory tasks, including the production of teaser videos and the music video itself. All ready to take the stage at the appointed time. Each member had devoted extensive effort and countless hours of rigorous training, enduring fierce competition to secure their place in the debut group, eagerly awaiting the moment when their hard work would bear fruit. Several of them had toiled for years to seize this opportunity, only to find a newcomer from the company parachuting in to share the impending rewards. Yet, there was no recourse against the company's decision, and the deep-seated imbalance within them was hard to suppress. Fortunately, not all were consumed by such feelings. Some managed to maintain their composure. After a few seconds of awkward and unfriendly eye contact, Kim Junmayan, known as Suho, clapped his hands, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. He approached Jingyuan with a forced smile, saying, "Annyeonghaseyo, we are delighted to have a new member join us. I trust the company's decision is sound. I am Kim Junmayan, the leader of EXO and EXOK, born in 1991. Jingyuan quickly took in the sight of Kim Junmayan. He appeared quite handsome, and even the sweat on his forehead could not mask the air of refinement that surrounded him, suggesting a cultured upbringing. Jingyuan bowed slightly, responding, "Annyeonghaseyo. I am thrilled to join EXO. My name is Jingyuan, born in 1994. He refrained from offering excessive introductions, as the occasion and atmosphere did not warrant it. Simply acknowledging their ages sufficed. Upon hearing that Jingyuan was younger, Kim Junmayan visibly relaxed. He gently patted Jingyuan on the shoulder and gestured to the other members. "Annyeonghaseyo, I am Do Kyung-soo, also known as D.O., born in 1993. The second to introduce himself was Do Kyung-soo, with his prominent brows and large eyes. And he bore a warm smile towards Jingyuan before stepping back. "Annyeonghaseyo, I am Oh Sehun, born in April 1994. Sehun followed as the third to introduce himself. His features more delicate than the previous two, with a fair complexion. After a brief glance at him, Jingyuan sincerely replied, "I was born in May, haha." Some awkward but clearly forced chuckles followed, lightening the atmosphere slightly, as having someone to play along was better than silence. With Jingyuan's age disclosed, the group relaxed further. This was a place that placed great importance on seniority, and facing a nominal junior often instilled a sense of advantage in them. "Annyeonghaseyo, I am Lei, born in 1991. "Annyeonghaseyo, I am Lu Han, born in 1990. One by one, the remaining members introduced themselves, and with each introduction, Jingyuan bowed lightly in return. His exceptional memory allowed him to associate each name with a face effortlessly. Soon, the introductions concluded, and as the last member was about to speak, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. The tension returned as Jingyuan turned his gaze towards the final member yet to introduce himself. He stood aloof at the far side, half leaning against the wall, gazing vacantly at the empty space beside him, his expression one of disdain. He casually fiddled with his ear before blowing lightly into his hand, seemingly indifferent to the attention of others. With the captain and seniors calling upon him, Park Chan-yeol had no choice but to acknowledge them. He straightened up awkwardly and gave a half-hearted bow to the air beside him, responding impatiently, "Yeah, I'm Park Chan-yeol, born in 1992. With that, he turned away as if the task had been completed. This demeanor prompted a silent exchange of glances among the surrounding members. Luhan subtly gestured towards Lei, their unspoken communication evident. Jingyuan clearly detected a flicker of embarrassment and anger in Kim Junmayan's eyes. However, he remained unaffected, maintaining his earlier demeanor as he bowed to Park Chan-yeol, the smile on his lips deepening, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do Kyung-soo and Sehun, standing nearby, seemed to notice the shift in Jingyuan's expression, glancing between him and Park Chan-yeol before quickly averting their eyes elsewhere. Silence reigned as the best annotation. Regardless of the atmosphere, the self-introductions had concluded, fulfilling the task assigned by Lee Soo-man. Kim Junmayan shot a glare at Park Chan-yeol before releasing a sigh of relief, clapping his hands to signal the next topic. Well, the arrival of a new member, especially a magne, is indeed a cause for celebration. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted, accompanied by a frantic visage entering the scene. Chapter 7. Mianhe emerging from the president's office, Osaike ambled down the corridor, a mere specter of his former self. One moment, he was reliving the sweat of his practice. The next, he was confronted by Kim Youngmin's callous expression. Then, a fleeting image of himself frolicking with a female trainee flashed before his eyes, succeeded by a reverie of his triumphant debut as a celebrated top star. The executive floor was typically tranquil, seldom frequented by others. The only sound was the faint echo of his own listless footsteps, compounding the phantasmagoria unfolding in his mind. The practice rooms were usually situated on the ground floor or in the basement, where he had toiled before being selected for EXO's debut team. He had long been adieu to that gloomy, humid, sweat-soaked enclave. EXO's practice room was on the second floor, and he had been there just moments before his summons to the president's office. Yet, the familiar route seemed alien, as if he were traversing it for the first time. For the sake of his debut, he had relentlessly honed his skills for years. He had endured the merciless reprimands and even corporal punishments from the company's instructors and managers. He had relinquished his dalliances with female trainees, behaving impeccably for months. He felt he had done more than enough, but it was all for naught. The promising future that had seemed within grasp had instantly dissolved into an abyss of despair. The more he ruminated, the more aggrieved, embittered, and incensed he became. The years invested in his training had become an unbearable sunk cost. Osaike cast his gaze around, his eyes landing on the walls adorned with photographs of SM Entertainment's debuted luminaries. Though each portrait differed in angle, he felt that every figure was scrutinizing him. Their eyes filled with derision and mockery. He felt besieged by their scornful gazes. The company would never allow a member who has already filmed the music video to leave the group. Someone must be meddling behind the scenes. It's the one who's replacing me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this predicament. It's him. It's all because of him. The more he dwelled on it, the more unbearable it became. He channeled all his rage and animosity toward the one who was about to usurp his place. The thought of being supplanted ignited an overwhelming torrent of anguish that he could not contain. His mind clouded with fury. Osaike lost all capacity for rational thought. Or perhaps he never intended to reason at all, seeking only to vent his spleen. He could no longer afford to ponder the consequences and strode purposefully toward EXO's practice room. The resounding crash startled all the members in the practice room, who turned to face the entrance. There stood Osaike, his features contorted by rage. His face was flushed with anger, his long bangs obscuring one side of his forehead, while the veins on the other side bulged tautly. His eyes, filled with intense hatred, scanned the 12 members in the room. He swiftly identified his target, a newcomer he had never seen before, the one who was to replace him, the one whose smile he found repulsive. He intended to teach this person a lesson. Osaike advanced rapidly toward Jingyuan, his steps heavy with the weight of his fury, as if he intended to shatter the floor of the practice room. It's all because of this guy. Aish, before Kim Junmian could finish his sentence, Osaike shoved him aside with considerable force. Kim Junmian stumbled several steps before regaining his balance by leaning against the wall. By now, Osaike had reached Jingyuan. From the moment Osaike entered, Jingyuan had surmised his identity, knowing that he was to replace someone in the group. Kim Junmian's words confirmed this. He turned around, maintaining a smile as he faced the approaching Osaike. Standing nearby, Du Jingxiu and Mu Shixiuan were taken aback by the nearfall of Kim Junmian. After a moment of stunned silence, they rushed forward to restrain Osaike. It was evident that Osaike was not in his right mind and had not come to parley. However, Osaike had already begun his approach. With no intention of conversing, he swung his right fist with all his might, fueled by unbridled rage, aiming to shatter the detestable smile before him. He had ceased to consider the consequences, seeking only to punish this individual. The other EXO members gasped, some attempting to intervene, others recoiling to the side, and still others watching with a hint of glee. For a moment, time seemed to stand still in the practice room, each person's expression and movement coalescing into a vivid tableau. In the next instant, Jingyuan, who had remained silent, deftly sidestepped to the right, evading Osaike's full-force punch. Seizing the opportunity as Osaike lost his balance, Jingyuan grasped his arms, thrust his shoulder forward, braced Osaike's leg with his right foot, and leveraging Osaike's own momentum, hoisted him onto his back and slammed him onto the ground behind him with a sickening thud. The onlookers among the EXO members winced, their faces contorted in sympathetic pain. A flawless over-the-shoulder throw. After throwing Osaike to the ground, Jingyuan nonchalantly brushed the dust from his collar, his radiant smile unwavering. He bent down, met Osaike's dazed gaze with his crescent-shaped eyes, chuckled softly, patted Osaike's right cheek, and said, "Mianhe." Chapter 8. Turning a minor incident into nothingness after speaking with a smile, Jingyuan stood up again, seemingly indifferent to the convulsing Wu-Seik on the floor. Nor did he acknowledge the stunned gazes of his teammates. He stepped aside as if the entire incident bore no relation to him. The members in the practice room exchanged glances, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, with not a single soul making an effort to assist Wu-Seik. Unbeknownst to them, 3 onlookers had gathered outside EXO's practice room, drawn by the commotion caused by Wu-Seik's forceful kick against the door. As the practice room was not located on this floor, these spectators were all established artists. Lee Took, the leader of Super Junior, along with member Shindong. And standing a little farther away, Sunny from Girls' Generation. At that moment, Lee Took and Shindong gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene within the practice room. They did not recognize the boy who had executed a flawless shoulder throw. They could only sense the stark contrast between his smile and his actions. Sunny, on the other hand, maintained a neutral expression, yet Jingyuan seemed to perceive a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. He momentarily questioned his own judgment. Hello, seniors. The other EXO members soon realized the presence of their seniors and bowed respectfully. Team leader Kim Junmian quickly approached, succinctly recounting the recent events. Upon learning that Wu-Seik had initiated the confrontation and that Jingyuan had merely retaliated, the manager appeared considerably relieved. Li Qinghuan assessed the sprawled Wu-Seik, confirming that he was not severely injured before making a phone call to arrange for Wu-Seik's transportation to the hospital. After the call, he paced nearby, observing the expressions of everyone without casting any blame on Jingyuan. Soon, an assistant arrived at the practice room, carrying the now recovering Wu-Seik out for a medical examination to prevent any unforeseen complications. At this point, only the 12 members of EXO and 3 main managers remained in the practice room. EXO mess manager, Lin Xianjun, cast a stern glance at the members, demanding accountability. Did you all just stand by while a fight nearly broke out? Why didn't you intervene? Thankfully, no serious consequences ensued this time. But such incidents concern each member. Who will take responsibility if it affects the group's debut plans? Lin Xianjun reprimanded the EXO members, who remained silent, accustomed to such situations. They bowed their heads, listening intently. Jingyuan stood at the edge, intrigued, initially observing Lin Xianjun's expressions, but quickly mimicking his teammates and lowering his head in silence. I understand, Xianjun Hyung, Baekhyun murmured, nodding slightly, though feeling quite displeased. Yet, he dared not voice any dissent, opting instead to accept the situation quietly. Luhan, after your departure, you will assume the role of EXO mess leader. Should the 2 teams pursue separate activities post-debut, you must fulfill the responsibilities of a captain. Luhan nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that the title would carry some weight and perhaps afford him a bit more freedom. Once the issues concerning Team M were settled, Lin Xianjun fell silent, shifting his gaze to the main manager, Li Qinghuan, who seized the moment to address Jingyuan. Jingyuan, you need not participate in group practice for now. I have already contacted the dance instructor, who will assess your progress. Starting tomorrow, when you move into the dormitory, you will undergo intensive training to familiarize yourself with the team's choreography and meet performance standards. Dedicate yourself fully. I will report your status daily to Director Lee Suho. Ensure you monitor the team's morale over the next few days. We cannot afford a repeat of previous incidents. Understood, Jingyuan Hyung. I will do my utmost. Kim Junmian promptly responded. Thank you. The members echoed in unison. All right, let us continue practicing. Jingyuan, follow me. I will take you to the instructor. With that, Li Qinghuan gestured for Jingyuan to follow him as he exited the practice room, accompanied by the other 2 managers. Creak. The door to the practice room, evidently damaged during the earlier incident, emitted a harsh sound as it closed. How could such a thing happen? Once the manager's footsteps faded into the distance, the atmosphere within the practice room grew discordant. Chapter 9. Homa, how surprising it is to encounter such matters. Park Chanyeol, who had always expressed his discontent overtly, immediately voiced his grievances once the manager had distanced himself. Park Chanyeol and Woo Suk had previously maintained a good rapport, sharing similar interests, and forming one of the rare combinations of foreign and local individuals who could enjoy each other's company. Upon hearing his words, Luhan appeared somewhat dissatisfied, his expression shifting as if he wished to argue. However, Lei, seated beside him, discreetly pulled him back, dissuading him from pursuing the thought. Meanwhile, Tio, who sat with them, was engrossed in examining his palm, seemingly extracting some profound insight. Noticing Luhan's movement, he glanced at the 2 compatriots beside him. Upon realizing there was no issue, he resumed his focus on his hand. Oh, sat next to Kim Jong-un, deeply engrossed in studying the soles of his shoes. Meanwhile, Oh Si-hoon stared blankly ahead, lost in thought or perhaps meditation. The other members wore various expressions, none echoing the sentiments being expressed. Chanyeol. Teacher Lee Soo-man has already stated that there will be no more personnel changes, and one replacement has already caused enough chaos. It simply cannot happen again. Kim Jong-un finally spoke after a prolonged silence. He was displeased with the sudden introduction of Ji Kyung-won and harbored grievances against Park Chanyeol, still brooding over the earlier disregard shown to him. It was evident that all members were uncomfortable, yet only one felt the need to disrupt the atmosphere. Even if no further changes were to occur, how could they address this situation? That lad, Ji Kyung-won. Yes, that's his name. Look at how he treats his seniors. Chris, being his former senior and brother, was unceremoniously sent to the hospital, and the company uttered not a single reprimand. This connection-based individual arrives with such audacity. Just look at that insincere smile. Being the youngest, I suspect he hardly regards us as his seniors. The company blatantly favors him. And the manager remains silent despite the altercation. I fear it won't be long before he assumes dominance over us. Enough already. Someone interjected. Connections have always existed, and such occurrences can happen even in senior groups. The situation is as it stands. The company's decision is unchangeable, and we must simply accept it. Kim Jong-un paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, while personnel changes have made our journey a tad more challenging, they are not without their advantages. At least, in my view. Chris's abilities hardly met the standards for debut. You all know what sort of person he is. His departure from the group is not without merit. Perhaps Chanyeol will simply find it inconvenient to venture downstairs to seek out female trainees alone from now on. Chanyeol, upon being singled out, felt quite disgruntled. He looked at Kim Jong-un, seemingly preparing to retort, but the dual authority of his captain and senior practitioner ultimately silenced him, leaving him to bitterly close his mouth. From my observations, Ji Kyung-won may possess a somewhat arrogant disposition, yet he is not wholly unapproachable. At the very least, he exhibits the requisite politeness expected of a junior, leaving little room for criticism. As for his connections, those familial aspects are hardly worth discussing. We all strive to become idols, and we have worked tirelessly to reach this juncture. We are on the cusp of success. Let us not allow these matters to hinder our final efforts. Let us commence training. Team M has much to attend to. Kim Jong-un quelled Chanyeol's outburst, waving his hand to signify that the matter was closed. The group promptly rose, and soon the music resonated throughout the practice room. Taking a deep breath, Ji Kyung-won appeared to seek relief from his fatigue. He opened the backseat car door and settled into the seat. Anyone who has served as an assistant to the second brother for several years must possess a keen sense of observation. Park Jae-hyun recognized Ji Kyung-won's exhaustion and, without much ado, started the vehicle. The sky had darkened, and the signs of businesses lining the roads illuminated Ji Kyung-won's face. The crowd and street scenery blurred by outside the car window. The vehicle crawled through traffic, punctuated by the sounds of honking, a testament to Seoul's notoriously poor traffic conditions despite citizens' constant calls for improvement. After a considerable wait, they finally crossed the Hanam Bridge and navigated a loop toward Itaewon Station. Not long after, they entered a residential area in Yongsan, driving into a white villa. The villa, while sizable, appeared less imposing than several neighboring residences, thereby not standing out excessively. Its exterior boasted a standard American style, exuding a sense of luxury consistent with the surrounding villas. Ji Kyung-won disembarked and nodded at the driving Park Jae-hyun before stepping inside the house. Chapter 10. Family. Upon entering the room, Jingyuan was immediately greeted by a voice. The speaker was a woman in her 30s, clad in a black suit jacket over a crisp white shirt, each garment clearly from an upscale brand, embodying the quintessential elite female attire. Before Jingyuan's arrival, she had been seated, engrossed in a document, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Her voice shifted dramatically in tone as she addressed Jingyuan with warmth and affection, while she reverted to a stern and urgent demeanor when speaking to the maid, Xianju. Finally, her expression softened again as she turned her attention back to Jingyuan. This was his elder sister, Xianjing. Xianjing, having borne the weight of parental expectations since childhood, held herself to strict standards, living up to her parents' aspirations. She emerged as a distinguished figure among the elite women of the peninsula. Her nature was inherently serious, approaching tasks with meticulous attention to detail, whether in her personal life or professional endeavors. Even when reprimanding their second brother, she exhibited little leniency. However, Her demeanor transformed entirely in the presence of her younger brother, who was 12 years her junior. She showered him with affection and care. "Are you not busy with work today?" she inquired. As soon as Jingyuan crossed the threshold of their home, the smile he had maintained at the office faded. His previously squinted eyes opened wide, revealing their delicate almond shape. His expression was markedly less animated than it had been outside. Jingyuan approached him, assisting him in removing his sports hoodie, and gently patted his head. "Go take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon." An exaggerated alas echoed from upstairs, and their second brother, Jingyuan, staggered down the stairs. Jingyuan shook his head in silence, foregoing any greeting as he turned to head towards the bathroom. Jingyuan paid no mind to his brother's reaction. Instead, he chuckled and watched as Jingyuan's figure vanished from view, then exchanged a knowing glance with their elder sister. Jingyuan let out a light laugh, shaking her head in resignation before rising to check on the dinner preparations. After a while, feeling entirely refreshed from his shower and as if all weariness had dissipated, Jingyuan took his seat at the dining table. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to eat voraciously. He had spent the entire afternoon practicing with his dance instructor, Jingyuan, and despite his solid foundation and regular training, he felt quite fatigued. Jingyuan, seemingly unperturbed by hunger, focused his attention on Jingyuan's chopsticks, attempting to interfere with his brother's attempts to pick up food, regardless of whether he succeeded or not. It was as if he sought to be a part of every bite his brother took. Starving, Jingyuan could hardly be bothered to engage with his second brother's antics. He merely quickened his pace in grabbing food, striving to thwart Jingyuan's interference. Meanwhile, Jingyuan casually nibbled a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. "I must head to the office now," she announced, draping her coat over her shoulders. "Take your time eating, Jingyuan. Everything else has been prepared by Nona. Your brother will fill you in on the details. Goodbye, Nona." Jingyuan hastily set down his chopsticks to bid farewell to his sister. But Jingyuan gently pressed him back into his seat, waving cheerfully as she exited. Before long, dinner concluded, and the two brothers settled onto the sofa, watching television. The screen displayed SBS's drama series Salaryman Show Hanji, an odd juxtaposition of ancient historical conflicts and contemporary office life, leaving Jingyuan at a loss for words. However, it was rumored that the show garnered respectable ratings, suggesting it possessed its own merits. After a while, distractedly watching, Jingyuan broke the silence. "How do you feel today?" Though the words were the same, his tone had shifted significantly, abandoning the earlier jest. "Not bad. About what I expected," Jingyuan replied. Reclining on the sofa with an utterly languid expression, he trusted that their brotherly rapport would allow Jingyuan to understand his sentiments instantly. Jingyuan smirked, choosing to ignore his brother's disdainful glance, and after glancing at the television screen, continued, "Your withdrawal from school has been processed, so you can finally enjoy a break from classes." Chapter 11. Brothers, your leave of absence has been processed. Now, you need not attend classes anymore. My academic performance has never been exemplary, and I suspect your efforts played a significant role in my acceptance to Yonsei University, rather than suffering together there. It may be prudent to seek temporary liberation. Jingyuan is quite clear-minded. He recognizes that his academic standing is merely slightly above average. Given his talents, there is no necessity to pursue academia further. Gaining admission to one of the peninsula's finest universities is largely a product of familial influence. Self-awareness, indeed, he is my brother. Jingyuan cast an appreciative glance at his younger sibling. Years ago, Jingyuan, influenced by dreams and auditory illusions, developed an interest in music and film. In his quest to find harmony with the melodies and narratives in his mind, he engaged with a wealth of materials, fostering an irresistible desire to enter the entertainment industry and to sing and dance fervently. At his behest, his parents arranged for him to work with professional dance and vocal instructors, and he has diligently practiced for several years. This foundation enabled him to be directly recruited into a pre-debut group at SM Entertainment. Without any prior experience in dance or singing, it is unlikely that even Lee Soo-man and Ji Ning-min would have forcibly admitted him into a debut group, merely to serve as a lifeless figure on stage. However, his parents had no objections to his training in dance and voice, yet they firmly rejected any request he made to pursue a career in entertainment. Even his elder sister, who had always doted on him, showed no willingness to negotiate. Jingyuan, despite his strong personality, harbored no rebellious sentiments towards his family's authority. He has benefited immensely from his family since birth, starting life with advantages far greater than his peers. Thus, The constraints imposed by his family are entirely reasonable. This situation persisted for nearly 2 to 3 years, and Jingyuan's dance training ceased around the end of last year during the college entrance examinations. Following the exams, he broached the subject once more, only to be surprised when his family agreed to consider it. Both his elder brother and sister expressed their support, and even his parents did not impede his aspirations. This led to his subsequent joining of SM Entertainment and the series of events that unfolded today, with his brother Jingshu being the one to contact Jin Ingmin on his behalf. Jingshu regarded Jingyuan with an expression that conveyed, "Indeed, he is my brother," and remarked, "Previously, we declined because you were unprepared to make a decision about your future. You were merely enamored with music and film and impulsively wished to enter the entertainment world, akin to a moth drawn recklessly to a flame, without considering the broader implications. If not for familial influence, your trial and error cost would be negligible. Furthermore, your understanding of the entertainment industry was rather superficial. Did you believe that what you saw on television represented the entirety of the industry? That one could simply take the stage and become a star? Do not furrow your brow. I can discern that you once thought this way. Your naivety was almost embarrassing to witness." Jingshu derided his younger brother with disdain, then continued, "Fortunately, you have inherited commendable traits from our family. You have matured significantly over the past 2 years. Though you remain somewhat naive, you have at least begun to observe with your own eyes. So, did you encounter anything intriguing today?" Jingyuan nodded gently. He had indeed gained considerable insight today. Just within a pre-debut boy group, he observed that several smaller factions existed, each member harboring distinct thoughts and aspirations. The warm welcome from Li Suman and Jin Ingmin, whom he had met previously, led him to suspect that those two might not share a common vision. This was merely a small glimpse into the entertainment industry, yet it revealed its complexities. Nevertheless, Jingyuan found it quite fascinating, at least more so than attending classes. Such matters cannot be taught. Each individual's character is unique. One must observe with their own eyes to discern various truths, such as the intentions behind people's kindness or malice, and the aspirations and thoughts of each individual. Jingshu relished the opportunity to mentor his brother, feeling it worthwhile to have postponed several engagements to be at home tonight. "Do not feel overly anxious. I have gathered information about the group you joined, and you are the youngest member. The others are merely in their 20s. This age group is the most intriguing, passionate yet aloof, balancing interests with camaraderie. Even those with ulterior motives seldom exaggerate their schemes. So do not constantly dwell on rivalries with your teammates. It is of little significance and merely leads you to adopt that mindset." Jingyuan nodded. Having grown up in such a family, he possessed a certain maturity. His parents and siblings often imparted wisdom through their actions, allowing him to grasp his brother's intentions. "You worked hard to gain admission to Yonsei University. Do not cast me sidelong glances. I indeed leveraged some connections to facilitate your acceptance. Yet your own efforts were substantial. If you had not participated in the examinations, even I would have been powerless." Jingyuan turned away in exasperation. His bright smile and humble demeanor were merely facades. In truth, he was proud and ambitious, and his elder brother knew precisely how to strike a chord with him. At this point, Jingshu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He looked at his brother with a peculiar gaze and asked, "You know, Jingyuan, you are not the first in this family to express a desire to become an artist." "You mean?" Jingyuan paused, glancing at his brother in disbelief. To embark on a path that aligns with one's talents and aspirations at such a splendid age is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Jingshu regarded his younger brother, his eyes reflecting memories of their childhood, reminiscent of the time he and their sister had shared. Chapter 12. Experienced training class. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Jingyuan momentarily found himself at a loss for words, just as he struggled to determine an appropriate response. His brother took the initiative to disrupt the fragile warmth that had begun to envelop them. "Enough of the trivialities, let's discuss matters of substance," Jingshu declared, his previous solemn demeanor shifting into something more peculiar. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he inquired about Jingyuan's past relationship with his high school sweetheart. "I assume you've tidied that up as well." An ominous premonition gripped Jingyuan at the mention of serious matters, and, as expected, the absurd questions soon followed. "Leave that expression at the door," Jingshu frowned, expressing his discontent with his brother's demeanor. "You have rather sizable eyes. Yet you used to squint due to poor vision, and even after correction, you still maintain that habit. Are you addicted to squinting?" Noticing that Jingyuan seemed poised to defend himself, Jingshu interrupted, Do you think I don't understand your little act of squinting, smiling, and concealing yourself? Perhaps it's acceptable to perform outside, but to employ that strategy against your brother at home? Even in public, your fade isn't always effective. A smile is precious because it signifies goodwill towards those with whom one shares a bond. When you offer the same bland smile to everyone, it loses its value. Your smile's arc is consistently well practiced in front of the mirror. Isn't it? Jingyuan, it is the contrast that renders a smile valuable. At this point, Qi Jingshu scrutinized his brother with an analytical gaze. However, your expression is quite intriguing. You squint and smile at everyone, creating an impression of warmth. Yet with family and close friends, you exhibit far less expression and a penchant for sharp wit. Any girl who observes this trait will undoubtedly find it captivating. Oh, marvelous. Our Jingyuan can now approach past relationships with such rationality? Truly, you are my brother. Qi Jingshu exclaimed, astonished by his brother's demeanor, as he clapped his hands enthusiastically. Is this not the same person who, upon breaking up with his crush, found himself unable to eat and wept alone under the covers? Ah, is this what growth looks like? Qi Jingyuan exclaimed, his eyes wide as he glared at his elder brother, who was behaving like a comedic figure. Despite his inner pride compelling him to remain silent, he could not deny the truth in Qi Jingshu's words. That incident had transpired shortly after he transferred to a high school on the peninsula from a beautiful land, marking his first foray into romantic relationships. He had poured his heart into caring for and pleasing her, believing this was love, convinced it would lead to marriage and a lifelong bond. However, a mere few months later, a simple "I'm tired of this" had shattered his heart, leaving him emotionally devastated as he wept beneath the covers for an extended period. In subsequent relationships, he had become less naive and blind. Due to his appearance and family background, Qi Jingyuan was quite popular at school, never lacking for romantic interests. Through a wealth of experiences over the years, he had matured from being overwhelmed by tears at the sight of a girl he liked to being able to bid farewell with a smile. Unperturbed by the emotional turmoil of breakups, seeing his brother in such a rare state of fluster only heightened Qi Jingshu's excitement. As Qi Jingyuan matured and learned to mask his emotions behind a smile, such displays had become increasingly uncommon. Excellent. This is how it should be. A man ought to carry himself with dignity. You have inherited our family's finest genes. How could you weep for a deceitful woman? Qi Jingshu seized the moment to impart his wisdom on navigating romantic escapades. When you encounter these girls and relationships, you must not engage with them from your own perspective. Ascend to a higher plane, manipulating your body through your soul and consciousness, as if participating in a role-playing game. Your soul and consciousness are the players. While your body is the character you control, they must be treated separately. In doing so, regardless of the type of woman you encounter, you shall remain invincible. While I appreciate your shared insights, I must say that these theories would likely lead to my demise in the hands of our mother, Qi Jingyuan interjected, succinctly expressing his viewpoint. Though I may not possess your nonchalance, I am no longer the naive youth I once was. Despite the setbacks he had faced, Qi Jingyuan had accumulated considerable experience and was now adept in matters of the heart. However, his perspective on relationships was still far from that of his brother, who viewed love as a mere game. Qi Jingyuan, on the other hand, could engage in the game, yet still yearned for a genuine emotional connection. With the precious opportunity to mentor his younger brother abruptly interrupted, Qi Jingshu shot him an annoyed glance. Sighing deeply, he assumed a sage-like pose and cryptically remarked, "You may not understand now, but in a few years, you will realize I am correct. Only through numerous experiences will you discover the one, or perhaps several, who truly suits you. For us, emotions must not be easily invested. My years of observation have led me to conclude that while humans can restrain their actions, they cannot govern their emotions, which are inherently fickle." With that, Qi Jingshu narrowed his eyes, clicking his tongue as if savoring the wisdom of life. "Did you think I had not perused the poems of Nietzsche?" he said, shaking his head with a sigh as he ascended the stairs. Qi Jingyuan watched as Qi Jingshu's expression shifted from one of irritation to one of serene amusement, a brilliant smile illuminating his face as he shook his head, muttering, "You little rascal." Chapter 13. My superpower is light. Resting at home is undoubtedly far superior to the confines of a company dormitory. After a comfortable night's sleep, Qi Jingyuan felt as though his soul had been uplifted. The director remarked that he probably wouldn't want someone to personally escort him to the dormitory. Hence he departed for the company early in the morning. Upon waking the next day, Qi Jingyuan discovered that his elder brother had already left, while his brother's assistant, Park Jae-hyun was waiting at the villa's entrance to drive him and convey his brother's message. Chi Jingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Park Jae-hyun as he got out of the car to stow his luggage in the trunk and then opened the car door for him. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully. With the engine starting, they soon arrived at SM Entertainment, the very place they had visited the day before. One of EXO's managers, Zhao Yalan, was already waiting there. Upon seeing Chi Jingyuan's arrival, she did not say much but quietly scrutinized Park Jae-hyun and their vehicle. After exchanging pleasantries, she led them directly to the dormitory. Currently, the EXO members resided in a trainee dormitory. Previously, they had lived separately, but after forming the debut group, their accommodations were rearranged to house members of the K and M teams together. It was rumored that once they officially debuted, they would move into new dormitories, thus drawing a definitive line under their trainee days. This meant that Chi Jingyuan's newly occupied dormitory would likely require relocation within a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances. At this age, boys rarely took pleasure in cleaning, especially those who spent all their time in the practice room. Thus, Chi Jingyuan paid little mind to the state of the dormitory, knowing he wouldn't stay long. He moved into the EXO-K team's dormitory, taking the place of Byun Baekhyun. The dormitory comprised 2 rooms, one large and one small. The larger room contained 2 bunk beds. Chi Jingyuan occupied the upper bunk of one, with Do Kyung-soo below him, while Kim Jun-mayan was in the lower bunk of the adjacent bed and Oh Si-hoon above him. The smaller room housed the remaining 2 members, Kim Jong-in and Park Chan-yeol. Exhausted, Chi Jingyuan lay on the cool wooden floor, disregarding the sweat and dust beneath him, as if liberated, relishing this makeshift resting place akin to the softest mattress in existence. Several incandescent lights hung motionless from the ceiling, one directly illuminating his face, casting a surreal glow that made him feel as though he were in a dream. A massive floor-to-ceiling window on the opposite wall afforded a clear view of everyone in the practice room, while the other wall was adorned with a stiff and unappealing mural of blue skies and white clouds, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Scattered around him were other EXO members, all in various states of repose. However, after a few days of adjustment, Chi Jingyuan had grown accustomed to it. Though still fatigued, it was no longer unbearable. After resting for a while, manager Lee Sung-hwan entered. "Jingyuan, Director Lee is looking for you." "Yes," Chi Jingyuan replied, wriggling on the floor before laboriously standing up. After offering a slight bow to Lee Sung-hwan, he exited. "Knock, knock. Come in." "Annyeonghaseyo, Teacher Lee Soo-man," Chi Jingyuan greeted as he entered the office, bowing respectfully. "Jingyuan, come. Sit." Upon seeing Chi Jingyuan, Lee Soo-man's eyes sparkled with delight as he gestured for him to take a seat. Instead of calling for his secretary, he stood and poured a cup of coffee, handing it to Chi Jingyuan. "Thank you." Grasping the coffee, Chi Jingyuan quickly rose again in gratitude, then sat down once more under Lee Soo-man's warm smile. "I have been hearing praises from your dance instructor, Shin Jae-won, who commended your solid foundation and rapid progress. In less than a week, you were already able to practice alongside the team," Lee Soo-man remarked, observing Chi Jingyuan as he spoke casually. "Yes, it is all thanks to the company's support and teacher Shin Jae-won's dedicated guidance that I could achieve this," Chi Jingyuan responded, his formal gratitude eliciting a bemused smile from Lee Soo-man, who waved his hand dismissively. "In your brother's words, you are not quite the character he portrays," Lee Soo-man chuckled. "Hiki. Teacher Soo-man, perhaps he is not the person you have come to know either," Chi Jingyuan replied, his tone laced with a hint of defiance regarding his brother's depiction. "Such an expression is delightful," Lee Soo-man exclaimed, pointing at Chi Jingyuan, visibly pleased. "It seems your contrasting charm can be further explored." After a brief exchange about their current situations, Lee Soo-man finally broached the main topic. "Your progress has been swift. Consequently, the company has decided to adhere to the previously established debut plans. Your debut teaser video will be filmed in 2 days, and the music video for your debut song will follow in 5 days. The timeline is tight, and you must prepare thoroughly." "Yes, I will be ready," Chi Jingyuan affirmed. The stage names of EXO members typically derived either from the romanized versions of their names or their English names. The planning department had prepared 2 potential names for him. One, based on his name Chi Jingyuan's romanized form, Ji Kyungwon, with Kyungwon proposed as his stage name. The other, utilizing the Chinese pinyin for Yuan. Which do you think suits you better? If he were an ordinary trainee, Lee Soo-man would not have consulted him on such matters. But Chi Jingyuan was different in his eyes. Besides family influences, Lee Soo-man genuinely held high hopes for his future. gazing at the stark black and white A4 sheet. With Jingyuan on the left and Yuan on the right, Jingyuan pondered briefly before making his decision. Teacher Suman, I believe Yuan is more fitting. Ah, I think that's wonderful. I will have the planning department follow up on this. Li Suman nodded, surveying Jingyuan with admiration. It is settled then. Your stage name will be Yuan. As the youngest in the group, your defining trait is possessing a dazzling charm that cannot be overlooked. Lastly, your superpower is light. My superpower is light. Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback by the final statement. Chapter 14. Shall we dine together? My superpower is light. Jingyuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing the last phrase. He gazed at Li Xiaoman with a look of bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion. He extended his right hand, grasping and releasing it repeatedly, as if he were yearning for a beam of light to emanate from his palm. This is the concept for your EXO. You hail from a planet beyond the solar system. I shall have the teacher convey this knowledge and the essential matters to be aware of post-debut. Li Xiaoman paused slightly, and after exchanging a few words with him, Jingyuan exited the office. He discerned that Li Xiaoman genuinely valued him, not merely due to familial ties, but evidently also recognized his considerable talent in the realm of entertainment, which could bring substantial profits to the company. Such regard, in Jingyuan's eyes, was entirely justified. Li Xiaoman's words had unexpectedly rekindled a youthful, whimsical dream that Jingyuan had once harbored. Alas, he found himself devoid of any abilities, pondering whether he had yet to awaken. As he descended the stairs, contemplating methods of awakening, the sound of high heels echoed from below. Upon looking up, he saw Sunny from Girls' Generation, whom he had encountered previously. Ah, Sunny, she acknowledged with a nod, casting a glance at Jingyuan, her eyes momentarily assessing his presence there. Though she said nothing further and passed by after exchanging pleasantries. Jingyuan, would you? Sunny hesitated, seemingly weighing her words. Would you like to join me for a meal after practice? With a senior? Jingyuan was taken aback. Uncertain of her intentions, was she attempting to strike up a conversation? If it felt burdensome, he could readily decline. Sunny herself felt quite audacious, tapping her forehead as if to awaken her senses, pursing her lips in preparation to depart. Ah, no, I truly appreciate your kindness. And it would be an honor to dine with you, Jingyuan quickly replied. Very well then, meet me at the company's back entrance at 7. Sunny instructed before hastily leaving, not wishing to linger even a moment longer. In the industry, dining invitations are typically reserved for those with closer relationships. This was only their second meeting and the first instance of conversing. By customary standards, her invitation seemed quite forward, leaving him puzzled about her motivations. Yet, he dismissed his concerns, reasoning that if it were indeed a mere attempt at small talk, the purpose would soon reveal itself. If it were truly a casual encounter, then it mattered little. Having resided in the EXO dormitory for a week, his closest companions were these two, Du Kyung-soo, who occupied the bunk above him, and Wu Shixuan, who shared the same birth year as Jingyuan, being merely a month apart, thus forming a natural camaraderie. They bore little resentment towards Jingyuan's sudden arrival, having shared numerous meals together over the past few days, thus establishing yet another small circle within the EXO ensemble. Not today, I have plans, Jingyuan stated as he stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes in preparation to change. Plans? Who? It wouldn't he happen to be a trainee, would it? Wu Shixuan inquired, astonished that Jingyuan had managed to secure a date after merely a week at the company. He leaned closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone. If it's a female trainee, you might want to reconsider. The company is quite strict as debut approaches. Du Kyung-soo nodded in agreement. Rest assured, it's not a female trainee. It's a senior, Jingyuan reassured them, patting their shoulders before making his exit. Du Kyung-soo's mouth fell agape in surprise at Jingyuan's retreat, while Wu Shixuan merely pursed his lips at a loss for words. When Jingyuan arrived at the back door, Sunny was already there, clad in a thick hoodie and an oversized mask, fully prepared for their outing. Girls' Generation was at the pinnacle of their popularity, especially following the release of their critically acclaimed album The Boys last year. Earlier this year, they embarked on their journey into the American market, returning to the peninsula only days prior. Despite not being the most popular member, Sunny still attracted attention, making it imperative to disguise herself when venturing outside. Without further ado, Sunny nodded to Jingyuan and led him away. Instead of driving, they walked through a nearby alley, twisting and turning for about 10 minutes until they arrived at a barbecue restaurant named Dan Cook. Quite a detour. I would have surely lost my way if I weren't familiar with the area, Jingyuan remarked as he observed the restaurant's sign and interior. Sunny greeted the staff with ease, leading them into a private room where she ordered several dishes without even glancing at a menu, indicating her familiarity with the establishment. The restaurant was modest in size, and the private room was similarly small, leaving a palpable sense of awkwardness between the two seated across from each other. However, given Sunny's status as a national idol, this discomfort was merely a trivial matter for her, while Jingyuan remained unfazed. Such awkwardness was trivial to him. Chapter 15. You can't fight without me. In a discreet establishment near the company, a place I had frequented a few times before, Sunny broke the silence. This place was opened by a former trainee from our company, who left a few years ago due to a lack of prospects for debut. It's a barbecue restaurant. The food is mediocre, but the privacy here is excellent, which is why I occasionally come. She wore her hair in a bun today. Her yellow locks appeared somewhat dry, and her makeup did little to conceal the roughness of her skin upon closer inspection. Dark circles under her eyes betrayed her fatigue, rendering her less spirited and even somewhat haggard. Given the demanding schedule of Girls' Generation, her state was hardly surprising. Yet, Sunny bore no airs of seniority. She was nothing like the exuberant persona one might expect from television variety shows. Instead, she appeared quite relaxed and informal. Apart from her adorably cute appearance and undeniable charisma, she seemed quite ordinary, starkly contrasting the grand idol image that Jingyuan held in his mind. Enough with the pretense of politeness. I witnessed you unhesitatingly throw a senior trainee down, he thought to himself. He felt he had grasped the situation well enough and chose to refrain from further commentary. Sunny waved her hand dismissively. I invited you to dinner on a whim when I saw you at the company this afternoon. I must be going a bit mad lately. Perhaps I am truly exhausted. Do you know why? Well, I wish to know too, senior, Jingyuan replied, genuinely curious. Sunny's casual demeanor put him at ease, and her reaction was entirely at odds with his earlier assumptions about her intentions. Woo-suk. Jingyuan hesitated to speak. Yes, him. We had a chance to perform together last year, and I found him rather unpleasant during practice, especially his gaze. He's been at the company for several years and has a notorious reputation among trainees as a well-known player, Sunny remarked disdainfully. Then how do you know I'm not a player? Jingyuan retorted with a smile. Are you? Sunny's interest peaked immediately, her expression shifting dramatically as if she were an actress. Humph. She expressed skepticism, unsure if she believed him or not. But senior, if you dislike that person, shouldn't it be easy for someone of your status in the company to teach him a lesson? After a moment's thought, Jingyuan inquired. Oh, but I am part of Girls' Generation. I hardly have the time to target a male trainee I rarely see, let alone find time to date. Your thinking is rather naive. Just because I dislike someone doesn't mean I must confront them. There are many I dislike within SM, and I cannot possibly address each one, Sunny scoffed, making her disdain for Jingyuan's notion quite clear. Besides, any female trainee associated with Woo-suk likely lacks purity herself. It's a mutual exploitation. If they get deceived, they should merely learn from it. Jingyuan, despite feeling belittled, showed no signs of discontent. Instead, he nodded in agreement, as his thoughts aligned closely with Sunny's. His earlier question was merely a probe. The disparity between Sunny's personality while conversing and her stage presence was quite stark, yet he found it refreshing. While he had only seen her cuteness from afar during performances, he now experienced a vibrant charm in her presence. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of their private room. Once permitted, a server entered with the ordered dishes and charcoal, preparing everything before departing. You're probably still underage, so I want to let you drink. Choose a beverage for yourself, Sunny stated, opening a bottle of beer and pouring it into a glass. She took a hearty sip, exclaiming in satisfaction as if to release her recent stress and fatigue. The other reason is that you remind me quite a bit of myself. She continued after taking another sip, placing several pieces of meat on the grill. I remind you of you, senior? Jingyuan queried, puzzled. Yes, Sunny nodded. You and I are quite similar. We both dropped into a debut group unexpectedly. I see, Jingyuan said, realization dawning upon him. It was indeed similar. He had learned that when Sunny joined Girls' Generation, the lineup was nearly fixed, yet she had somehow been inserted into the group and debuted within months. In contrast, he had never been a trainee. He joined the company as a pre-debut member. And I witnessed your altercation with a senior. The atmosphere among the members seems quite strained. She remarked, her gaze fixated on the meat as she grilled it, shaking her head. It truly reminded me of my own experiences. I invited you to dinner because I felt a sudden impulse to connect with someone like myself, and my casual manner of speaking stems from that. Jingyuan pursed his lips, feeling a sense of kinship. His smile dimmed slightly as he sat up to help Sunny grill the meat, asking, "So, did you also experience such conflicts when you joined Girls' Generation, like fighting? What is the atmosphere like in your YEXO team? Is it quite complicated?" Sunny countered, "Indeed. Everyone has their own personality, and each group has its dynamics. Even living in the same dorm doesn't guarantee constant interaction." Jingyuan nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. He had observed that the three members from Xiaohua kept to themselves, rarely engaging with others. When they conversed, they often spoke in their native dialect. After Baekhyun transferred to Team M, he quickly bonded with Jin Zhongdae and Kim Min-suk, maintaining a good relationship with Park Chan-yeol, who shared a room with Jin Zhongdae. Jin Zhongdae, although of the same year as Kyung-won, seldom interacted with his peers. Meanwhile, he found camaraderie with Du Kyung-soo and Oh Se-hun, while their leader, Kim Junmin, engaged with each member. Such complexity within a 12-member boy band was remarkable. Boy bands are relatively manageable. At least most male members tend to confront issues directly. Girl groups, on the other hand, are often more intricate, Sunny offered, speaking from experience. The principle remains the same. After training for so long, the competition to debut is fierce. If you simply drop in and occupy a spot, how could others not harbor grievances? Light teasing or sarcasm is the least of it. Stronger conflicts can easily arise. I have certainly faced similar situations. Though I was never as adept at fighting as you seem to be, Sunny said, forming a fist and glancing at her petite hand before taking another swig of beer. So, the seniors of Girls' Generation are not as fragile as they appear on stage? Jingyuan found this intriguing and eagerly asked, "May I be so fortunate as to know which senior made you feel inadequate in terms of strength?" "Humph. Women typically only display weakness in front of men," Sunny replied, clearly resonating with her words. "But that is all in the past. Those events occurred when I first joined the group. Over the years, despite the frequent conflicts and disputes, through several years of adjustment, we have all matured significantly. Even if we may not harbor fond feelings for one another, we regard each other as one of the most important individuals in our lives, for after all, we are in the prime of our youth." Chapter 16. I am your fan. Upon hearing Sunny's words, Jingyuan fell into a brief silence. He discerned from her speech the affection and helplessness she felt towards the group members, as well as the pride and honor she derived from the name Girls' Generation. Sunny's remarks stirred something within Jingyuan. It seemed to him that the four characters representing Girls' Generation encapsulated not only the glory of being the most successful girl group on the peninsula, but also a deeper emotional resonance intertwined with joy, contradiction, growth, and the return to honor. When Jingyuan proactively placed the first piece of grilled beef on his Sunny's plate, she cast him an appreciative glance, her eyes sparkling with the acknowledgement of his perceptiveness. "You YEXO boys are doing quite well," she remarked. "Though there may be conflicts, they are overshadowed by your imminent debut. If you achieve great popularity and success post-debut, that will be when the real challenges arise." Jingyuan nodded gently, understanding the simplicity of her reasoning. With the company's favoritism, few would dare express their dissatisfaction in his presence. Yet, he sensed that he did not particularly care. Let us change the subject. Sunny chose not to press further on the topic that might burden Jingyuan, instead steering the conversation towards lighter matters. She shared insights on what to be cautious of upon entering the entertainment industry, along with various scandals, including a few pairs of lovebirds among SM trainees, and the admiration garnered by members of Girls' Generation and other popular girl groups from numerous male admirers. Jingyuan listened intently, captivated by her anecdotes. "With your looks and that smile, once you debut, you'll experience it firsthand. If EXO becomes a sensation, it's hard to imagine the throngs of female idols who will be drawn to you." Sunny shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling in mild discontent, as though she disliked the thought. As he chewed on a piece of grilled meat, Jingyuan chuckled, "To be honest, I was quite startled when you first invited me to dinner. I thought you were trying to flirt with me." "And then?" Sunny inquired, intrigued. "Upon entering the private room and seeing you, I quickly realized that was not the case. You didn't put much effort into your appearance, and it was evident that you weren't there to flirt with a junior." You still don't understand? Once you debut and face the grueling schedules, you will comprehend. This look of mine is the result of careful grooming." Sunny touched her dark circles and, after a slight twitch of her lips, declared with a hint of exasperation, "So what's next? Were you disappointed to discover I wasn't flirting with you? Were you heartbroken, wishing to cry?" "Not at all. I was relieved, actually." I breathed a sigh of relief. Sunny's eyes flashed with mock fury, glaring at him with a look that could kill. "So, You're relieved to know I'm not flirting with you? Is the thought of dating a member of Girls' Generation that terrifying? Does my approach feel burdensome? Of course. I admire Girls' Generation, especially you. I'm your fan, Jingyuan replied, completely unfazed by Sunny's fierce gaze, casually enjoying his meal. Really? You're my fan? Sunny, noticing her intimidation had no effect, became curious. Indeed, while I want to comment on your position within Girls' Generation, your acting is commendable. Your portrayal of the waiter in Taehi, Hyun Ji-hyun was exceptional. No one could claim it was unconvincing. Ah, really? Jingyuan, is this how you show respect to your seniors? Sunny retorted. Recognizing the sarcasm in his tone, Jingyuan quickly offered her a piece of grilled meat, eager to appease her and acknowledge his faux pas. As Sunny accepted the meat, a smile broke across her face, perhaps recalling her cameo in the drama. She shook her head in disbelief. I never realized your personality was like this. And you can be so sharp-tongued. You smile so beautifully I truly misjudged you. Embracing Sunny's playful critique, Jingyuan smiled and contemplated for a moment. He then pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and presented it to her, his expression turning serious as he said softly, "It's only natural to present oneself differently before various individuals. Might I have the honor of forming an airlift line with you under SM Entertainment? Then to the establishment of the most detested group in SM, cheers?" Jingyuan received the phone back, a smile resurfacing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with vitality as he raised his iced coffee. "Cheers, Jeong. Let this meal serve as a celebration. I'll cover this one. But you're paying next time," he jested. Sunny downed her beer in one gulp, slamming the cup onto the table in mock anger. 2 days later, at the MV shooting location, others don't need to change positions. Yuan, when integrating into the team, try to appear natural. I just observed your practice session. And there are no issues. You've filmed this MV once before. Take a 10-minute break. This time, we aim for a one-take success. As the PD of the MV filming team concluded his instructions, the members of EXO, who had just completed a dance rehearsal, settled down to rest. Jingyuan sat nearby, sipping purified water, his mind occupied with the challenges faced during the shoot. His personal debut teaser video had been filmed the previous day. A straightforward clip lasting barely a minute. He had performed naturally in front of the camera, earning praise from the PD for his acting talent, resulting in a swift filming process. Today, all members of EXO had been summoned back to the set for a reshoot of the MV, a daunting task ahead. With no promise of an early departure, they had prepared to work late into the night. As Jingyuan raised his water bottle, a few strips of fabric dangling from his arm made him frown. He glanced at the outfit he was wearing, feeling a sense of helplessness. This was the MV attire specifically prepared by the company, a sequined jacket on top and gray distressed jeans below. If that were all, it would be fine. But the designer insisted on wrapping several meaningless strips of fabric around his arms and adorning the outfit with various trinkets, resulting in a chaotic appearance. The designer claimed such embellishments were meant to showcase their charm and style, aligning with the theme of the song Mama. However, Jingyuan saw nothing but messiness in this ensemble. Yet, it mattered little. After all, they were professionals, and Jingyuan refrained from voicing his concerns, even if he believed that his casual hoodie looked far better than this disarray. After finishing his water, he set the cup down and blew lightly on his forehead, feeling a slight itch from his freshly cut bangs. This hairstyle had also been dictated by the company's stylist. It was intended to match the slightly metallic long-haired style of the other team members. However, although Jingyuan's hair is not particularly long, it is also not short. Growing it out now would be too late. Consequently, he could not maintain the same style as his team, and wearing a wig while dancing would easily reveal the truth. A notion he firmly rejected. Ultimately, after some creative manipulation by the designer, he ended up with a head of black, moderately long, tousled hair with slightly shorter sides, and unruly bangs that constantly tickled his forehead. Nevertheless, in comparison to his attire, Jingyuan found himself quite satisfied with the hairstyle, which appeared more aesthetically pleasing than his previously unkempt locks. This newfound appeal instilled in him a modicum of confidence regarding the image designed by SM Company. Shaking his head to fling away some sweat, Jingyuan surveyed his surroundings before suddenly recalling something and tapping his companion Junmian, who was not far off. Junmian, what is your superpower? Chapter 17. How impressive we are. What is your superpower? Junmian was momentarily taken aback by Jingyuan's question, his eyes widening in surprise before he burst into laughter, pointing at the water bottle beside Jingyuan. My superpower is water. Water. Water? Jingyuan exclaimed. shaking the bottle with admiration. Such a power is typically reserved for the protagonist. Of course, for I am the leader of EXO, Jingyuan replied, clearly pleased with Qi Jingyuan's compliment. Can you demonstrate your superpower? Qi Jingyuan asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Of course, Jingyuan exclaimed, springing to his feet and crouching slightly. He tilted his body, mimicking the pose of Kamehameha, his face contorting into a fierce expression as he playfully shouted Bio several times. Haha. On the side, Du Kyungsu could no longer contain his laughter, collapsing to the ground with a crooked grin and furrowed brows. Stop just laughing. Use your superpower to defeat me. Jingyuan taunted while playfully shouting Bio. Your superpower seems to be strength, so unleash it. Du Kyungsu, still chuckling, sat up, his expression turning serious as he raised his right arm in a display of strength. However, before he could complete the gesture, he burst into laughter once more. No. Du Kyungsu collapsed right where Oh Si-hoon was seated, igniting a playful reaction from him as he pushed Du Kyungsu aside and puffed his cheeks, blowing air at him. My superpower is wind. Meanwhile, while these few were engaging in light-hearted antics, other members were seated around, some joining in the laughter while others observed with neutral expressions, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Soon, the break time concluded as the PD clapped his hands and approached. All right, kids, keep up the good work. Let us aim to wrap this up today. The practice room. Yesterday, Kai's dance preview was released. Du Kyungsu, sipping water in the corner, took the opportunity to chat during the break. I checked the comments on the video platforms and fan sites. The response has been quite positive. Today, Jin Jongin appeared noticeably more energized during practice compared to the previous days. TCH. How many has he released? Oh Si-hoon grumbled, glancing around before leaning closer and whispering, most of the debut teasers for the others only have one, at most 2 or 3. Yet he releases a video every couple of days. His solo videos outnumber our entire groups. Debut videos are just for grabbing attention. Their reach is still limited. The real test is after the debut, Qi Jingyuan added. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask you all, what does in the song Mama signify? Oh mom. Qi Jingyuan had wanted to inquire about this since the first day he encountered their title track, but hadn't he found the right moment. Surely it can't mean that. No boy band would shout oh mom on stage. Oh Si-hoon chuckled, envisioning the absurdity of such a scene. Not oh mom, Du Kyungsu clarified with a more reliable tone, elucidating the meaning to the two. Mime does not refer to oh mom, but is akin to tree of life, holy mother, or savior. It revolves around the concept of EXO, when heaven and earth were one. It is said that 12 powers protected the tree of life before evil forces invaded. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh at the convoluted narrative, eventually losing track of his own words. This was all designed by teacher Lee Soo-man. That is essentially the gist of it. We 12 possess superpowers to protect the world. Qi Jingyuan stared blankly, his mouth agape as he exchanged a glance with Oh Si-hoon, who applauded, exclaiming, brilliant. I never realized how impressive we are. After applauding, Qi Jingyuan continued, so, does this mean our debut song is a religious one? Just listen to the intro. Doesn't it sound like it? Not quite. We are a boy band, not a choir. How could we sing such songs? However, regarding our debut track, Qi Jingyuan shook his head, pursing his lips. I don't think it's that great. I feel the same, Oh Si-hoon agreed. It lacks catchiness. Qi Jingyuan offered his critique. Some music critics might appreciate this song. It is quite professional and has a strong narrative. However, I think. He paused, choosing not to elaborate further, pouting slightly. Forget it. We'll have to record it anyway. Our opinions don't matter much. After the debut, we'll see how it goes. Instead of worrying about this, we should practice our superpowers more. Please, Jingyuan, spare us from discussing superpowers, Du Kyungsu pleaded, clasping his hands together in a gesture of request. After having performed their superpowers multiple times at Qi Jingyuan's behest over the past few days, they were beginning to tire of it. He couldn't fathom why Qi Jingyuan, who generally appeared quite mature, occasionally behaved so childishly. Though Du Kyungsu was a year older than the others, he had proposed that they forego formalities and interact casually, fostering a comfortable camaraderie among the group. As they were all of similar ages, let us go eat, Oh Si-hoon suggested, glancing at the clock and rising to call the others. Several members had already slipped out for a meal without a word. That was the dynamic of their group. At least for now, the small factions were quite distinct, with everyone forming their own cliques and avoiding unnecessary entanglements. Go. Du Kyungsu clapped his hands, standing up and gesturing for them to follow. Once Qi Jingyuan grabbed his hand, he yanked him up, and the three departed the practice room together. Chapter 18. Generally speaking, the leader bowed slightly and entered first. Noticing the three individuals who greeted him with a gentle nod and a slight bow, which was barely perceptible, before silently departing. Jingyuan distinctly sensed a momentary pause in the leader's gaze as it swept over him. The corner of her mouth seemed to twitch, giving off a vague impression of either displeasure or hostility. Jingyuan, with his keen instincts, could easily discern that this person harbored an aversion towards him. Unperturbed, Jingyuan and his companions continued their conversation as they made their way to a quaint little restaurant. After each ordering a quick meal, they settled down to eat while chatting. Du Qingxiu scooped a spoonful of rice and remarked, "Jingyuan, did you know that Wusake left the company a couple of days ago? I heard he plans to join another company to continue as a trainee." "Really?" Jingyuan replied. After being abruptly replaced right before debuting and seemingly defying the president's orders, not to mention being reprimanded by you, it must be exceedingly difficult for him to remain in the company. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly leave as well. As Du Qingxiu savored the flavors of his rice bowl, it appeared he was also contemplating Wusake's circumstances. He has been a trainee for 4 or 5 years. Yet despite all that time, his skills remain quite average. And as for his character, well, I'm not particularly fond of him. His departure seems rather fortuitous. Oh, what is wrong with him? Jingyuan felt indifferent towards Wusake. He bore no guilt about having outshone him. Competition permeates every aspect of life, especially in the entertainment industry, where family connections also serve as a competitive asset. While Jingyuan felt no animosity towards Wusake, he surmised that the latter would likely harbor intense resentment towards him. Du Qingxiu curled his lip in disdain. However, Jingyuan sensed a hint of envy. He bit into a piece of pork rib and inquired, "Player?" "Well, sort of," Du Qingxiu replied, "but more like a rather mediocre player. I recall several female trainees who left the company because of him." He nodded in agreement. Jingyuan fell silent, seemingly lost in thought as he envisioned what a mediocre player might be like. Suddenly, he turned to the usually reticent Wu Shixuan and asked, "Why aren't you speaking? Is your meal that delightful?" Wu Shixuan, caught mid-chew, froze, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. "TSK." Du Qingxiu immediately exposed Wu Shixuan's secret. He has quite a number of female trainees, he has dated. Just that he is more discreet than Wusake and has he been involved in any scandals. Just look at his face. Does it seem like someone who would quietly focus on training? Of course not. Wu Shixuan quickly defended himself. I'm usually the passive one. And I take my relationships seriously. Don't compare me to Wusake and his ilk. Right, dating a new partner every 2 months is truly serious, Du Qingxiu scoffed. Ah, the impulsiveness of youth. Jingyuan sighed, relishing a sip of soup. I never anticipated that a trainee's life could be so vibrant. Jingyuan, you've never been a trainee. You came in as a senior on the verge of debut. Otherwise, given your looks, you'd surely fare even better than Shixuan. I believe many girls would be drawn to you. Your smile has a way of inviting closeness, Du Qingxiu remarked, swallowing a mouthful of rice. Are you trying to tell me you're an innocent young lad? That's impossible, Wu Shixuan interjected. With Jingyuan's looks, even outside the company, he would definitely struggle to remain unbothered. Not to that extent. Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively in self-defense. He then pondered aloud, are all female trainees really that easy? Absolutely not. Du Qingxiu and Wu Shixuan both shook their heads simultaneously. Du Qingxiu set down his chopsticks and explained earnestly, in fact, a considerable portion of female trainees do not aim for debut. They join the company to experience trainee life, to interact with the entertainment industry, see stars, take photos. And even if they leave the company, they have something to boast about to their friends. These girls do not possess the mindset of striving for debut, so they act as they please. Most male trainees who enter the company are at least decent looking, and being around such attractive individuals makes it easy for them to form connections. Naturally, some girls lack self-respect, but that's another matter. The likes of Wusake primarily flirt with these girls, as they are easier targets. However, there are also quite a few who have been working hard for their debut since they joined, practicing diligently every day. They have clear goals and restrain themselves. Even if they develop feelings, they refrain from acting on them unless they become utterly consumed by their emotions. By the way, Jingyuan, do you remember those trainees we encountered at the entrance? The one who led the group? Do you recall her? Wu Shixuan finally chimed in. Yes, Jingyuan nodded. What do you think of her looks? Wu Shixuan raised his eyebrows and grinned mischievously. Jingjia? Wu Shixuan exclaimed in disbelief. You think Bei Juhyun's looks are just average? Chapter 19. Wishing her luck, Jingjia? Wu Shixuan exclaimed. Is Bei Juhyun's appearance merely average? He gazed incredulously at Jingyuan, adding, "She is a highly renowned trainee in the company, celebrated for her beauty, and enjoys considerable popularity among the male trainees. Even those from other companies have heard of her. With her looks, I firmly believe she will debut. As for her height, isn't a good proportion sufficient?" Wu Shixian found it difficult to comprehend Qi Jingyuan's assessment. Du Kyungsu scrutinized Qi Jingyuan with a skeptical gaze, clearly in agreement with Wu Shixian's sentiments. The doubtful looks from the two left Qi Jingyuan feeling somewhat insulted. If she did not leave a profound impression on me, then she must indeed be average. Furthermore, being short is just that, short. What does proportion have to do with it? If the proportions are good, does that negate her shortness? I wonder if she even reaches 1.50 meters? He continued disdainfully, moreover. Every girl who can become a trainee or debut is not unattractive. Good looks are merely a foundation. The most crucial element is charisma. Do you understand charisma? Qi Jingyuan cast a scornful glance at the two, particularly at Wu Shixian. Having just heard his experiences, he had assumed Wu was a little Casanova, only to realize he lacked broader knowledge. Exchanging glances, Wu Shixian and Du Kyungsu were at a loss for words. Suddenly, Qi Jingyuan posed a casual question about her. What is the matter with her? How long have they been dating? He sipped his iced coffee, sighing contentedly as he asked. Ah, no. Wu Shixian shook his head. I was just about to mention that Wu Saik and Chaniol had been quite smooth in their attempts at flirting, but they hit a wall with Bei Juhyun, who outright rejected them. Wu Saik even persisted for several months, frequently visiting the female training room with gifts, such as roses and teddy bears. But they were all either thrown away by Bei Juhyun or given to the cleaning lady. Once, Wu Saik saw the cleaning lady hugging one of the toys he had gifted her, and his expression was utterly comical. Jingjia? Though Qi Jingyuan was not particularly interested, he inquired playfully as he noticed the enthusiasm of the two. Is she that handsome? He had heard from familiar friends that Bei Juhyun had a rather proud personality and was not very talkative, though she practiced diligently. Wu Shixian shared his insights. The company holds her in high regard. She is a senior trainee. A senior? Du Kyungsu pondered. If I remember correctly, she was born in 1991. Does the company really hold her in high regard? After a moment of hesitation, the two replied uncertainly. I suppose so. That's the rumor. Qi Jingyuan, finishing his last few bites, wiped his mouth with a tissue and casually concluded, then I wish her luck. After a long evening of strenuous practice, the two EXO teams had started to rehearse separately. Their K team remained in the old practice room, while the M team worked next door. The two rooms were identical, adorned with the same blue sky and white clouds. In the K team, Wu Shixian and Du Kyungsu had a good rapport with Qi Jingyuan. Although Kim Jong-un shared a dorm with Park Chan-yeol, they could still engage in conversation due to their birth year, and the busy leader, Kim Jun-myeon, had no time for idle matters. Recently, Park Chan-yeol, who had been quite displeased with Qi Jingyuan, had ceased his antics. As their debut approached, everyone had tempered their personal whims, yet communication among them remained limited. After practicing their debut song's choreography, the group took a break, some resting while others hydrated. By the way, there was something I forgot to mention during dinner. Du Kyungsu moved closer, as if recalling something important. Jingyuan, have you been following our fan site? A fan site? Qi Jingyuan took a sip of water and shook his head. No. Well, although we have not officially debuted, many members have already made appearances and released several pre-debut videos. Thus, fans have established some fan sites. The numbers may not be large, but they are quite lively. Du Kyungsu explained. Oh, so there are already fan sites? Qi Jingyuan expressed interest. While he was not easily swayed by others' words, he was indeed curious about fans' opinions of him. Recently, the atmosphere on the forums has been rather negative. Du Kyungsu hesitated. Several members have already been featured, gaining their own fans. Wu Saik is among them. He is quite good-looking and has previously performed on stage, and since he has confirmed his debut, he still has some fans. After leaving the group and the company, he seems to have posted many negative comments on fan forums, all directed towards you. What did he say? Qi Jingyuan turned to inquire. However, Qi Jingyuan merely pursed his lips, chuckling lightly as he remarked, aside from lacking skill, everything else is accurate. Shaking his head with a smile, he continued, is that all? He leaves the company in such a dismal manner, and he is satisfied? Did he not try to shift his actions onto me and fabricate some gossip for the fans to expose? Not at all. Du Kyungsu was taken aback by Qi Jingyuan's lack of anger, as he seemed genuinely intrigued by the commentary. Not worth considering. Qi Jingyuan concluded. Wow. If I were a girl, I would surely be captivated by you. You're quite charming. Wu Shixuan watched the exchange, surprised by Qi Jingyuan's reaction, feeling an unusual allure emanating from him. By the way, Jingyuan, your debut teaser video was filmed a few days ago, right? Do you have a confirmed release date? Day after tomorrow. Chapter 20, debut teaser on February 20th. Under a clear sky, Park Sayuna, after serving a refreshing iced Americano to a customer, found herself waiting for quite some time without the arrival of another patron. Glancing outside at the desolate street, she surmised that no customers would be coming in the near future. Bored, she emerged from behind the counter and entered the adjacent lounge to power on her computer. Having graduated high school without progressing to university, Sayuna had spent several years working, gaining some societal experience, before establishing a modest bubble tea shop with her parents' assistance. While her earnings were not substantial, they sufficed for her personal expenses. In her spare time, she relished watching boy band performances, passionately following her beloved idols. However, after viewing numerous debut teasers, she found the latest group rather mediocre. Although a few members possessed commendable looks, the overall aesthetic did not resonate with her, leaving her unable to discover anything captivating. She resolved to observe a little longer before shifting her focus, for there were several other boy bands debuting concurrently. It was essential to support a group that truly captured her attention, one that ensnared her heart and mind. As for this group, named EXO, she felt indifferent, sensing a lack of potential for success. The series of publicly released videos had left Sayuna feeling disillusioned. She had largely ceased to pay attention to EXO. Yet a few days prior, while browsing a forum, she stumbled upon a heated discussion that piqued her curiosity. After flipping through several pages, the reason became clear. It appeared that a member originally slated to debut had been ousted by an undeserving newcomer with connections. This member had subsequently taken to the forum, posting numerous disparaging comments about the group and the individual who replaced him. Meanwhile, his loyal fans rallied, lambasting the interloper while calling for a boycott against him, urging fellow fans to flood the newcomer's debut teaser video with negative reviews. Ever since the announcement of this new member's debut teaser, they had been coordinating their efforts. Sayuna found it amusing that, while these fans organized their smear campaign, they inadvertently promoted the new member. She had always been intrigued by such occurrences and knew that today marked the release of the new member's debut teaser video. With her bubble tea shop currently devoid of business, she decided to indulge in the viewing, curious to see how the comments would unfold. Upon opening the website, she noticed a considerable number of comments already posted. However, instead of perusing them first, she clicked play immediately. After a brief buffering period, the video commenced. Lush trees appeared on screen, followed by a slow, sweeping shot capturing a vibrant array of flora. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows and enveloping the viewer in a refreshing natural ambience. It was evident that the scene was set in a mountainous region. After a half-circle pan, the camera halted, seemingly fixated on a path ahead, and after 2 seconds, a boy's face suddenly entered the frame, adorned with a gentle smile and captivating, expressive eyes. His curious gaze met the camera, establishing a fleeting connection with the audience, instantly captivating their attention. "Oh my," Sayuna gasped, instinctively covering her mouth as her heart felt as though it had been seized upon the boy's appearance. Bathed in sunlight, he squinted, his previously focused eyes transforming into crescent moons as he raised his right hand to shield his forehead from the sun's glare. Moments later, realizing the futility of his actions, he broke into a wide grin and gently shook his head. At that instant, the camera shifted to capture his silhouette, gradually pulling away, and the elegant white script yuan materialized on the right side of the screen. After lingering for a few seconds, the screen faded to black, revealing EXO's logo and various website links, marking the conclusion of the video. Sayuna remained in her initial pose, mouth covered, even after the brief 1-minute video had concluded. She felt as though she had known the boy in the video for an eternity. Each time she replayed it, her finger hovered over the spacebar, repeatedly pausing and resuming. Indeed. After watching it over a dozen times, she finally sighed contentedly, her lips pursed as she gazed at the screen, her focus slightly unfocused as if lost in daydreams. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled something, her previously warm smile vanishing as she quickly scrolled down to the comments section, her keen eyes scanning the already posted remarks. She would not tolerate anyone disparaging her newfound affection. Oh, is this individual truly real? After such a long dry spell, I have finally found my destined idol. This must be a work of fiction. Why does his smile make my heart feel as though it is being gently held, and I find myself smiling along with him? Incredible! This group has hope. Why does this member's teaser video differ so drastically in style from the others? Did he bribe the producer? Dreadful SM. Merely exploiting the value of the older members, and now allowing such a lackluster group to debut, encroaching upon the older members' resources, boycott EXL. Chapter 21. The initial fans, the subpar SM Entertainment, seems to focus solely on exploiting the value of its artists, allowing such a lackluster group to debut and snatch resources from our beloved idols. Are the SJ members nearing enlistment, prompting the agency to let this mediocre group debut? Our precious shining stars already have limited resources, and now we must share with these seemingly doomed groups. My heart aches for our idols. It is the era of girls' generation. Now and forever. This individual is connected to the upper echelons of SM, yet possesses remarkably limited talent. Do not be deceived by his appearance. The substandard Yuan group, relying on their connections to displace esteemed seniors, must be resisted. As Jingyuan casually read this critique, he couldn't help but chuckle. During a break, he browsed through the top comments beneath his debut video. Many praised him, lifting his spirits. Being adored is undeniably intoxicating. He also noted a fair share of negative comments, which he regarded as mere jokes. Truth be told, he found the evaluations about himself rather amusing, whether they were positive or negative. He had acquired a new hobby, seeking amusement during idle moments. After reading for a while, he noticed the surrounding atmosphere was rather tense. Glancing over, he inquired, "Why is everyone so serious?" D.O. cast a curious glance at him, seemingly intrigued by how Jingyuan maintained such a positive demeanor while reading his negative reviews. With a sigh, he remarked, "Haven't you noticed the abundance of harsh critiques? Many are from the fans of senior artists." Indeed, there were quite a few. Jingyuan nodded, scrolling through the screen. There are fans from SJ, SHINee, and quite a number from Girls' Generation. Even FX fans are joining in. Wow, look at this comment. They are so enthusiastic. But where are the fans of TVXQ? Ah, your attitude is too good, interjected their captain, Kim Junmian. Recently, our group has been receiving a surge of negative comments. D.O. continued. The comments you see are essentially present under every debut member's video, and the harshest ones come from the fans of our seniors, claiming we are stealing their resources. Some have said rather hurtful things. I truly don't understand how we offended these seniors. Sihun leaned against the wall, visibly displeased. The seniors themselves don't seem to hold any grudge against us. It's mainly their fans. Many fans lack rationality, and seniors can't really address this. Kim Junmian elaborated that even their own fans can't do much about it. The company has maintained a passive stance on these comments, allowing everything to unfold without intervention. Jingyuan, however, was unfazed. The negative reviews had minimal impact on him. It was the company's responsibility to manage such criticisms. And if the group's debut did not yield profits, the company would be the one worrying. He quietly withdrew from the discussion on negative reviews, choosing to rest on the side. Just then, his phone vibrated with a message from Sunny. "How much did you pay the PD for your debut video?" "It looks fantastic." "Only 10 million. I begged him for quite a while," he replied. 10 million for such a great result? I want him to shoot one for me too. And make it even better to attract fans. By the way, how did you manage that smile? Don't tell me you think I can't see through your attempts to downplay your looks. What is with that expression? Don't keep asking the seniors. Be polite. Don't provoke them. The emoticons were just something he typed for fun when bored. Jingyuan's debut preview video was indeed well made, but he believed it was more a reflection of his inherent qualities. After the video was released, he felt a notable difference. After a shriek, a group of excited girls rushed over to him, though they kept a respectful distance, perhaps out of awe and disbelief. They merely covered their mouths in astonishment. Recognizing him, but stammering, "Yuan? Is that you?" "Annyeonghaseyo, I am Yuan." Jingyuan nodded, offering a sincere smile to what might be his first fans. Their screams echoed as they clung to each other, their excitement palpable. Jingyuan remained silent, observing them and memorizing each of their faces. D.O. and Sihun, who had been walking beside him, exchanged glances and discreetly stepped back. After a moment of exhilaration, the fans seemed to realize their behavior was somewhat inappropriate in public. Concerned about causing Jingyuan any trouble, they quieted down and gazed at him. The girl leading the group, trembling slightly, said, "We are your fans. After watching your debut video, we became enamored with you." Seeing the radiant smile that had once graced the screen now before her, she found herself momentarily lost for words. "You look even better in person. Your skin is flawless without makeup." "I'm going crazy," the others whispered. "Thank you all for your support. This is my first encounter with fans, and you may not realize it, but I am equally thrilled to see you. Jingyuan replied with a bow, smiling at them. Really? Ah. The girls embraced again. They hadn't known each other before, but upon discovering their shared interest in Yuan, they quickly bonded over flattery and praise, forming friendships in mere moments. You should get back to practice. We shouldn't disturb you any longer. After their excitement, the fans gradually calmed, gazing at Jingyuan with reluctance as they offered their heartfelt wishes. EXO will soar, and Yuan will surely thrive. We will always support you. Sensing their time together was drawing to a close, the fans felt bittersweet but did not linger, genuinely wishing him well. As Jingyuan prepared to leave, he hesitated and asked, May I know your names? Huh? Really? The girls, somewhat incredulous, quickly responded, I'm Park Suna. I'm Yoon Ji-yoon. I'm Zhang Eunjing. I'm Zhang Jiyan. I'm Lee Min-young. With a sigh of relief, Jingyuan stepped into the company, relishing the delightful feeling of being cherished and adored. Chapter 22. Special training following the debut video of Jingyuan released by SM Company on February 20th. A series of other members' debut teasers were unveiled in the subsequent days. On February 22nd, a combined video featuring Lay, Kim Jongdae, and Byun Baekhyun was released. This was followed by Park Chan-yeol's teaser video on February 23rd. Finally, on the last day of February, the videos for Kim Jong and Kai and a collaboration between Lay and Oh Si-hoon were released on March 1st, marking the completion of all 23 debut teasers for EXO. Most of these videos had been filmed well in advance, with only Jingyuan's teaser being shot just days prior, due to time constraints and planning considerations. He had only one teaser, while most other members had 2 to 3, with Kim Jong-un alone boasting nearly half of the total. Initially, this posed no issue, as none of the members had amassed a significant fan base prior to their official debut. However, following the release of Jingyuan's video, his previously non-existent fan base surged dramatically within a mere 10 days, catapulting him to the forefront of the group. A dedicated fan club was established for him, and his debut video quickly became the most viewed among all members. Yet, once all debut videos were made public, his fans discovered that their artist had only a single teaser, leading to considerable dissatisfaction. Many took to SM's official website to voice their grievances, criticizing the company for its perceived unfair treatment. They lamented that such a talented individual had only one video, while others, like the one with long hair resembling a broom, had multiple. A peculiar phenomenon emerged. While Jingyuan's admirers were genuinely devoted, many expressed indifference towards the rest of EXO, solely fixating on him. This phenomenon of exclusively favoring one member is referred to as solo fandom, in contrast to group fandom, where one appreciates all members of a group. Typically, solo fans are fewer in number compared to group fans, yet Jingyuan's solo fanbase was notably exaggerated, including a considerable number of toxic fans, those who not only favor one member but also harbor disdain for others. Consequently, the comments section of SM's website and the videos became lively arenas for fan conflicts. The fervent exchanges drew the attention of SM's publicity department. While some comments were derogatory towards EXO, the company recognized that any attention, even negative, contributes to visibility. The phenomenon of black and red, where negativity can also generate interest, was something SM had effectively utilized with their previously debuted groups. The fact that Jingyuan's fans even outnumbered group fans was viewed favorably by the planning department, as it suggested a strategic advantage in resource allocation. After releasing all members' debut teasers, a week later, the company unveiled the music video for the pre-release track History on March 8th, followed by the audio release a day later. While the company busily prepared for the debut, the members engaged in rigorous practice, also undergoing their final round of debut training. In a practice room, all 12 members of EXO sat in 2 rows on the wooden floor, facing a woman in her 30s who was instructing them. She emphasized the importance of facial expressions in front of the camera, reminding them that every gesture and subtlety would be recorded and could be misinterpreted. She advised them to maintain a smile, much like Jingyuan's, which she deemed exemplary. She reiterated the necessity of managing responses to sensitive questions during variety shows, reviewing previously taught strategies. When asked about senior colleagues, politeness was paramount. Questions regarding internal or fan conflicts should be firmly denied. A common inquiry pertains to ideal types, to which they should mention an older female senior or a foreign celebrity, avoiding any members of girl groups they had previously worked with to prevent provoking fans. When Jingyuan was called upon to share his ideal type, he hesitantly suggested Lim Yuna. He quickly reconsidered, realizing she was not sufficiently older and was from the same company, which could lead to misunderstandings. Then, Lee Young-ae? He proposed, earning approval. Si-hoon was next. And when asked, he replied, Miranda Kerr, garnering affirmation as well. Chapter 23 Introducing a friend soon. Half a month had passed. As time flowed on, the popularity of EXO had noticeably increased. News of their impending debut could be seen in various places, and it was reported that many advertisements had been published in the summer country. At this moment, the chief manager, Lee Sung-won, was conversing with the members in the practice room. The holiday begins tomorrow. We cannot leave today. Where shall we go for a bite to eat later? Chi Kyung-soo leaned against the wall in a corner, scrolling through his phone. Unfortunately, their contract still bound them, and they would have to endure a few more months of mutual torment. Kyung-soo. At that moment, Woo Se-hun approached. Do you have plans for dinner tonight? Not yet. I was just contemplating where to dine this evening. Do you have any suggestions? Kyung-soo inquired, lifting his gaze. Come join us for dinner tonight. I would like to introduce you to a friend. Woo Se-hun patted him on the shoulder. Great. Shall we invite Jong-in? No, let us not call Jong-in today. This friend is also from the 94 line. It will be a meeting of the S.M. 94 line. He had been at S.M. Entertainment for over a month, and his social circle was limited to the members of EXO, half of whom were not particularly chatty. Outside the group, he only knew Sunny from Girls' Generation, with no further acquaintances. Despite the limited number of friends, the quality was quite satisfying. Both Jong-in and Woo Se-hun had their flaws, yet they were genuinely good people. Being of similar ages, they found it easy to relate to one another and had become close friends. Moreover, his rapport with Sunny was notable, as they had formed the airdrop line, frequently exchanging messages and sharing lighthearted banter, fostering a strong bond. As they exited the practice room, Woo Se-hun busily typed on his phone, sending a few messages before pocketing it and engaging in casual conversation with Kyung-soo. They waited briefly at the back entrance until a figure bounded towards them. The newcomer donned a white and green color-blocked hoodie made from modest fabric, indicating it was not a branded item, and it appeared to have been worn for some time. As the elbows had begun to pill, she wore regular blue sweatpants and black sneakers, and the overall attire was slightly oversized, lending her an air of casualness. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, which danced in the breeze as she approached the two. Annyeonghaseyo. I'm Kang Sul-ki. Although it was their first meeting, she was unfazed, casting a glance at the two and greeting Kyung-soo with a self-introduction. The first impression formed in Kyung-soo's mind. Her appearance was distinctive and highly recognizable. Currently, she wore little makeup. Her features were average, yet her smile radiated warmth. Let us head out. We can talk along the way. Woo Se-hun clapped his hands, glancing outside as he reminded, Kyung-soo, put on your mask, lest you be overwhelmed by fans again. I truly cannot fathom your popularity. Indeed, many fans admired him fervently. With a lack of recent exposure, numerous fans had taken to waiting outside the S.M. building. Though only a handful, typically 5 or 6, persisted in their efforts to catch a glimpse of him. Consequently, he now had to wear a mask when going out to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Kyung-soo nodded and donned his mask. Given the multitude of artists entering and exiting S.M. Entertainment, wearing a mask was not particularly conspicuous. Due to his limited exposure, fans had not seen him often, making it easy for him to conceal his whereabouts. The trio departed from the company, with Woo Se-hun leading the way. After a 10-minute walk, they discovered a restaurant primarily serving bibimbap. As trainees with limited financial means, neither of their families was particularly affluent, and thus their meals were of a modest nature, in stark contrast to Sunny's extravagant first meeting with a barbecue feast. Although Kyung-soo's family was well off, he had no intention of flaunting it. His everyday attire mirrored that of the other members, revealing his affluent taste only on occasions when he was not training and chose to wear high-end casual wear. They each found a table and ordered bibimbap, engaging in conversation. Sul-ki, unreserved, initiated. Honestly, I think Kyung-soo looks even better in person than in the debut video. You must not be wearing makeup, right? Your skin is incredibly enviable. Cut it out. Sul-ki rolled her eyes. Since I have this drink, I one tea roast you. She then turned to Kyung-soo. Kyung-soo, we are the same age, so let's speak casually. I was born in May, which means I am slightly younger than you. Kyung-soo interrupted with a smile. I was born in February. So casual it is. Sul-ki nodded. You are quite popular among the trainees in the company. Oh, is that so? Kyung-soo chuckled. I believe they mostly criticize me. Well, to be honest, when you first joined the company, most of the comments were negative, given that you were perceived as a connection-based hire Sulky hesitated, casting a glance at Kyung-soo. Seemingly concerned he might take offense. Fear not, Kyung-soo's character is more amiable than you might assume. He can recite his criticisms with a tone of admiration and even laugh about them, Woo Se-hun interjected, shaking his head with a tone of admiration. However, his generosity is limited to certain aspects. Even when angry, he conceals it well, possessing a natural talent for hiding his emotions. Truly a born actor. Have you already come to know me so well? Kyung-soo looked at Woo Se-hun, slightly astonished. Ah, you underestimate me. After living together for so long. Do you think I am a fool? Woo Se-hun pointed at Kyung-soo in dissatisfaction. That squinty smile of yours was charming at first, inviting closeness, but once you become familiar, it feels rather peculiar. By the way, when you were sparring with Woo-suk, you maintained that very smile throughout. It's a memory etched in my mind. Not only did you best him, but you even went over to mock him with that same smile, truly a cold-hearted man. Chapter 24. The weight of pressure upon hearing Woo Shirshuan's lament, Jeong-suk-ki cast a curious glance at Chi Jingyuan and inquired, I've heard about this incident. Was it truly that disastrous? At that moment, 3 plates of food were served, and the trio began to eat while engaging in conversation. It was an instant knockout. But I wouldn't call it catastrophic. The process was so swift that he likely didn't even have time to react. He replied, Did you, Suk-ki, scold him at the time? Chi Jingyuan suddenly asked. Well, I wouldn't say I scolded him, but I did utter a few sarcastic remarks. After all, it's maddening to see someone debut so suddenly, Jeong-suk-ki admitted, a hint of embarrassment on her face, though she quickly regained her composure. Ah, who wouldn't feel that way? It's simply unfair to debut as soon as one joins the company. At least a few months of training should be standard. Who has ever debuted without even a single day as a trainee? Woo Shirshuan immediately aligned himself with Jeong-suk-ki, voicing his indignation. I had to train for 4 years before I got my chance, and Suk-ki has been at it for 5 years with no end in sight. Sorry about that. Chi Jingyuan expressed with an apologetic look, feeling a bit better inside. Can we please not dwell on this? Jeong-suk-ki's demeanor visibly dimmed at the mention of the topic. Is the pressure of being a trainee quite intense? Chi Jingyuan asked with concern. Not really, training itself isn't exhausting, or rather, I've grown accustomed to it. The real issue lies in the uncertainty of debuting. The lack of a clear goal makes the training feel immensely burdensome, Jeong-suk-ki sighed, taking a sip of water before continuing. Although the head of the trainee room often encourages us and reassures us that opportunities for debut will arise, such words lose their significance when repeated too often. Many of us persist not solely out of hope for debut, but also because we genuinely don't know what else to do if we stop being trainees. After so many years, giving up feels unbearable. Jeong-suk-ki's mood was palpably low, and Woo Shirshuan sighed in shared sympathy. Chi Jingyuan wanted to offer them some comfort, but he had never experienced such feelings himself and could not fully grasp the overwhelming pressure that came with the absence of debut prospects. He chose to refrain from offering platitudes, knowing that his own position as a latecomer would render any words of encouragement insincere. Instead, he shifted the conversation. How did you two come to know each other? Surely, you weren't romantically involved? Absolutely not, Jeong-suk-ki replied. Pulled from her somber thoughts by Chi Jingyuan's question, she shook her head in denial. We've both been trainees for quite some time. Shirshuan often visited the female trainee room. She shot a disdainful glance at Woo Shirshuan, who pretended not to notice. Eventually, we became acquainted, and once we realized we were from the same generation, we formed a close friendship, helping each other out when needed. Helping out in fights? Chi Jingyuan inquired curiously. Indeed, there are numerous groups, and the senior trainees often like to dictate and bully the juniors. Local trainees sometimes harbor disdain for those from outside, while domestic trainees may exclude foreigners. A few years back, there were several altercations among the boys due to such exclusion. The situation among the female trainees is far more complicated. You have no idea how common bullying from senior female trainees toward their juniors can be. Did you encounter such incidents, Suk-ki? When I first joined the company, I faced my fair share of inexplicable reprimands from several seniors, who would instruct me to do numerous tasks. Looking back, it was truly challenging. Now we've become seniors ourselves. Woo Shirshuan nodded in agreement. We've made it through. It really is quite tough, Chi Jingyuan sighed softly. He had been with the company for just over a month. While he hadn't interacted much due to training, he had overheard enough during conversations to realize that this was no simple industry. You're about to debut, right? I heard from Shirshuan that you were born in '94 as well, so I thought it would be nice to connect. Perhaps the debuting seniors could look out for me. Ha ha ha. Jiang Suk-ki concluded with a laugh. When Jiang Suk-ki smiled, her eyes narrowed into delightful slits. Her high cheekbones accentuated her features, and her radiant, even teeth shone brightly, making her appear incredibly approachable. A senior trainee who had trained for many years should possess considerable wisdom, yet Jingyuan found her smile rather endearing. Despite having joined the company not long ago, Jingyuan had already garnered significant respect among the higher-ups. You should have seen how our manager greets him with a beaming smile every day. Teacher Li Sumin treats him like Santa Claus, calling him in for chats every couple of days. Meanwhile, Jin Jia is also a debut member, but the disparity is quite striking. After Wu Shixuan had echoed a few compliments, his tone turned envious. Ah, sorry about that, Jingyuan said, patting Wu Shixuan on the shoulder with a tone lacking sincerity. He then pulled out his phone, asking, "What is your number, Suk-ki?" "My number is." Jiang Suk-ki quickly provided her contact information. The exchange of numbers fostered a sense of camaraderie, and the trio continued discussing matters among trainees until their meal came to an end. Both Jiang Suk-ki and Wu Shixuan held prominent positions within a burgeoning internet company, and their schedules were incredibly demanding. Jingyuan was mindful not to add to their burdens due to his presence. After returning home and taking a shower, he casually watched some television, spoke with his parents and siblings over the phone about recent happenings, and then retired for the night. Chapter 25. Before the debut on March 31st, SM Entertainment unveiled the promotional video for their debut song, Mama, and held the EXO debut showcase at the Olympic Hall in Seoul's Olympic Park. From a pool of 10,000 applicants, 3,000 fans were selected to attend this momentous event, where all members of EXO made their appearance, hosted by SJ's leader, Lee Took. The attendance of 3,000 is significant. Many second- and third-tier idol groups on the peninsula struggle to draw such crowds to their concerts. This undoubtedly attests to the successful pre-debut promotion of EXO, as the boy group had already garnered a considerable fan base before their official debut. Being the new generation of male idols under SM Entertainment, they naturally attracted substantial attention from the public. As Chi Kyung-won stood on stage, the typically composed individual felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing. Internal statistics from SM indicated that approximately half of the audience were his fans, while the remainder comprised supporters of the group or other members. The entire showcase lasted about an hour, featuring a performance of the pre-release track History, followed by several songs sung in groups before sitting for interviews and watching a video. The process was straightforward, yet the response was overwhelmingly positive. During Chi Kyung-won's singing and interviews, the cheers from the audience were deafening, even overshadowing the sound of the music. The atmosphere throughout was electric, instilling great confidence in both the group members and the company. Following the conclusion of the showcase, there was no time for rest. They headed straight to the airport to catch a flight to Summer Country, as another showcase awaited them the following day. On April 1st, they held their second EXO debut showcase at the Library Auditorium of the University of International Business in Summer Country. The format mirrored that of the previous day. Yet Chi Kyung-won distinctly sensed that the applause in Summer Country was far more fervent than in their homeland. Names were shouted from the crowd, no longer solely his. Several members of Team M also enjoyed considerable fanfare, particularly Luhan, whose fanbase was rapidly approaching that of Chi Kyung-won. While Team EXO-K, focusing on the domestic market, received significant attention, it was evident that the majority of this attention stemmed from Chi Kyung-won himself. His fan count surpassed that of the other 5 members combined. Conversely, the company's primary focus, Kim Jong-in, had not met expectations. Despite his greater exposure, he failed to attract substantial interest, remaining lukewarm within the subgroup, even facing backlash from Chi Kyung-won's fans due to his numerous pre-debut videos. However, these were merely challenges preceding their debut. The true impact would only be revealed once EXO officially launched with Mama. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was April 7th. With their debut day approaching, the members found it difficult to concentrate on practice. Team EXO-K sat in the practice room, engaging in scattered conversations. Team EXO-M had already departed for Summer Country, where they would officially debut at the Music Chart Annual Gala, while Team K would simultaneously debut on SB's popular song. The simultaneous debut of a group and its 2 subunits targeting distinct markets was indeed a novel approach that attracted considerable attention to EXO, and thus far, the strategy appeared effective. As the debut drew near, the atmosphere within the group noticeably improved, the anticipation of their dreams coming to fruition lightened tensions, allowing even those who had previously clashed to share conversation and laughter. Much like the NBA, As long as they continued to win, even the greatest conflicts could be eased. After exchanging a few cheerful remarks, leader Kim Junmyeon could no longer contain himself, rising to encourage everyone to rehearse for the performance the following day. The members complied without protest and resumed practice. Following the reallocation of rooms, Chi Kyung-won, Do Kyung-soo, and Woo Shih-hyun shared a space, while Kim Junmyeon moved in with Kim Jong-in and Park Chan-yeol. With Team M in summer country, the dormitory felt significantly spacious. "EXO fighting!" several members exclaimed, bowing in gratitude before dispersing. Yet, this was his own choice, and he found joy in pursuing what he loved. May everything go smoothly. He whispered a wish to the moon outside his window. Chapter 26. Interview on April 8th, in the backstage lounge of SBS popular song. Jingyuan mused that he finally felt the essence of being an artist. Do Kyung-soo slumped onto a chair, appearing quite breathless. They had risen early to queue at a beauty salon that had a long-standing partnership with SM Entertainment, and without a moment's pause, they arrived at SBS. They had barely rested for a few minutes in the lounge when, prompted by their manager, they began visiting the senior artists in their respective lounges. Each visit required them to bow in greeting, present their albums, and express their admiration, followed by compliments from the seniors before they bowed and exited to the next room. Due to his popularity, Choi Kyung-won was instructed by the manager to lead the way, positioned just behind the leader, Kim Junmyeon. However, after visiting a couple of lounges, he instinctively moved to the end of the line, hiding behind Oh Si-hoon, utilizing the difference in their heights as a shield. In truth, Choi Kyung-won was inherently a rather laid-back individual. While he enjoyed singing and dancing, he preferred to avoid the ordeal of visiting seniors whenever possible. After completing their rounds, the staff called them for a rehearsal. The lounge was not a sanctuary either, as there was a constant stream of knocking and greetings. Those sitting near the door frequently had to rise and bow, sometimes even yielding their seats. After about 10 minutes in the lounge, Choi Kyung-won sought refuge in a corner. Though he still had to stand up occasionally to greet others, but his movements could be less formal. Debuting from a major company like SM had its advantages. For even a new group could have their own lounge at the television station. Without the support of such a company, many groups, even those who had debuted for a while, would have to share lounges with others. "Junmyeon, you're amazing," Choi Kyung-won exclaimed from his corner, giving a thumbs up. "Ah, no," Kim Junmyeon replied with a modest smile, waving his hand. The others were keenly observing the lounge, their excitement about their impending debut palpable. Knock, knock. The sound drew everyone's attention. And Young-seo, the esteemed artist IU, appeared at the door, having lightly tapped on the ajar door. Clad in a green dress, her long hair cascading over her chest, and a floral crown adorning her head, she looked radiant. "In Young-seo, we are EXO," the group jumped to their feet, hastily bowing in greeting to IU, despite having met her earlier. "Now, we need two of you to confirm the script with us," IU said, her busy schedule apparent. Yet she smiled. Kim Junmyeon and Do Kyung-soo promptly stood up and followed IU outside. This had been previously arranged. The dialogue for the interview had been scripted, and they merely needed to confirm the flow of conversation. "IU is truly beautiful," Park Chan-yeol remarked softly after the two exited and closed the door, barely able to contain his excitement. "Her skin looks flawless up close, exuding an inviting aura," commented Kim Jong-un, as the two engaged in hushed whispers, occasionally sharing knowing smiles. Oh Si-hoon listened in, chiming in from the side, while Choi Kyung-won remained detached, seated in the corner, scrolling through comments on his phone. "EXO is about to go on stage." Before long, a staff member called out, prompting everyone to stand, straighten their outfits and hairstyles, and line up to exit. They turned a few corners and arrived at a brightly lit waiting room, where a stage had been set up for the interview, with 3 MCs rehearsing their lines and cameras flashing below. And Young-seo. After the customary greetings, the 6 of them took their positions for the interview. Choi Kyung-won pulled Oh Si-hoon to the front row and positioned himself behind him, favoring the back as he was not fond of interviews. Once preparations were complete, the recording began at the signal from the PD. The K-pop artists are getting nervous. Now, the highly anticipated rookie group is about to make their entrance. Welcome EXO. Wow, we are one. And Young-seo, we are EXO. The members shouted their rehearsed chant amidst a wave of cheers, the excitement of their debut palpable in their voices. However, Choi Kyung-won felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet as an artist now, he had to overcome it. MC Nicole then asked, "Since your debut, you have garnered attention worldwide. What does the name EXO signify?" Nicole, with her lavender hair and adorned with a hairpin, stood beside IU, even shorter than her. Choi Kyung-won still struggled to comprehend the concept of EXO, though the company had been promoting it as a key selling point. Our title track, Mama, is accompanied by an extraordinary orchestral arrangement, with powerful. The group cheered, attempting to cover up the slip. Choi Kyung-won stood at the far end of the back row, wearing his signature smile as he listened to the interview, occasionally nodding in agreement, playing the perfect supporting role. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Choi Kyung-won's lips twitched as several members playfully pulled him forward. As he stood, a raucous cheer erupted from the crowd, with many calling out his name. Yuan, Yuan, Yuan. Thank you so much for your love towards EXO. We will strive to present the best stage for you. Thank you. He bowed deeply, holding it for a moment before rising, revealing a bright smile, which ignited another round of enthusiastic cheers. Ah, what a captivating smile, truly deserving of the spotlight. I remarked, observing Choi Kyung-won for a moment before Nicole transitioned the scene, before we witnessed the magnificent debut stage of EXO-K. Let us take a look at the much-anticipated performances of this year's rookies, newest, and BTOB. Oh, what happened during today's interview? The group fell silent, and Choi Kyung-won shook his head, settling back into a corner. His first interview had not gone smoothly, and the omen felt rather unfavorable. Chapter 27. Congratulations on debuting. Even if mistakes are made, one learns from them and grows stronger. The day we become a unified force as powerful as the sun. Will we ever gaze into each other's eyes again? Will we be unable to understand one another? If only we could change everything. I implore you, Mama. It must be said that SM Entertainment adequately prepared for EXO's debut. Their debut stage lasted nearly 8 minutes, featuring consecutive performances of the pre-release track History and the title track Mama, before they exited to a cacophony of cheers. However, Choi Kyung-won was not so optimistic. From the outset of recording, he harbored doubts about their title song Mama, feeling it lacked mainstream appeal. In private conversations, he referred to the song as a religious hymn, convinced it would struggle to gain traction. Furthermore, he found the styling for their title track rather unappealing. The overall aesthetic was peculiar, failing to showcase the charm expected of members at their age. During the MV shoot, he felt the costumes were bizarre, and while he couldn't quite articulate the sensation, it was undeniable that they were unattractive. Upon returning to the dressing room, still slightly breathless from performing 2 songs in succession, the members settled into their seats, with Choi Kyung-won retreating to his favorite corner. With the manager absent, the dressing room was now shared only with 2 makeup artists and 2 assistants, granting the members a sense of freedom. The senior female artist exuded an undeniable allure up close. Hella had an enviable figure, while Nicole's hair was less appealing. Yet her charm was undeniable. Park Chan-yeol and Kim Jong-un animatedly discussed the 3 MCs from the recent interview. Personally, I found IU to be the most captivating. Woo Se-hun chimed in as well. All the male trainees admired the beautiful senior female artists during their trainee days. They refrained from indulging in such thoughts due to their status, but now, as fellow debut artists, they naturally straightened their spines, growing bolder in conversation. Jingyuan. I have rehearsed that phrase countless times. The nerves are overwhelming. Do Kyung-soo felt a twinge of regret, but maintained a positive attitude. After all, he was accustomed to criticism and was content to listen. The groups settled into their respective spots, discussing the recent interview and stage performance loudly, while Choi Kyung-won's phone vibrated at an opportune moment. Upon unlocking his phone, he was greeted by a flurry of congratulatory messages. KKKKK, I watched your stage. How should I put it? Quite peculiar, both in style and appearance, but you shone brightly among them. Congrats on your debut, Fighting. This was from Sunny. Congratulations, Kyung-won, on your debut. Thank you. Let's celebrate when there's time. I was truly envious watching your stage. Fighting. EXO. You are amazing, wrote Kong Sung-ki. Why were you all dressed in such strange outfits? The song isn't very appealing, but my brother certainly stood out. Were the others merely your backup dancers? This message was from his older brother Choi Kyung-soo. Congratulations, our Kyung-won, on your debut. Is there anything you desire? I'll reward you, read a message from his older sister Chi Hyun-young. The company had indeed made considerable arrangements for their debut, including a debut stage on a popular music program, as well as performances at shopping malls and universities, not to mention numerous interview opportunities. However, of all these activities, only the debut stage was broadcast live. The rest were merely minor engagements. Given their recent debut status, accessing more high-profile exposure would require the company to allocate additional resources. And while they had already invested significantly, resources were not limitless. Future opportunities for exposure would depend on the group's popularity and development. As of now, Chi Kyung-won and EXO had officially debuted, marking him as a debut artist. If one were to consult an encyclopedia, his debut date would be recorded as April 8, 2012. On April 9th, the audio and physical release of their first mini-album Mama would follow. Mimicking the act of drinking milk, smiling. Eyes slightly opened. Yes, that's right, maintain. Don't look at the camera, I'll shoot from the side. Janija, your features are exceptionally harmonious, evoking a sense of intimacy at first glance, and your aura is truly magnificent. It's clear you hail from an esteemed background. Kyung-won, what does your family do to have nurtured you so well? The PD overseeing the shoot watched Chi Kyung-won posing with keen interest, chatting away. At that moment, Chi Kyung-won was at a filming location on the 9th floor of an office building in Seoul, shooting a commercial for a student milk brand. This marked his third advertisement shoot within the week, providing him with ample experience. He could effortlessly execute the various poses and expressions requested by the advertising director, resulting in a smooth and swift shooting process. Don't let the lighting be too harsh. Yes, just like that. Good. Okay, that's a wrap. After a lengthy shoot, the director officially announced the conclusion of filming. Thank you. Several female staff members approached Chi Kyung-won to bid farewell, expressing admiration upon seeing him up close, lingering for several seconds before reluctantly departing. The assistant assigned by the company, Choi Ji-chang, quickly approached to help Chi Kyung-won change into his coat, while taking the milk he held and handing it to the staff. The representative from the milk company expressed satisfaction with the advertising shoot, indicating that they would continue discussions with SM Entertainment regarding subsequent promotions. After a brief exchange with EXO's manager, Lee Sung-hwan, the milk company representative departed. Lee Sung-hwan then moved to Chi Kyung-won's side, greeting those around them before exiting together. Just as they were about to leave the filming location, the advertising director, Kim Jae-young, approached, bowing to Chi Kyung-won and praising him in a commendatory tone. Yuan is truly an exceptional talent. In my experience, Kyung-won is particularly suited for commercial shoots. He effortlessly captures the audience's attention. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable sensitivity, quickly understanding the director's intent and delivering the expressions and poses I envision. Your company made the right choice in promoting him. Thank you. Both Lee Sung-hwan and Chi Kyung-won responded in unison. With a chuckle, Kim Jae-young patted Chi Kyung-won's shoulder, smiling as he turned to leave, seemingly having come solely to offer his praise. Chapter 28. Unfavorable departure. Upon leaving the advertising agency, the group settled into a van. Their newly assigned assistant, Choi Ji-chang, took the wheel, while Lee Sung-hwan occupied the front passenger seat, and Chi Kyung-won rested in the back. Kyung-won, how are you feeling? As the vehicle started moving, Lee Sung-won glanced at Chi Kyung-won through the rearview mirror, inquiring with genuine concern. I'm doing all right, not facing any difficulties. Shooting advertisements seems quite straightforward, Chi Kyung-won replied casually, gazing out at the street scenery. During the past few days of shooting, it had been Lee Sung-won and assistant Choi Ji-chang accompanying him. As the head of EXO's management, Lee Sung-won typically held considerable authority over the members, often reprimanding them, a role he had willingly embraced. It's not that simple. It's merely that you possess an innate talent for filming, Lee Sung-won chuckled. I once heard another group's manager lamenting how exhausting it was to accompany his members during ad shoots. He struggled to convey the right expressions, and the atmosphere on set was abysmal, with the PD constantly angry. Each time there was a mistake, he had to apologize profusely to the staff, only to receive cold responses. Unlike you, Kyung-won, you were only a bit nervous during your first advertisement shoot, but quickly found your rhythm, improving with each subsequent session. Today's milk advertisement case was particularly commendable, and everyone has been singing your praises. After days of collaboration and comparison with his peers, Lee Sung-won genuinely admired Chi Kyung-won. The director for this case, Kim Jae-young, was a well-respected advertising director known for his experience, albeit rumored to have a volatile temper. However, he seemed quite amiable today. Sung-won, do you have any more cases lined up? Chi Kyung-won asked. Your progress today has been remarkably swift. We had initially planned for a full day of shooting, but now there are no further arrangements. On the 26th, you'll participate in another fashion advertisement, Lee Sung-hwan noted, checking his phone's memo. What about the group? Upon hearing this question, Lee Sung-won's previously cheerful demeanor darkened immediately. His brows knitted tightly as he sighed deeply. Today was April 24th, and it had been over half a month since EXOK's official debut on SBS's popular music program. Thus far, the situation had not been favorable. before their debut. Being a large male group launched by SM after several years garnered significant attention. The company consistently invested various resources to maintain their visibility, releasing videos of members every few days and introducing the innovative concept of debuting 2 teams in 2 countries, sustaining a high level of interest. Particularly after Jingyuan's debut video was released, it became a hot topic, drawing a plethora of fans and keeping EXO in the spotlight, effectively overshadowing other male groups debuting at the same time. Of course, there were many fans of other groups who harbored disdain for EXO, leaving negative comments in various forums. Though this did little to diminish their popularity, if anything, it only fueled further interest. However, following EXO's debut performance and the release of their title track Mama, criticism began to pour in. In the realm of idol groups, the majority of members attract fans and grow their popularity through individual charm. Yet, expressing that charm requires a medium, and for idol groups lacking extensive resources prior to their debut, the most relied upon medium is naturally their music. Mama showcased a high level of professionalism, with meticulous preparation, filming, and post-production by SM. If evaluated by industry professionals, it might be deemed an impressive work. Unfortunately, they were not participating in a contest. They were striving to develop a group and attract fans. To the vast majority of casual listeners, the quality of professionalism mattered little. They were concerned solely with their preferences, whether they liked or disliked the music. From the perspective of most listeners on the peninsula, Mama fell into the latter category. Despite the company's earnest efforts, their creations did not resonate with the audience. The styling for their debut stage left much to be desired, and the title track's musical style was far from favored by the local populace. The music video featured unappealing outfits, eerie visuals, and an over-the-top concept that felt outdated. After their debut stage, they continued to perform on several occasions. On April 12th, they had a 6-minute performance on NetSM Countdown. The following day, they appeared on KBS's Music Bank, performing History and Mama for a total of 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Regrettably, despite the investment of resources, it seemed to backfire. Each time they took the stage, they were met with a wave of negative feedback. As the days passed, any entertainment news featuring them was inundated with disparaging comments. Congratulations to SM for birthing the worst boy group. Let me know before you disband, haha. Excluding Yuan, the others are arguably the ugliest boy group in SM's history. Why exclude Yuan? Aren't they all part of the same group? Even including Yuan, they would still rank among the most unattractive in SM's history. While it was debatable whether they were the ugliest, SHINee could also be contenders. However, they undoubtedly were the least profitable group. This title track is utterly dreadful. Can someone explain what MNEMI even means? A bunch of men shouting "Oh Mama" on stage? Hilarious, haha. After all the build-up, we end up with this. NUESD has overshadowed us. Allow me to recommend the new boy group NUESD. They boast exceptional visuals and talented members, with a concept that advocates against school violence. Showcasing a strong sense of social responsibility, they are undoubtedly the next top group. Can the others just disappear? They don't even have a number 1, and still dare to claim they're the top. It's laughable. The internet was rife with mockery directed at EXO. Most casual listeners would leave their scathing remarks and move on, no longer paying attention. However, those who continued to hurl insults daily, maintaining their fervent mockery, were predominantly fans of other boy groups that debuted around the same time, but even more so, they were fans of senior artists from the same company. Chapter 29, the team lost, but I did not, as the resources of each company are inherently limited. An abundance allocated to one group inevitably diminishes what is available to others. Although all are ensembles under the aegis of SM Entertainment, the fans of senior groups remain indifferent to these dynamics. Their sole concern is the reduction of resources for their favorite group, which restricts their opportunities to frequently see their idols, sparking vehement criticism directed at the newly debuted EXO for usurping resources. Fans of SJ, Girls' Generation, SHINee, and others exhibit similar reactions. SM Entertainment finds itself powerless in this regard. In contrast, while EXO-K, rooted in the Korean peninsula, struggles, EXO-M, targeting the market in the summer nation, has ignited a remarkable fervor. Prior to their debut, they had already garnered substantial attention, and their official launch sent shockwaves through the fan community, particularly among students in Summer Nation, where their popularity surged and their fanbase grew with remarkable loyalty. Luhan, the primary focus, stood out singularly, becoming an object of fervent adoration among many students. EXM is inundated with a plethora of engagements, receiving numerous invitations from various music platforms and television stations. much to the company's astonishment and delight. Conversely, EXO-K has not enjoyed such fortune. The groundwork laid in the preceding months was swiftly undone following their debut due to complications surrounding their title track Mama, which suffered from an unpopular musical style and unappealing aesthetics, leading to a swift decline in their popularity, far from the anticipated success envisioned by the company. Moreover, issues regarding the members' individual talents surfaced, with videos of their muted debut performance circulating across forums, subjecting them to ridicule. Nevertheless, despite EXO-K's plummeting fortunes, there exists a silver lining. While Chi Kyung-won faced similar backlash, he remained relatively unaffected. The contrast in their situations only heightened his allure, sustaining his popularity. His debut video continues to attract significant viewership, consistently bolstering his acclaim. Online, while detractors of EXO-K face little opposition, those who criticize Yuan often find his fans rallying to his defense. In classic sporting parlance, one might say, EXO-K lost, but Yuan did not. However, despite his encouraging momentum, the growth of Chi Kyung-won's fanbase has noticeably slowed. Without new songs or projects to bolster his position, even his exceptional qualities may falter against the tide. Maintaining popularity without substantial work is a precarious endeavor, and as time passes, the risk of losing fans looms large. Yet, as other members' fan counts dwindle amidst the backlash, Chi Kyung-won shines singularly within the group. According to SM's private statistics, Yuan's fan count has surpassed that of the other 5 members combined, establishing him as a standout. Recently, discussions on forums have emerged suggesting that EXO-K is merely Yuan and his 5 backup dancers, garnering considerable agreement even from Yuan's own supporters. Recently, his striking personal image and loyal fanbase have afforded him opportunities for advertising shoots. While these endorsements may not be significant, the positive reception of his performances has led to a noticeable increase in opportunities. However, apart from his individual endeavors, EXO-K's group activities remain sparse, nearly non-existent. Initially, upon their debut, the company provided numerous engagements, but following a sharp decline in popularity and a lack of subsequent resource allocation, opportunities have dwindled. In light of this, manager Lee Chung-hwan feels considerable pressure. As the head of EXO-K and the principal manager for EXO, his performance and prospects for promotion are directly tied to the team's success, and the current state of the K team is a source of frustration. He reviews the upcoming schedule, noting the signing event tomorrow and upcoming performances on KBS Music Bank and SBS's MTV The Show. Chi Kyung-won recalls the first signing event held on April 20th in Gangnam, where attendance was modest but largely comprised of his fans, forming a significant queue in front of him while other members faced sparse turnout. Maintaining a cheerful demeanor in front of fans, despite the uncomfortable atmosphere, weighs heavily on him. Despite his popularity, the burden of signing alone is exhausting, and with dwindling numbers, the pressure to perform feels overwhelming, impacting his self-esteem. The subsequent signing event on April 21st at Ilshan mirrored the previous, with attendance even lower. The stark reality of insufficient popularity during such events is indeed agonizing. Lee Chung-hwan reflects on the team's current state, expressing gratitude for Chi Kyung-won's presence, acknowledging that without him, the K team would likely face a far more dire situation. He envisions the potential decline of the K team's popularity and fanbase, contemplating the bleak existence of the members idly practicing in a rehearsal room post-schedule. Such thoughts are daunting. Yet, the current situation indicates that their debut track has indeed inflicted adverse effects, with the entire EXO-K failing to meet expectations, causing distress within the company. Lee Chung-hwan shares insights about recent tensions among the higher-ups, while noting EXO-K's success, hinting at an impending meeting to discuss strategies moving forward. Chapter 30. The meeting sweat dripped onto the floor, only to be crushed into fragments beneath the dancers' feet. The practice room resonated with the music of history and the sounds of dancing, yet it did not create an atmosphere of exuberance. Instead, an overwhelming silence surged from the depths of the heart. As Jingyuan stepped into the practice room, he was immediately noticed. Sensing the atmosphere within, he pressed his lips together and retreated to a corner, his peripheral vision catching glimpses of several individuals rehearsing while he aimlessly scrolled through his phone. Congratulations on your debut. I'm so envious. I watched your stage, and it was quite impressive, far from what people say online. Fighting. The stages of EXO-K are rather good, and many trainees in the company are fond of them. Fighting. These were a few messages from Jeong Seki that had arrived over the past few days. Her initial excitement during the congratulatory messages had been palpable, But as the tides of public opinion shifted unfavorably, her subsequent texts became increasingly cautious and measured. Each message conveyed her desire to maintain contact while simultaneously fearing that her words might provoke the already troubled Jingyuan. These texts reflected her concern and subtle cleverness, causing a faint smile to flicker across Jingyuan's face. His impression of Jiang Seki was rather favorable, born in the same year. She had an endearing smile yet possessed a keen intellect. Although they had not shared a meal since their initial meeting, their paths frequently crossed within the company, and they would occasionally engage in light conversation. To be candid, Jingyuan was indifferent to the negative reviews, and he had been largely unaffected. Despite the mediocre songs and poor evaluations of the group, he personally had not faced significant backlash, unlike his teammates. At this moment, Jingyuan could only be a mere observer. He understood that, given his current circumstances, any words of comfort from him, no matter how sincere, would likely be unwelcome, evoking a sense of disingenuousness. In all honesty, he believed he could empathize with his teammates' mindset. Opting for a low profile was a sign of self-restraint and rationality. If someone lacking in perception and prone to boasting were in his position, it would have led to countless altercations. Not long after, the performance of history concluded, and everyone collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Yet, a heavy silence lingered, the colossal mirror reflecting what resembled 4 lifeless bodies. Jingyuan sighed, rose, and walked over to retrieve several bottles of cold water, distributing them to each person before returning to his corner, distractedly fiddling with his phone. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of SM Company, a meeting was underway in a conference room, attended by several department heads and executives discussing matters concerning EXO. Lee Soo-man and Kim Young-min were both present, along with representatives from various key departments, including the record production team focused on market trends and artist styles, the marketing department responsible for publicity and sales, and the promotional department tasked with liaising with media and promoting artists. EXO-K had faced considerable negative press upon debut, exacerbated by deliberate misinformation from rival companies, yet the promotional department had failed to mount a robust defense, allowing the disparaging reviews to proliferate. The current predicament of EXO-K lay heavily on the shoulders of the promotional team, which could not evade accountability. Prior to the release of their lead track Mama and their debut stage, the promotional strategy set for EXO had initially shown great promise. Data indicated that the attention garnered by the group significantly exceeded expectations relative to the resources invested by the company, and the influx of negative reviews had inadvertently heightened their visibility. You must be acutely aware that the reason for this heightened attention lies in the exceptional qualities of member Yuan, whose remarkable ability to attract fans enabled the surge in popularity without substantial resource allocation. This success should be attributed to director Lee Soo-man and President Kim Young-min, who had initially advocated for Yuan's inclusion in the EXO project rather than the promotional department. Moreover, I have heard that the debut teaser video, which garnered astonishing views and engagement, was made by incorporating Yuan's own suggestions. Regardless of how this attention materialized, it is genuine and substantial. Provided that the lead track of the debut album can have a positive impact, based on their pre-debut popularity, EXO-K certainly would not find themselves in their current situation. Excluding all comments rife with malice, we find that the majority of the audience did not favor the lead track, nor were they satisfied with the styling for this debut. Even among EXO-K's own fans, since Lee Sung-hwan entered, the atmosphere had been fraught with discord. The meeting had devolved into a blame-shifting affair, with each department disavowing responsibility for EXO-K's chilly reception post-debut, each asserting their own department had performed adequately. In truth, the members from these departments were seasoned professionals in the entertainment industry, well aware of the myriad reasons behind EXO-K's plight in the domestic market. Yet the desire for absolution was ever present. After a prolonged period of bickering, Lee Soo-man rapped his knuckles against the table, producing a few dull thuds that brought silence to the conference room. Chapter 31. Arrangements. Are there any resources that can be allocated? Lee Soo-man pondered for a moment before inquiring. The company's resource distribution this year has been markedly constrained. Super Junior's return in July is already in meticulous preparation, with numerous resources and preliminary materials already deployed, and the RB single music video expected to debut in August is currently in the filming phase. FX is set to release their second mini-album next month, with all preliminary preparations complete, and they are also scheduled to officially debut in RB in August. A staff member glanced at the documents in hand and spoke in a hurried tone. In conclusion, Lee Soo-man nodded, fully aware of the company's circumstances. After a moment of thought, he asked, What plans does K-Team have at present? The reporting staff member hesitated slightly, but upon Lee Su-man's prompting, added. According to information from several partnering advertising companies, there are some medium to large brands in contact with them. Many manufacturers are keen to designate Yuan for advertising. Yet these cases seem to misalign with Yuan and EXO's current market value. Yes, I am aware. This relates significantly to Yuan's family background. We must continue communication and be selective about the advertisements he undertakes, rejecting those that could tarnish his image. Moreover, unless there is a firm insistence on having Yuan appear solo, we should strive to promote all of EXOK. Lee Su-man, who had maintained a serious demeanor throughout the meeting, allowed a hint of satisfaction to surface. He had previously recognized that allowing Jingyuan to debut directly bore certain risks, but it also promised significant advantages. A perspective reinforced by the recent influx of advertising offers. His admiration for Jingyuan was genuine. The talent was commendable, naturally attracting fans. With an excellent family background that could provide ample support and the resilience to endure the rigors of training. Additionally, he exhibited courtesy, never engaging in bullying behavior, which left Lee Su-man thoroughly satisfied. The only limit was that while Jingyuan maintained a commendable facade of politeness, he was somewhat difficult to approach. Unlike some other trainees or debuting artists who could be easily moved by a display of concern or warmth from Lee Su-man, Jingyuan remained distant. Yet, despite the promising attributes of Yuan, EXO as a group continued to pose challenges. Indeed. All right. You've been under considerable pressure lately. Keep up the hard work. Lee Su-man gently patted Lee Sung-hwan's shoulder before departing. Sighing inwardly, Lee Sung-hwan was not optimistic about EXO's prospects, feeling powerless in the face of the situation. Park Chan-yeol said little, casting a glance at Jingyuan before quietly joining the practice group. Jingyuan did not rebuff him, after all. Even if they could not become friends as members of the same group, they were at the very least colleagues. As long as no provocations were made, Jingyuan was disinclined to engage further. In recent days, including Park Chan-yeol, Kim Jong-in, and Woo Suk-hoon, several of the more flamboyant members of K-Team had settled down. The bravado they once displayed in the waiting room, critiquing female senior idols, had dissipated completely. Their experiences post-debut plunged them into a state of despair, with doubts and anxieties about their future weighing heavily upon them, diminishing their interest in discussing the beautiful female idols they once adored. This was partly due to the perceived inadequacies of the idols they once admired, but more so because the current state of the group had dampened their enthusiasm. Chapter 32. Return home. After announcing his departure, Lee Sung-hwan left to attend to numerous matters requiring his preparation and coordination. The members of Team K also departed as night fell. The trio of Chi Kyung-yoon, Woo Suk-hoon, and Do Kyung-soo left together, each donning disguises as they exited. Chi Kyung-yoon, in particular, wore a mask and the hood of a jumpsuit, shrinking into himself as he stepped outside. Ever since the release of his debut video, he had frequently encountered fans waiting at the entrance. A phenomenon that began with a modest number but had swelled significantly following intensified promotions from SM Entertainment and his official debut. His fanbase now comprised a diverse group, including middle school, high school, and university students, as well as a considerable number of working women with a stable economic foundation, all exhibiting remarkable loyalty and fervor. Although EXOK faced a downturn in popularity, Chi Kyung-yoon himself remained relatively unscathed, maintaining a solid fan engagement and popularity, with many fans expressing admiration solely for him rather than the group as a whole. SM's headquarters is currently situated on Sianlong Road in the Gangnam district, near Cheongdam-dong, which is home to several schools, such as Cheongdam Elementary School, Cheongdam Middle School, and Cheongdam High School. This proximity has afforded many students an advantageous position in their pursuit of stardom. Chi Kyung-yoon often encountered the 5 fans who had first approached him, and just days ago, he stopped to chat with them when he spotted them waiting again. These 5 fans had become quite notable within his fan community, having met and conversed with him on multiple occasions. It was rumored that Park Suna had ceased personal management of her coffee shop, entrusting it to others, while she devoted nearly all her time to following Chi Kyung-yoon and had even established a fan site specifically for him, becoming his first dedicated fan manager. She had access to his daily schedule and various arrangements, and it was said that the company had begun to liaise with her, with many updates being voluntarily leaked. Through her acquaintance with Chi Kyung-yoon, Park Suna had captured numerous high-definition close-up photographs of him, elevating the popularity of her fan site, which had become a bustling hub for discussions among Yuan's fans. While casual conversations and autographs were manageable, Some overly zealous fans proved challenging. A few were unable to control their emotions and would throw themselves at Chi Kyung-yoon, seeking physical contact and clamoring for his attention, exclaiming "Appa," and expressing a desire to date him. Such displays had recently caused him considerable distress. Moreover, fans had taken to loitering near their dormitory, often waiting half the night just to catch a glimpse of them, leaving him at a loss for words. After successfully evading the fans' gaze, the trio made their way away from the company premises, their spirits lifted somewhat. Observing the multitude of fans clutching Chi Kyung-yoon's posters, Do Kyung-soo expressed his envy, saying, "All these fans are for Kyung-yoon. Why can't I see anyone for myself? There's one holding your sign, albeit further back. You simply didn't notice," Chi Kyung-yoon replied candidly, devoid of any intention to console. Pondering the unfairness of their situation, Woo Suk-hoon sighed, brushing aside his bangs in frustration. What could possibly account for the disparity? We perform on the same stage, yet my reception is so lackluster while yours flourishes. I've told you before, it primarily hinges on the songs and styling, especially the latter. If they could design our outfits more appropriately for our ages, it would certainly yield better results, Chi Kyung-yoon remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Woo Suk-hoon, swallowing the blunt truth he had nearly voiced. Reflecting on the recent signing events, he noted that Kyung-yoon's fans had been particularly enthusiastic, while the others had faced a stark absence of support, a thought that only deepened Do Kyung-soo's gloom. At that moment, the members of Team K were not in Seoul, but rather in a hotel in Busan, preparing for a performance and signing event that evening. Despite the less-than-ideal circumstances for Team K, Team M enjoyed soaring popularity in South Korea, much to the delight of EXO's general manager, who eagerly anticipated their official debut on the peninsula and the potential synergy of both teams' combined efforts. Having been active in South Korea for the past 2 months and rarely residing in their new dormitory, the members of Team M expressed their gratitude with bows. It was already late at night, and though their faces bore the marks of fatigue, their spirits remained high, invigorated by the fervent energy surrounding them. You have signing events for the next 3 consecutive days, so be sure to rise early for your beauty appointments. Rest well tonight. We will discuss the rest later. Lee Sung-won concluded with a pat on their shoulders, though his mind lingered on unspoken concerns for the busy day ahead. Chapter 33. The beauty salon. The atmosphere here is rather unremarkable, to say the least. EXO-M has yet to officially debut on the peninsula. Their recognition primarily stems from the fame of the EXO brand and their considerable popularity in the Summer Nation. Notably, the standout member Yuan has not yet joined the lineup. And while Luhan enjoys significant support in the Summer Nation, his appeal on the peninsula pales in comparison. The other members are even less known, with only devoted fans familiar with their names. Overall, the turnout for M-Team's signing event is considerably less impressive than that of K-Team. Before dawn, manager Lee Sung-hwan, accompanied by assistant Choi Ji-chong, rouses the members of K-Team. Groggy and weary, they muster their willpower to rise from their beds, hastily freshen up, and follow their manager out to the van. They are the first group to set out, though it is likely that M-Team will soon awaken as well, as they too have a signing event to prepare for. Choi Ji-chong demonstrates commendable driving skills, navigating the van smoothly through the streets, leaving the members feeling relatively undisturbed. Jingyuan, for one, keeps his eyes closed, resting peacefully. Before long, they arrive at a beauty salon named Homestead Coffee, a name that evokes a cozy CAF. This salon has a long-standing partnership with SM Entertainment, often providing styling for TVXQ, while members of Super Junior are regular patrons. Since EXO's debut, they too have frequented this establishment. Additionally, the salon collaborates with various smaller entertainment companies. The entertainment industry on the peninsula is remarkably prosperous, yet fiercely competitive. With millions of inhabitants and tens of thousands of artists, not to mention the countless trainees and professionals in related fields, the environment is characterized by intense competition. Given the sheer number of artists, finding a salon that offers quality services at reasonable prices can be challenging. Consequently, newly debuted artists or less popular groups often resort to booking appointments during off-peak hours, queuing up early in the morning. Thus, being an artist on the peninsula can be quite grueling, particularly for those at the base of the pyramid, where popularity is scarce. However, attaining the status of a top-tier artist brings with it a flurry of salon invitations, with most appointments being flexible, as the presence of a prominent artist serves as excellent advertising for the salon. Currently, EXO-K finds itself among the less popular groups. Yet they benefit from being part of a major company like SM, ensuring they receive decent treatment. Upon arriving at the beauty salon, They find a line of 7 or 8 vans parked outside, nearly every available space taken. Under the guidance of Lee Sung-hwan, the members of EXOK step into the salon to queue, while assistant Choi Ji-chong searches for a parking spot. The salon, slightly aged yet well-decorated, features a black exterior sign and a predominantly cool-toned interior. Even before dawn, the place is brightly lit. Inside the waiting area, a number of individuals are already queued, some of whom Jingyuan recognizes from backstage encounters at TV performances, while many remain unfamiliar to him. Most are barefaced, lacking the radiant allure seen on television. Instead, they appear somewhat fatigued, with rough skin and hair that fails to impress, often looking less appealing than ordinary individuals. Despite the high number of artists on the peninsula, truly exceptional beauty remains rare, with most merely achieving an average or slightly above-average appearance. The striking visuals witnessed on-screen owe much to the peninsula's unique and advanced makeup techniques, which can elevate even those with modest looks to a higher standard. Adjustments can enhance appearances, but even minor tweaks require a solid foundation to yield satisfactory results. Some artists, however, remain beyond salvation, regardless of any adjustments made. Though the waiting area is bustling with people, little conversation occurs, save for the occasional hushed whisper. Having risen early, everyone is weary and lacks the desire to engage in chatter. Thanks to their prior appointment and long-standing partnership, EXOK does not wait long before their turn arrives, with Ji-yuan usually being the first to undergo styling due to his swift process. "Ah, it's our Yuan," exclaimed stylist Kim Sunmi, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Ji-yuan in the styling chair. "Hello," Ji-yuan greeted with a smile. "Still so polite," Sunmi remarked, surveying Ji-yuan in the mirror before commencing her work, simultaneously expressing her admiration. "Regardless of how many times I see you, your grace and appearance are simply outstanding. Moreover, your skin is exceptional. What is your secret to such good care?" Sunmi scrutinized Ji-yuan closely, her curiosity piqued. As a renowned stylist at a prestigious salon, she has worked with countless artists across various genres, comedians, idols, and actors alike. Most, even after makeup, cannot compare to the individual before her, let alone in their natural state. She is acutely aware that many artists possess rather average looks, and occasionally, she finds herself pondering, how did this person even debut? However, after styling Yuan a few times, she felt a surprising urge to become a fan, despite never having been one before. Before long, the styling is complete. "Really impressive," Ji-yuan remarked, admiring his reflection in the mirror. "It's primarily due to your excellent foundation. Styling you is both easy and quick," Sunmi replied, her smile reflecting her satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. After the makeup, Ji-yuan's appearance, while subtly enhanced, still retained an air of authenticity. His features appeared slightly more defined, and his tousled hair was transformed into a more orderly style. "Thank you. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 34. Opposition after bidding farewell to Chi Jingyuan. Under the unwavering gaze of Jean Chamay, he departed from the styling room. It was only upon pushing the door open and stepping outside that he felt the intense scrutiny dissipate. Lee Chingwan, who had been waiting, approached him immediately to extend greetings while draping a denim jacket over his shoulders. Although it was already May, the early morning air remained quite chilly. "Thank you," Chi Jingyuan replied, taking a seat beside several members of Team K. The others leaned against their chairs, dozing off, while Wu Shixuan, the next in line for styling, was roused by Lee Chinghuan and sleepily followed him inside. Once styled, one had to remain still to avoid disturbing their hair and makeup. So Chi Jingyuan settled in his chair, closing his eyes to catch a brief nap. Since his arrival, the beauty salon's lounge had been filled with the furtive glances of female idols who were still awake, occasionally shifting their gaze elsewhere only to return moments later. If one of their group members was present, there would sometimes be silent exchanges of looks. The atmosphere seemed to have subtly shifted from before. Chi Jingyuan sensed a slight change, but chose to disregard it, prioritizing the opportunity to rest. Most of the artists present were relatively unknown, many of whom he had never heard of. After a considerable wait, as the styling for Team K concluded with the last 2 members, a manager-like figure entered, accompanied by 7 young women who quietly seated themselves nearby. Chi Jingyuan recognized the group, a pink. Surrounded by many people at that time, there had been little opportunity for conversation. The girls appeared barefaced, their natural beauty evident, though their sleepy expressions lacked any notable allure. After a further wait, all the styling was complete. With a sigh of relief, several members followed Lee Chinghuan out to the van, en route to Net. Once EXOK had left, hushed whispers began to circulate in the beauty salon's lounge, Yuan surely didn't see me without makeup, right? He must have seen. Stop dreaming. He is not interested in you. Oh, you're hopeless. During countdown, they would once again perform Mama. To be frank, Jingyuan had nearly grown weary of singing it. Moreover, given the company's plans, it appeared he would be singing Mama for at least another 6 months. Possibly even through the new year. The thought alone was rather despairing. Their performance results were quite mediocre, not to mention. They had yet to see even a shadow of a main contender, let alone a first place. The streaming results were equally disheartening, aside from Big Bang. Male groups on the peninsula were not particularly known for their streaming prowess, and Mama was no exception. Since its release on April 8th, it had already begun to fall out of the top 100 on Melon within a week. Jingyuan had not followed the rankings since. Thus he remained unaware of its current status. The sole piece of good news was the album sales, which were relatively decent, having debuted only a month prior. They had sold nearly 160,000 copies, a commendable figure in the realm of male groups on the peninsula. It was uncertain how much the company had contributed to this achievement, but nearly half of the purchases were attributed to Jingyuan's dedicated fans. While the impressive sales indicated a lack of widespread popularity, there remained a loyal base willing to spend money on their albums, primarily comprised of devoted fans of Jingyuan. However, based on the sales trajectory, it appeared to be stabilizing. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, subsequent growth in sales would likely be slow. Once EXO officially debuted and the two teams performed together, sales might see a slight increase, serving as the only consolation for EXO in recent days. In preparation for the upcoming joint stage, they needed to maximize their practice time in the days ahead. Yet, upon the arrival of Team K, the atmosphere in the practice room grew notably tense. The two teams occupied opposite sides, subtly creating an air of opposition, making it difficult for anyone to perceive that they were part of the same group. Team M had achieved remarkable success in their debut in the summer country, garnering fervent popularity, while their fans exhibited both loyalty and fervor, allowing them all to experience the essence of being top stars. This stark contrast was particularly palpable after the awkward signing events prior to their debut, which left Team M feeling a profound disparity. While basking in the limelight of the summer country, the lackluster turnout at signing events on the peninsula was hard to accept. An unintentional sense of superiority began to take root. Meanwhile, Team K harbored their own frustrations. Their morale was already low due to the group's unsatisfactory circumstances, resulting in a silence that permeated both the practice room and their dormitory. They too had heard about Team M's success and the fervor surrounding it, which further destabilized their mindset. Although the company appeared to divide the two teams evenly, it was evident that those they held in higher regard, believing them to possess greater talent, were placed in Team K. After all, the peninsula remained the company's fundamental market, a reality the team members were well aware of. Conversely, the outcome was precisely the opposite. Team K's debut was dismal, while Team M soared to success, augmenting their discomfort. In that moment, the two sub-teams of EXO, M and K, found themselves at an impasse within the practice room. Jingyuan maintained a calm demeanor. His popularity shielded him from the prevailing despondency of Team K, and as a relatively new member, he had not been privy to the prior members' grievances. However, having spent his time with Team K, it was easy for him to lean towards their perspective. In truth, he had scarcely exchanged more than polite greetings with several members of Team M. Remaining silent, Jingyuan quietly sought a corner, leaning against the wall, observing the expressions of those around him. The atmosphere of opposition hung heavily in the air, persisting for nearly a minute before Kim Junmian, burdened by his responsibilities as captain, finally spoke up. Chapter 35. Introducing Seniors. It has been quite a while. Everyone has worked hard. Jin Junmian took the initiative to break the silence, offering a few polite words before steering directly into the matter at hand. Let's prepare for the joint stage in a few days. The company has incorporated some new choreography for this performance, and a teacher will soon arrive to demonstrate it for us. For now, let's practice the previous dance. Upon hearing this, the members of the two EXO teams hesitated momentarily before making their way to the center of the practice room to take their positions. Jin Junmian connected his phone to the speakers, and the music from Mama filled the air, prompting everyone to begin dancing. It resembled a group of strangers attempting to rally together. This was to be expected, as the two teams had not practiced together in quite some time. Moreover, since their debut, their circumstances had diverged significantly, leading each individual to harbor their own thoughts, making coordination nearly impossible. At that moment, they appeared to be two entirely separate groups. After several attempts, there was no discernible improvement. Instead, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Missteps occurred frequently during the dance, with members colliding and stepping on one another's feet on multiple occasions, which only escalated the frustration within the practice room. Eventually, someone's irritation reached a boiling point. "Hey, did you just hit me with your hand, and now you've stepped on me? Was that intentional?" Byun Baekhyun erupted after being jostled several times, directing his ire at Do Kyuksu, who merely glanced at him before diverting his gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. Seeing Do Kyungsu's reaction ignited Baekhyun's fury, prompting him to unleash a torrent of grievances on behalf of the K-team. Why not just communicate properly? What is with all this nonsense? Did a lot of people show up to your signing event? Aren't you dragging us down? Isn't this the reality? Just look at how you're practicing. Baekhyun stood his ground. What kind of practice is this? Surely you don't think you're dancing well? Seriously, you. A few exchanges quickly escalated into a full-blown argument, with tempers flaring on both sides, ready to ignite at any moment. The three members of the Summer Nation line typically refrained from engaging in such disputes, but with the K-team and M-team now at odds, they found it difficult to remain uninvolved. Team leader Jingyuan, already in a foul mood, attempted to mediate, but ultimately grew frustrated after his efforts proved fruitless. As the quarrel intensified, physical altercations began, with Park Chanyeol and Byun Baekhyun shoving each other. Just as it seemed an all-out brawl was imminent, Choi Kyung-soo, who had been observing quietly, sighed and tapped the wall with his water bottle, calmly interjecting, "Enough, stop arguing. This is not about who's right or wrong. It's merely an emotional release." Upon hearing Kyung-soo's voice, the members of the K-team, including Do Kyuksu, Oh Si-hoon, and team leader Jin Junmyeon, initially shook their heads and sighed, retreating a few steps to sit against the wall. His single remark had a calming effect on the K-team members, clearly indicating their respect for Kyung-soo's opinion. However, Byun Baekhyun remained unyielding, continuing to rap demands for apologies from the K-team, his words laced with harshness and in need of reconciliation. Meanwhile, the K-team members sat silently against the wall, observing him with indifference. "If you truly struggle to articulate your thoughts, perhaps it would be better to remain silent," Kyung-soo remarked, tilting his head and smiling lightly at Baekhyun, his tone flat. "That way, you might appear a bit wiser." Baekhyun felt his pride wounded, struggling momentarily but unable to break free from the embarrassment. The other M-team members, witnesses to the incident involving Oh Si-hoon, understood Kyung-soo's formidable presence and did not wish for Baekhyun to recklessly provoke the K-team. Yet, in his current state of anger, Baekhyun was oblivious to this. Each side occupied their respective corners of the practice room, immersed in their own thoughts. The potential for a brawl dissipated, and after a while, the earlier tension faded, though the atmosphere remained sour. Oh Si-hoon flashed a thumbs up at Kyung-soo, who responded with a resigned smile. Soon, the choreographer arrived at the practice room to guide them through the special choreography prepared for the stage. Everyone refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, as if nothing had transpired. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was May 13th. The day before, they had held a signing event, and the day prior to that, they recorded for MBC's show, Music Center. The feedback had been minimal, but the fatigue was palpable. "I'll take my leave now." As they reached the parking lot, Kyung-soo bid farewell to his manager Lee Sung-hwan and the other members. While it might be challenging for ordinary members to take leave, Kyung-soo was not an ordinary member. "Don't forget, there's a commercial shoot tomorrow afternoon," Lee Sung-hwan reminded him with a nod as he led the other members onto the van. After watching them depart, Kyung-soo climbed into the car driven by Park Jae-hyun and greeted him before they set off towards home. Though Park Jae-hyun drove steadily, traffic in Seoul at this hour was notoriously congested, with vehicles clogging the roads. Under such circumstances, taking the subway would likely be quicker than driving. Ding. While seated in the car, Kyung-soo received a congratulatory text from Sunny. "Well, I'll give it to you when we meet. My birthday is on the 15th, and there's a gathering in the evening. Make sure to come. I'll introduce you to some seniors." "Are they particularly beautiful seniors?" "You'll find out then. I'll send you the address tomorrow." Earlier that morning, several members had already expressed their congratulations in person. His older brother, Choi Kyung-soo, typically quite serious, transformed into a playful persona upon seeing his younger brother, always eager to tease him, though Kyung-soo wondered what this quirk was all about. Chapter 36. Personal Preferences. After some playful banter, Chi Jing-shu presented 2 boxes, opening them to hand one to Chi Jingyuan, proudly exclaiming, "Here's a gift for you. Custom-made from a neon manufacturer, something you won't find in stores." Upon opening the box, Chi Jingyuan's eyes sparkled. Inside lay a figurine from the classic neon anime Pokemon, specifically a large model of the 5th-generation legendary Pokemon, Black and White Dragon, standing at approximately 400 millimeters. The two majestic creatures appeared poised for flight, their vibrant colors expertly painted with shadowing in all the necessary areas, showcasing impeccable craftsmanship. Jingyuan had a wide array of interests. During his more leisurely days, he enjoyed playing various console games from Japan and watching anime, with Doraemon and Pokemon being his favorites. Though he had matured with age and found himself with less free time, his fondness for these pastimes had not waned significantly. The joy derived from childhood hobbies remained the most genuine. "Thank you," Jingyuan nodded appreciatively to his brother. While not an extravagant gift, the effort and thought behind the custom order were evident, perfectly catering to his tastes. "You're the only one in our family who would appreciate such childish trinkets," Jingyuan teased. "When did you develop an interest in adult pursuits? Have you started dating anyone recently?" His curiosity piqued as he inquired further. "No," Jingyuan replied with a slight pout. "Really? With your looks and charm, you've been in the industry for over a month and still no romantic interests? No female idols have shown you any affection?" Jingyuan remarked, incredulous. If another idol had started dating after just a month, they'd be frozen out by the company. Jingyuan shot a disdainful glance at his brother and responded, "I've received some goodwill, but I haven't been in the mood for it lately. You're certainly not like the average idol. The Group S situation is rather mediocre, and the debut has gone smoothly." "Ah, I feel deceived by SUSI-Man. He told me that your group was a flagship project for SM, with each member being the cream of the crop among trainees, destined for success. Look at the state we're in now," Jingyuan frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. SUSI-Man's words held some truth. The quality of the group members was indeed commendable, surpassing that of many smaller companies' male groups, and their average looks were quite appealing. However, the choice of debut track was poor, and the design of their image and style left much to be desired. Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively, summarizing the recent setbacks, and added, "Let us see how the next album turns out. I plan to take an active role in its production. We can't afford to repeat this debacle. Not all plans from big companies are reliable." Jingyuan nodded. He didn't concern himself with the details. As long as Jingyuan was satisfied, that was sufficient. "By the way, I've already spoken to SUSI-Man. In a few days, Park Jae-hyun will join SM as your dedicated assistant. Besides managing your schedule, he'll help you connect with some resources in the film industry," Jingyuan recalled, adding, "Our relatives have considerable connections in the entertainment sector, which could provide numerous opportunities. However, as a complete newcomer, while they can offer assistance, it ultimately depends on your own efforts to seize these chances. Resources are limited, and they want to be given freely. If you want them, we may need to make some exchanges." "Understood," Jingyuan nodded. While his family would provide support, he knew he must also strive diligently. As night fell on May 15th, Jingyuan arrived outside a residential complex in the Nanhaindong area of Gangnam. After sending a message, he began to wait. This was the address Sunny had given him the previous day during their advertisement shoot. It was her property. Surveying the surroundings, Jingyuan noted the excellent location of the complex, filled with towering apartment buildings, likely commanding a hefty price. He wondered if Sunny had purchased or rented this property. Before long, Sunny dashed down, clad in a bright short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her short hair braided, with bangs meticulously styled, and her makeup exquisitely done. She wore a pair of white slippers, exuding vitality. Jingyuan. Upon spotting him, she smiled widely and waved him over. After exchanging greetings, Sunny led him into the complex, navigating several turns before entering a tall apartment building. "Your outfit looks nice," Jingyuan remarked with a smirk, knowing she enjoyed making small talk. He believed her appearance was secondary. She looked good in anything, even the bizarre outfits from Mama. "Do you often stay here alone?" he casually asked, admiring the well-decorated elevator. "Not really. I usually stay in the dorm. I only come here when the dorm is inconvenient," Sunny replied, giving him a light tap on the shoulder. "I invited a few friends over, not all of whom are artists. After dinner, don't rush off. Stay and chat with us, if you don't mind." "I could stay the night," Jingyuan responded, feigning surprise with a hint of implication. "Sure, don't leave. It's lonely being here alone," Sunny retorted, a playful challenge in her eyes. Jingyuan chuckled and shook his head. The two shared a comfortable rapport, their interactions relaxed and devoid of pretense. Standing side by side, Jingyuan towered over Sunny, yet her presence was commanding. As they chatted casually, they soon reached the 15th floor, exiting the elevator and turning left. They approached Sunny's apartment, the door slightly ajar. Upon entering, a deep, gravelly voice greeted them. Chapter 37. Truly beautiful. As soon as Kim Hyo-yeon saw the two enter, her expression became animated, exclaiming a cheerful remark. Meanwhile, her eyes roamed over Chi Kyung-soo, her fists propped under her chin, wearing the face of an enamored fan, nodding incessantly. All right, what are you pretending for? Didn't I mention I went out to fetch Kyung-soo? Sunny rolled her eyes, bemused by Hyo-yeon's exaggerated antics. She then proceeded to introduce them. Pointing at Hyo-yeon and addressing Kyung-soo, "This is Hyo-yeon. You undoubtedly recognize her. Just call her angry." Turning her attention to Kyung-soo, she continued, "And this is Chi Kyung-soo, a member of EXO, my dear younger brother. Don't even look. You have no chance." "How can I know I have no chance if I haven't tried?" Hyo-yeon retorted, throwing a playful wink and bursting into laughter, then walked over to pat Kyung-soo on the back, ushering the two inside. Hyo-yeon, despite her average appearance after makeup, had a delightful personality, exuding warmth and a genuine fondness for making friends. Upon entering the living room, they encountered several guests, and Sunny introduced each one to Kyung-soo. There were 3 individuals: a writer from a television network, a PD from a radio station, and a director from SM Entertainment. It was evident that Sunny had an extensive network, as these individuals appeared to be her close acquaintances. As the youngest present, Kyung-soo greeted each person with respect. They received him warmly, rising to return the greeting, and soon settled down to engage in conversation. The SM director, in particular, beamed at Kyung-soo, inquiring about his well-being. Before long, a figure emerged from the kitchen, curiosity evident on her face. "Are there guests again? Yuna, come here. Let me introduce you to a handsome guy who's younger than you." Upon hearing this, Hyo-yeon waved enthusiastically. The figure from the kitchen was none other than Girls' Generation's Yuna. Sporting a bun hairstyle, wearing a white shirt and jeans, adorned with an apron, her lightly made-up face glowing with a gentle smile, her bright eyes directed towards Kyung-soo. "Annyeonghaseyo. I'm Yuna," she greeted warmly. Truly, she was stunning, her sweet smile radiating kindness. Upon closer inspection, Yuna stood out among the artists Kyung-soo had encountered since joining SM, her beauty eclipsing that of the other 2 Girls' Generation members. "Why are we being so formal? We're all friends here. Kyung-soo, take a seat. Yuna, don't rush. Come over and chat for a bit." Hyo-yeon beckoned, embodying the role of a social butterfly, the life of the party. "Sure, Yuna nodded, removing her apron and taking a seat on the sofa beside Hyo-yeon, leaving about a meter between herself and Kyung-soo. The group then engaged in lively conversation, buoyed by the familiarity among Sunny's friends, fostering a warm and inviting atmosphere devoid of barriers. Both Hyo-yeon and Sunny excelled at creating a jovial ambience, and Yuna matched their energy, her high emotional intelligence allowing her to converse effortlessly with everyone, ensuring no one felt neglected. Moreover, her smiles were genuine, enhancing the warmth of the interaction. Kyung-soo also joined in, chiming in occasionally, contributing to the delightful atmosphere. Following their conversation, it was time to dine. Most dishes were takeout, with a few prepared by the girls themselves. Though perhaps lacking in flavor, the effort was heartfelt. Before the meal commenced, Kyung-soo presented a hairpin adorned with tiny diamonds, not overly extravagant, yet not inexpensive either. Sunny appeared quite pleased, carefully tucking it away after demonstrating it on her head. The subsequent rituals of cutting the cake, singing a celebratory song, and enjoying the meal were all carried out in a lively manner, marking Sunny's birthday with joy. After the meal, they exchanged contact information, and the other friends took their leave first. Yuna also bid farewell after helping Sunny tidy up, flashing a sweet smile at Kyung-soo and waving goodbye. Once everything settled down, only Sunny, Hyo-yeon, and Kyung-soo remained in the room. I'm exhausted." Hyo-yeon flopped onto the sofa, and Sunny leaned back in agreement, both evidently fatigued. "So, the beautiful senior you wanted to introduce me to is Yuna?" Kyung-soo relaxed a bit, sipping water as he glanced over to ask, "What's wrong? Is Yuna not pretty enough?" Sunny shot him a sideways glance. She casually updated him on the whereabouts of the other members, adding, "Actually, we celebrated in advance yesterday and even took celebratory photos for the fans." Once you've been in the industry long enough, you'll understand. With so many members, everyone has a birthday every year. No matter how much you love celebrating, over time it loses its significance. Just gathering for a meal is already a blessing. Fans enjoy seeing us together showcasing our camaraderie during birthdays, so photos are a must. Otherwise, rumors about discord among members might arise. Hyo-yeon shared her insights from experience, shifting on the sofa. Kyung-soo nodded in agreement, understanding Hyo-yeon's perspective. Among EXO, Birthday celebrations typically involved merely taking a group photo to signify their good relations, as in reality, most members weren't particularly fond of celebrating birthdays. Besides, celebrating a birthday among a group of men often felt awkward. Kyung-soo would much prefer to celebrate with beautiful girls. It's a pity Taeyeon Sunbae didn't come, he sighed. What? Kyung-soo, do you like Taeyeon? Hyo-yeon sat up immediately, her face alight with curiosity and mischief. Sunny looked over as well. No. It's just that Taeyeon Sunbae is incredibly popular. I wanted to see your charm in person, Kyung-soo clarified, shaking his head. Oh. What charm can that short one possibly have? Only the fans think that, Hyo-yeon replied dismissively. Hearing the term short one, Sunny shot Hyo-yeon a disapproving glance. Feeling caught in the crossfire. Wait a moment, Hyo-yeon suddenly sat up straight, fixing her gaze on Kyung-soo for a while before stating, you know, Taeyeon actually has a preference for younger types like you, especially since you're so handsome. She declared with conviction, I sense a chance. Chapter 38. A natural performer, Jinja? Does Taeyeon prefer younger men? Jingyuan, without any sense of entitlement, readily accepted the appellation of handsome guy and responded with inquisitive curiosity. In his perception, Taeyeon was a petite, diminutive figure with an endearingly cute countenance, suggesting a pairing with a more protective older man. Indeed, she herself has previously stated such a preference. Don't be deceived by her seemingly gentle demeanor on variety shows. She possesses a formidable presence in her daily life. Kim Hyo-yeon affirmed with a nod, proceeding to add, it seems there's someone in EXO who harbors affections for Taeyeon, frequently dispatching messages of greeting. What was that boy's name again? Kim Hyo-yeon pondered at length, unable to recall, and nudged Sunny, who was seated beside her. Byun Baekhyun. Sunny's memory proved more acute, as she promptly furnished the name after a moment's reflection. Ah, yes, him. Jingyuan acknowledged with recognition, recalling a previous conversation with Du Kyung-soo and others where he had overheard such a scenario. Precisely, Byun Baekhyun. However, he pales in comparison to Jingyuan. Relatively speaking, your prospects are significantly more promising. Kim Hyo-yeon, wearing an expression of maternal amusement, inquired of Jingyuan, should Taeyeon actively pursue you, would you be amenable to a romantic liaison? TCH. Sunny interjected with a disdainful expression, shoving Hyo-yeon aside and remarking with scorn, what do you take him for? An innocent, bright-eyed youth? Don't be absurd. Even if Jingyuan doesn't quite reach the level of a professional player, he's certainly a minor one. Do you truly believe he'd decline? Jinja? Kim Hyo-yeon exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Despite his seemingly amiable smile, he's actually this sort of player? Onyo. It's not quite as extreme as Sunny Nuna makes it out to be. Jingyuan responded with a bashful smile, waving his hand as if embarrassed. Not quite as extreme, meaning it's true to some extent? Kim Hyo-yeon pressed further. Just a little. Jingyuan conceded, gesturing with his hand to indicate a small amount. Daebak. Kim Hyo-yeon exclaimed in amazement, erupting in applause and displaying no hint of contempt. Rather, her interest seemed to intensify. Oh right. Sunny interjected, recalling something. She rose and retrieved a box from the bedroom, handing it to Jingyuan. This is a birthday gift I bought for you previously. Noticing that your ears were consistently bare, I purchased an earring. As he held the gift box, poised to open it, Jingyuan paused upon hearing her words, looking at Sunny with a helpless smile. Nuna, has it occurred to you that the reason my ears are bare is because I don't wear earrings? Nor do I have pierced ears? Jingyuan had consistently displayed a disinclination towards earrings, even rebuffing the company's prior requests for him to wear earrings during comeback performances. Sunny was at a loss for words. What idol doesn't have pierced ears? Taeyeon would probably find this hilarious, while simultaneously showcasing her own nearly double-digit collection of ear piercings. Jingyuan, we weren't acquainted before, so I was unaware of your birthday. I'll be sure to make it up to you next time. Hyo-yeon added from the side, candidly admitting her lack of preparation this time. Nah. I express my gratitude in advance, Hyo-yeon Nuna. The trio continued their conversation for a while longer. It was evident that Sunny and Hyo-yeon shared a close bond. And Hyo-yeon's personality was indeed quite forthright, as she spoke freely without reservation. They casually divulged the clandestine affairs of some of their contemporaries, even revealing the identities of their partners and the reasons for their breakups, much to Jingyuan's delight. By the way, Jingyuan, what are your thoughts on Yuna? Sunny suddenly inquired, prompting Hyo-yeon to turn her gaze as well. She's very beautiful. Close proximity reveals that Girls' Generation's visual centerpiece truly lives up to her reputation. Her skin is flawless, and even with minimal makeup, she exhibits few imperfections. Her slender figure is accentuated by simple attire, highlighting her graceful lines and aura. Her luminous doe eyes are bright and clear, easily inspiring affection. The image of Yuna's sweet smile as she bid farewell flashed through his mind. She's also quite enthusiastic and seems very approachable. Have you fallen under Yuna's spell as well? Getting smitten after just one meeting? Sunny eyed Jingyuan with disdain. Unless there's a pre-existing animosity, Yuna is invariably warm and welcoming to everyone. That girl is clever. She's aware of her beauty and the allure of her smile. Having even practiced in front of a mirror, she's adept at leveraging her assets. You haven't perhaps misinterpreted anything, have you? Ani, not at all. Jingyuan shook his head. He was no naive innocent when it came to women. Yuna was undeniably beautiful and amicable, leaving a deep impression. But it wasn't enough to cause him to fall head over heels after a single encounter. You couldn't tell that Yuna is actually in a rather despondent mood, could you? Hyoin sighed softly. Jinja? Yuna is in low spirits? Jingyuan expressed surprise. He genuinely hadn't noticed, as she had maintained a consistently sweet smile. Perhaps it was because he hadn't observed her closely, as such scrutiny would have been inappropriate. Nah, she's been downcast for the past few days. Sunny also sighed. Divulging the reason, she's always aspired to pursue an acting career. The dramas she was cast in several years ago garnered low ratings, resulting in a dearth of acting opportunities in recent years. This year, she finally secured another acting role, starring in a drama called Love Rain. The premiere in March yielded mediocre ratings, which subsequently plummeted, falling below 10%. The drama has generated minimal buzz, and any online discussions predominantly criticize Yuna's acting prowess, labeling her a ratings poison. She's been under immense pressure lately and is truly disheartened. However, she refrains from exhibiting her emotions outwardly, even rarely confiding in her fellow members, preferring to cry in solitude. Regardless of her inner turmoil, she projects an upbeat demeanor to outsiders. Jinja, she's a natural performer, yet why do her dramas consistently fail to achieve high ratings? Alas. The two older women sighed in unison. Discussions about Yuna's situation were best avoided, so they transitioned to other topics, inadvertently touching upon the Invincible Youth 2 program they were currently filming, prompting another collective groan. Agu, we finally secured a regular spot on a variety show, only to find ourselves in this predicament. Kim Hyoin lamented with dissatisfaction. The first season of Invincible Youth had enjoyed considerable success in terms of both ratings and buzz. It was initially believed that Invincible Youth 2 would be an exceptional sequel. The company had invested considerable effort in securing her a regular role, but now it found itself in this state. Currently, the participating MCs and idols, as well as the production crew, are somewhat disheartened, and their work lacks the diligence of previous times. Sunny expressed with dejection. If this continues, the popularity and fan base I've cultivated from the first season will vanish, leaving me to languish in the dorm like Hyoin. Yeah, what are you saying? I recall the last time we conducted a survey, my popularity was slightly higher than yours. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyoin perked up, turning her head with a frown and immediately retorting. I'm not sure where you obtained that survey, but I'm quite certain that my popularity has consistently surpassed yours and has never been at the bottom. With a hint of wounded pride, Sunny refused to concede. You only achieved fame through one variety show. Your popularity is all ephemeral. Popularity is popularity. What's this talk of ephemeral? Is that envy speaking? Even if it is, it's all in the past. It's almost completely dissipated now. Even if it's dissipated, it's still higher than yours. Yeah. The two engaged in a heated exchange, their bickering displaying a practiced familiarity, suggesting this was not their first time. Jingyuan, you be the judge. Among girls' generation, who is more popular, her or me? Suddenly, the flames of conflict shifted towards Jingyuan, as both sisters fixed their piercing gazes upon him, eager to extract answers from his lips. Ahem. Might it be possible that neither of your popularity is particularly high? Chapter 39. Temporarily shelved, Jingyuan once again embarked on a fruitless promotional journey with EXOK. In fact, among the myriad of performance stages on the peninsula, a significant portion of artists often find themselves in similar situations, failing to make any substantial impact, unless a sensational hit emerges or some extraordinary events unfold. The majority of the audience's attention invariably gravitates towards the top-tier groups perched atop the metaphorical pyramid. Nevertheless, the show must go on. It is preferable to endure these performances rather than languish in the practice room. Several days had elapsed since Sunny's birthday, even after the passage of time. He vividly recalled the recent popularity contest between two members of Girls' Generation. The mere thought of their natural topic-switching demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments before, brought a smile to Chi Jingyuan's face. Some even claimed that Yuna was a born actress. The two sisters certainly held their own. It could be said that as idols, their acting skills were commendable. On May 20th, during SBS's popular song program, both EXO-M and EXO-K recorded a stage performance together. This marked the first official reunion of EXO since their debut in two countries in April, where the two teams performed a complete 12-member rendition of Mama. To enhance the expressiveness of this performance, the company had specially choreographed additional routines, and the members had burned the midnight oil rehearsing. The outcome of this reunion was indeed quite favorable, with enthusiastic cheers resonating from the audience, who were graciously supportive. Subsequently, online feedback regarding the performance was largely positive, garnering some acclaim. Unfortunately, the ripples created were minimal and quickly drowned out by a plethora of other news. The primary issue lay in the unpopularity of the title track's style and image, which could not be salvaged by a single performance. 2 days after the promotional activities concluded, the company meticulously analyzed public opinion and online reviews of the stage, ultimately arriving at a decision. After completing their local promotional endeavors, EXO-M would continue their activities in the summer country, where the acceptance of Mama was relatively favorable and the subunit's popularity was robust. Meanwhile, EXO-K would be temporarily shelved. With the company withholding investment, their exposure would naturally plummet. The planning department, along with several managers, announced this news before the entire team, eliciting varied reactions among the members. The K team naturally felt disheartened and resentful, but they were powerless to oppose the company's decision. Chi Jingyuan remained stoic. Their debut album songs had not gained traction on the peninsula, and further promotion would be futile. Moreover, the company was dissatisfied with EXO's performances on stage. Numerous instances of unclear enunciation, breathy singing, and pitchy high notes plagued EXO-K during their promotional appearances. There were also numerous issues with their choreography, the most glaring being a lack of intensity in their movements and a disjointed group performance. The latter, in particular, severely undermined the overall impact of their stage presence. This issue was indisputable and required diligent practice to rectify. Being temporarily shelved did not equate to the abandonment of the group. EXO's members were among the finest trainees the company had nurtured over the years, and there were substantial expectations placed upon them. Abandonment was simply out of the question. Rest assured, the company would not forsake EXO. Rather, recent resources were indeed scarce, and their skills needed enhancement. After announcing the forthcoming plans, Manager Lee Sung-won noticed the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense and offered a few words of consolation. However, no positive feedback was forthcoming from the members. Whether it was Do Kyung-soo, Park Chan-yeol, or leader Kim Junmayan, they all sat on the floor with grim expressions, staring blankly ahead, lost in their own thoughts. A heavy silence enveloped the room, with only Lee Sung-won engaging in a monologue. Jingyuan, Director Lee has summoned you, he finally called out, with a resigned sigh. He spoke a few more words before beckoning Chi Jingyuan. Jingyuan nodded, rose, and exited the practice room. Please enter. He gently knocked on the director's office door, and immediately, Lee Soo-man's voice welcomed him. The office was modestly sized, approximately 20 to 30 square meters. Its decor was quite elegant. Upon entering, one was greeted by a row of large bookshelves brimming with various tomes and trophies. The entire room exuded an American style, with the leather sofa gleaming under the light. Lee Soo-man, clad in a light-colored shirt and a dark red tie, sat comfortably in an opulent chair. Teacher Lee Soo-man, Chi Jingyuan smiled as he bowed respectfully. Ah, Jingyuan. Please, have a seat, Lee Soo-man replied, his eyes narrowing into a cheerful squint reminiscent of Santa Claus as he waved for Jingyuan to sit in the chair across from his desk. He personally retrieved a cold coffee from a small refrigerator and offered it to Jingyuan. Thank you, Jingyuan said, only to spring up again to express his gratitude for the coffee. Haha, no need to be so formal, Lee Soo-man chuckled, gesturing dismissively. He inquired about Jingyuan's recent circumstances, including the health of his family, any difficulties he faced within the company, and his interactions with the other members. Eventually, Lee Soo-man playfully probed into Jingyuan's romantic status, leaving him speechless and slightly embarrassed as he quickly denied any relationships. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, Lee Soo-man chuckled, waving his hand. As for you, Jingyuan, your love life doesn't face many restrictions, but it's best to keep the company informed. After all, should anything arise, the company can be prepared. However, given your situation, it seems unlikely anything will happen. Hiki. Thank you, Teacher Soo-man, Jingyuan expressed his gratitude. As their conversation progressed, Lee Soo-man broached the topic of EXO. What are your thoughts on the company's decision to temporarily shelve your K team? Moreover, it is true that our performances on stage have been somewhat lacking, and we, including myself, need to continue honing our skills to enhance our stage presence. Jingyuan shared his perspective. As a member, he indeed sensed that EXO's performance had been rather mediocre. Those muted videos circulating online were simply embarrassing to watch. Indeed, Jingyuan, your understanding of the EXO group is quite profound, Lee Suman remarked, prompting Jingyuan to thank him again. He added, however, Teacher Suman, the style of our debut track has not been particularly well received, and the image design is similarly lacking. Next time. Before Jingyuan could finish, Lee Suman suddenly seemed to remember something, tapping his head and interrupting, I forgot to mention something. Chapter 40. Choosing a debut. Lee Suman's expression was kind and paternal, as if he were gazing upon his own progeny. Thank you, Teacher Lee Suman, for your trust. I indeed harbor such intentions. Coincidentally, I have an unfinished piece that I shall produce into a demo for you to listen to in the coming days. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate it. Once the demo is complete, you may present it directly to me. All of this is due to the company's nurturing. I am profoundly grateful for your regard, Teacher Lee Suman. Chi Kyung-won stood, bowing to convey his understanding. Indeed, Lee Suman replied, patting Chi Kyung-won's shoulder in a gesture of appreciation. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer, and as their discussion drew to a close, Lee Suman added, Park Jae-hyun has already joined the company as of yesterday. I have arranged for him to become part of your EXO management team as your assistant. It is better for Lee Chong-won to remain with the larger group. It would not be fitting for a head of management to accompany you daily. The company maintains an open stance regarding resources acquired through your own connections or abilities. Kyung-won, your prospects for development are vast, and I do not wish for you to confine yourself solely to the idol industry. Dressed in a suit, Lee Suman exuded an air of authority, yet at that moment, he conveyed no aggression, his demeanor reflecting heartfelt sincerity. I understand. I shall strive diligently, Kyung-won replied, comprehending the underlying message. As Kyung-won departed the office, Lee Suman gave a hearty pat on his back, his encouragement and admiration evident. Have the SJ manager and Kyung-jin come over. Following the recently announced decision for a hiatus, even the most diligent members found it hard to muster the motivation to practice. The practice room lay silent and empty, the wooden floor, polished to a sheen from countless sweats, reflected the unchanged blue skies and white clouds on the walls. It was as if the room remained the same, yet it felt profoundly disconcerting. Kyung-won had no desire to rehearse. He wished to refrain from dancing for the next few days. Today, he did not want to linger in the practice room for even a second longer. He made a call to Park Jae-hyun, arranging to meet at a CAF adjacent to the company. The establishment, Geek Coffee, was situated less than 500 meters from the SM company building. It may not have been particularly upscale, but its European-style decor attracted many white-collar workers in the vicinity. Seated in a corner, Kyung-won waited for less than 5 minutes when Park Jae-hyun entered, quickly scanning the room before making his way over. After exchanging greetings, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Dressed in standard office attire, shirt, tie, slacks, and leather shoes, he had opted not to wear a suit due to the warm weather and held a folder in his hands, exuding a formal air. At 30 years old, Park Jae-hyun had an unremarkable appearance but possessed expressive eyes. After serving as an assistant to Chi Kyung-won's older brother, Chi Kyung-soo, for several years, he now joined the SM management team as Kyung-won's dedicated assistant, essentially functioning as a manager. However, compared to typical artist managers, his attire resembled that of a stockbroker or insurance salesman. Why are you still dressed like that, Hyun? Do you think you're in an office? Kyung-won remarked, scanning him with an air of exasperation. I am still somewhat unaccustomed, Park Jae-hyun chuckled, brushing off his shirt. His previous role primarily involved driving, hence his formal attire. However, managers typically dress more casually, favoring comfort and leisure. Having grown comfortable with one another, they casually discussed Park Jae-hyun's experiences upon joining SM before delving into the main topic. Placing the folder on the table, Park Jae-hyun produced 2 bound booklets, handing one to Kyung-won while opening the other. As you have expressed interest in pursuing a career in film, I have compiled information on several upcoming dramas, some of which are in the preparatory phase and are seeking actors. Your uncle once held a senior position at SBS, overseeing the film department. Thus, he possesses extensive connections in the industry. Much of this information was provided by his assistant. You can peruse it and see if anything piques your interest. Kyung-won nodded, accepting the booklet and flipping through its contents. If I find something appealing, will I be able to audition? securing a role is relatively straightforward, given the ample connections we have. However, the significance of the role and the extent of screen time can be uncertain. Some productions have already finalized their main cast, making substitutions difficult. Others, which are prioritized by the network, impose specific requirements for lead roles and popularity. As he spoke, Park Jae-hyun cautiously observed Kyung-won, hesitating momentarily. After all, you have not officially debuted as an actor yet, and have yet to prove your acting skills, so your reputation is not yet established. Noticing Kyung-won's silence, Park Jae-hyun grew concerned that he might be dissatisfied, quickly adding, "Of course, if we were to insist on your participation, we could find a way, but it would require." "Never mind," Kyung-won interjected dismissively. He was aware that leveraging his family connections and his uncle's network could forcefully secure him a leading role in some well-produced dramas, albeit at a cost. However, given that he had just debuted and lacked filming experience, there was no need to pursue that route. "Are there any recommendations?" Kyung-won inquired, glancing at Park Jae-hyun while perusing the drama materials. "Indeed, I have marked several options," Park Jae-hyun replied, taking his booklet and gesturing to introduce them to Kyung-won. "This drama, Phantom, is one of SBS's major productions this year, starring So Ji-sub. However, the primary roles have already been cast, and filming has commenced, with the premiere scheduled for May 30th. Yet, we could arrange for a minor supporting role as your debut character. Then there is Big, a KBS drama by the Hong sisters, featuring Gong Yoo, Lee Min-young, and Bae Suzy, but that too has already begun filming. It would be quite pointless to squeeze in there." Kyung-won waved his hand dismissively, casting a surprised glance at Park Jae-hyun. "Hyun, you even know about the Hong sisters? It seems you've done your homework." "Of course, being your assistant requires preparation," Park Jae-hyun replied with a modest smile. Ever since he accepted the position, he had diligently researched the peninsula's film industry, including directors and renowned screenwriters, and had become well-versed in the subject. He continued introducing other dramas. Indeed, entering productions that have already confirmed their main roles and commenced filming is not advisable. However, This Golden Time is an MBC drama set to air in July, focusing on a medical theme that has gained popularity recently. The lead role is confirmed to be Lee Sung-kyun, while the supporting cast is still being selected. Then there is Faith, which I highly recommend. This SBS drama is set to be a significant release in the second half of the year, featuring Lee Min-ho and Kim Hee-sun, which is quite a stellar lineup. Being an SBS production, we can expect certain advantages, and it should allow us to secure a substantial supporting role. Next is To the Beautiful You, a collaborative production between your SM company and SBS, essentially a self-produced drama based on a comic. The leads are Choi Min-ho and Choi Sully, with several artists from your company making guest appearances. If you are interested, we could certainly attempt to secure a lead role for you without much difficulty. Chapter 41. So this one, after flipping through the materials for quite some time, Park Jae-hyun eloquently introduced the project. Though he soon felt fatigued and took a sip of coffee, it was evident that the preparation of this information was meticulous. And what about this one? While Park Jae-hyun waited eagerly for Chi Kyung-won to confirm, he suddenly noticed the latter pointing at a page in the document and asking a question. This is not a drama from the three major television networks. It is from TVN, a cable channel. The production company is CJEM, which has a relatively good relationship with us. Upon seeing this name, Park Jae-hyun frowned as he continued his introduction. Have the actors been finalized? Chi Kyung-won remained engrossed in the materials, not looking up. Can I secure the lead role? I heard that the male lead requires a Busan dialect. I can learn that. I have a natural aptitude for languages. What else? That should not pose any problems. This drama is a small production, and it is not highly regarded in the industry. Moreover, director Lee Myung-han has previously worked at KBS, so we can. Let us go with it. Please help me make the arrangements. Chi Kyung-won closed the document and ceased to read further. Park Jae-hyun was somewhat at a loss for words. He had not considered this drama at all. However, seeing Chi Kyung-won's expression, he refrained from further comment and merely asked, Kyung-won, are you sure about this? Yes. Chi Kyung-won nodded, offering no further explanation. All right, I will reach out. You prepare for auditions in the next couple of days. Park Jae-hyun nodded, not pressing for more details. Though he was puzzled, he prioritized Chi Kyung-won's opinions, offering suggestions when necessary. Since Chi Kyung-won had made his decision, there was no point in further discussion. Once the business was concluded, the two engaged in casual conversation for another 10 minutes before bidding farewell. Park Jae-hyun went off to handle subsequent arrangements. while Chi Kyung-won donned a mask and leisurely exited the CAF. Today, he had no desire to practice, nor any advertisements to shoot, leaving him with a free day. It was now May, and the temperature had just begun to rise, not yet unbearably hot, yet the girls on the streets had already donned short skirts and shorts, eager to showcase their charm. From Cheongdam Station along the main street to Galleria department store, the thoroughfare was lined with various high-end fashion boutiques, each signifying their luxurious prices and refined tastes. Turning from the bustling main road into a quieter alley, the previous vibrancy faded considerably. The small shops in this lane offered no renowned brands, mostly selling ordinary clothing and replicas, along with snacks and beverages. Chi Kyung-won, wearing a mask, walked briskly. His popularity had not yet reached a level where he could be easily recognized even with his face partially concealed. As he strolled, his pace slowed, and his gaze fell upon a beverage shop at the roadside. A girl dressed in a short-sleeved top and shorts, sporting a ponytail, was standing in front of the store, pointing at several samples on the advertisement board while conversing with the staff. Chi Kyung-won instantly recognized her profile. It was Kang Sol-ji. They had not seen each other since their last meal together. Shortly after that occasion, she had officially debuted. Since then, her schedule had been hectic, and there was a clear divide between debut artists and trainees, making spontaneous encounters rare unless specifically arranged. This instance was purely coincidental. Sol-ji. Chi Kyung-won chuckled lightly as he approached her, gently tapping her shoulder. Oh my. The sudden voice startled her, causing her to jump slightly and turn to the side. Chi. Upon seeing the masked figure, she hesitated for a moment before quickly recognizing him, her face lighting up with joy as his name slipped from her lips. However, she halted mid-sentence, recalling that he had already debuted and that it was not appropriate to call him out directly here. What a coincidence. Buying drinks? Chi Kyung-won's eyes sparkled with happiness, though his expression remained partially obscured. Sol-ji nodded, then inquired, what are you having? Today it's my treat. That's unnecessary. I just had coffee. Sol-ji feigned ignorance and ordered an iced mocha from the staff. After placing her order, she turned back, puffing her cheeks in a proud smile. Chi Kyung-won could only shake his head in amusement, speechless. After a brief wait, Sol-ji accepted her packaged drink from the staff and handed the iced mocha to Chi Kyung-won as they headed towards SM Entertainment. They chose to walk under the shade of trees along the path, leisurely chatting as they strolled. It's been so long since I last saw you. Have you been busy since your debut? Sol-ji asked curiously after sipping her iced coffee. Well, we are actually quite unbusy. EXOK's activities are indeed limited. Oh, so you all. Sol-ji felt she had asked a foolish question, her expression tinged with guilt. It was something she had anticipated. Early announcements often led to disillusionment. Chi Kyung-won briefly updated her on EXO's current status, feeling no embarrassment as the information was widely known. And you? How have you been? Still practicing as before, eagerly awaiting your debut, I presume? No changes. Sol-ji shared a concise update on her own situation. Chapter 42. A small company a few days ago. Two girls quarreled over a male trainee. You wouldn't believe how bitterly they spoke of each other over a boy, almost coming to blows. Recently, our teacher praised Jingyuan again. You know her, right? I feel her dancing isn't as impressive as mine, yet her beauty is simply captivating. Jiang Seki remarked with a tone of playful sarcasm, recounting several amusing anecdotes that had Jingyuan chuckling. In truth, some of her stories weren't particularly funny. It was her vivid expressions that made them amusing. The life of a trainee is indeed quite exhilarating. One would feel a tinge of regret for not having experienced it. Not long ago, a new trainee joined the company, having studied abroad, also born in 1994, Jiang Seki mentioned. Oh, a friend? Jingyuan asked casually. No, she just arrived. I haven't exchanged many words with her. Jiang Seki shook her head. I merely heard she shares the same birth year, which creates a sense of familiarity. Is she pretty? Why are you boys always so concerned about that? Jiang Seki frowned at Jingyuan. Then what should I be concerned about? Jingyuan replied, his eyes wide with innocence and confusion, timidly inquiring, is her math score good? Jiang Seki rolled her eyes, seemingly defeated, and sighed, she is quite attractive, from my perspective. She is adorable. Isn't it easy for new trainees to be bullied or ostracized? Jingyuan pondered before asking. Perhaps. Just entering the company, having studied abroad. She likely has no friends. Wow, saying that, she seems like a perfect target for exclusion, Jiang Seki mused, quite astonished by her own conclusion. That sounds rather pitiful. If you encounter her, you should lend her a helping hand. After all, she is born in the same year as you. Qi Jingyuan sighed, feeling quite sympathetic. Jiang Seki shot him a sidelong glance, her face filled with skepticism. Are you suggesting I take care of her because she is the same age? Or because I mentioned she is pretty? Initially, she didn't know him well, but after several conversations, Jiang Seki began to grasp some of Qi Jingyuan's true character. Compared to the excellent first impression he made upon their first meeting, this popular member of EXO seemed to be losing his luster in her eyes. What do you think? Qi Jingyuan gave her a look, inviting her to reflect. Humph. The two chatted merrily as they walked, and just as they approached the SM building, Jiang Seki suddenly recalled something. Oh, Jingyuan. What is it? Do you remember Wu Seik? Wu Seik. Of course, I remember him. But ever since he left the company, I haven't heard anything about him, nearly forgetting. Qi Jingyuan replied. I heard from a former female trainee who dated Wu Seik that he has joined a new company as a trainee, and the boss has high hopes for him. He is likely to debut in the future, Jiang Seki disclosed. If he debuts later, will he bow and address me as senpai when he sees me? Qi Jingyuan mused with interest. That would surely infuriate him. If I were in his shoes, just imagining it would be unbearable, Jiang Seki laughed. Shaking her head. Which company did he join? I think it's called Big Hit. I haven't heard much about it. It's a small company. Then let us wish him good luck. Meanwhile, Li Minghan hung up the phone, somewhat astonished as he gazed at the still-lit screen. Lost in thought for a moment, Li PD, what's wrong? Jingyuan noticed Li Minghan's expression and grew concerned. Nearby, several crew members, including fellow director Park Cheng-jae and screenwriter Li Yozhen, turned their attention to him. This was their first major move since switching to TVN, and everyone was approaching it with utmost determination. After finally resolving some issues, they faced another challenge with casting. Selecting supporting roles through auditions and their connections went smoothly. But they hit a snag with the leads. After receiving the call, Li Minghan appeared somewhat dazed, raising concerns among the others about whether something troubling had arisen. No. Li Minghan shook his hand, his expression peculiar as he said, a close senior called me to recommend someone for the male lead audition. That should be good news. Jingyuan exclaimed, then asked with apprehension, is the artist your senior recommended? He hesitated, refraining from uttering the words unpresentable. Not at all. The person he recommended, I've heard of and seen on television. Aesthetically, they are undoubtedly excellent. Although they don't know the Busan dialect. They expressed a willingness to learn quickly to meet the production's needs, but Li Minghan briefly outlined the situation, withholding his deeper concerns. He believed that since the senior took the initiative, it was reasonable to expect the artist to have access to better resources, unlike their inexperienced crew that few regarded positively. What is troubling you, PD? The people around him wondered. Indeed, the previous few people I invited all declined. With the filming date approaching, if we can't find a suitable candidate, we'll have to settle for Su Ringguo, the contestant I initially considered, Jingyuan sighed. Yet he is merely a last resort. In that case, let us arrange an audition for him promptly, Li Minghan decided. PD, do we need to send a script? An assistant inquired. If they can reach out for an audition, they surely can obtain a script. Li Minghan glanced at the assistant, pondering, then waved his hand. Let us send a copy anyway. PD, who is the artist? From SM, Qi Jingyuan. Chapter 43 Audition Annyeonghaseyo. Qi Jingyuan entered the office, greeting the individuals seated within. Present were several prominent figures from the production team, including Li Minghan, director Jingyuan, and screenwriter Li Yuzhang. Upon entering, all eyes turned to him, scrutinizing for a moment before nodding slightly. Li Yuzhang's eyes sparkled with evident appreciation as a smile graced her face. Jingyuan, typically, auditions are conducted in a more formal setting with cameras present and a larger group of participants. However, since you come highly recommended by a senior, we can forego some formalities. Just as few will assess your talent, Li Minghan remarked with a smile, nodding at Qi Jingyuan. Na, Gamsahamnida. Qi Jingyuan bowed once more, and the heads of the production team nodded in apparent satisfaction. Let us commence. Please introduce yourself. There is no need to feel anxious, just relax. Li Minghan encouraged as he signaled the start of the audition. Annyeonghaseyo, I am Qi Jingyuan, the youngest member of EXO, 19 years old. And I debuted as an idol in April this year. Qi Jingyuan offered a brief self-introduction. 19? Have you taken the college entrance exam? Jingyuan inquired. No. I took it last year and was successfully admitted to Yonsei University. However, due to my debut, I am currently on a one-year leave of absence. Qi Jingyuan affirmed with a nod. The group exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement. You haven't acted before, have you? Li Yuzhang asked with a smile. No. This is my first attempt at a television drama. Previously, I had only participated in acting classes and shot some commercials, Jingyuan responded. Haha, I have seen your commercials. You performed exceptionally well. Li Yuzheng beamed, revealing her clear inclination towards him. How well can you speak Busan dialect? Our script contains a significant amount of it. Jingyuan queried. I did not know how to speak it before, but after expressing my interest in auditioning, I immediately sought a teacher for guidance, and am currently practicing. Jingyuan explained. Then please read this line. Jingyuan handed him the script, pointing to a particular line. Jingyuan accepted it with both hands, glanced at the script, and after mentally rehearsing the emotions, delivered the line with a fierce intensity. If you have what it takes, come and kill me. Let us perish together. Laughter erupted among the group, followed by gentle applause and nods of approval. Though not entirely accurate, you captured the essence of it. Have you only just begun learning? Jingyuan asked in surprise, and upon receiving confirmation, he shook his head in admiration. Truly a linguistic prodigy. If you were required to cut your hair short for the role, would you have any reservations? Li Yuzheng inquired, scrutinizing Jingyuan's face. None at all. I would gladly accept any hairstyle to fit the character. Only a fool would refuse such a change, he replied confidently. But as an idol, you must perform on stage often. Wouldn't that pose a challenge? Anyang, I could simply wear a hat on stage. I believe it would look even better than my current hairstyle, Jingyuan said with a playful smile. Laughter ensued once more. Haha, it wouldn't be that drastic. We wouldn't cut it that short, Li Yuzheng explained. The hairstyle we designed for the male lead is relatively long, with bangs covering the forehead entirely. However, for you, I believe a shorter style would suit you better. Your forehead should not be entirely obscured, as your charm is truly remarkable. Ah, indeed. Such looks and charisma truly position you as my ideal male lead. If it were Jingyuan, I feel we could consider increasing the male lead screen time, as it would be a waste not to capitalize on such excellence, Li Yuzheng declared, clearly favoring him over previous candidates. They proceeded to ask a few more questions, and Jingyuan answered effortlessly. It was evident that the team members were quite pleased with him, both in terms of appearance and other qualities. He was indeed exceptionally fitting for their novice production team, which faced skepticism from many. Jingyuan, despite this being your first audition, why do you appear so unfazed? Jingyuan inquired with curiosity. Anyang, in truth, I am quite nervous, nearly unable to stand. Jingyuan promptly shook his head, clutching his chest, feigning composure. Oh, this young man. Jingyuan chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Though not overtly declaring a decision, the outcome was nearly evident. Nah, thank you all. Jingyuan smiled and bowed as he took his leave, with everyone nodding and waving, radiating warmth. What do you think? PD. You've already expressed your thoughts. Why ask for our opinions? Jingyuan commented, displaying mild discontent. His expression faltered after a moment, breaking into a grin and shaking his head. Ah, truly, his qualities are exceptional, both in appearance and demeanor, far exceeding other candidates. I have no objections. Is it true he is a member of a boy group? His aura hardly resembles that of an idol, another remarked. Indeed, it is evident he is not from an ordinary background, several others chimed in. While lacking acting experience and needing further practice with the Busan dialect, his physical attributes overshadowed these shortcomings. Director Park Sung-ji nodded in agreement, offering his assessment. Given our budget, it is challenging to find suitable actors who meet our requirements and possess proven skills. Jingyuan is indeed the best option. Opinions flowed freely, and soon consensus was reached. The selection of the lead actor could no longer be delayed, and Jingyuan's appearance and demonstrated qualities rendered them speechless. Let it be settled then. Prepare the offer and contract to send to SM, Li Minghan decisively instructed. Yuzheng, are you serious about increasing the male lead's role? No, PD. I believe that given Jingyuan's exceptional appearance, some aspects of the original script seem mismatched and require modification, screenwriter Li Yuzheng confirmed. I concur. Enhancing the male lead's presence would certainly render the narrative more engaging, she added. Let us proceed with this plan. I share the same sentiment, Li Minghan agreed, nodding. From my experience, even I feel an affinity upon seeing him. This lad's looks will surely resonate with the audience. With the male lead confirmed, they turned their attention to the female lead, Chang Shiwan. Is there a candidate lined up for the audition? No. She is also an artist from an idol group and is scheduled to audition the day after tomorrow. Another idol? Chapter 44. Confirmation of casting. The production team acted swiftly, likely due to their genuine satisfaction with Jingyuan's performance. By the following day, they had sent an invitation and contract to SM Entertainment. The liaison at SM had already received indications from higher management to maintain an open attitude towards all personal invitations Jingyuan pursued, without any intent to impede. They merely coordinated the filming schedule to avoid conflicts with EXK's activities. The discussions between both parties were pleasant, leading to a swift agreement. The television drama is scheduled to air on TV in late July, leaving nearly 2 months until then. Jingyuan has begun preparing for his role, which includes getting a haircut, memorizing lines, and maintaining his fitness. He has consistently exercised, keeping his physique in excellent condition. A crucial aspect of his preparation involves learning the Busan dialect, as most dramas in the peninsula employ live sound recording during filming, thereby imposing high demands on the actor's dialogues. While preparing, Jingyuan also needs to balance his commitments with EXOK's performance stages. Despite the K-team's rocky debut, they consistently appear on music shows, and their performance durations are notably lengthy, reflecting the company's effort. When EXOK debuted, SHINee was still promoting, and after their promotions, they held concerts while Girls' Generation's subunit TDS debuted shortly after. It appears this trend will continue. The host stands at the forefront, flanked by a couple of substitutes. Meanwhile, EXOK often finds themselves at the back of the crowd, nearly obscured. The camera angles are often blocked by those in front, with only fleeting moments of visibility as they stretch on their toes, beaming smiles to capture a few frames. The attitude of other senior groups towards them has grown rather indifferent. In the early days of their debut, several girl group members would greet them and sneakily pass notes requesting phone numbers, but such interactions have become scarce. Less popular boy groups struggle to even initiate conversations. Jingyuan might be an exception, albeit a minor one. This sentiment is quite disheartening. There are rumors that in the latter half of the year, MBC Music Show champion and SBS's Inkageo will be on hiatus for an extended period, reducing the number of performance stages available to them. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Jingyuan's news of his casting in the drama was not concealed, and soon all members of K-Team were aware. However, they did not voice any particular remarks, having already recognized Jingyuan's distinct position within the company. The members who successfully debuted are not necessarily all astute, but they are certainly not naive. Given the frequent invitations from Lee Soo-man for chats, it is clear he is no ordinary individual. No one expressed discontent. Of course, after such a prolonged period of camaraderie, even if there were grievances, no one would dare voice them. They possess a degree of emotional intelligence. While others remained silent, Do Kyung-soo openly expressed his envy. His expressive eyes fixed on the script in Jingyuan's hands, as if he were eager to snatch it away. Do Kyung-soo harbors aspirations of becoming an actor himself, but given the current circumstances of the group, he feels powerless to demand anything. Jingyuan, fight for a successful broadcast. Then we can all visit the set and increase our exposure, encouraged the leader, Kim Junmine. It was evident that he was genuinely anxious about the K-team's situation, yet felt there was little he could do. Junmine, it's merely a small production, and the PD is participating for the first time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have landed this role. Jingyuan waved dismissively, indicating that he believed the drama lacked potential and that his casting was merely a stroke of luck. Regardless, it remains an opportunity. Fight on. Kim Junmine patted Jingyuan's shoulder, letting out a sigh. By the way, we still need to rehearse the cover stage for Sorry Night. Don't forget, he reminded before departing. On May 30th, at the Dream concert, EXOK was granted the chance to perform. In addition to their unwavering performance of Mama, they had over a minute for a cover stage. They would be performing the senior group SJ's Sorry, for which they had already rehearsed multiple times with ease. Thus, Jingyuan's path as an actor was firmly established. In a moving van, the manager of the girl group of Pink, while driving, earnestly addressed the group member Young Eun-ji, who was seated in the back. Eun-ji, this opportunity is truly remarkable. You must seize it. Although PD Lee Myung-han is producing a drama for the first time, his previous variety shows have been immensely successful, and his extensive connections in the industry can compensate for any lack of experience. The supporting cast for this drama is also impressive, and although it may not become a blockbuster, for someone like you, with no prior acting experience, this is undoubtedly the best choice. The company has put forth significant effort to secure this audition opportunity for you. Stay relaxed and focused. As a Pink's manager continued to drive and ramble on like a concerned aunt, Young Eun-ji, who had been trying to concentrate on her script, could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Do you realize that the more you talk, the more nervous I become? Her Busan accent slipped through, revealing her genuine anxiety. I understand. I understand. The manager nodded, gesturing with one hand while keeping the other on the steering wheel, indicating he would remain quiet. However, not even half a minute passed before the manager spoke again. Eunji, it's not that I want to nag, it's just, Young Eunji interrupted, exasperated, throwing the script over her face and collapsing against the backrest, appearing ready to explode. The manager's mouth opened and closed, ultimately failing to utter a sound. Chapter 45. A slight discrepancy. Jung Indi took a deep breath, attempting to calm her anxious heart. She donned a white short-sleeved top beneath a deep blue denim jacket, complemented by form-fitting jeans. Her brown hair, slightly curled, cascaded in front of her, and her face bore a light makeup, giving her a somewhat youthful appearance. Encouraged by her manager, she stepped into the audition venue. Present were producer Lee Ming-han, director Shin Won-ho, and screenwriter Lee Yu-jong, all of whom were fixated on Jung Indi, with a distinct scrutinizing expression on Shin Won-ho's face. Relax, don't panic, one of the staff members reassured her, and the audition commenced. The process bore resemblance to Chi Kyung-won's previous audition, though the inquiries posed were notably more numerous and stringent. After observing Jung Indi's performance for a considerable duration, several key figures exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts before nodding slightly in approval. A significant requirement for the role was the Busan dialect, which posed no challenge for Jung Indi, being a native of Busan, despite her complete lack of acting experience. Her personality and demeanor exhibited during the audition bore a certain similarity to the female lead, Jong Sherwon. Not bad, Lee Yu-jong noted with a furrowed brow. Leaning towards the director and whispering, do you not think she and the male lead are somewhat mismatched? With Chi Kyung-won already confirmed as the male lead, consideration naturally shifted to the compatibility of the female lead with him. Lee Yu-jong held a favorable view of Chi Kyung-won and sought to adjust the script to increase his screen time, hoping the female lead would align more harmoniously with him. To put it plainly, there was a disparity in their appearances. Jung Indi smiled and bowed, bidding farewell to the gathered individuals. In the return van, her manager, concerned, immediately inquired, so how did the PDs respond? While Jung Indi auditioned, her manager had been engaging with other crew members, establishing connections and inquiring about various aspects of the production, fully aware of who wielded the most influence in the casting process. It went well. The PD said the results were promising. By the way, Appa, has the male lead been confirmed? Who is it? Jung Indi recalled the comments she had overheard and asked with a furrowed brow. Yes, I heard he was just confirmed a couple of days ago. It's a Pink. Having debuted just over a year ago, had released 2 mini-albums and 1 full-length album, achieving their first music show win at the beginning of the year and sweeping the 2011 Rookie of the Year awards. Their initial success was dazzling, yet subsequent efforts appeared somewhat lackluster. Although occasional conflicts arose among the members, their overall interaction remained amicable. The eldest member and leader, Park Korong, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor and soft voice, possessed a warm-hearted yet assertive personality, demonstrating remarkable management skills. With no schedules today, the members lingered in their dormitory, and upon entering, Jung Indi was greeted by Kim Namju. Hey, how did the audition go? Kim Namju inquired, taking a seat beside her. The other members, hearing the commotion, gathered around, eager to hear about Jung Indi's audition for the female lead role, especially since several members harbored aspirations of becoming actors themselves. The PD said the audition went quite well, but there's still no confirmation on whether I got the role. I have to wait a few days for the news. Jung Indi replied, her eyes closed and a tone of exhaustion evident in her voice. However, she continued, opening her eyes with a change in expression. Mo? Park Korong's eyes widened in surprise. I overheard the writer and PD discussing that if I were to play the female lead, it might seem a bit mismatched with the male lead, Jung Indi shared, her brow furrowed as she recounted the feedback, struggling to articulate her feelings. Jingyuan? Who was the male lead? The mention of the male lead captured everyone's attention, and the members leaned in closer to her. The male lead was just confirmed. My manager Appa inquired, and it's Chi Kyung-won. Chi Kyung-won. Is he a rookie actor? Kim Namju expressed unfamiliarity with the name. He's Yuan from the boy group EXO. His real name is Chi Kyung-won, Jung Indi explained, feeling somewhat weary yet compelled to clarify. Suddenly, the room fell silent as the members exchanged glances, contemplating the implications. Well, that does seem a bit mismatched, remarked the forthright Woo Ha Young, her words blunt. Jung Indi felt as though she had been struck, directing a shout at Wu Ha-young. That's just the way it is. Wu Ha-young, slightly intimidated, took a few steps back to a safe distance while defiantly asserting her viewpoint. We saw Yuan at the music show. His looks and physique left a lasting impression. Uni. Her sentence trailed off as Zhang Indi shot her a piercing glance, effectively silencing her. The other members, having heard Wu Ha-young's comments, nodded in agreement but did so discreetly, likely mindful of Zhang Indi's feelings. Zhang Indi let out a desperate scream, collapsing onto the sofa, devoid of energy. Indi, fighting. The PD said the audition went splendidly. You will surely succeed, Park Korong encouraged, patting Zhang Indi's thigh. Fighting. The other members echoed in unison, with Wu Ha-young, who had just retreated, stepping forward to gesture her support. Chapter 46. The concert on May 30th, the Dream concert took place at the Seoul World Cup Stadium, featuring the participation of approximately 20 groups and artists. Among the most popular were TVXQ, Girls' Generation TDS, Kara, and 2PM. EXO-K, benefiting from their affiliation with SM Entertainment, also graced the concert with 2 stage performances, despite being relatively new and facing challenges in their development. EXO-K managed to secure a modest waiting room amidst the bustling roster of artists. Early in the morning, the group, accompanied by their manager, set off for the stadium. Upon arrival, the audience had yet to enter. The members, adorned with artist access badges, followed their manager into the backstage waiting area. Although it was still early, the backstage was already a hive of activity, with staff members bustling about, urgency evident in their hurried steps and occasional anxious shouts. The Dream concert is typically broadcast live, and this year's event was particularly grand, posing a significant challenge for both the organizers and the staff, given the vast number of artists and attendees. The manager went to confirm the rehearsal schedule and important details with the staff, while the assistant led several members of Kate team into their waiting room, closing the door behind them to create a bubble of calm amidst the external chaos. As the days passed, the members of K-Team began to recover from the disappointment of being announced as half-frozen and were no longer as anxious or disheartened. They were excited about the attendance of Kara and Tiara, expressing admiration for Ji-yeon and Hara. Conversations about Hara's rumored relationship with a member of Beast and Ji-yeon's admirers flowed naturally. Amidst the banter, they acknowledged that it might be best to wait until their own popularity soared before pursuing romantic interests, recalling a past unsuccessful attempt to approach a girl group member. In a corner of the waiting room, Chi Kyung-won sat wearing black-rimmed glasses, engrossed in his 3DS game console, occasionally chiming in on the discussions. The glasses, a gift from his older sister, lacked prescription but were said to offer some protection against radiation, allowing him to enjoy gaming without straining his eyes. Despite uncertainty about their efficacy, he wore them out of familial affection. They were supposed to visit the waiting rooms of other senior groups, but as the newest and earliest arrivals, they found themselves waiting for the senior artists to arrive. Time passed quickly as they played games and chatted leisurely. Eventually, their manager knocked on the door, urging them to prepare for their visit to the seniors, as many groups had already arrived. Upon entering, Lee Sung-hwan appeared frantic, signaling K-Team to move quickly. The members responded promptly, led by their captain, Kim Jun-mayan. They visited their seniors from the same company, Girls' Generation TDS and TVXQ. Yunho and Changmin from TVXQ greeted them warmly, rising to return their bows, displaying a gracious demeanor. After exchanging a few encouraging words, they bid farewell, with TVXQ's manager maintaining a friendly smile throughout and offering a reassuring pat on Chi Kyung-won's shoulder. Once back in their own space, the members collectively exhaled in relief. The whirlwind of visits had been exhausting, especially for their captain, who bore the responsibility of leading the greetings. Chi Kyung-won, tucked away at the back, had said little, largely obscured by Si-hoon, who stood in front of him, allowing him to avoid the spotlight during the formalities. Make sure to rest up. Staff will come around for rehearsal soon, Lee Sung-hwan advised before leaving. After the demanding round of greetings, the mood settled, and the members occupied themselves with their respective activities, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Chi Kyung-won put on his glasses again and resumed his gaming. About 10 minutes later, a sudden knock echoed from the waiting room door. Before the assistant could respond, the door swung open. Annyeonghaseyo. A head poked in. Seniors, Annyeonghaseyo. Upon seeing the visitors, Kate team members quickly rose, and Chi Kyung-won set his 3DS aside to greet them. The visitors were none other than Girls' Generation TTS, led by Tion, who stepped in with Seo-hyun and Sunny trailing behind. They had just finished their styling and were dressed in their performance outfits, shining brightly. Tion sported long, blonde hair with a side parting and a loosely curled braid, exuding a radiant charm with her gentle smile. Seo-hyun and Sunny were equally stunning, though their colorful, sequined outfits appeared somewhat extravagant. Upon seeing their esteemed seniors, K-team members bowed respectfully. The trio nodded and smiled in return. Seo-hyun offered a few encouraging words. Recalling their prior interactions when K-team were still trainees and had collaborated on stages and music videos, including the title track Twinkle from TTS's debut album, which featured several EXO members before their debut, at a time when Jingyuan had yet to join the company. Captain Kim Junmayan, familiar with the seniors, shared a friendly exchange with Seo-hyun. However, Tion remained silent, her gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Chi Kyung-won, who stood in the far corner. Chapter 47. Contact information. Could you provide me with your contact details, Chi Jingyuan? Kim Tion inquired with a smile. The senior had already finished her makeup, her eyeliner accentuating her large eyes, and with the addition of colored contact lenses, she appeared striking. The shimmering powder beneath her eyes added a touch of allure, causing hearts to flutter, particularly for Park Chan-yeol, who had stolen several glances. In contrast, Chi Jingyuan maintained an air of calmness. Upon hearing her self-introduction, Kim Tion remained silent but regarded him with evident interest. Meanwhile, Hwang Mi-young, who had been conversing with Kim Junmayan, perked up at the mention of Chi Jingyuan. She moved beside Kim Tion, intertwining her arm with hers, her eyes sparkling as they fell upon the bespectacled Chi, who was slightly bowed. Ah, Hyo-yeon was right. Hwang Mi-young whispered to Kim Tion, her smile suggesting she had uncovered something intriguing. Kim Tion nodded in agreement, affirming her sentiment. Although they were whispering, their proximity allowed Chi Jingyuan to overhear their exchange. He remained oblivious to the content of Hyo-yeon's comment, maintaining a polite smile. Seo-hyun at the entrance could not resist casting a glance their way, though she refrained from approaching, instead continuing her casual conversation with Kim Junmayan. After a few seconds of observing Chi Jingyuan, Kim Tion's face lit up with a radiant smile, akin to a blooming rose, revealing her pristine white teeth as she extended her hand. Please share your contact information with me. She quickly added, I already have most of K-team's numbers. Yours is the only one missing. Chi Jingyuan's lips twitched slightly as he raised his eyes to meet Kim Tion's gaze, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded. Sure, senior. My number is XX. Amidst the EXO members' watchful eyes, the two exchanged their contact information. Afterward, Kim Tion surveyed the room once more, eventually focusing on Chi Jingyuan. With a smile, she waved her hand in farewell and nodded gently to the others before exiting the waiting room. Seo-hyun, after offering encouragement, followed suit. The K-team members bowed continuously, bidding farewell to their senior. Once Kim Junmayan closed the door, the room fell into silence, and he turned, his expression one of astonishment as he stared at Chi Jingyuan for a prolonged moment before suddenly breaking into applause, exclaiming, What a triumph! What a triumph! The other members joined in, shaking their heads in admiration. They were not oblivious. It was clear that TDS had come specifically to see Chi Jingyuan and to request his contact information. As one of the most prominent girl groups in the peninsula, Girls' Generation stood as a pillar of SM entertainment, incomparable to EXO. Jingyuan. Oh Si-hoon approached, playfully punching his arm, his face filled with admiration. You truly live up to your reputation. Honestly, I'm quite surprised as well, Chi Jingyuan replied, shrugging. And it was merely a request for contact information. Merely? Kim Junmayan said enviously, pointing at him, at a loss for words. Nearby, Kim Jong-un and Park Chan-yeol exchanged puzzled glances. After a brief discussion, a staff member knocked on the door, announcing, EXK, it's time for your rehearsal. You're up next. Understood. Kim Junmayan replied, and the members stood, adjusting their hairstyles in front of the mirror. Chi Jingyuan removed his glasses and placed them in his bag as they all followed Kim Junmayan out. Just a few steps out of the waiting room, their manager, Lee Sung-hwan, hurried over, seemingly there to remind them of the rehearsal. Upon seeing them, he nodded without speaking, trailing behind while conversing with another staff member. As they traversed the narrow backstage corridor, they arrived at the exit connecting the backstage to the stage. The interior was somewhat dim, contrasting with the blinding sunlight outside. The air conditioning in the corridor provided a cool respite from the sweltering heat outside. It felt as if they were transitioning between two distinct worlds. Exiting here led to the stage of the Dream concert performance. However, rehearsals commenced from this exit. For the official performance, they would enter through another exit, emerging from the grand screen at the center of the stage, creating a more impactful entrance. At that moment, a group was rehearsing on stage, and the 6 members of K team waited at the exit, chatting while observing the ongoing practice. The 2 stages were not directly connected. Once one performance concluded, the group would descend to change costumes and wait for their turn, typically after 5 or 6 acts. Coincidentally, Pink's 2 performances were scheduled just before EXOK's, with Hush preceding Mama and the cover of Tell Me Before Sorry. Jingyuan was familiar with Pink, having seen them backstage during promotions, though they had never interacted closely. As he waited for their rehearsal to conclude, he casually observed them. He noted that at least 3 members did not meet the standard for performance, their legs appearing somewhat thick even at close range, which would be amplified on camera. The leader was quite adorable, but unfortunately, her figure did not meet the criteria either. Not long after, about a minute later, their rehearsal for Hush concluded, and 2 members made their way backstage while the other 5 remained to rehearse Tell Me. This cover stage featured only 5 performers. Annyeonghaseyo. The EXO-K members greeted as the 2 Pink members descended. Young Eun-ji and Hong Yoo-jung promptly returned the greeting, their expressions curious as they recognized the EXO-K. They did not leave immediately but lingered at the edge of the stage, waiting for their members to finish rehearsing before departing together. The 2 groups occupied either side of the corridor, filling the exit to capacity. Seniors, your performance outfits look fantastic, Kim Junmin initiated, as he typically engaged in such exchanges to foster rapport with other groups. However, Jingyuan thought Pink's stage outfits were rather unremarkable and wondered if Junmin's compliment might be construed as sarcasm. Ah, Soho SSI, you're older than me. So there's no need for formalities, Young Eun-ji replied with a smile, her eyes squinting with delight. Indeed, Pink's songs are truly delightful, Park Chan-yeol chimed in. Chapter 48. Filming at the end of the corridor leading to the stage, a few members of K team engaged in conversation with 2 members of Pink. Hong Yoo-jing remained rather reticent, displaying a hint of shyness, while Young Eun-ji exuded a cheerful demeanor, demonstrating a remarkable knack for socializing. Her laughter was incessant, her eyes sparkling with joy, quickly fostering a sense of camaraderie. However, Chi Kyung-won, who stood at the back of the line, leaning against the wall and gazing at the stage, felt as though the 2 Pink members occasionally cast glances in his direction. He thought to himself, let them look. I'm accustomed to it. The cover stage was brief, lasting just over a minute. Soon, the other members of Pink concluded their rehearsal and descended in a line. Observing this, EXO-K perked up, with Kim Junmin and Young Eun-ji exchanging encouraging words of fighting before leading their members onto the stage. The members of both groups formed lines, bowing respectfully as they passed each other, with minimal interaction. When the second member of the line, Oh Ha-young, bowed and recognized the EXO-K, her eyes widened in surprise. She immediately turned her gaze toward the last member, Chi Kyung-won, and gently tapped the shoulder of Sun Naon behind her. The other Pink members also noticed Chi Kyung-won and couldn't help but steal glances at him during their bows. After the 2 groups exchanged pleasantries, Chi Kyung-won felt an undeniable sensation that someone was watching him from behind. He observed that several members of Pink maintained an air of nonchalance as they made their way backstage. Without further contemplation, he hastened to his designated spot as the music from Mama began to play, signaling the start of their rehearsal. This rehearsal did not require microphones. It primarily focused on familiarizing themselves with their positions, dance moves, and the planned activities for their official entrance. However, this particular event was the Dream Concert, which brought a distinct atmosphere. I now comprehend why the production team's PD made such remarks. Enough is enough. It is true that he is exceptionally handsome and possesses a remarkable aura, yet surely the disparity cannot be that pronounced. Young Eun-ji furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of reluctant agreement, though voicing it would be quite embarrassing. She noticed Park Cho-rong nodding slightly ahead, seeking her input. What do you think, Yuni? Fighting. Time flew by, and as the audience filled the venue, the Dream Concert officially commenced. This time, the MCs were 3 popular idols, 2 PM Soke Taekyeon, Kara's Han Sung-yeon, and Z. Lim Si-won. Upon their entrance, the enthusiastic cheers from the audience were palpable, as the fans were exceedingly supportive, contributing to a vibrant atmosphere for each group. Chi Kyung-won spotted his own fan base. On the 3rd floor stands, directly facing the stage, a prominent display showcased the names of SM Entertainment's groups, EXO-K, Girls' Generation, SM Town, TVXQ. The banners lined up in a row, with fans of all SM groups organized in their seats. The feeling of having support was delightful, even if their numbers paled in comparison to those of their senior counterparts. After the performance of Mama, the members quickly descended to change out of their performance outfits, donning sharp suits instead. 3 sported bow ties, while the other three opted for ties, all gathering at the designated spot to await their turn. Truth be told, Chi Kyung-won believed the suit ensemble was far more visually appealing than their mama performance outfits. Once A Pink's cover stage concluded, the staff signaled them to take the stage. As they positioned themselves at the center, the music for Sorry commenced. The audience's reaction and support for this performance far surpassed that of Mama, as this popular cover stage inherently attracted attention and enthusiasm. This song was considered a classic closing number for the Dream concert. Some members, unfamiliar with the song, had memorized the lyrics and practiced the vocal techniques, with Chi Kyung-won among them. Upon finishing their performance and joining the stage for a group sing-along, he realized his preparations had been in vain. The popular senior group had taken the stage first, swiftly claiming the front row, leaving no space for Yexuke when they took their turn. The group sing-along was quite humorous, although it was labeled as a collaboration. Those positioned behind them lacked microphones and could only clap along enthusiastically. Amidst the fervent applause, as dazzling fireworks soared into the sky, the concert officially concluded. Cut. Excellent. Let's take a break, director Shin Won-ho called out. Clad in shorts and a t-shirt, sporting athletic shoes, a director's cap, and black-rimmed glasses perched on his round face, he wore a satisfied smile. With his command, the previously silent crew erupted into chatter. Director Shin gave Chi Kyung-won a thumbs up, his eyes radiating evident admiration. After bowing to several key creative members and senior actors, Chi Kyung-won walked a few steps to his seat, borrowing the handheld fan that Park Jin-hyun offered him, vigorously fanning himself while gasping for breath. It was indeed sweltering. Now in late June, nearly a month had passed since the Dream concert, and Chi Kyung-won had simultaneously joined the filming crew. Chapter 49. The support vehicle. The unassuming, overlooked supporting role in this television drama has indeed been cast quite well, particularly with the inclusion of the esteemed actor Sung Dong-il, who is affectionately referred to as Hyung by director Shin Won-ho. Born in 1969, he has remained active as an actor and has portrayed numerous supporting characters in various dramas, establishing himself as a renowned golden supporting actor in the industry. A face familiar to audiences, albeit with a certain air of superiority. Additionally, there is Yoon Ji-won, formerly the leader of the idol group Crystal Boys, a pioneer among idols, who continues to thrive in the entertainment realm, enjoying significant popularity. Alongside him is Lee Ho-won, known by his stage name Hoya, who hails from the boy group Infinite, another group that has recently garnered much attention. The popularity of Hoya's group was evident when they were able to occupy prominent positions during the previous Dream concert. As for the leading lady, it is none other than Young Eun-ji from A Pink. To be honest, when Chi Kyung-won first learned that the lead role was to be played by Young Eun-ji, he was quite taken aback and even questioned whether he had made the right choice in embarking on his acting career with this drama. His prior impression of Young Eun-ji was that of a rather average-looking, short-statured idol with a slightly plump figure, whose group had seen moderate success without any standout features. His memories of A Pink mainly revolved around their captain, Park Cho-rong, and Sun Na-eun, with Young Eun-ji merely a peripheral presence. To his surprise, she was to be the female lead opposite him. Did they seem well-matched? That notion lingered in his mind until the drama commenced shooting, and once the production was underway, he observed that Young Eun-ji was not as ordinary as he had presumed. Although she lacked extensive acting experience, her interpretation of the character Jong Si-won was quite unique, and he was uncertain whether it could be considered a natural performance. The director expressed satisfaction with her portrayal, and Chi Kyung-won found her performance to possess a certain charm. Though Chi Kyung-won did not regard her appearance as particularly striking, he conceded that her smile was genuinely captivating, exuding warmth and radiance, with her crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled with joy, creating an infectious aura reminiscent of his own. This smile significantly masked any facial imperfections, fostering a sense of familiarity. Perhaps she was aware of this, as she seemed to greet everyone with a smile. Having grown somewhat acquainted with Young Eun-ji, Chi Kyung-won harbored some mischievous speculations. The filming had been underway for over 10 days, with the premiere scheduled for July 24th as part of TVN's Tuesday drama lineup. Set to follow the currently airing I Love Lee Tae-ri. The shooting was progressing smoothly, and despite it being her first experience in a drama, Young Eun-ji did not lag behind. Chi Kyung-won, also a novice, exhibited talents that left the creative team in awe. Though his acting was somewhat raw, he improved rapidly, adeptly conveying the emotions the director required, often needing only 1 or 2 retakes to identify and rectify his shortcomings. With his impressive looks and charisma, many in the crew lauded him as a natural actor. Upon hearing this designation, Chi Kyung-won felt a sense of foreboding. The last person he had heard referred to in such a manner was Lim Yuna. Just look at how her dramas fared prior to the premiere. The footage edited from just 3 or 4 episodes would suffice, as the remaining schedule depended on viewer ratings and audience feedback post-release to determine whether to adjust filming schedules and scripts. Most dramas in the peninsula operate on a shoot-and-air model, where ratings and viewer comments significantly influence a show's trajectory. As it stood, the filming schedule was ample, and the progress was encouraging, allowing for sufficient material to be captured before the initial broadcast. Overall, aside from the drama's lack of reputation and external skepticism, everything else seemed to be proceeding smoothly. At that moment, the crew was on break, with everyone seeking refuge in shaded areas as July approached, bringing with it rising temperatures. The sweltering heat had rendered many restless, leaving little inclination for conversation as they sat absorbed in their phones. Another one? Didn't Sunny and Hyoyeon already send one? Chi Kyung-won stood from his chair, following Park Jae-hyun outside while inquiring with curiosity. After learning of his casting as the male lead, Sunny and Hyoyeon, 2 of his close seniors from Girls' Generation, had called to congratulate him, and both had sent support vehicles after the official commencement of filming. Support vehicles are a unique expression of support for idols or friends in the peninsula. Other than these 2 sisters, Chi Kyung-won had no particularly close senior artist friends in the industry. Initially, the members of EXO-K had considered pooling resources to send a support vehicle for him, proposed by Kim Junmayan, but given that EXO had yet to see any financial returns and that their expenses were predominantly funded by their families, he had respectfully declined. It's from Yuna, he remarked. We shared a meal together, but we haven't interacted much. He shook his head as he approached the eye-catching support coffee vehicle parked at the entrance to the set. The brightly decorated support coffee truck was stationed there, flanked by promotional stands displaying posters of Chi Kyung-won, adorned with encouraging messages. The poster featured his latest look, showcasing a smile while gesturing invitingly. To accommodate the drama's filming requirements, he had trimmed his hair at the crew's request. The new hairstyle was somewhat shorter than before, but not excessively so, with the primary change being the bangs. During the Mama period, his stylist had designed a voluminous, tousled hairstyle that completely obscured his forehead, with bangs cascading down to his eyebrows, while the sideburns were also lengthened. Now, however, it had been transformed into a short, textured cut, with the bangs cut back considerably and styled to one side, revealing most of his forehead and accentuating his jawline. The writer and designer suggested that exposing his forehead and jawline would highlight his facial features and charisma. Chi Kyung-won felt much more at ease with the new look and was quite satisfied. Currently, most male idol groups favored longer hairstyles reminiscent of their Mama era, making Chi Kyung-won's shorter, forehead-revealing cut quite distinctive. Upon seeing Lim Yuna come to lend her support, Chi Kyung-won silently apologized for his earlier musings about her. I appreciate the coffee truck, thank you, Yuna. He took out his phone to snap a photo with the coffee truck before sending a message to Lim Yuna. In truth, Chi Kyung-won did not know her very well. They had met during Sunny's birthday celebration, shared a meal, and exchanged contact information. Nevertheless, her gesture made him feel genuinely appreciated, instilling a sense of support and closeness. Chapter 50. Phone Connection. Jingyuan, another support vehicle has arrived, a staff member greeted with a smile. Quickly, head over. On such a hot day, the iced coffee has just arrived. It might be gone if you wait too long. Jingyuan nodded. The crew always welcomed the arrival of support vehicles, as each visit slightly enhanced their quality of life. After all, it was a low-budget production. He enjoyed good rapport within the crew, and many held a favorable impression of him. Filming was quite arduous, aside from the sweltering heat and pesky mosquitoes. The heavy workload was a significant factor. Since the crew commenced operations, they often found themselves shooting until midnight, only to rise again the next morning for another cycle. Are you really close with the members of Girls' Generation? Jung Endi, holding a cup of iced drink, perched herself on a nearby stool, her eyes wide with curiosity. Although both were part of girl groups, the current Pink could not possibly be compared to Girls' Generation. For many aspiring female trainees and newly debuted idols on the peninsula, Girls' Generation represented the pinnacle of their aspirations. Even if they could not become members, simply being friends with them was something to boast about. Not really. I'm only familiar with a few of them, and there are several seniors I haven't even met, Chi Jingyuan replied, shaking his head and lazily reclining in his chair. Forgoing any formalities, Jung Endi, being a year older and having debuted earlier, was expected to show respect, but their familiarity allowed for a more casual interaction, which was a significant factor in their growing closeness. Is there a chance you could introduce me? I'd love to be friends with Girls' Generation. Jingyuan's eyes lit up, her smile widening. If there's an opportunity, who do you want to meet? Are you familiar with Seo Hyun-uni? I've seen her once, but never spoken with her. What about Tiffany Uni? I've seen her once as well, but have no contact information. And Yuri Uni? I've never even seen her. Jung Indy's Busan accent became evident. If you don't want to introduce me, just say so. She had maintained a cheerful demeanor while seeking his assistance, but her expression now shifted to one of displeasure, her eyes widening in mock anger. Though they didn't open much wider. I already said I only know a few people. 2 from the popular circle and 2 from the less known. Who do you want to meet? Jingyuan, unfazed by Jung Indy's glare, took a sip of his iced coffee before turning to look at her. Calling them the less popular circle might not be quite right, Jung Indy quietly pointed out. Aren't we the only ones here? I said that in front of those 2 sisters as well. Jingyuan waved dismissively, but added, though it's indeed inappropriate to say that in front of those I'm not familiar with. Jung Indy nodded, her expression softening into a smile. Hearing Jingyuan categorize her among those he felt comfortable with brought her joy and a hint of pride. Just as the 2 were about to continue their conversation, they were interrupted by the director signaling for the filming to resume. They quickly gulped down some water and returned to work. This filming session continued until the sun set, halting only when the sky darkened. The day's shoot had gone smoothly. After more than half a month of collaboration, everyone in the crew had settled into their rhythm. Particularly the main actors, who had developed a clear understanding of their characters' personalities and emotions. However, the heat was quite oppressive, and the chosen filming location, near a patch of grass, attracted numerous mosquitoes buzzing around the lights. Jingyuan particularly detested insects, feeling a slight discomfort upon encountering them. He just wanted to finish filming at this location as soon as possible. The iced coffee had truly been a lifesaver. Without it, he wondered how they could have endured. Meanwhile, the waiting staff began distributing the prepared dinner to everyone. In such a small production, one couldn't expect gourmet meals, typically. It consisted of boxed lunches and hamburgers, standard fare for Korean drama crews. Jingyuan munched on a hamburger while pulling out his phone to check for news. At that moment, Park Zae-sien appeared from seemingly nowhere. Jingyuan, there's a phone connection coming up. Please prepare yourself. A phone connection? With whom? Jingyuan asked, his mouth full of hamburger, lips glistening with grease as he squinted at Park Zae-sien. It's from Sunny's side. In Gangwon-do, the filming of Youth Never Ends 2 was underway. The first season of this variety show had become quite popular, and the 7 female MCs had garnered considerable attention, marking it as a successful venture. During today's shoot, the group of MCs played a game that required the loser to reveal the 10th photo stored in their phone. Sunny ended up winning the dubious honor. Under the camera's gaze, the MCs erupted in cheers. Reveal it. Reveal it. What secrets lie in Sunny's phone? The hidden life of the illustrious Girls' Generation. Amidst the raucous noise, Sunny reluctantly displayed the 10th photo from her phone. Oh, really? A handsome guy? Wow, Yuna is in it too. So beautiful. Where was this taken? That guy is really good looking. Is he a member of EXO? So handsome. The other MCs gasped and exclaimed, covering their mouths in exaggerated delight, praising the 2 people featured in the photo. The image was from Sunny's birthday celebration, taken after a meal with a few attendees, including Jingyuan, Sunny, Hyoin, and Lim Yuna. In the photo, Sunny and Hyoin were pulling silly faces, while Lim Yuna flashed a V sign with a broad smile. Jingyuan, on the left, tilted his head slightly, gazing at the camera with a gentle smile, his eyes wide open, subtly acknowledging the 3 beside him, his lips curving into a faint smile. Chapter 51. What is it that you wish to discuss? Though Jingyuan did not display any exaggerated or humorous expressions, his presence on the left side of the photograph immediately captivated everyone's attention. Is that a member of EXO? The main MC, Jin Shinying, inquired with wide eyes, clearly astonished. The other MCs nearby leaned in, curious about the 2 members of Girls' Generation. Indeed, this is Yuan from EXO, my very dear younger brother, Sunny affirmed with a nod. This must have been taken during our last meal together, I believe on his birthday? She added, glancing at Hyoin beside her. Hyoin, the appearance of such a handsome boy in the group photo is rather suspicious. Sunny claims he is her close brother. Is that true? Another main MC, Boom, pointed at Jin Hyoin with a skeptical expression. Indeed, it is true, Jin Hyoin responded with a smile, giving a thumbs up. He is indeed my exceptionally close younger brother. We gathered for dinner on Sunny's birthday, and that is when the photo was taken. He added with admiration, in reality, he is incredibly good-looking, possesses a remarkable aura, and appears far more charming than in the photograph. Really? The nearby female MCs gasped in excitement, while MC Bae Susie joined in with applause, her gaze remaining fixed on the photograph. Is this Jingyuan? Surely, he isn't just saying this for promotional purposes because they are both from the same company? Boom frowned, expressing his disbelief. Only you would think that way, Boom. Yuan is indeed more attractive in person, exuding an exceptional charm, another joined in. Why do you harbor such skepticism towards handsome men of the same gender? This younger brother has only debuted for 2 months and has already landed a leading role in a drama, while you remain here as an MC questioning him. Boom feigned a dramatic expression of defeat, leaning against the wall with his face concealed in his hands, prompting laughter and applause from the surrounding crowd. Is he truly the lead in a drama already upon debut? Paula from Sista exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hyoyan reiterated the promotional details. How enviable. Several female idol MCs lamented, expressing their aspirations to transition into acting, a dream cherished by many idols. With such good looks, a radiant smile, and a presumably wonderful personality, surely Yuan is delightful, Jean Shinying inquired, as the surrounding female idols turned their attention towards her, equally curious. Of course, it could be that the MCs were improvising, promoting their close acquaintances, which is quite common and favored by audiences, especially fans. While the general flow of the show is prearranged, the specific dialogues and reactions are typically crafted by the MCs themselves. Sunny and Jean Hyoyan exchanged glances, silently contemplating, as they understood that Chi Jingyuan's personality might differ once one gets acquainted with him. The contrast between his laid-back and witty demeanor and his sunny smile, along with his approachable charm, was quite notable. Perhaps, Sunny finally conceded with a slight smile, reluctantly affirming, "Let us conduct a live phone call to reveal the true character of EXO's Magne, Yuan, to the audience and our daydreaming female MCs." Jean Shinying waved her hand, then playfully pointed at Bae Susie, exclaiming, "Hey, Susie, stop staring at the photograph. You are an idol, after all." "Oh no," Susie stammered, immediately stepping back and covering her face. She was clad in a white striped short-sleeved top and denim shorts, her long black hair tucked behind her ears, and heavy bangs obscured much of her forehead, creating a comical appearance as she smiled, revealing her 2 front teeth. Although the ratings for Youth Over Flowers 2 were mediocre, any form of promotion was certainly better than none. Meanwhile, they needed to reach out to Chi Jingyuan in advance to prepare him for the phone connection. Most phone calls are prearranged, given the busy schedules of each artist. No one can be expected to wait indefinitely for a call. However, some variety shows employ surprise calls, emphasizing authenticity, though the likelihood of the call going unanswered or being abruptly terminated remains high. The cameras began rolling again as they resumed from the previous moment. "Let us proceed with a live phone call," Jean Shinying declared loudly. "All right," Sunny contemplated before nodding, retrieving her phone to dial the number while displaying a worried expression. "I am uncertain if Yuan is nearby. He has been quite busy filming a drama." Each of her sentences revolved around drama, showcasing her determination. "Speaker mode, speaker mode," Jean Shinying whispered urgently. Sunny switched to speaker mode. After 2 beeping sounds, the call connected. "Yo, what is up?" Chi Jingyuan's voice came through the line. Despite some distortion, it still resonated well, matching the female idol's expectations of his voice. Paula Susie and the other female MC shifted closer to hear better. The VJ also moved in, capturing a close-up of the phone call. "Shoo." Jean Shinying quickly placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "Jingyuan, it's Sunny," she exclaimed, her tone lively. "Ah, I see. It's you," he replied, pausing for a moment before adding with a peculiar tone, "I have your number saved in my contacts." His tone sounded slightly mocking, as if questioning Sunny's intelligence. Jean Hyoyan, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter, hastily covering his mouth. Sunny narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth twitching in a restrained smile. Yet she maintained her vibrant tone as she boldly continued, "Jingyuan, I need to discuss something with you. Are you free or busy?" There was silence on the other end of the line. After 2 or 3 seconds, a voice finally emerged. Fine. You go ahead and tell me what it is, and then I shall let you know whether I am available." Chapter 52. A hint of face blindness. "Well, if you're angry, you should first tell me what you need, and then I will inform you of my availability." After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, Chi Jingyuan's voice finally resonated from the other end of the line. Chi Jingyuan." Sunny's anger flared instantly, and the fa-ade of a warm, elder sister vanished, her smile evaporating as she glared at the phone with wide eyes, vocally calling out Chi Jingyuan's name. Ha ha ha. The surrounding female idols erupted into laughter, with bass SUSI stifling her giggles while crouching down, and Jin Hyoyeon patting Sunny's back in a comforting manner. Seeing that the atmosphere had become lively, MC Jin Seon-kyung chimed in. Annyeonghaseyo, is this Yuan? You are on the set of Youth Over Flowers too. Annyeonghaseyo, I am EXO's Magne. Yuan. Wow, your voice is truly melodious. No wonder you were able to secure the lead role right after your debut. Yuan, have you watched our Youth Over Flowers too? To be frank, Chi Jingyuan had not seen a single episode, having hastily looked up the names of several MCs online just moments before. A certified hit for Youth Over Flowers too. Jin Seon-kyung exclaimed joyfully, and the other MCs joined in with expressions of delight. After receiving praise from Chi Jingyuan, Sunny pretended to ease up, smiling as she clapped her hands. Yuan, this call is to set up an Ideal Type World Cup for you. Ideal Type World Cup? Has Yuan done one already since debuting a few months ago? Who is your ideal type? Jin Seon-kyung asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, mirrored by the others. It is Lee Young-ae Sunbae. Chi Jingyuan stated, recalling what his instructor had taught him prior to debut. Although he acknowledged her beauty, he felt a disconnect, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. The group nodded in unison, their expressions filled with admiration. Lee Young-ae Sunbae is indeed exceptionally beautiful. It is no surprise that she would attract someone as popular as Yuan. Jin Seon-kyung continued to flatter. So today, let's have an Ideal Type World Cup featuring the female MCs of Youth Over Flowers too. Oh! Cheers erupted, with the female MCs covering their faces with their hands, brimming with anticipation. While EXOK's debut had been rather lackluster in terms of popularity, Chi Jingyuan stood out as the most favored member, especially after recently starring in numerous advertisements and taking on leading roles, thus gaining a certain stature. Wow, the lineup of female idols in our Youth Over Flowers 2 is truly splendid, featuring not only the prominent girls' generation but also the nation's first love SUSI in the chart Queen Bora. Yuan, are you ready? Jin Seon-kyung inquired after praising the MCs. Yes, I am ready. Alright, the Ideal Type World Cup for EXO's Magne Yuan officially begins. In the first round, who do Sunny and Hyoyeon choose? Jin Seon-kyung shouted, promptly pairing the two closest members of girls' generation, Sunny and Hyoyeon, for Chi Jingyuan's judgment. Actually, I am a bit face-blind. Both of them look quite good to me. Jin Seon-kyung shook her head in disappointment, yet did not relent, calling out once more. Let us disregard the first round and start anew. Sunny and SUSI, who do you choose? This time, without a moment's hesitation, Chi Jingyuan replied with conviction, SUSI. Chi Jingyuan, aren't you face-blind? Before anyone could react, Sunny broke free from Hyoyeon's embrace and rushed to the side, yelling at the phone. A face-blind person doesn't even take a second to consider? I am your Nuna. Her disbelief was palpable, her mouth agape, nearly cracking. Haraha. The surrounding MCs burst into laughter, with Jin Hyoyeon rolling on the floor in fits of giggles, while bass SUSI covered her face, a shy smile creeping through her fingers, revealing her two front teeth. Sunny was swiftly eliminated. Now, Hyoyeon and SUSI, who do you choose? SUSI. As before, Chi Jingyuan displayed no hesitation, leaving Jin Hyoyeon with a look of utter disbelief. Hyoyeon was out. It appeared the preceding questions had been too simple. Now, which will Yuan choose between MC Jin Seon-kyung and SUSI? Jin Seon-kyung pointed to her own face, sporting a self-satisfied expression of vanity. Haha. So my charm has surpassed that of girls' generation, to put Yuan in such a dilemma that he needs to ponder for so long. Seon-kyung Jang. Jin Seon-kyung exclaimed with exaggerated delight, jumping up and down in front of the other MCs, while Sunny and Hyoyeon stood together, visibly impatient, and SUSI giggled shyly without speaking. At that moment, a voice came through the phone. Annyeong, I was merely perplexed. Mo? Perplexed about what? Chi Jingyuan's words captured everyone's attention, the female idols gazing at the phone intently. Of course, I chose SUSI. Haha. As laughter erupted around them, Jin Seon-kyung dramatically collapsed to the ground, her face filled with despair. The two members of girls' generation embraced each other, unable to contain their amusement, while bass SUSI crouched down, her head lowered, trembling with laughter. The broadcast reached its natural conclusion, and the Ideal Type World Cup was not continued. After exchanging a few words with Sunny, the call was finally ended. Chapter 53. Mid-July afterward, Sunny called Chi Jingyuan and shared a light-hearted conversation about recent events. The Japanese album released by Girls' Generation in Japan prior to their debut had achieved a million sales certification, and their popularity in Japan was soaring. Recently, SM Entertainment had shifted the focus of Girls' Generation S activities entirely to Japan, and Sunny would soon be stepping down from recording another episode of Youth Over Flowers 2. However, Hyoyeon would continue to persevere, remaining true to her original intentions. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. At the peak of their career, Girls' Generation was exceptionally busy, while Jingyuan, despite not being in a particularly thriving group, was juggling filming, singing, and occasional performances, leaving him equally pressed for time. Notably, after exchanging contact information with Jingyuan backstage at the Dream concert, Kim Taeyeon would occasionally message him to chat, sharing amusing anecdotes from her life. But there was no hint of flirtation. This was entirely in line with Jingyuan's expectations. Kim Taeyeon did not seem like the type to swoon over a handsome boy. As a member of the top girl group in the peninsula, she was not a novice, but rather a seasoned artist with a massive and devoted fanbase. Apart from her petite stature, her appearance was commendable, and as the group's popularity surged, her personality evolved from introverted to increasingly cheerful, making her quite endearing. Since their debut, Girls' Generation had become a top-tier girl group, having been pursued and admired by countless individuals, so many that she might have forgotten some. It was unlikely that she would develop a crush solely based on Jingyuan's looks. Currently, Kim Taeyeon viewed him as an admirable junior, appreciating his handsome features and occasionally engaging in light-hearted conversations to unwind. With the connection through Sunny, they had grown somewhat familiar after a few chats. Taeyeon's conversational style was somewhat assertive. At times, she could be quite boisterous, which was part of her charm. Recently, EXO-K had been inactive, allowing Jingyuan to focus entirely on his filming. Just yesterday, he experienced his first kiss scene in his acting career. For many inexperienced actors, kissing scenes can be challenging. However, Jingyuan managed quite well, drawing on his ample experience from his school days. Though it felt somewhat awkward to kiss in front of a crowd, he maintained a positive mindset and adapted after a few takes, eventually becoming quite adept at it. Conversely, Jong Eun-ji struggled significantly. Her character was that of a boisterous girl from Busan, and her off-screen demeanor was not much different. While she was polite and cheerful with strangers, she transformed into a lively and relatable person once familiar. When with close friends, her candid nature sometimes turned impatient. She would stop smiling when anxious, often glaring and playfully hitting people. However, this did not make her unlikable. Her actions were refreshingly genuine, despite her vibrant personality. She found it challenging to adjust to the kiss scene, retreating several steps as if shocked. They ended up doing over 10 takes before the director urged her to calm down. While there was some anticipation before filming, the actual experience could be quite torturous, especially with so many retakes. Building chemistry in front of dozens of people, adjusting expressions, striking poses, and then starting over after an NG, no good, was exhausting. Moreover, while Jong Eun-ji's charm and smile were genuinely delightful, Jingyuan found it difficult to regard her as a romantic interest due to her casual demeanor, which made her come across more like a buddy. This made filming the kiss scene all the more peculiar. After nearly 20 takes for the first scene, the process helped Jong Eun-ji find her rhythm, and the subsequent scenes went much smoother without any repeat of the initial struggles. As the filming continued for another half-month, time had progressed to mid-July. Thanks to the smooth filming schedule, they had nearly completed all the necessary scenes before their break, with only adjustments pending after the release. Thus, the filming had become significantly more relaxed in recent days, allowing for more downtime and earlier wrap-ups. After enjoying a lunch provided by the crew, Jingyuan settled into a chair beneath the shade of a tree, sipping a cold drink while perusing the news on his phone. The episode featuring the phone call with Youth Over Flowers 2 had aired on June 30th, garnering considerable attention. Both his dialogue with Sunny and his performance during the Ideal Type World Cup segment sparked discussions online. You tell me what you need, and then I'll see if I'm free. KKKKK. You're hilarious, Yuan. I'm so bad with faces. Next time a friend asks me to choose, I'll say I'm face blind too. KKKKK. How could someone who is face blind instantly pick Susie? Does that count as a confession? It was evident that Yuan and Sunny shared a close friendship, joking with each other freely. As a fan of Sunny, he felt no jealousy and even envied their casual camaraderie. Don't ask such obvious questions, KKK. This guy is really something. So he is a member of EXO? I'm totally on board now. I'd love to be his girlfriend. He is not only handsome, but also so entertaining. Dating him would surely be a delight, even just being friends would be great. He was introduced as the Magne, youngest member of EXO, the most popular member in the group, possessing an exceptional combination of charm, looks, and physique, truly flawless in every aspect. In just 2 months since debuting, he was already cast as a lead in a television drama. Some of the remarks he made during his phone call with Sunny became popular catchphrases, imitated by many netizens. However, there were also some negative comments alleging that Jingyuan was disrespectful towards the veteran girls' generation, suggesting that his casual manner was inappropriate. Yet, these criticisms quickly faded amid the overwhelming positive feedback. After the broadcast, Sunny and Hyoyeon posted photos with Jingyuan on their social media, hinting at their close relationship, which helped quell any ripples of discontent. The overwhelming majority of responses were favorable towards Jingyuan, and this single phone call significantly boosted his popularity and attracted new fans. Chapter 54. Character Design. Gazing at his phone, Jingyuan noticed numerous forums bustling with activity as fans of both EXO and himself fervently promoted his upcoming drama. EXO had garnered considerable attention even before their debut in their homeland, amassing a substantial fanbase. However, following the less-than-ideal debut of K-Team, they faced relentless ridicule from fans of senior groups and contemporaneous boy bands. Outnumbered, EXO's supporters retreated into the shadows of the internet, quietly championing their idol. Despite their rocky start, attributed largely to the style of their title track and costume design, the members of EXO were undeniably charismatic. After all, they were the culmination of 7 years of training under SM Entertainment, each member a paragon of the company's rigorous standards. Particularly, Jingyuan served as a magnet for fans, single-handedly elevating the group's popularity. Thus, EXO boasted a loyal following, with many fans enamored not solely by their music but by their striking appearances and individual charms. The fact that their debut mini-album recently achieved sales nearing 180,000 copies, despite their initial setbacks and lack of promotional opportunities, attests to their appeal. This figure far surpasses the sales of most groups in the industry, with the top-tier boy band Big Bang's mini-album Alive, released in March, only reaching 270,000 copies. While groups like Big Bang or those under YG Entertainment primarily excel in streaming and popularity rather than sales figures, this serves to highlight certain aspects of the industry. Among all boy bands releasing albums this year, only a few elite groups such as Super Junior, TVXU, and Big Bang can claim higher sales than EXO. Nevertheless, sales are merely one metric of a group's popularity, not the entirety. Other factors, including streaming performance, public recognition, and commercial viability, reveal that these groups falter in comparison to EXO. This reality is why SM Entertainment, despite temporarily sidelining EXO, still holds faith in the group, recognizing their ability to attract devoted fans willing to invest financially. It demonstrates that their lackluster debut was due to subpar music rather than a deficiency in talent. With Jingyuan cast as the male lead in a drama, long silent fans emerged from the depths of obscurity. Although this stirred some promotional success, it also incited disdain from passers-by and fans of rival groups, leading to intense clashes on various forums. Jingyuan came across a post where an irate fan from another group vented their frustrations at him and EXO, inciting his fans to fervently defend him. The back-and-forth escalated from evening until dawn, and the digital battleground raged on elsewhere as well. The company provided no financial support to the fans. Their dedication was purely fueled by love. Jingyuan, what are you looking at? Ziyuan asked, fanning himself as he approached and took a seat beside him. Brother Ziyuan. I'm just browsing some news, Jingyuan replied with a smile, glancing at his companion. Ziyuan was quite interesting in private, with a touch of childishness, and came from a well-off family. During their first meeting, he seemed aware of Jingyuan's background, greeting him warmly during their introduction. As they got to know each other, they discovered shared interests, particularly in gaming, and their conversations became quite enjoyable, fostering a comfortable rapport. Ziyuan, being older, posed no competitive threat to Jingyuan, allowing their interactions to be quite casual. In contrast, another key figure in the cast, Lee Hao-en, belonged to the idol group Infinite, which had a stark competitive dynamic with EXO. As fellow male idols, their interactions were limited to polite exchanges while maintaining a professional demeanor. Unless a girl genuinely captured his attention, Jingyuan rarely initiated friendships, responding passively to overtures from others unless he had strong feelings, either positive or negative, towards someone. Ziyuan's youthful features, complemented by makeup to mask some wrinkles and slightly dull skin, allowed him to convincingly portray a high school student alongside the 1994-born Jingyuan. Why are you watching the news? There is hardly anything interesting lately, It's all the same stories, Ziyuan remarked. Aren't you a gaming expert? Jingyuan looked at him, puzzled. Brother Ziyuan, aren't you supposed to be the gaming master? Oh, that is just for show. Is this your first day in the industry? The company promotes us in a manner that impresses the fans. Enjoying games doesn't mean you're an expert. You enjoy them too. Are you really that skilled? Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively, regarding Jingyuan as a novice. Look, it's like this. Ziyuan adopted a sage expression, pointing at Jingyuan and inquiring, that hammer is so difficult to use. I got stuck on the second boss. Why not switch weapons then? Jingyuan suggested. Which one do you think is effective? The two seized the opportunity to discuss gaming during their break, diverting from script memorization and character analysis. What are you two so happy about? Zheng Yundi suddenly appeared, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Why are you here again? Do you play games? Jingyuan shot her a sidelong glance. Can I listen if I don't play? Zhang Yundi retorted, her indignation apparent. Not knowing how to play means you shouldn't be eavesdropping. You wouldn't understand a single word, so why join the conversation? Jingyuan responded with a disdainful look. Nodding knowingly. With a swift motion, Zhang Yundi slapped his thigh, creating a sharp sound. Hey! Jingyuan gasped, rolling his eyes. Your control over strength is impressive. That was loud but not painful. The spirited girl from Busan had become quite at ease, seemingly blending her character, Chang Shiyuan, with her reality. However, Zheng Yundi was astute enough to maintain her boundaries, demonstrating intimacy without crossing into discomfort, endearing herself to the crew. After some playful banter, the group shifted their conversation to the upcoming drama, which was set to air in less than 2 weeks. Many within the crew were understandably anxious as the premiere approached. Chapter 55, the broadcast of the drama. The creative team behind this drama predominantly comprised individuals experienced in producing variety shows. Director Shin Won-ho and screenwriter Lee Yu-young had never before ventured into television drama production, leading industry peers to harbor little hope for the project. Moreover, the leading actors were all members of an idol group, lacking any prior acting experience, which further fueled skepticism. Many anticipated that the drama would, upon airing, vanish without a trace. Within the production team, both the creators and the actors were acutely aware of their roles and held modest confidence in the drama's prospects. Many simply hoped that the ratings would be respectable enough to avoid cancellation before the conclusion of the airing. As the official broadcast date of July 24th approached, tension permeated the atmosphere, with numerous individuals struggling to concentrate due to anxiety. Fortunately, the necessary filming had been completed, allowing for a light filming schedule in the days leading up to the premiere. Once the show aired, however, the filming workload would inevitably intensify. During this period, Kyungwon was absent from the set, having taken leave to accompany his team to summer country for various interviews and performances with EXO-K. Alongside M-Team, several members of K-Team participated in numerous media interviews and photo shoots. Among them, only Kyungwon, who had spent several years living in summer country during his childhood, was fluent in Chinese. The others had studied the language but were far from proficient, managing only simple phrases. Due to the language barrier, Kyungwon became the focal point of interviews and attention during their activities. Upon arriving in summer country, they were astonished by the immense popularity of EXO, with fans eagerly awaiting their arrival at the airport. Even for K-Team, who had rarely engaged in promotional activities there, they were met by dedicated fans, and the atmosphere was electric with enthusiastic cheers. While the other members of K-Team managed, Kyungwon garnered the most adoration, spotting numerous fans in the crowd holding posters and name tags. Many young fans, upon seeing him, were overcome with emotion, crying and joyfully raising their posters higher when he glanced their way. The crowd instinctively surged forward, prompting security and staff to work diligently to manage their fervor. Initially composed, Kyungwon felt a whirlwind of emotions at this reception. He paused, turning to the fervent fans, bowing deeply several times in gratitude, and waved his hands in appreciation. After a considerable time, he was eventually ushered inside by his manager. The fans here are incredibly passionate. I truly adore them, he remarked in the dressing room. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Jin Junmayan, recalling the moment, sighed. If only we could enjoy such popularity back home. There's always a chance, Do Kyung-soo replied with a sigh. They later performed on the stage of XX Grand Stage on July 21st, presenting a bilingual version of History and Mama, a signature performance style exclusive to EXO. The audience's response during the recording was overwhelmingly positive, filled with goodwill and enthusiasm for the boy band. As the clock ticked down, Less than a day remained until the broadcast of Chi Kyung-won's first television drama. On July 24th, before the airing of Reply 1997, Choi Sunmi's mother, Choi Ma, observed her daughter with concern. "Sunmi, why aren't you getting to bed? You have school tomorrow." Sunmi, clutching a teddy bear and perched on the sofa, was fixated on the television, fidgeting restlessly. After a moment of observation, Choi Ma could no longer contain her worry. "Oh, Mom. Today is the premiere of the drama starring my appa. As his most devoted fan, I must watch it." The girl, around 15 or 16, appeared slightly chubby, adorned with a bow hairpin, and her tone revealed her cherished status within the family. "Your appa? Which group was that again?" Choi Ma pondered. She was well aware of her daughter's idol worship, as Sunmi had adorned her entire room with posters of male idols, a fact unmistakable to any attentive parent. Previously, Sunmi had saved her allowance for an extended period, only to purchase 10 EXO albums at once. Yet she was disheartened when she failed to obtain the signed card of her most desired member, Yuan. Afterward, she discreetly stowed the albums beneath her bedside table, treating them like treasures and sneaking glances when her parents were absent. Such behavior did not escape the notice of her astute parents. However, as their only child, they indulged her, recognizing that idol fandom was a cultural phenomenon within the peninsula schools, supporting her interests as long as they did not involve idols with negative images. Chapter 56. My appa. After some contemplation, Mother Choi settled down on the sofa and began conversing with her daughter. "Are you talking about that group called EXO?" "No, Mom. EXO is merely secondary. My true allegiance lies with our Yuan appa. I am a devoted fan of Yuan appa." The title track of EXO's debut album is utterly unappealing, and their styling is particularly unflattering. If it weren't for Yuan appa being part of it, who would even care about EXO? Choi Sam-ae immediately corrected her mother, her expression that of a seasoned fan. When mentioning Chi Jingyuan, she even held a teddy bear to shield her face, exuding a youthful infatuation. "Yuan? Why haven't I heard of him?" Mother Choi had long surpassed the age of being acquainted with this newly debuted boy group. She only learned their names through her daughter's online discussions. "Jingyuan? How can you not know?" Choi Sam-ae exclaimed, her eyes wide with disappointment as she began introducing her beloved appa to her mother. She was well practiced in this, having even crafted a detailed recommendation script for herself. Yuan appa is the most handsome among all male idols, and his physique is exceptional. I once waited outside the SM building just to catch a glimpse of him. Oh my, he looks even more stunning in person than on screen. His aura is simply magnificent. Appa is incredibly polite and treats all his fans with great kindness, as long as you can catch a glimpse of him. Getting an autograph or a photo is possible. His talent is remarkable too, while the members of EXO-K sometimes struggle with their vocals on stage. Appa's performances are always steady, and his dancing is unparalleled. Moreover, he has only been debuted for 2 months and is already playing the lead role in a drama. He is truly outstanding. Choi San-mei spoke fervently, portraying Chi Jingyuan as the most exceptional person in the world, dismissing anyone who could not see his brilliance. Mother Choi smiled in agreement, but internally felt a sense of helplessness. These starry-eyed girls appeared both amusing and endearing. They had set alarms in advance to ensure they wouldn't miss the premiere. "You even set 2 alarms?" Mother Choi looked at her daughter in disbelief. "Sure. It's starting." Choi Sam-mei quickly silenced both the alarm and her phone's ring-on, signaling her mother to watch quietly with her. Mother Choi pursed her lips and sat beside her daughter, knowing that unless she took drastic measures, her daughter would not go to bed now. Numerous fans of EXO and Chi Jingyuan, who had already gathered before the television, held their breath in anticipation for their appa's drama to succeed. However, all their thoughts were dispersed just 2 minutes into the broadcast when Chi Jingyuan, clad in a tailored suit, made his first appearance. The scene depicted 4 close friends entering a barbecue restaurant for a reunion, highlighting Chi Jingyuan with a series of close-up shots. His tall figure in a well-fitted suit was striking, and his newly cropped hair and specially designed style suited his charisma perfectly. One could only describe him as breathtaking. In just a few seconds, viewers found it impossible to look away. Omo. Choi San-mei could not help but cover her mouth, while Mother Choi stared at the television in astonishment. This leading man truly is dazzling. As the plot unfolded, a group of high school classmates engaged in light-hearted banter during their reunion, eventually posing for a group photo. The storyline then shifted back to 15 years prior, to Busan in 1997. When Chi Jingyuan appeared next, he was clad in a student uniform, once again capturing everyone's attention. The narrative formally transitioned into the main plot, chronicling the efforts of the starry-eyed Chung Shi-won to pursue her idol, Tony, a member of the boy band H.O.T., detailing the playful banter and conflicts between the male lead, Jingyuan, and Jingyuan, alongside their diverse group of friends. Initially, viewers were captivated by the male lead Jingyuan's appearance and portrayal, but as they delved deeper, they became engrossed in the storyline. Although not a particularly flattering term, it indicated a favorable impression of him. While Jingyuan's appeared somewhat inexperienced, the character did not necessitate overly mature or restrained acting. Jingyuan's slightly awkward performance suited the role perfectly. Furthermore, his expression of emotions and eye contact were commendable. Idols transitioning into acting often encounter numerous challenges. On stage, they must deliberately exaggerate their expressions and employ alluring winks to enhance their stage presence and attract fans. However, when transitioning to acting roles, they may inadvertently carry over this exaggerated performance style, which can be detrimental in most television dramas and less in a stage play. Moreover, common mistakes for idols-turned-actors include excessive expressions, vacant gazes, stiff movements, and inadequate emotional portrayal. Jingyuan faced similar issues upon joining the cast, but he corrected them swiftly, earning the affection of the production team. As nearly 50 minutes passed, the first episode concluded, leaving Choi San-mei, clutching her teddy bear, utterly captivated by Jingyuan's charm. Mother Choi, intrigued, found the drama surprisingly engaging. Appreciating the well-crafted script and the actors' performances, particularly the male lead, who left a lasting impression. Is Jingyuan the oppa you adore? Mother Choi asked curiously. Yes. That S.U.An oppa. Isn't he exceptionally handsome? Whether in a suit or a school uniform, he looks amazing. And his new short hairstyle is so much better than before. Choi San-mei exclaimed, her excitement reaching a crescendo as she buried her face into the teddy bear, squealing. He is indeed quite handsome, Mother Choi nodded in agreement. Soon, the second episode commenced, and both paused their conversation, focusing intently on the screen. This episode continued the narrative from the previous one, depicting Jingyuan's struggles to pursue her idol despite her family's disapproval, as well as the playful conflicts between the two protagonists. Towards the conclusion, Choi San-mei suddenly hurled her teddy bear at the television, standing up in a fury, exclaiming, "That damned woman just kissed my appa." Chapter 57. Ratings. Jingyuan sat in the van heading to the film set, engrossed in his phone, while Park Jae-hyun drove ahead, occasionally engaging in conversation. Early that morning, Jingyuan had boarded Park Jae-hyun's car to make his way to the set. The reviews appeared to be quite favorable. As he scrolled through his phone, he noted the unexpectedly positive feedback online. Indeed, I have also perused numerous comments, and they all seem quite impressed with your drama, he remarked. Park Jae-hyun nodded in agreement. Especially the acclaim for your portrayal of the male lead, Yoon-jae, has been remarkable. Yes, I noticed, Jingyuan smiled, his gaze fixed on a review that lauded his performance. The male lead is truly captivating. The first shot leaves a lasting impression. Can someone provide me with detailed information about him? Although he possesses striking looks, he does not appear out of place in the drama, and his acting is superb, making it a delightful experience to watch. However, isn't this review a tad excessive? He mused. Typically, a small-scale cable television drama would not garner such attention. If it weren't for the incredibly low budget of the production, one might suspect they had hired professional promoters to generate buzz online. What are the ratings? Do you know? Jingyuan inquired. The ratings should be compiled around midnight. I haven't received any updates, but the crew must be aware, Park Jae-hyun replied. Has the production team not sent you any messages? Jingyuan shook his head. Perhaps they are trying not to disturb my rest. I suppose we will find out soon enough, and it should be a pleasant surprise. After a drive of several minutes, they arrived outside the filming location. Jingyuan stepped out of the vehicle and walked towards the set. A staff member spotted him and greeted him with a broad smile. Clearly in high spirits, Jingyuan responded with a smile and a nod. I saw you on television the day before yesterday. I heard you were quite the sensation at the event in Summer Country. As he walked inside, many greeted Jingyuan, each radiating warmth and enthusiasm. He sensed an atmosphere brimming with joy and excitement throughout the crew. As Jingyuan exchanged pleasantries with the key creative personnel, one of the writers, Lee Yu-young, remarked, Jingyuan, you look even more handsome after a few days. Perhaps it is because I have been missed during those days, he chuckled. All right, enough teasing. Can you guess what our ratings were for the premiere yesterday? Director Shin Won-ho approached, wearing a director's cap and a beaming smile. 1%. Jingyuan ventured. As 1% is considered a commendable rating for a cable television premiere. given that cable channels cater to a more niche audience compared to the three major free-to-air networks. 1% is indeed an admirable figure, sufficient to satisfy everyone involved. The official response indicated that the drama was rather niche and broadcasted on cable. Hence, it was not factored into the ratings. Speculation online suggested that it was due to the low ratings of I Lovely Terry, which had persistently hovered below 1%, even dipping to 0.5%, thus excluded from the ratings tally. Laughter erupted among the group upon hearing Ji Kyungwon's guess. The average rating is 1.52, with a peak of 2.1, Shin Wonho announced. Oh. As soon as the director's voice faded, the surrounding crew members erupted into cheers. They had known the results beforehand but could hardly contain their excitement, celebrating once more. Applause resonated from all directions, though the sound was not overwhelming. It was evident that the clapping was heartfelt, filling the atmosphere with joy and mirth. This production had faced numerous challenges since its inception. The creative team primarily comprised individuals transitioning from variety shows, with little experience, and a tight budget that garnered little industry confidence. The pressure had been substantial. Before the premiere, many simply hoped the entire series could air without being cut short, yet now they were greeted with such a delightful beginning, eliciting overwhelming joy in contrast. Really, that is impressive, Ji Kyungwon remarked, his face alight with surprise. This premiere data is indeed remarkably favorable for the current TXN. Director Shin Wonho patted him on the back, assuring him, "Rest assured, director." Ji Kyungwon nodded with a smile. Nearby, actress Young Eun-ji beamed with a wide grin, her teeth prominently displayed, her eyes squinting in delight. Her cheeks puffed up like a Pekingese, clapping enthusiastically while occasionally casting playful looks towards Ji Kyungwon, raising her eyebrows at him. Despite her eyes being too squinted to discern her expression clearly, it was evident that she was genuinely elated. Chapter 58. The premiere on July 24th garnered an impressive viewership rating of 1.52. Following this, 2 episodes aired on July 31st, and the subsequent day's ratings invigorated the cast and crew even further, achieving an average rating of 1.78 and a peak of 2.25. This upward trend attests that the outstanding performance on its debut day was not merely a fleeting moment, averting the disheartening scenario of a series that peaks on its premiere only to decline thereafter. The success has notably brought to mind Lin Yune's performance in Love Ring. The favorable ratings alleviated the crew's concerns, serving as a potent stimulus that propelled them deeper into their work. The staff compiled various insights and opinions from the internet, and the production team convened several meetings. Screenwriter Lee Yoo-young burned the midnight oil, attempting to refine certain plot points and dialogues, striving to render the upcoming episodes more robust and captivating. In all honesty, he harbored a disdain for such promotional activities. They felt cumbersome, and the interviews often consisted of the same rehearsed phrases, lacking true substance. He ventured into the entertainment industry driven by a passion for singing and dancing, finding acting to be a manageable endeavor due to his innate talent. Yet, the direct engagement with the media during interviews was something he found quite irksome. During team activities, he typically positioned himself at the periphery, tasked only with smiling and applauding, feeling like an observer in a scene that was all too effortless. However, solitude felt burdensome when he was left alone in the dormitory. The space was eerily quiet, devoid of familiar faces and the usual lively chatter, making him momentarily uneasy. The following day, he attended a brief press event before arriving at the set a bit later than intended. Park Jae-hyun went to park the car while he entered the production area alone, discovering that shooting had not yet commenced. A few crew members were engaged in light conversation. "Jingyuan, you've arrived." "Indeed, good morning. Today, we have guests on set, bringing along a variety of snacks. You can help yourself," a crew member said between chews. "Guests? Who?" he inquired, intrigued. "A Pink, the group that includes Yuina. As an idol, you should be familiar with them." "Of course, I know," he nodded, shouldering his bag as he proceeded inside. His shoulder bag, a birthday gift from his elder sister, was custom-made, featuring a sporty design in white and gray, emblazoned with an image of Rez Hiram from the 5th generation of Pokemon, which dominated nearly 2/3 of the bag. The wings were artistically crafted, extending beyond the edges. Like the gift from his second brother, it was tailored to his tastes. Given his affluent background, he lacked for nothing, and extravagant gifts did not necessarily appeal to him. Thus, in recent years, his family had opted for customized presents that aligned with his interests in anime collaborations. He was quite pleased with this shoulder bag, finding it exceptionally stylish, though he was alone in this sentiment among his family. Upon reaching his designated area, before he could even set down his bag. Several members of a Pink approached to greet him. "Annyeonghaseyo, we are a Pink." 3 members he recognized, Park Cho-rong, Sun Naeun, and Woo Ha-young, stood before him. "Yes, seniors, Annyeonghaseyo. I am the youngest of EXO, Pool Jingyuan," he replied with a bow, acknowledging their seniority as a Pink debuted a year prior. After the initial greetings, a lull ensued, as both parties seemed uncertain of how to continue the conversation. Among the 3, Sun Naeun cast sidelong glances at him, while the other 2 exchanged looks, seemingly urging one another to break the silence and ease the awkwardness. Ultimately, Woo Ha-young, unable to resist the leader's authority, stepped forward, albeit hesitantly. I hear that Jingyuan SSI and Yuana are quite close, so we needn't use formalities." Thank you, Jingyuan SSI, for looking after Yuana on set." Woo Ha-young still seemed a touch too inexperienced, her social skills not quite matching those of her senior. It was unclear who among a Pink usually managed their public relations and networking. It's all Yuana's kindness that looks after me. Chapter 59, Introduction. No. Ununa is usually the one taking care of me, Jingyuan responded with a smile, feigning modesty. He found it difficult to imagine Jung Indi looking after him. Jingyuan 11 is truly remarkable. Debuting and already landing a leading role, Ununa often praises your acting skills in private, Woo Xiaorong chimed in, her earlier nervousness dissipating. The hand she had been clenching relaxed, and her eyes sparkled as she continued the conversation. Indeed, that's Ununa's nature. She might not show it when you meet, but she genuinely admires Jingyuan 11. Park Cho-rong added in her soft, gentle voice. Moreover, Undi mentioned that Jingyuan 11 comforted her during NGs, and she's very grateful for that. Sun Naeun remained silent, gently biting her lip, her hands clasped in front of her. Her gaze flitted around Jingyuan, her focus unwavering, while her right foot tapped restlessly on the ground, betraying her slight unease. "Really? I don't know. Is the Jung Indi 11 you're describing the same person I know?" Jingyuan asked, his expression puzzled. Park Cho-rong and Woo Xiaorong couldn't help but giggle, covering their mouths in embarrassment. Jung Indi wasn't typically one to openly praise Jingyuan. And if she did, it would usually be with a touch of sarcasm. They had embellished a bit to improve Jingyuan's impression of Indi. But their exaggerations were immediately apparent. After the light-hearted exchange, they chatted casually for a few moments. As they had just met, the conversation revolved around mutual admiration, with one side expressing their fondness for EXO's captivating performances and the other acknowledging a Pink's immense popularity. "Jingyuan, you haven't been mistreating my members, have you?" Jung Indi's booming voice echoed as she strode over, followed by 3 of her teammates, completing the Pink lineup. She scrutinized Jingyuan, feigning a stern expression. "You haven't been saying anything strange or bad-mouthing me behind my back, have you?" Jingyuan's face remained impassive as he glanced at her, a slight sneer on his lips. Jung Indi felt as though he was looking at an idiot, and that idiot was her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The other members couldn't suppress their laughter at Jingyuan's expression. Jung Indi eventually joined in, her signature eye smile reappearing. She playfully shoved Jingyuan and began introducing her group members, from the eldest leader, Park Cho-rong, to the youngest, Woo Xiaorong. Jingyuan greeted each of them in turn. While they had occasionally crossed paths backstage, this was their first formal introduction, and Jung Indi's presence created a sense of familiarity. After the introductions, they didn't linger. As a Pink had to visit other seniors, Jung Indi waved goodbye, ready to depart. However, Sun Naeun, who had been silent until now, subtly nudged Jung Indi, as if reminding her of something. "Goodbye," Jingyuan replied, feigning ignorance. After the group left, Jingyuan sat in his chair, chuckling softly as he recalled the scene. Soon after, the director announced through the loudspeaker that it was time to resume filming. "Hey, Jingyuan. It's so unfair that you're not participating in the family concert," Woo Shishuan grumbled. "It's a special arrangement from the company. Minheo and Shirley didn't go either. Do you know how exhausting it is to participate in a concert?" Jingyuan retorted. "How exhausting? The choreography has to be rearranged, and we practice until the early hours. We rehearse several times, and there are multiple collaboration stages. Plus, it's 2 days in a row. Agu. Filming is also exhausting, you know. I wake up early and film until dawn. It's not any easier than what you guys do," Jingyuan countered, adding mischievously, "Oh, by the way, I don't have to go to the concert on the 18th either." Axie. Those 2 Tokyo Dome concerts drew nearly 100,000 people. Wow. The popularity is incredible. Standing on stage, you couldn't see the end of the crowd, Kim Jung-mian said, reminiscing about past concerts. "When will we be able to hold a concert for that many people on our own?" "Holding a concert is easy. You just find a venue. rent it for a day, and sing on stage. The only question is how many people will show up. Sigh. On August 7th. The 5th and 6th episodes of Reply 1997 aired, achieving average and peak viewership ratings of 2 and 2.7, respectively, demonstrating steady growth. On August 14th. The 7th and 8th episodes saw a significant jump in viewership, with average and peak ratings reaching 3.8 and 4.9, an increase of nearly 50. The news caused a stir, significantly boosting the show's popularity. For the limited cable channel TVN, a viewership rating above 1 was considered excellent, and the highest rating the channel had ever achieved was just over 4. Chapter 60. OST recording the male protagonist, Yoon Yoon-jae, played by Chi Kyung-won, and the female protagonist, Jong Eun-ji as Jong Si-won, have become trending topics, garnering countless accolades. Initially, when the drama premiered, Jong Eun-ji faced harsh criticism from many fans of EXO and Yuan for her kissing scenes with Chi Kyung-won. They vented their wrath in a Pink's chat room, calling her names and accusing her of tarnishing their idol's image. However, as time passed and the plot developed, the majority of fans' anger gradually dissipated, with many rational fans advising patience, recognizing that such scenes are commonplace in television productions. Ultimately, their outbursts yielded no benefit, only causing distress for Chi Kyung-won. Jong Eun-ji's performance, rooted in authenticity, vividly brought the character of Jong Si-won to life, portraying a starstruck girl with remarkable depth, despite her character's flaws, being unreasonable, prone to violence, and obsessively chasing after stars. Viewers found her relatable and charming, as she resonated with a part of their own memories. Chi Kyung-won, on the other hand, portrayed Yoon Yoon-jae, a character already rich in allure. The screenwriter, Lee Eugene, even revised parts of the script to enhance the character's significance and appeal due to his exceptional performance. Yoon Yoon-jae is depicted as an exceptionally gifted student, admired by many, yet he remains indifferent to the advances of other girls, only opening his heart to his childhood friend, Jong Si-won. This unique portrayal of devoted love and childhood companionship is particularly endearing, especially when embodied by the strikingly handsome Chi Kyung-won, leaving a lasting impression on the audience. While possessing striking looks can be a double-edged sword for actors, as it often diverts attention from the narrative, Chi Kyung-won's increasingly proficient acting has received widespread acclaim. The most common praise highlights that although the male lead possesses extraordinary good looks, his performance seamlessly draws viewers into the story rather than distracting them. The popularity of Chi Kyung-won and Jong Eun-ji has, in turn, elevated the profiles of their respective groups, EXO and Pink, with noticeable increases in album sales for EXO. The production team, thrilled by the show's success, has implemented various strategies to further boost viewership. At the entrance of SM Entertainment's building, Jong Eun-ji expressed her awe, exclaiming how spectacular it was. Upon entering, she adopted the demeanor of a seasoned entertainer, voicing her admiration loudly as cameras began rolling, capturing the leading couple. Chi Kyung-won, bluntly criticizing her exaggerated expressions, remarked on the disconnect between her portrayal and the building's grandeur. Jong Eun-ji, momentarily taken aback, shot him a glare before forcing a smile for the cameras. Chi Kyung-won playfully commended her for her vibrant expressions, albeit noting that her smile appeared somewhat stiff. Unable to restrain herself, Jong Eun-ji playfully hit him, eliciting laughter from the crew, as the natural chemistry between the leads unfolded beautifully on screen. As they made their way, they exchanged friendly greetings with colleagues, including Luna from FX, who stopped to chat with Chi Kyung-won before bidding farewell to the camera. Chi Kyung-won, not overly familiar with Luna, mused that a conversation with Sunny would have likely garnered more footage. Upon arriving at the recording studio on the 3rd floor, they were greeted by a team that had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Naturally, EXO, Chi Kyung-won's group, made an appearance, as it was only fitting for them to promote their presence. The other 5 members of K-Team stood up in unison, greeting the camera with enthusiasm. 1, 2, 3. We are one. Annyeonghaseyo, we are EXO. Chi Kyung-won joined the lineup, giving a thumbs up to the camera as Jin Junmayan counted down. Wow, they are so handsome. Jong Eun-ji clapped in delight, prompting the crew to join in the applause. Jin Junmayan briefly introduced EXO to the camera, expressing gratitude for the production team's support towards Chi Kyung-won before the group gracefully exited. After the crew arranged the cameras in the recording studio, they prepared to commence the recording session. You've all practiced privately before, right? Asked the sound engineer, On Donghyun. Yes, we have, they replied. All right, let us start with a sound check. Chapter 61. A nostalgic moment in the recording studio. Jingyuan sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The surrounding cameras had ceased their operations, and the staff members, who had been tirelessly filming, had relaxed, casually sipping water in small groups. After an extensive recording session, they finally entered a much-anticipated break. The recording process had gone remarkably well. Jingyuan's vocal prowess was exceptional, having received formal vocal training since childhood. He was the only one in the EXO-K stage's muted video who made no significant mistakes from start to finish. In contrast, the lead vocalist of K-Team, Do Kyung-soo, had an embarrassing moment with his high notes. Of course, this might also be attributed to Jingyuan's preference for avoiding high pitches. Jong Eun-ji's singing ability was equally impressive. She had essentially taken on all the high notes and challenging vocal parts within the group. It was said that her joining of Pink was due to her remarkable vocal skills. As the group previously lacked a competent singer, her presence was a timely blessing, as she debuted just 2 to 3 months after joining. The duo harmonized splendidly, both vocally and emotionally. Particularly in terms of emotional expression, the song had been rearranged into a duet, necessitating a portrayal of the sentiments shared between lovers. This was not a challenge for the two who were already cast as romantic leads in the drama, ensuring a smooth recording. At this rate, they would finish in just a couple of days. A notification chimed on Jingyuan's phone. He glanced at it and smiled. It was a message from Sun Na-eun. After returning, each member of a Pink had sent a text to greet him, indicating they had exchanged contact information. Although they had shared numbers, he was only close to Jong Eun-ji. The other members were still relatively unfamiliar, so conversations were kept brief. Following the initial greetings, there were no further messages exchanged, and unless something particularly significant occurred, they would likely remain dormant in each other's contact lists. To his surprise, 2 days later, he received a message from Sun Na-eun. "What are you doing, Jingyuan?" Upon reading the text, Jingyuan instantly understood. This sparked a flurry of text exchanges between him and Sun Na-eun. Within a short span of about 2 weeks, their conversations evolved from polite and somewhat reserved exchanges to a more casual and cheerful rapport. "Today, Eun-ji is coming to your company for recording. You better not say anything strange." "How strange are we talking about? Do tell." That's the first one. "I want to say a thing." That's the second. "I checked the EXO-K's schedule, and it seems you don't have too many engagements lately. Are you still busy filming? When are you free?" The tone of this message left Jingyuan at a loss. It resembled his interactions with several girls from high school, evoking a sense of youthful innocence. Despite having debuted over a year ago, Sun Na-eun's beauty and stature, along with her role as the group's visual, surely attracted numerous admirers. Why was she behaving so oddly? As if she were chatting with someone special? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Jong Eun-ji, sipping ice water, had settled beside him, her curiosity piqued. Jingyuan glanced up at her, smirking without any intention to conceal. "Just chatting with your group member." "Really?" Jong Eun-ji took another sip, holding the cup while gazing at him, her expression devoid of surprise. "Let me guess, it must be Na-eun. Are you a spy?" Jingyuan quipped, raising an eyebrow. Jong Eun-ji rolled her eyes at him, adopting an expression of intellectual superiority. Before they visited the set, Na-eun was the one who suggested exchanging contact information, claiming it was for networking. "I forgot during our chat at the set, and she had to remind me. I sensed something was off then. Recently, she has suddenly taken an interest in EXK. Often glued to her phone. Who wouldn't he notice? Are you dating?" Jong Eun-ji shot him a sidelong glance. "Not yet." Jingyuan shook his head. "Oh, you should know what kind of group a Pink is. We just debuted a year ago, and the company is strict about these matters. Don't go provoking her unnecessarily." Jong Eun-ji's tone turned serious. "Didn't you notice? I'm the passive one here," Jingyuan replied innocently, raising his hands in surrender. "Ugh." Jong Eun-ji was at a loss for words, her frustration evident. Na-eun is the visual, so she must be quite popular, right? Jingyuan casually inquired. "What do you want? Don't expect me to be your spy." Jong Eun-ji immediately mimicked zipping her lips, indicating her discretion. "How absurd. Do I need a spy to date?" Jingyuan scoffed, dropping the subject. Jong Eun-ji seemed on the verge of saying something else, opening her mouth only to close it again, perhaps concerned about overstepping boundaries regarding someone else's personal affairs, even if they were friends. "Don't worry. Your company will never find out. I can assure you of that." Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively and added, "Besides, feelings between artists can be fleeting. With our busy schedules and your group's activities, we might not see each other often in a few months, and the feelings will naturally fade. Why can you speak about relationships so casually? This truly reflects your nature. I've seen through you long ago." Chi Jingyuan typically did not mask his personality in front of acquaintances. He and Jong Eun-ji were quite familiar, chatting daily on set. And she had some understanding of his approach to relationships. Jong Eun-ji playfully poked Chi Jingyuan, her brows furrowed in discontent. Don't act so nonchalant. One day, you might find yourself utterly captivated by Naeun, unable to escape her charm. And when the breakup comes, don't shed any tears. Chi Jingyuan chuckled lightly, tilting his head, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded Jong Eun-ji. That would be splendid. I haven't cried over a breakup in ages. I genuinely miss that. Chapter 62. OST released due to the television drama's soaring viewership. Both TVN and CJ were exceedingly pleased, resulting in a substantial enhancement of the crew's working conditions, particularly in terms of their meals, which were elevated to a higher standard. The crew members exhibited fervent enthusiasm, engaging in their work with great zeal each day. The two individuals donned attire reminiscent of the 1960s and 1970s, styling their hair in accordance with that era's trends, feigning rudeness as they consumed their food, and conversing in dialects, creating a humorous contrast with their idol personas. Their demeanor towards Ji Kyung-won remained unchanged, still smiling and engaging in polite conversation. Though it seemed that Young Eun-ji was particularly tight-lipped, perhaps suggesting that Sun Naeun had intensified her confidentiality measures. After spending 2 days on set, they departed, as their roles were minimal and Pink had numerous activities scheduled. On the 18th, which marked Jung Eun-ji's birthday, the crew organized a small birthday celebration for her. The cast formed a circle, clapping and singing a birthday song, before the lights were dimmed. In the darkness, Ji Kyung-won approached with a cake, adorned with lit candles, presenting it to Young Eun-ji. It was evident that she was deeply moved. When Ji Kyung-won brought the cake close, she could no longer contain her tears. Her chubby face scrunched up, lips pursed, and sniffles escaping her. However, she quickly regained her composure, wiping away her tears and breaking into her signature smile. This transformation elicited a sigh from Ji Kyung-won. Artists must conceal their true emotions in front of the camera, always presenting their best selves. Following the cake presentation, there was a sequence of activities including photographs, candle blowing, and cake distribution, with everyone participating enthusiastically, their faces alight with joyful smiles, except for Ji Kyung-won, who found herself unexpectedly smothered with cake by Young Eun-ji. It was uncertain whether the incident was part of the birthday festivities or a release of pin-up emotions. Fortunately, as midnight approached and filming for the day concluded, Ji Kyung-won's cake-covered visage would not impede the upcoming scenes. Young Eun-ji likely understood this, which may have prompted her actions. Ji Kyung-won mused about the lack of decorum as she washed her face. However, since their last encounter on set, the two had not met again. Notably, EXO's previous performance fees had been rather average, lagging behind other boy bands that debuted around the same time. Additionally, with the drama's phenomenal success, Ji Kyung-won's personal engagements had increased significantly, encompassing solo photo shoots, invitations for personal radio shows, and interviews, activities he despised most. He preferred to savor a bit more rest rather than staying up all night after filming to meet up, and even if he were to finish work late, his companions would be unable to leave their dorms. It seemed that those favored were emboldened by their circumstances. On August 21st, the 9th and 10th episodes aired, achieving average and peak viewership ratings of 3, 9, and 4, 9 respectively, which showed negligible improvement compared to the previous 2 episodes. The crew felt a slight concern, though not urgent, as the current ratings had exceeded all expectations. Even if these ratings were maintained until the conclusion, the drama would still be considered a resounding success. Furthermore, the OST All For You, performed by Ji Kyung-won and Young Eun-ji, was set to be officially released on the upcoming broadcast on the 28th. And the crew harbored great confidence in the song's potential to boost viewership. Their predictions were not misplaced. The subsequent airing of episodes 11 and 12 saw a marked increase in ratings, reaching 4, 3, and 5, 2, nearing the highest viewership record for TV and cable. Additionally, the OST All For You was played during these episodes, piquing the interest of many viewers who had yet to hear the song. The release of the OST amplified the drama's popularity, significantly contributing to the rise in viewership. It could be said that a compelling OST and a successful drama complement each other, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Following the broadcast on the 28th, Reply 1997 was approaching its conclusion, with only 2 weeks and 4 episodes remaining. Chapter 63. Collaborative Stage. Why do you keep pacing back and forth? Aren't you exhausted? Can we sit for a moment? Chi Jingyuan reclined on the sofa, holding his phone, while his eyes glanced sideways at Jung Eun-ji, who was incessantly walking around. He spoke in a tone that conveyed a mix of admiration and exasperation. However, this time, he was not preparing for the stage with his EXO bandmates, but rather with Jung-in. Today is September 6th. On the 4th, the second OST, Our Love Is Like This, was released. Its momentum was noticeably less robust than All For You. Yet buoyed by the popularity of Reply 1997, it still achieved commendable rankings on various music charts. On the same day, episodes 13 and 14 of the drama aired, marking the penultimate episodes, and although the increase in viewership was not substantial, it still reflected an upward trend. Countdown, being part of CJEM, the same company behind Reply 1997, conveniently arranged a special stage for the two. Even if they weren't from the same company, Countdown was eager to welcome their performance, especially given the phenomenal success of Reply 1997, which had shattered numerous cable television records and sparked widespread online discussions. The male and female leads have become some of the most sought-after artists in recent times due to this wave of popularity. Recently, when encountering other peers, he noticed their smiles were markedly more sincere, with many seniors approaching him, patting him on the shoulder, and expressing their optimism, engaging in lengthy exchanges. The stark contrast in treatment was striking. It could only be said that the entertainment industry is a realm where favoritism reigns supreme. At this moment, he and Jung-in were in the waiting room, awaiting their performance. Their stage today was live, not pre-recorded. As soon as Jung-in entered, she began fidgeting, alternating between melodramatic exclamations and incessant pacing, clearly agitated. "I'm so nervous. I've never been this anxious before a performance," Jung-in exclaimed, clutching her chest with an exaggerated expression. Jingyuan's assistant, Park Jae-hyun, along with Jung-in's management assistant, was present in the waiting room, along with several staff members from the production company and stylists. Despite this, the two maintained an informal demeanor, treating those around them as if they were invisible. "Isn't this just a typical performance? Haven't you ever participated in a collaborative stage before?" Jingyuan remarked with a hint of disdain. "Are you nervous about being on stage, or is it because you're performing alongside me?" Jingyuan's words cut to the essence of the matter. "Who asked for your opinion? Just focus on your lyrics. Don't forget them mid-performance." "Oh, this is unbearable. These heels are just too high." Jung-in, standing at a little over 1.60 m, appeared quite mismatched next to the towering Jingyuan, who stood at 1.84 m. To achieve a more harmonious stage effect, she wore heels that were at least 10 centimeters high, possibly more, the stilettos looking perilously sharp. Frowning as she rubbed her feet, she glanced at Jingyuan and asked, "Do you think we have a chance at winning first place this time? Are you a rookie who just debuted yesterday?" The first stage on Countdown doesn't count towards rankings, nor does it qualify for first place selection. "Didn't your manager teach you this basic knowledge?" Jingyuan shot a scornful look at Jung-in, his gaze briefly catching the eye of a Pink's manager, filled with unspoken meaning, causing the manager to awkwardly cover their face. "Even if it were included in the rankings, do you really think we could compete with Gangnam Style? They just achieved a triple crown this week. How could we possibly interrupt that streak?" With the popularity of Reply 1997, there is still hope, Jung-in retorted boldly, expressing unwavering confidence in their performance. Indeed, if you hadn't shown up, there might have been a glimmer of hope. As the two continued their playful banter, it soon became their turn to take the stage. As the two stepped onto the stage, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the audience, invigorating and electrifying the atmosphere. Typically, fans only cheer for their favorite artists, remaining indifferent to others' performances. However, the fans present, focused on their own idols, erupted into a unified cheer upon seeing Jingyuan and Jung-in take the stage. As the music began, they commenced their performance. All For You, a song of immense popularity, had been rearranged and transformed from a raspy male vocal rendition into a sweet duet, resonating with the modern aesthetic of youth, garnering widespread adoration. Throughout their performance, the two exchanged tender glances, embodying the sweet chemistry of their characters, Yunzai and Qingxiuan, eliciting waves of excited screams from the audience and bringing smiles to viewers at home. As the stage concluded, the two exchanged knowing smiles, retreating amidst the thunderous applause and cheers of the audience. Chapter 64. Following the broadcast of Countdown featuring Pabo No. 6. It was no surprise to the production company and crew that it sparked significant reactions that evening. The powerful vocal performances of Ji Kyungwon and Jong Eun-ji not only perfectly interpreted the song but also beautifully conveyed the sweet romantic feelings between the male and female leads in the drama. In an instant, Many viewers found it difficult to distinguish whether it was Ji Kyung-won and Jong Eun-ji on stage or Yoon Yoon-jae and Jong Si-won. The anticipation for the two to transition from their roles on screen to a real-life couple grew, leading to the establishment of several fan clubs dedicated to the pairing. Ji Kyung-won, however, remained non-committal towards these sentiments. He felt that he and Jong Eun-ji did not quite match when standing together, although he acknowledged her smile and charm. After all, one cannot wear high heels every day. Naturally, EXO and Yuan's fans vehemently opposed this idea. Their oppa belonged solely to them. They tolerated Jong Eun-ji's closeness to him in the drama, but would not hesitate to turn against her should she dare to encroach upon that bond outside the show. Despite the multitude of viewers wishing for Ji Kyung-won and Jong Eun-ji to become a genuine couple, the chemistry they exhibited on stage and screen truly resembled that of a couple in love. Yet, the world is curiously ironic. While countless individuals delightedly indulged in sweet fantasies, they could scarcely fathom that in reality, Ji Kyung-won's closest romantic connection was not with Jong Eun-ji, but rather with her group member, Sun Na-eun. Who could have anticipated such a twist? On the evening of September 8th, in the Mapo district of Seoul, a black sedan was parked in a nearby alley next to the residential complex where a Pink's dormitory was located. The driver's seat was illuminated, yet the rear seat remained shrouded in darkness. The Acube office building, housing a Pink, was conveniently situated near Hongdae University, ensuring their dormitory was also in close proximity. The agency treated a Pink well, providing them with a comfortable residence in a mid-range complex equipped with password locks, attractive facilities, and a spacious underground parking lot. Ji Kyung-won had previously been unaware of their dormitory's location until Sun Na-eun voluntarily revealed it. The bustling Hongdae area was always lively, regardless of the time. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Ji Kyung-won gazed at the vibrant, flickering signs across the street, rubbing his temples in fatigue. After the interview, he had come directly here, initially intending to shoot another advertisement, but he had postponed it for a few hours the previous day. His real purpose for being here was to meet Sun Na-eun. The two had exchanged contact information in August, with Sun Na-eun taking the initiative to send the first text. Now, over a month later, although their relationship had yet to be formally established, it was clear that they were close. The flirtatious words in their messages and the intimate tone of their conversations resembled that of a couple in love. Despite frequent texting and calling, they had not met in person since they began communicating. After Ji Kyung-won's performance with Jong Eun-ji, Sun Na-eun had expressed her displeasure during their phone call. Hesitating to speak at first, and when she finally did, her words seemed awkward. Although they had not officially defined their relationship, Sun Na-eun felt that they were indeed dating. The chemistry displayed between Ji Kyung-won and Jong Eun-ji on stage elicited joy from their fans, yet it left her feeling rather uncomfortable. Before concluding their call, Sun Na-eun inquired about Ji Kyung-won's recent schedule, subtly hinting at her desire to meet. Despite her quiet demeanor on variety shows, where she often sat silently smiling, rumors suggested that she was quite reserved in private, not particularly lively. However, when chatting with Ji Kyung-won, she appeared more cheerful, reminiscent of a high school girl, occasionally displaying a hint of clinginess. This suggested that her experience with romance might not be extensive. Ji Kyung-won wondered if he was misreading her signals. She was undeniably beautiful, with an appealing figure. After their conversation yesterday, Ji Kyung-won had adjusted his work schedule to carve out time for this evening. "Na-eun, I'm nearby. Please message me when you're about to leave." He had already procured the items, which he placed on the passenger seat. Park Jae-hyun, the driver, turned off the interior lights, tidied his attire, and opened the car door to depart. Before leaving, he added, "You have another advertisement shoot later, so please keep an eye on the time." "All right, I understand," Ji Kyung-won replied, as Park Jae-hyun closed the door and vanished shortly thereafter. Being underage and without a driver's license, Ji Kyung-won could not drive himself, even for a date. However, having Park Jae-hyun as his driver and assistant proved advantageous, offering a semblance of security and privacy, as he was someone trustworthy. Rubbing his temples, Ji Kyung-won opened his eyes, briefly checked his phone, and then set it down, closing his eyes once more to rest. "Na-eun, where are you rushing off to?" Yoon Pami asked, noticing Sun Na-eun hurriedly heading towards the door, slipping on her shoes in preparation to leave. At this moment, only 3 members remained in the A-Pink dormitory. Kim Namju was in her room playing by herself, while Jong Eun-ji was still on set, and the others were occupied with their own affairs. Dressed so beautifully. Is it for him? Countdown? Chapter 65. Not quite after stepping out, Sun Na-eun donned a mask and a hat, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings for any irregularities before she quickened her pace, jogging towards the agreed-upon location. To avoid drawing attention, she opted for the shadowy paths untouched by light, and after navigating several turns, she arrived at the alley where Jingyuan had parked his luxurious black car. Upon entering the alley, Sun Na spotted the opulent vehicle and abruptly halted her strides, slowing her breathing as she became aware of her racing heart. Uncertain whether it was due to her rapid pace or the anxiety bubbling within her, she had exchanged contact information with Jingyuan out of a budding fondness for him. Yet she had not anticipated the swift progression of their relationship. Unprepared for a formal courtship, she reminded herself that she had only been in the industry for a little over a year, and her company maintained strict regulations. Initially, their conversations were casual, but as they grew closer, she found their interactions increasingly delightful and effortless, each chat or call bringing her joy. Coupled with her already existing affection for him, his looks and personality striking a chord with her preferences, she found herself becoming more invested and serious. Looking back, she realized how impulsive it had been to reach out first, a stark contrast to her typically slow-to-warm and passive nature. Having maintained contact for over a month, even without a definitive relationship, Sun Na felt as though they had entered a romantic phase. She eagerly anticipated their meetings beyond their daily calls. Yet, as the moment of their face-to-face encounter approached, nerves enveloped her, for the distinction between a phone conversation and in-person interaction was profound. She paced to the rear of the car, confirming the license plate before approaching the back door. After a gentle knock revealed it was unlocked, she opened the door and settled inside, her heart pounding. With a decisive thud, the door closed, enveloping them in silence and isolating them from the external clamor. Inside the car, the atmosphere was serene, as if they existed in entirely different realms. Sun Na removed her hat and mask, taking her seat on the right side of the back seat. Clad in a delicate pink chiffon dress that accentuated her figure, her slightly rounded face contrasted with her slender waist. She wore white sneakers, her legs pressed together, giving her feet a subtle inward angle. Her hands, clasped tightly on her thighs, were adorned with several bracelets, while her thumb nervously squeezed her other hand, betraying her palpable tension. Her long, smooth hair cascaded down, partially veiling her cheeks, and was adorned with a light-colored bow that added a touch of charm. Overall, she exuded an aura of innocence intertwined with a hint of allure. At that moment, Sun Na bit her lip, her gaze fixed on her shoes, occasionally stealing glances at Jingyuan seated beside her. Her grip tightened, and her heart raced. Overwhelmed by the intimacy they had established over the phone, yet now at a loss for words, feeling almost shy in his presence. Jingyuan, however, did not allow the silence to linger for long. After a brief survey, he turned to the downcast Sun Na and casually inquired, "Are you hot?" But before she could respond, he leaned closer, capturing her lips with his own. Sun Na's eyes widened in astonishment, a sharp breath escaping her as her body stiffened. Unsure of where to place her hands, frozen like a marionette devoid of strings, Jingyuan wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing them closer. Despite her astonishment, she felt no desire to resist. Instead, she gradually closed her eyes, one hand embracing his back while the other rested on her knee, intertwining with his. Her heart, which had raced wildly, inexplicably steadied, and the tension that had clouded her thoughts began to dissipate. Moonlight filtered through the towering office buildings, casting a gentle glow that faintly illuminated their entwined figures on the rear window. Time seemed to lose meaning until they finally pulled away from each other. Jingyuan gently tugged her closer, and Sun Na found herself nestled against his chest, her arms wrapped around his waist. They sat in tranquil silence, absorbing the distant sounds from outside, relishing the serenity of the moment. The earlier unease faded completely, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream, dazed yet sweetly content. "Does this mean we are officially dating?" she eventually mustered, her large eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she gazed up at him, her voice soft and tentative. "Not quite," Jingyuan replied with a casual shrug, his tone languid. With a playful pout, Sun Na lightly tapped him, her touch gentle and reminiscent of a playful tease. "Isn't that redundant? You know the answer yet still ask." Her words dripped with playful disdain. Yet Jingyuan reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers. Sun Na let out a soft huff, nuzzling against his chest, settling in even closer. Chapter 66. Why do you suddenly have time today? Sun Na softly inquired as she leaned against Jingyuan's chest. Initially, there was no time for such indulgence. Jingyuan rolled his eyes slightly and shrugged. "Unless something unexpected arises, I likely won't be able to sleep tonight." He casually outlined his schedule, devoid of any exaggeration. His extensive romantic experience, coupled with the teachings of his older brother, imparted a crucial lesson in a relationship. The efforts and gestures you extend towards your partner must be communicated, whether directly or indirectly, so that they appreciate your commitment. Without this acknowledgement, any endeavor remains futile, serving merely to self-soothe rather than fostering emotional connectivity. Jingyuan's tone remained neutral, lacking any hint of reproach. However, Sun Naeun felt a twinge of guilt, believing that her poor emotional state during their phone conversation yesterday was the reason he had rushed over today despite his busy schedule. Biting her lip, she looked up at him and cautiously apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to come over when you're so tired." Jingyuan gently interrupted her, lowering his gaze to meet hers, tilting his head slightly, and softly stated, "I simply wanted to see you." This confession rendered Sun Naeun speechless, her eyes unconsciously narrowing with delight, and her lips curving into a smile as she leaned closer. Savoring the sweetness of the moment, she couldn't help but ask, "You articulate so well and just kissed me. Do you have a wealth of romantic experience?" She yearned to hear him deny it, as one often harbors innocent fantasies about their crush, hoping for their flawlessness. "Quite a bit," he replied, unabashedly affirming her suspicions while gesturing to his face. "Does this face look like one that is unappealing?" Before her mind could spiral into uncertainty, Jingyuan's next words compelled her to meet his gaze again. "I believe you must have had quite a bit as well." "No." Sun Naeun furrowed her brow, attempting to deny it, but was abruptly interrupted. "Because you are truly beautiful." Another shared glance ensued, his sincerity evident in his gaze as he smiled gently and nodded. This exchange left Sun Naeun feeling flustered. At a loss for words, she quickly diverted her gaze, avoiding Jingyuan's penetrating look, but couldn't resist sneaking a glance back at him. "No, I don't have much romantic experience," she murmured, her voice significantly softer. Jingyuan shrugged, seemingly indifferent. "Really?" she responded, her voice rising slightly. "Indeed," he affirmed, nodding to show his complete belief in her words. They remained in the car, wrapped in each other's warmth for a while. Sun Naeun clearly relished this ambience, her demeanor lightening as she nestled against his waist, sharing amusing anecdotes from recent events while occasionally teasing about the antics of their group members. "Your drama seems to be nearing its conclusion, doesn't it?" "Yes, there are only 2 episodes left. The final episodes are being released over 2 weeks to boost viewership," she explained. "When will filming wrap up?" "Soon. We just have a bit more to shoot. It shouldn't be long now." Jingyuan refrained from probing further. He understood that no additional questions were necessary. Without offering any apologies or comforting words, he simply reached out, cupping her face and playfully pinching her cheeks. "That's annoying," Sun Naeun protested, but offered no resistance, leaning in slightly as her hair brushed against Jingyuan's jaw, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Despite her height of nearly 1.7 meters, she curled up against him like a Persian cat, a delightful sight. "Oh, right?" Suddenly recalling something, she gently wriggled out of his embrace, rummaging through her bag, and soon producing a pair of bracelets. Though the car lacked interior lighting, the moonlight spilling in allowed for a clear view. The bracelets, intricately woven from thick rope, one in white gray and the other in pink red, exuded a sense of craftsmanship that was far from ordinary. "I saw these in a store and thought they were lovely, so I bought them. I've been waiting to give them to you when we met." She beamed, showcasing the bracelets with a sweet smile. "I specifically chose this design to conceal the couple aspect, without any ostentatious decorations. They appear very ordinary, so if they're photographed or seen by fans, it wouldn't seem unusual." "Look," she said, but Jingyuan interrupted her, extending his bare wrist for her to see, devoid of any adornments. "I'm not particularly fond of wearing such accessories. They feel rather awkward to me, including earrings and rings. When I was preparing for a performance, my stylist suggested I wear bracelets and earrings to enhance my stage presence, but I outright declined." Biting her lower lip, Sun Naeun recalled the careful selection of the bracelets and her anticipation of them wearing them together. An overwhelming sense of disappointment washed over her. Just then, Jingyuan gently pried the bracelets from her grasp, selecting the white-gray one without much thought, and slipped it onto his left wrist. Seeing Sun Naeun's puzzled and slightly hurt expression, he chuckled and raised an eyebrow at her. "Not liking to wear them is true, but it also depends on who gives them." Chapter 67, Advertising Partner Humph. Sun Naeun could not help but shed a few tears. She wiped away the tears that had slipped down to her nostrils. Her face scrunched up as she forcefully bumped her shoulder against Jingyuan, yet she could not restrain a smile from creeping onto her lips, crying and laughing simultaneously. It was unclear whether she was filled with joy or sorrow. Pouting her lower lip, Sun Naeun donned a delicate pink bracelet. After fastening it, She took the initiative to grasp Qi Jingyuan's left hand, placing her right hand gently in his palm. Then pressing down on his fingers to encourage him to hold her hand, their matching couple bracelets aligning perfectly. Witnessing this scene, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Fortunately, at that moment, no pedestrians passed by outside. Otherwise, the continuous flashes would have exposed their presence in the car. After capturing several shots from various angles, Sun Nain finally released Qi Jingyuan's hand, eagerly scrolling through the photos on her phone, giggling as she began to select her favorites. Yet, as she glanced at the time on her phone, a wave of panic washed over her. It was already quite late, and she realized she had been gone for a considerable while. With a reluctant gaze, she looked at Qi Jingyuan, her expression tinged with melancholy. The long-awaited meeting had brought her immense satisfaction, fulfilling many of her cherished fantasies. However, time seemed to have slipped away all too quickly. Qi Jingyuan nodded, making no attempt to detain her, both of them being artists who understood the challenges they faced. Sun Nain murmured, biting her lip gently as she placed her hand on the car door handle, hesitating to open it. Her body inched closer to the door, her eyes still fixed on Qi Jingyuan, clearly reluctant to part ways. By the way, what excuse did you use to come out? Qi Jingyuan inquired, looking at her. Did you buy anything? No, I didn't need to, Sun Nain replied, surprised as she took the bag, discovering it contained some mid-range cosmetics, foundation, lip balm, and the like, not overly expensive but not commonplace either. How did you know I would use that excuse to come out? She asked, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Qi Jingyuan. Because I understand you, Qi Jingyuan said with a resigned smile, tilting his head to gaze at her. Aren't you my girlfriend? At that moment, she truly wished to linger a while longer. It's fine. It's not as if we one team meet again. After the drama wraps, we should have more time, he reassured her. Why? Sun Nain inched a bit closer. This isn't my fault. It's yours, he replied, looking into her eyes and shrugging. Because you look too beautiful today. Sun Nain donned her mask and hat, slinging her bag over her shoulder. With one last reluctant glance at Qi Jingyuan, she finally closed the car door and trotted towards the dormitory, her footsteps light and cheerful, betraying her good spirits. Just before opening the door, she leaned in to plant 2 quick kisses on Qi Jingyuan's cheek. Had he embraced her then, they might have become quite affectionate once more. However, Qi Jingyuan was not one to indulge in such displays. Perhaps he once was. But that was no longer the case. He simply bid her farewell as he watched her depart. Once Sun Nain's footsteps faded into the distance, he sat quietly in the back seat of the car, listening to the distant cacophony, lost in thought. Sighing softly, he pulled out his phone and tapped a few times before leaning back against the seat, staring at the ceiling of the car with a blank expression. Before long, Park Jae-hyun emerged from somewhere, opened the car door, and slid into the driver's seat. The vehicle then moved, leaving the secluded alley and merging into the bustling main road. Thank goodness, I thought I would have to wait a long time. I was about to call and delay the shoot, but it seems that one tea be necessary now, Park Jae-hyun said, skillfully maneuvering the car. Hyung, you're quite humorous. Did you think I was planning something? It was merely a meeting with my girlfriend, Qi Jingyuan replied lazily, gazing out the window at the passing night scenery. Are you officially dating now? Park Jae-hyun asked, glancing into the rearview mirror. Qi Jingyuan merely nodded slightly in response, remaining silent. Park Jae-hyun did not press further. He had no interest in Qi Jingyuan's romantic affairs, and was well aware that Qi Jingyuan had his own opinions regarding such matters. The current shoot was for a promotional advertisement for a sports brand in Seoul, a print advertisement that should pose no difficulty for him. There would be a new actress collaborating with him, also an artist from SM Entertainment. Initially, SM intended to send the entire EXO-K group, but the brand only requested him. When EXO-K was unavailable, SM proposed another actress, and after negotiation, the brand agreed. In fact, she would be considered his co-star. Who is this new actress? Qi Jingyuan inquired, turning his head to ask. Kang Sung-in, previously an SM trainee, debuted as a model earlier this year and starred in her first drama in May, officially marking her debut as an actress. Park Jae-hyun clearly had done his homework, reciting the information without needing to glance at any notes. He was growing increasingly adept at his role as Qi Jingyuan's assistant. Kang Sung-in. That name sounds familiar. What drama did she appear in? Qi Jingyuan asked, feeling a flicker of recognition. In I Love Lee Tae-ri, she played a supporting role with limited screen time. Upon hearing the title, Qi Jingyuan's expression shifted, recalling that it was a drama that had not recorded its viewership ratings. Chapter 68. Working late into the night, Sun Nain swiftly entered the password at the door, gently pushing it open to step into the pink dormitory. Yoon Bomi, unadorned by makeup, had her hair tied up in a high ponytail at the back of her head, curled up on the sofa with her legs drawn in, exuding an air of relaxation. As Sun Naeun changed her shoes and walked in, their eyes met in a moment of silent acknowledgement. Yoon Bomi greeted her with a casual expression. The pink dormitory consisted of two-person rooms with bunk beds. Sun Naeun occupied the lower bunk, while her roommate, Oh Ha-young, was currently absent. After closing the door, she listened intently for any sounds outside, and upon detecting no anomalies, she sighed in relief. Taking a few quiet steps, she placed the plastic bag she carried aside and leaped onto her bed. Grabbing a pink bear plush from the bedside, she embraced it tightly, covering her face with it, her grip so firm it seemed as though she might suffocate the bear. Sun Naeun buried her face in the bear's belly, rubbing against it incessantly, her legs swinging back and forth with excitement, occasionally stifling excited gasps that came out as muffled whimpers due to the plush's obstruction. The other stuffed toys on the bed remained motionless, their dark, beady eyes observing Sun Naeun's peculiar antics. After a while, her emotions settled, and she exhaled deeply, rolling over to gaze at the upper bunk's bedboard. Her large eyes sparkling, lips pursed, left hand absent-mindedly tracing the bracelet on her right wrist, lost in thought. Give me a smile that radiates warmth. Yes. Just like that. Splendid. Now, draw a little closer. Let your hand rest on the waist. Precisely. Splendid. The female model's expression should be more natural. Avoid stiffness. At that moment, Chi Kyungwon was engaged in an advertising shoot in a studio located in the basement of an office building in Samseong-dong, Gangnam, Seoul. A white backdrop covered half the floor and walls, and bright lights illuminated the space as if it were daylight. The advertisement focused on shooting pictorials, primarily revolving around changing various outfits while adopting different expressions and poses to capture numerous photographs, typically without the need for a video camera. This type of case posed no challenge for Chi Kyungwon. It was effortless and fluid. However, his female partner, Kang Sung-yeon, appeared somewhat uneasy, her performance lacking the finesse needed to satisfy the advertising director, resulting in a slower shooting pace. Upon arriving, Chi Kyungwon exchanged greetings with her and scrutinized her. Although Kang Sung-yeon was not particularly tall, standing around 165 meters, her figure was well proportioned, making for a visually pleasing final product in the pictorials, which explained why SM had chosen her for the advertisement. Her features appeared natural, complemented by a soft, oval face, and overall, she possessed suitable attributes for an actress. Yet, Chi Kyungwon sensed that while her physical appearance was commendable, she lacked distinctive traits that would leave a lasting impression. It was evident that Kang Sung-yeon was somewhat nervous. Her experience in advertising was limited, and under the director's continuous dissatisfaction, her expressions began to falter. Sitting in close proximity, Chi Kyungwon could see beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and the sound of her quickened breath brushed against his face, causing a slight tickle. Let us take a break. Kyungwon is performing splendidly, just the vibe we need. The female lead should find her rhythm, the director announced after a long stretch of work. The tension among the crew dissipated as the previously quiet studio came alive with chatter. It was already past 3 in the morning, yet they continued to work diligently. Such late hours were not uncommon in the entertainment industry on the peninsula, and complaints were rare. After the break was announced, Chi Kyungwon bowed to the crew and director before taking his seat. Park Jae-hyun promptly handed him a glass of iced water. I'll pass on the water for now. Please bring me a cup of coffee. Chi Kyungwon felt a touch of fatigue, but given the circumstances, it seemed they would be shooting for quite a while longer, necessitating a boost of energy. Park Jae-hyun nodded and headed toward the coffee machine against the wall. SM had recently selected 2 new assistants for him, who would arrive in a few days. Park Jae-hyun, sent by the second brother, was someone Chi Kyungwon trusted implicitly. He handled crucial tasks such as coordinating schedules and negotiating with the production team, while other assistants primarily attended to Chi Kyungwon's daily needs, like fetching coffee. Moreover, for significant tasks, such as driving him to dates, only Park Jae-hyun could be entrusted with that responsibility. However, once Chi Kyungwon obtained his driver's license, he would be relieved of that duty. As Chi Kyungwon sat in his chair, sipping coffee, he observed Kang Sung-yeon, who was apologizing to the crew amid her flustered demeanor, and he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Chapter 69. The Invisible One. The director's tone had been rather brusque earlier. Everyone was aware that Jingyuan's recent surge in popularity due to the success of a television drama made him the star of this advertisement, and he evidently excelled at filming commercials, garnering the staff's satisfaction. In contrast, Kang Xingyan, A newcomer without significant fame or a representative work faced a different situation. After announcing her break, she couldn't simply rest. Instead, she accompanied her manager, repeatedly bowing and apologizing to the crew. Having participated in numerous commercial shoots, she understood the customary politeness of greeting all staff during breaks and after filming. However, she had seldom encountered unfriendly faces. Most people, even if indifferent, would not display overt displeasure. This smooth progression could perhaps be attributed to her commendable work ethic. Her manager, Jingyuan, had previously mentioned that such seamless shoots were not common, and only Jingyuan experienced them, making her work alongside him relatively effortless. This time, however, the circumstances were different. Today had indeed been exhausting, rising early for filming and now, in the dead of night, she had found little time to rest aside from a brief nap in the car. After a moment of dozing, she heard footsteps approaching and opened her eyes to see Jingyuan, with hands clasped in front, legs together, and a not-so-pleasant expression. She still managed to force a smile and bowed to him, saying, "I'm sorry, it's just that." "No, I'm fine." Jingyuan stood up, interrupting her, and his fatigued countenance brightened with a professional smile as he comforted her. "You should rest for a bit. I can see that Xingyin is quite tired too." Xingyin paused, her forced smile faltering considerably. After a brief moment of looking at Jingyuan, she bowed again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." After a brief respite, the director clapped his hands to signal the continuation of shooting, urging everyone to rejuvenate their spirits and resume work. The filming stretched on until the first light of dawn. And for Jingyuan, this was the first time he felt such fatigue during a commercial shoot. While Xingyin played a part, it was not solely her fault. The shoot required numerous outfits and varied styles, and the crew's efficiency seemed lackluster, perhaps due to fatigue. Once filming concluded, Jingyuan bid farewell to Park Jae-hyun and the rest before preparing to leave the studio. Just as he was about to exit, he sensed someone observing him. Turning around, he noticed Xingyin standing a few meters away by the wall, her manager absent for some unknown reason. When she realized Jingyuan had noticed her, she approached him with a gentle smile. It was evident that she was tired. Her smile lacked the earlier vibrancy. Park Jae-hyun, trailing behind, quickened his pace, showing no intention to linger and listen, simply departing. "Thank you, Jingyuan, for your assistance and care," Xingyin said, gathering her thoughts. "No, I am merely a newcomer as well. I hardly have the qualification to look after others," Jingyuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "You truly possess great talent." "Yes, I had heard Seki mention you before." Xingyin hesitated before continuing. "Jiang Seki?" "Yes, I was also a trainee at the company. And Seki is quite a close friend." Xingyin nodded. Jingyuan recalled why Xingyin's name sounded familiar. He had heard Jiang Seki mention her in conversation. "What a coincidence. Seki is also my close friend," he smiled, and with this common connection, they appeared more at ease, exchanging a few words. Their conversation did not last long, as Jingyuan had to return to the set. Checking the time, he prepared to take his leave, perhaps sensing his intention to depart. Xingyin hesitated before speaking. "Could we exchange contact information?" "Of course," Jingyuan replied, nodding with a cheerful demeanor. "It would be my pleasure." Upon returning to the set, the sky had yet to brighten fully, and Jingyuan was fortunate to have rested a bit in the car. Such is the life of an idol. The busier one is, the more successful they are perceived to be. The shooting resumed, with only 2 episodes remaining in the drama. The concluding episodes, 15 and 16, would not air together but rather be split into a weekly release, providing a fitting conclusion to this popular series. The anticipation and support from the crew were palpable, though the sudden addition of scenes proved challenging. On September 11th, the penultimate episode was officially broadcast. Chapter 70, Farewell to the Finale. The penultimate episode is titled While You Are in Love. The storyline of this television series has now approached its conclusion. And whether they have watched it or not, audiences across the peninsula have undoubtedly heard of its renown. The viewership ratings for this episode were compiled in the early hours of the following day, achieving an average of 5.2 and a peak of 6.8. This significant surge in ratings left the production team exhilarated, heightening their anticipation for the final episode. Notably, these ratings closely mirror those of the 9th episode of To the Beautiful You, broadcast by SBS on September 12th. This drama, a collaborative effort between SM Entertainment and SBS, featuring popular idols and lead roles, officially premiered on the 15th of last month, garnering the highest viewership rating of the series at 6.4. Following this impressive debut, the ratings experienced a steady decline, with occasional minor fluctuations, yet overall, a downward trend persisted. The trajectory of these ratings inevitably reminded Chi Kyung-won of someone. Never mind. It is essential to recognize that one drama airs on SBS, while the other is on the paid cable network TVN, resulting in a stark contrast in audience numbers. Yet the ratings appear to be converging. This reality has cast a shadow over SM's expansion plans within the film and television industry, while the careers of the lead actors, Minho and Sully, have also encountered obstacles. Cut. Director Shin Won-ho's voice resonated, as he, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, scanned the surroundings. Cheers erupted in a fervent chorus, with the entire crew applauding in unison, their faces alight with joy as they celebrated this momentous occasion in their history. From initial skepticism to astonished premieres, culminating in becoming the most popular drama of the moment, this series of experiences left an indelible mark on the hearts of all those involved in its production. Each individual harbored unique feelings and perspectives about the drama, yet the depth of their impressions was universally profound. This television series has become a brilliant entry that all present can inscribe in their biographies and resumes. Subsequently, the crew members exchanged farewells, and Chi Kyung-won bid adieu to PD Lee Myung-han, director Shin Won-ho, and writer Lee Yu-young, among other key figures. Kyung-won, you were truly exceptional. I will definitely reach out to you for a suitable role next time, remarked one. Thank you, PD-nim. Not just dramas, Kyung-won. You must come for variety shows as well. If it's a variety show, may I have some time to think about it? Ha ha ha. You rascal. Kyung-won, don't forget us once filming wraps. How could I? Just don't forget about me either. The key figures laughed as they exchanged pleasantries with Chi Kyung-won, playfully patting his shoulder, their camaraderie evident. After months of filming, they genuinely admired him, a young man who radiated brilliance both on and off the screen. At least PD, director, and the writer genuinely hoped for future collaborations. Afterward, Chi Kyung-won bid farewell to several crew members and supporting actors he had met during filming. The lively farewells continued for quite some time. Eventually, the crew began to pack up cameras and equipment, tidying the set, and many personnel gradually dispersed. Chi Kyung-won followed Park Jae-hyun to the parking lot, preparing to leave. Just as they took a few steps into the parking area, Young Eun-ji entered with her manager. Their eyes met, and they instinctively halted. Young Eun-ji's manager hesitated before stopping, after which Young Eun-ji said something to him before heading toward the van. This left Chi Kyung-won and Young Eun-ji standing a few meters apart, smiling at each other. What's with that look? Are you still in character as Jong Si-won? Chi Kyung-won observed her expression and, unable to help himself, chuckled, relaxing his posture and tilting his head lazily. You're not still in character, are you? Well, a little bit, Young Eun-ji admitted, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she gazed up at Chi Kyung-won. What about you? Of course not. Chi Kyung-won shrugged, looking at her with an air of nonchalance. You should know me by now. True, Young Eun-ji replied, her smile unwavering as she lightly nodded. She seemed poised to say something, but opened her mouth without making a sound, shaking her head with a smile before raising her gaze again. Despite this being a farewell, it was rather coincidental that they were alone in the parking lot, devoid of anyone else. Well, it's not like we're parting forever. You're still acting in a romantic drama, right? You've been in the industry for over a year now, Chi Kyung-won remarked, observing Young Eun-ji's demeanor with a hint of disdain. With that expression and no camera around, do you need to shed more tears? Under normal circumstances, Young Eun-ji would have shot him a fierce glare and slapped him, yet this time was different. She merely shook her head in silence. At that moment, the sound of an engine starting echoed, indicating that both their managers were about to arrive to pick them up. You seem so reluctant. Chi Kyung-won extended his arms. How about a hug? Get lost. Have you not taken enough advantage of me during filming? Young Eun-ji shot him a glare and huffed. Who exactly is taking advantage of whom? We can discuss that when we meet again. Noticing the van approaching, Chi Kyung-won stepped closer, extending his right hand with a gentle smile. Since you're unwilling to hug, how about a high five? After a few seconds of scrutinizing Chi Kyung-won's face, Young Eun-ji suddenly broke into a smile, taking a step forward to slap his outstretched palm with considerable force. The sound echoed sharply, markedly different from their previous playful banter. After their high five, the pink van pulled up beside them, and Young Eun-ji opened the door to get in. However, halfway through, she paused, turning to Chi Kyung-won with a serious expression. Let us make a pact. Whenever we meet in the future, if the situation allows, we must high five. Chi Kyung-won regarded her earnest gaze, feigning exasperation while smiling and shaking his head. He waved his right hand dismissively, as if urging her to leave quickly. Unfazed, Young Eun-ji held on to the door while watching him with a playful smile. In the end, Chi Kyung-won nodded lightly and gestured, "I promise." Chapter 71. The conclusion of the drama. Park Jae-hyun drove in silence, while Ji Kyung-won sat in the back, leaning against the window, his right hand resting on the door, supporting his head as he gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery of flowers and trees, lost in thought. However, Young Eun-ji had never truly expressed her feelings. She managed to keep her affections well controlled, appearing merely a bit closer than usual without taking any further steps, particularly after she learned of Ji Kyung-won's involvement with Sun Na-eun. Her demeanor became even more reserved during their interactions. Just moments ago, the crew had officially wrapped up filming, and the atmosphere of farewell stirred emotions within Young Eun-ji, making it difficult for her to suppress her feelings. In that moment, overwhelmed by her emotions, she truly contemplated seizing the opportunity to confess her sentiments, yet ultimately refrained. As a girl who had ventured from an ordinary family in Busan to forge her path in Seoul, she was acutely aware of what mattered most at present. For her, the most significant aspect was not the hazy affection she harbored, but rather her burgeoning career. Having debuted for over a year, she had been diligently honing her skills alongside her group, experiencing rapid improvement in her dancing abilities. The excess weight she once carried had diminished considerably, and while attempting to sing an original soundtrack, she had also taken on the role of the female lead, progressing steadily in her journey. She remained uncertain whether Ji Kyung-won would reciprocate her feelings, and even if he did, whether she could strike a balance between her emotions and her career. Thus, she chose to keep her feelings to herself. Moreover, she was aware of Ji Kyung-won's relationship status. In summary, although Young Eun-ji often appeared carefree, she was, in fact, a clever, emotionally attuned, hard-working, and self-disciplined young woman, quite endearing in nature. Reflecting on the earlier scenario, Ji Kyung-won sighed softly. Would he have accepted her affections had she not restrained herself? Probably not. Recently, whenever EXK members had no scheduled activities, they would remain in the practice room to train. Although no one mentioned the audio-removed video of their debut stage, everyone had seen it, including the scornful and derisive comments that accompanied it. The final episode was titled The Reason for a Failed First Love, boasting an average viewership rating of 8.85, with a staggering peak rating of 10.5, a remarkable increase from the previous episode's numbers. The release of this data sparked a wave of public discourse, with numerous media outlets clamoring to report this astonishing figure, which had surpassed typical cable television ratings. Furthermore, this viewership shattered TVN's record for the highest ratings since its inception, much to the satisfaction of the network executives. As the male and female leads, Ji Kyung-won and Young Eun-ji were among the primary beneficiaries of this success. Their fans, along with those of EXO and A-Pink, reveled in the achievement, expressing their joy online, while the previously critical haters of EXO and Yuan retreated from the limelight. Ji Kyung-won reaped numerous benefits, despite the generally low audience demographic for male idol groups, predominantly consisting of women in their teens to 30s. These fervent fans were eager to invest their resources. However, in terms of national recognition, male idols often struggled to break through, while fans revered them as deities. Many casual observers remained unaware of their existence. Young Eun-ji, although receiving slightly less attention than Ji Kyung-won, also gained considerable advantages, regardless of future developments. No matter who discussed the drama, the first names to come to mind would undoubtedly be that of the male lead and Young Eun-ji as the female lead. They had become the embodiment of the series, and even days after its conclusion, fans continued to passionately advocate for their on-screen pairing, exclaiming, "Be together, be together." Their enthusiasm was indeed charming. Chapter 72. I am not alone. As the performance approached, I shall refrain from further commentary. The attire for the song performance is truly unworthy of mention. Whether organized or not, it remains equally unappealing. Trailing at the end of the line, I casually surveyed the surroundings. It has been over 20 days since our initial encounter in the car, and following the conclusion of filming, my schedule has afforded me a bit more leisure time, during which I have managed to steal away for a few brief rendezvous. However, each meeting has been fleeting. According to Sun Na-eun, her agency has recently been negotiating with several production teams, hoping to secure her a supporting role to garner some experience. Although we have not met, she has exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, bombarding me with messages at any free moment, even sending blank text when words elude her. Our phone conversations tend to be somewhat stilted. She is naturally quiet and less adept at initiating topics compared to Young Eun-ji. Nevertheless, she insists on our calls, silently listening to the rhythm of my breath. Even when she has nothing to say, Your girlfriend? Wu Se-hun, walking ahead of me, slowed his pace and leaned in to whisper. I glanced at him but remained silent, my eyes conveying the unspoken question. How did you know? A knowing smile spread across his face as he patted my shoulder, his expression suggesting an understanding. He refrained from inquiring further and merely gestured toward the group ahead before hurrying to catch up. It seemed he merely sought to confirm whether I was indeed not alone. Yet, I felt no authority to comment, given our own circumstances. The stage design for this mid-autumn special is quite intriguing, with a dozen judges' seats arranged at the back, each occupied by an observer watching the performance from behind. Upon taking the stage, I felt rather awkward, uncertain of what insights these judges could glean from their vantage point. After the recording, we departed KBS and made our way to the Seoul Olympic Gymnastics Arena, where an SM Town family concert was set to unfold the following day. EXO would take the stage to perform Mama, and several members would also engage in collaborative performances with senior artists, myself included. I would share the opening with D.O., joining the esteemed vocalists on Chihyun, Boa, Chamin, and Tion, performing Dear My Family. Unlike the previous Dream concert, this time we would truly be singing together, microphones in hand. With so many seniors present, our parts would be brief, underscoring the significance of EXO's participation. I had missed the family concert 2 months prior due to filming. But this time, I could not evade it. We had rehearsed extensively to prepare for the stage. On October 1st, the Seoul Olympic Gymnastics Arena had been transformed into a concert venue. Although the audience had yet to arrive, several groups were already rehearsing on stage. Major concerts often require multiple rehearsals, and adjustments to choreography may be made to enhance stage effects, with prominent senior artists occasionally improvising. EXO stood at the side of the stage, watching Girls' Generation rehearse. This concert featured not only TDS, but also Girls' Generation performing The Boys. As this was a family concert, all participating artists belonged to SM Entertainment, most of whom were familiar with one another, resulting in a relaxed atmosphere. As other groups rehearsed nearby, EXO clapped and cheered for Girls' Generation as they prepared on stage. Members of SHINee stood alongside EXO, engaging in light-hearted conversation and occasionally gesturing toward the stage. The camaraderie among SHINee's members and some of EXO was evident, particularly between Taemin, Hee, Jingyuan, and Junmyeon, as they exchanged laughter and banter, disregarding the hierarchy. I had already exchanged greetings with a few members of SHINee and shared contact information. Now, I stood nearby, watching Girls' Generation's performance while whispering with Wu Se-hun. Since learning about my relationship, he appeared to be more animated in our discussions. Through our conversation, I discovered that he had begun communicating with a lesser-known girl group member back in July, without ever having met her in person, only through phone calls. As a newcomer, he was well aware of the strict oversight from the agency and was not one of the privileged members. He would never allow the company to discover his secret. Thus, he had kept it hidden from all teammates. It was only after realizing that I was in a similar situation, perhaps even bolder, that he confided in me. If the company were to uncover his relationship, while he might not face expulsion, he would certainly receive a reprimand, and his phone would likely be confiscated, with orders to cease all communication, such as the plight of a rookie. In contrast, other senior groups under SM, such as TVXU and Super Junior, would likely face fewer stringent measures, often receiving assistance in maintaining discretion. Girls' Generation likely enjoyed similar privileges. However, such fleeting romances tend to dissipate quickly, requiring no intervention from the agency. After 2 months of fervor, Wu Se-hun and his partner gradually grew weary of one another, parting ways. As we delved into this topic, Park Chan-yeol inevitably joined the conversation, as he often did in discussions of this nature. Chapter 73. What are they talking about? However, it was merely a casual conversation. Park Chan-yeol did not dare to engage directly. Among the members of EXK, Chan-yeol was the most talkative, freely sharing both praise and criticism. His extroverted nature driving him to forge friendships and converse with artists from other groups. He was well-versed in the numerous rumors circulating within the entertainment industry. If one were to inquire about the romantic histories or private characteristics of certain female idols, seeking his insights would likely yield fruitful revelations. It was only those who conducted their affairs with utmost secrecy or whose confidants were tightly lipped that could maintain their discretion. Tion and Sunny were the first to wave excitedly from a distance, their smiles radiant. The members of SHINee mirrored this gesture, exhibiting a familiar camaraderie. Soon enough, the Girls' Generation members approached, their demeanor relaxed as they exchanged playful banter. EXO, being the juniors who had debuted only this year, could not afford to be so casual in the presence of such esteemed seniors, especially since, aside from Choi Kyung-won, the other members were not particularly well acquainted with girls' generation. As they drew closer, it became evident that many of the girls from the group appeared somewhat fatigued, their expressions revealing signs of exhaustion, likely due to their hectic schedules between Japan and Korea. A few of the older sisters even displayed small blemishes on their skin, and despite the makeup, dark circles were still discernible. Nevertheless, despite these minor drawbacks, the 9 of them exuded a formidable presence, each radiating their unique charm. Many members of Girls' Generation were well acquainted with the group SHINee, and after exchanging greetings with EXO, they seamlessly transitioned to chatting among themselves. After a brief interaction with the members of SHINee, Sunny casually strolled over to EXO, positioning herself next to Choi Kyung-won. With arms crossed, she scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, her tone slightly teasing. "Hey, you've been quite the sensation lately." Upon seeing Sunny, Kyung-won chuckled, shook his head, and extended his right hand, displaying an air of modesty as he replied, "Indeed, I've gained a bit of popularity, but certainly not to the extent of new." With a swift motion, Sunny clasped his hand in a high five, clearly unimpressed by his humility. "I want a high five too." Five. At some point, Kim Hyo-in, who had trailed behind Sunny, joined them, eagerly extending her hand for a high five as well. After their celebratory gestures, Hyo-in looked at the two with curiosity, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" "I was just praising him for his recent popularity, and he readily admitted it," Sunny replied with a smirk. "Ah, this is the Kyung-won I admire." Completely unpretentious, Hyo-in remarked, giving a thumbs up, clearly appreciating Kyung-won's character. Sunny, not entirely satisfied, let out a huff. Though her smile remained bright as she continued to engage with Kyung-won, the atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. Initially standing to the side, Woo Shih-hyun and Park Chan-yeol found themselves edged out by the two assertive women. After exchanging pleasantries, they shared a glance and discreetly stepped back, taking on the role of silent observers. After a while, Tion seemed to notice the lively exchange and approached with purposeful strides. Upon her arrival, she remained silent, widening her eyes as she stared at Kyung-won, her expression slightly comical. Dressed in casual attire with flat shoes for the rehearsal, the height difference necessitated that Tion tilt her head back to meet Kyung-won's gaze, creating a humorous visual. This stance, however, did not last long before she burst into a fit of laughter, her smile brightening the atmosphere as she waved her hand near her head to fan herself. "Ah, our Kyung-won is still so handsome up close." After her laughter subsided, Tion looked up at Kyung-won with satisfaction, playfully stroking her chin and adopting a look of longing. "He is so handsome. Why not just throw your arms around him?" Sunny chimed in with a teasing tone. "Of course," Tion responded in English, her arms opening wide as she leaned forward, mimicking a gesture as though she intended to embrace Kyung-won tightly. In this moment, a different EXO member might have instinctively bowed and stepped back in embarrassment. However, Kyung-won mirrored her gesture, arms wide open. His expression filled with excitement as he looked at Tion, his eyes urging her to come closer. This reaction left Tion momentarily stunned, as she had expected her handsome junior to shy away. Yet he responded in such an unexpected manner, making it awkward for her to actually leap forward. "Ha ha ha." Sunny and Hyo-in erupted in laughter, clearly enjoying Tion's predicament. "Ha ha." Tion couldn't help but join in the laughter, her chuckle distinct from the others, resonating as ho-ho, drawing attention. Tion's speech was equally entertaining, her intonation twisting in various directions. Initially, I was following, but it became too popular. Especially since our Kyung-won is the male lead. I ended up watching the entire series. He was truly fantastic and so charming. As she spoke, she threw flirtatious glances at Kyung-won, deliberately exaggerating her expressions. "And how many times have you met to be so familiar already?" Sunny and Hyo-in teased from the side, their expressions reflecting mock disgust at Tion's antics. "Not only Kyung-won, but also our Yoon-jae. Do you two have any objections?" Tion retorted defiantly, rolling her eyes at their dismissive comments, her gaze challenging them. Chapter 74. Do not misunderstand, however, the cheerful and lively Kim Tion before him. With her constant smile and occasional antics, starkly contrasts with the legendary figure she once was. It can only be said that the influence and transformation brought about by one's environment and circumstances are indeed profound. In comparison, Chi Kyung-won finds himself appreciating the current version of Kim Tion. "Are you being coy? It's quite baffling to see a senior of your age acting like this in front of juniors." "Who's old?" she retorted. "Aren't we the same age?" Their playful argument was short-lived, as the other members of Girls' Generation, intrigued by the lively scene, approached. "What are you all chatting about so enthusiastically?" The American-style Sunny, rarely shy, immediately squeezed into the group, her curiosity evident in her expression. "Hey, isn't that Yunjae?" Upon recognizing Chi Kyung-won, Kwon Yuri's eyes lit up, and she too joined the gathering, inspecting him from head to toe. Before long, all the members of Girls' Generation had encircled them, forming a tight circle. Meanwhile, Woo Shiwen and Park Chan-yeol, who had taken a few steps back, found themselves pushed to the outskirts, while the other EXO members subtly shifted back a few steps, yielding space to these confident seniors who showed no signs of being outsiders. "Hello, senior. Annyeonghaseyo, I am Chi Kyung-won Sunny, isn't he your close younger brother? Hurry up and introduce him." Kwon Yuri prompted Sunny, who was observing the spectacle. "What do you mean by Sunny's close younger brother?" Kim Taeyeon frowned at Kwon Yuri, stepping closer to Chi Kyung-won and patting his shoulder, seemingly asserting her claim. Despite her petite stature, she exuded a commanding presence as she emphasized to those around her. "Kyung-won is our Yunjae, Taeyeon's dear younger brother. Do not get it wrong." Sunny chuckled softly, crossing her arms and tilting her head as she watched Taeyeon's performance. Kim Hyoyeon beside her was in stitches, playfully patting Sunny's back. "This is Yuri. This is Soo-young. This is Kim." Taeyeon introduced Chi Kyung-won to the other members of Girls' Generation one by one, and he returned their greetings, each response met with warm smiles, some even teasing him lightly. Lim Yuna waved cheerfully, her tone neither overly familiar nor too distant. Yet, Chi Kyung-won couldn't shake the feeling that her smile during their greeting seemed slightly forced, a touch rigid. Perhaps it was merely his perception. With the exception of Lim Yuna, whom he already knew, he had met all 9 members of Girls' Generation, and they were all quite warm. In contrast, Sunny and Yuri appeared to take the most interest in him, while the others offered polite introductions. It was evident that for Young Soo-yeon and Choi Soo-young, their smiles were more businesslike, showing little genuine interest in Chi Kyung-won as they exchanged a few pleasantries before moving on. After chatting for a while, members of Super Junior approached, joining the lively atmosphere. Most of the artists participating in this SM Town event had congregated here, creating a vibrant scene. Many members of EXO were more familiar with the Shining Stars than with Super Junior or Girls' Generation, and thus found it difficult to engage, opting instead to chat among themselves. Chi Kyung-won and Super Junior members had merely exchanged contact information and hadn't conversed much. He remained engaged in conversation with Taeyeon and Sunny. However, their lively exchange was short-lived, as rehearsals were still in progress, and the concert was set to commence in just a few hours. Fireworks erupted into the sky, and the music began to play. The opening song was Dear My Family, a classic opening piece for SM Town. When I find myself lost and without direction. As the soothing melody filled the air, the first to take the stage were Jin Jong-yoon and Boa, who made their way from the back of the stage to the forefront, facing the audience. They conveyed their heartfelt gratitude to all who have consistently been propelled by love and courage. Following them were Luna and Shin Cha-min, who similarly made their way to the front while singing. Next, it was Chi Kyung-won's turn to take the stage. He and Do Kyung-soo walked out from behind, singing the lyrics as they strolled side by side. He distinctly noticed that after walking alongside him for 3 seconds, Do Kyung-soo subtly shifted 2 steps to the side. With a height difference of over 10 centimeters, even with insoles, the disparity was quite apparent. After finishing their respective parts, the two separated and moved to the front of the stage, smiling and waving at the audience. Fans of each SM group were seated according to their respective camps, holding support balloons and light sticks. At a glance, the largest groups appeared to be those of TVXQ and Super Junior. He noticed a substantial section of the audience where everyone held up a small placard with the name Yuan written in white letters on a black background. Most were his devoted fans, with some group fans present as well. Adjacent to this area was EXO's fan section, where the majority waved banners or signs proclaiming EXO. Both groups of fans were fervent, and upon spotting Chi Kyung-won and Do Kyung-soo on stage, they erupted in cheers. When Chi Kyung-won glanced their way and waved, the volume of their support soared, their screams resonating even from a distance. At that moment, a light rain began to fall, drenching the performers on stage within mere seconds. Following this, the lead singers of several other groups took turns to grace the stage, with Kim Taeyeon and Lee Sungmin making their entrance. While singing, she gracefully walked to the front of the stage, standing beside Chi Kyung-won. Chapter 75, The Awards Ceremony. Once again, the performance of Mama filled the air. Although this song does not enjoy overwhelming popularity, the audience displayed remarkable enthusiasm, particularly the fervent supporters of EXO and Yuan, who seemed ready to shout themselves hoarse. Regrettably, despite such passionate fans, this was EXO's sole group stage performance, concluding in just over 3 minutes. The artists did not separate into different groups, but mingled, singing while joking with one another. Initially, Jingyuan stood off to the side, microphone in hand, casually enjoying the moment. When the camera panned his way, he would smile and mime along, feeling quite at ease. However, before he could bask in his moment of delight, he was unexpectedly pulled into the spotlight by Sunny and Tion, who pushed him towards the front, singing and laughing at him. Hyoin, out of nowhere, produced a large flower garland and playfully draped it around Jingyuan's neck, clapping her hands in delight. Below, fans hurriedly captured the moment, with cameras fixed in their direction. Jingyuan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, maintaining a cheerful faade as he sang alongside the three ladies, completing the song. As the fireworks lit up the sky, the family concert concluded amid fervent applause. Following the performance, there were no celebratory dinners or gatherings. After days of preparation for the concert, everyone felt exhausted, and some groups were not particularly familiar with one another. "I told you, we'll see each other again soon," Jingyuan said, extending his hand towards Jong Eun-ji, who approached with a playful hum, her eyes crinkling with a smile as they exchanged a hearty high five. "You think you're clever? Everyone knows that." As for significance, it undoubtedly pales in comparison to the prestigious Baeksang Arts Awards, the most esteemed accolade in the peninsula's television industry. The three most prestigious award ceremonies in the peninsula's film and television realm are the Blue Dragon Awards, the Daejeong Film Awards, and the Baeksang Arts Awards. The first two are rather elitist, focusing solely on films, while Baeksang honors both film and television, thus standing as the pinnacle of television awards on the peninsula. The television awards under Baeksang also hold considerable renown. Winning one would be recorded in the artist's biography, sparing them from ridicule by detractors. The organizers provided the two with a resting room, and Jingyuan arrived early. Jong Eun-ji, accompanied by her manager, entered shortly after, exchanging friendly greetings. "Did you not have a concert yesterday? What was it like?" Jong Eun-ji inquired as she settled at the makeup table. Having already prepared her look and changed into a white dress, checking her makeup for any imperfections, moments before the awards ceremony began. They would need to walk the red carpet, a significant event for female artists where mistakes were not an option. "Are you mocking me? That wasn't my concert." "It was SM Town's, with EXO on just one stage," Jingyuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. Although she appeared delicate and graceful in her white dress, her outspoken nature undermined the overall impression. "Such a waste of a beautiful dress," Jingyuan mused inwardly. "I meant, how did it feel to perform in front of so many fans? Your focus seems misguided." "Oh, I envy you. When will I get to hold a concert for so many people?" "Perhaps when you reach your 40s and retire. You might ride the wave of nostalgia and sell some cheap tickets," Jingyuan joked. "Ugh, you're just," amidst the thunderous applause and vigorous accompaniment. Jong Eun-ji linked arms with Jingyuan as they stepped onto the award stage, standing before the microphone. Jong Eun-ji appeared visibly excited, her smile radiant as she grinned broadly. Today, she wore heels that elevated her stature, undoubtedly to complement her presence alongside Jingyuan, a style she intended to maintain throughout the year-end awards season. The life of a female artist indeed seemed arduous. Jingyuan maliciously contemplated whether he should invest in height-increasing insoles for his next award appearance. The two exchanged smiles, and Jingyuan gestured for her to speak first. "First, I would like to thank the organizers for bestowing upon us this esteemed award. It truly brings me joy to stand here. I extend my gratitude to my company, aCube, to Representative Choi and President Hong Song-chang, to my Pink members, to my manager and all the staff, and to the fans for their unwavering support." Jong Eun-ji, though excited, spoke with clarity and composure, delivering a standard acceptance speech. After a heartfelt acknowledgement, she bowed to the audience, signaling that it was Jingyuan's turn. As applause erupted, Jingyuan inclined his head slightly, adjusting the microphone, which was still a tad low for him. Dressed in a sleek black suit, not the conventional type but a youthful style adorned with silver patterns at the cuffs, his tall figure and polished appearance drew a wave of murmurs from the crowd as he appeared on the big screen. "I am deeply grateful to the organizers, and it is an honor to stand here. I thank SM Entertainment, Master Lee Soo-man, President Kim Young-min, my fellow EXO members, and our devoted fans for their support." Their acceptance speeches echoed one another, filled with gratitude yet differing in names mentioned. This reflected the standard format for most award ceremonies, where recipients generally echoed similar sentiments. Jingyuan had been informed prior to the ceremony about his impending award, as the organizers had notified him in advance. SM Entertainment had even provided him with a template for his acceptance speech, ensuring that if he were uncertain, he could simply memorize it and recite it. While it might not have been particularly remarkable, it was foolproof. Yet, for now, he felt no need for such preparation. Chapter 76. The Toilet Warrior. As anticipated, Jingyuan received the Male Rookie Award. Upon ascending the stage, he reiterated his acceptance speech, which bore a striking resemblance to his earlier remarks. However, the Female Rookie Award was not bestowed upon Jung Endi, but rather to Yoon Jeannie from the cast of Gentleman's Dignity. Despite not winning, Jung Endi applauded fervently, her expression genuine, leaving even Jingyuan puzzled as to whether her joy for others was overshadowed by her own disappointment. The girl from Busan has indeed matured considerably. The two remained seated until the conclusion of the awards ceremony. Afterward, they waved goodbye with smiles, exchanging few words. With numerous opportunities for collaboration ahead as the year drew to a close, they would undoubtedly appear together for any upcoming Best Couple or Popular Couple awards. Additionally, both were formidable contenders for the Best Male and Female Rookie awards at various ceremonies, especially Jingyuan, whose television drama had garnered immense popularity, his character resonating with the audience, and his acting receiving unanimous acclaim, making him the most formidable contender for the Male Rookie Award. Only members of Team K were present, as Team M had departed for Xiaobo after their concert yesterday, with a live performance at the Music Storm chart scheduled for tomorrow. Jingyuan entered the dormitory, clutching both the couple award and the Male Rookie trophy, only to be met with a lackluster welcome from his teammates. As he changed his shoes, he casually inquired, "Did you catch the awards ceremony? We didn't participate, so why would we watch?" Du Kyung-soo scoffed, glancing at the trophies in Jingyuan's hands with a hint of envy. "Wow, 2 trophies. Jingyuan certainly had a fruitful night," Kim Junmin remarked, offering his congratulations. While the members outwardly celebrated Jingyuan's success in the drama industry, privately, many harbored their own feelings of envy, particularly Du Kyung-soo, who had long aspired to be an actor. "Want to take a whiff? Given our relationship, I could even let you touch them," Jingyuan said, raising his trophies and looking earnestly at Du Kyung-soo. "Get lost." Du Kyung-soo rolled his eyes dramatically, his expression a comical exaggeration of disdain. "Woo-suk, how long have you been in there? What on earth are you doing?" At that moment, Kim Jong-un burst out of the dormitory, shouting towards the restroom with a look of urgency. Woo-suk had been occupying the bathroom for an unusually long time, leaving everyone curious about his activities. After a few moments, the sound of flushing echoed, and Woo-suk emerged, feigning a grimace, slightly hunched over, phone in one hand while clutching his stomach with the other, exclaiming, "Stop rushing me, my stomach isn't feeling well. Who takes over half an hour for a bathroom break?" Kim Jong-un dismissed him with a wave, striding past Woo-suk and slamming the door behind him as he entered the restroom. At that moment, manager Lee Sung-won emerged from his room, smiling at Jingyuan. "Congratulations, Jingyuan. Your award has sparked quite a buzz. Hurry and take some photos with your trophies. The company will upload them to SNS to thank the fans for their support." Jingyuan nodded, seeking a well-lit spot, and handed his phone to Lee Sung-won to capture the moment. As a newly debuted group, EXO had limited personal freedom. Their SNS accounts were managed by the company, dictating what to post and whom to follow. Although Jingyuan enjoyed browsing on his phone, he preferred to observe rather than post. The company had previously inquired if he wanted to manage his SNS, but he had little interest and declined, allowing the company to oversee his accounts. SNS is not a singular application but a collective term for all social networking services, encompassing platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Woo-suk entered shortly after, shutting the door behind him. With that expression, "Have you fallen for someone?" Jingyuan teased. "Of course not," Woo-suk replied, his demeanor exuding confidence as he leaned closer, whispering, "I've recently met a friend from a girl group. One of her members is interested in your contact information. How do you feel about that?" He nudged Jingyuan playfully, a mischievous grin on his face. Though Woo-suk often appeared stoic on camera, he was far more expressive when with close friends, particularly with Jingyuan. "A friend? Or a girlfriend?" Jingyuan tilted his head, casting a skeptical glance. "A friend. Just a friend," Woo-suk quickly denied. "The company has a no-dating policy. I'm not some royal like you, so I wouldn't actually date anyone. It's just chatting. I swear." He couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. However, he spoke the truth. EXO members were prohibited from dating upon debut. necessitating secrecy in all their actions to avoid the watchful eyes of management. So, have you transformed into the toilet warrior? Jingyuan jested. Seriously, what a ridiculous title. Woo-suk burst into laughter, playfully smacking Jingyuan on the back. Which girl group? Rainbow. We met backstage during a music show, Woo-suk replied. Are you interested? If so, I can give her your contact details. With a sigh, Woo-suk realized that his charming looks had often paved his way. Yet now he found himself as an intermediary for Jingyuan. When do you want to set this up? How about tomorrow? I have no schedules. And I can leave practice early. Plenty of time. Tomorrow? Sorry, I already have plans. Is it with that girlfriend of yours? Well, what do you think? Chapter 77. Trending together. The 8th of the month marked the 1-month anniversary of Jingyuan and Sun Naun's relationship. The couple had agreed several days in advance to celebrate this occasion with a date. It was primarily Sun Naun's desire, as each outing required them to evade the scrutiny and oversight of their agency and managers, often necessitating clever excuses or clandestine meetings. Fortunately, both of their schedules were free that day. After their afternoon practice, they arranged to meet. Jingyuan had asked Park Jae-hyun to reserve a table at an upscale restaurant, where they relished a delightful meal together before seeking a secluded spot to embrace one another. When they ventured out without masks, it didn't take long for them to be recognized. Enthusiastic fans would eagerly inquire if he was Yoon Yoon-jae, while older spectators might ask if he was dating Jong Si-won. South Korea, being a nation brimming with entertainers, particularly in Seoul, has a populace quite accustomed to encountering filming and celebrities on the streets. Many simply enjoy the spectacle without much fuss. Oh wow, I just spotted Yoon Yoon-jae and Jong Si-won together. CP fans are overjoyed, despite seeming an unlikely pairing. They appeared remarkably natural when standing together at the awards ceremony. Was it merely my imagination? I refuse to let my Yuan Appa go. Just to clarify, my relationship with Jong Eun-ji is strictly professional. There is absolutely no romantic involvement off-screen, and I kindly request that fans from other groups refrain from shipping us. Although the narrative concluded on a heartwarming note, the fervent chemistry between Yoon Yoon-jae and Jong Si-won left many viewers feeling a lingering sense of longing. The recent appearance of Jingyuan and Jong Eun-ji at the awards ceremony ignited discussions online, making it a trending topic in forums. While a handful of negative reviews surfaced, the overwhelming majority expressed admiration for them, praising their acting skills and voicing support for their union. Today is October 11th, 3 days since their date, and Jingyuan is currently resting in the practice room of the company. After an extensive group rehearsal with Team K, the members are feeling fatigued, each retreating to fetch a bottle of water, lounging on the sofa or the floor while scrolling through their phones and chatting. The EXO practice room is a spacious rectangular area devoid of elaborate furnishings, only featuring a small refrigerator for beverages and 2 speakers for music. In the center, a black sofa serves as a resting spot for the members, though many choose to sit on the floor when exhaustion sets in. Jingyuan is seated on the floor, perusing online comments with a pleasant demeanor. Nearby, members are scattered about, sipping water and conversing. Did Team M depart again today? Kim Jong-in, leaning against the wall, inquired while surveying the seemingly empty practice room. They took the morning flight. I saw Hyunjun leading them out with their luggage when I got up to use the restroom. Do Kyung-soo replied. Kim Jun-mayan took a sip of water, his expression contemplative as he remarked, it's being held in Los Angeles. I wish I could attend. The Con Hallyu Music Festival is set to take place on October 13th in California, Los Angeles, with Team M as one of the performing guests. The daytime events will feature a gathering to sell merchandise and host promotional discussions, while the highlight will be the evening showcase concert, where several groups will perform, including Team M, who is allotted 16 minutes on stage, a testament to their rising fame since debuting this year. The event will occur in Irvine, an area where nearly half the residents are of Asian descent. Chapter 78, a favor it is said to promote K-pop. Yet the audience remains predominantly composed of Peninsula and Summer Nationals in Los Angeles. Our beloved EXO possesses little recognition in Europe and America, leaving us perplexed by their promotional strategies for K-pop. Park Chan-yeol appeared somewhat dissatisfied, his tone tinged with envy. Moreover, the performance repertoire scheduled for Team M consists entirely of summer versions. It seems their purpose is to attract a few Summer Nationals. Indeed, Team M enjoys considerable popularity in the summer region. Kim Jong-un nodded in agreement. In comparison to Team K's situation on the peninsula, Team M's endeavors in the summer region have proven remarkably fruitful, consequently elevating the entire EXO's reputation there. In contrast to Team M's demanding schedule, Chi Kyung-won felt that Team K's circumstances were considerably more relaxed. Of course, he was buoyed by the fervor surrounding his role as the lead in a blockbuster drama. A satisfied person cannot comprehend the hunger of another. Sigh. Kim Junmayan exhaled. Uncertain whether his lament was for Team K's light itinerary or for Team M's inability to carve out time for rest. Oh Se-hun had remained aloof from the discussion, seemingly uninterested in the topic. He sat in a corner, rapidly tapping on his phone's screen, occasionally glancing up to observe the surroundings. At that moment, Chi Kyung-won's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced down to see it was a call from Kang Seol-ki. Scanning the vicinity, he noted that Do Kyung-soo was about 3 meters away, and thus, he answered the call without hesitation. There was no need for discretion. It was not as if he were whispering sweet nothings to a girlfriend, and certainly, no need to hide in the restroom. Yobaseo? Chi Kyung-won greeted. Yobaseo. Kang Seol-ki's voice was soft, almost conspiratorial, as if she were deliberately lowering her tone, lending the impression of secrecy. Chi Kyung-won could almost visualize her cautiously surveying her surroundings while speaking. Kyung-won, are you at the company? Indeed, I'm in EXO's practice room. What's the matter? Their communication typically occurred via social media, with phone calls reserved for more significant matters. Upon hearing that he was in the practice room, Kang Seol-ki's voice dropped another notch, seemingly wishing to keep their conversation discreet. Oh, it's good you're at the company. Wait, why do you only remember that? Her words caught in her throat, and she couldn't resist teasing him. Of course, I have other impressions, but that's the most memorable. Chi Kyung-won replied unabashedly. You shouldn't find it awkward. Leaving a strong impression based solely on appearance is already a considerable advantage, especially since I have yet to meet her. You're absolutely right. No wonder she's the rising star actress, Kang Seol-ki remarked, her tone somewhat drained. What was her name again? Sun Sung-won. Kang Seol-ki quickly brought forth the purpose of her call. You asked me to look out for her, remember? Did I? Chi Kyung-won responded, indicating he was listening attentively. Her personality is quite outgoing. Although she has only recently joined the company, she is lively, chatty, and well-liked. However, a few senior female trainees have taken a disliking to her, often bullying and ostracizing her. Did you not defend her? We don't attend the same classes. I've been training for several years, while she just joined. Our foundations are completely different. I only learned about the incident when a friend informed me afterward. Such a pity. I would have liked to hear how you scolded them. Even though Kang Seol-ki had a grasp of Chi Kyung-won's character, she occasionally found herself at a loss for words. I heard the situation escalated quite a bit, almost leading to a fight. Sun Sung-won even pushed a senior trainee, which caught the attention of the practice room manager. Since those female trainees are quite senior, and it was Sun Sung-won who initiated contact, it's deemed disrespectful. The manager took her away for a reprimand, and it sounds serious. She might even face corporal punishment. She is genuinely a good person and truly feels wronged. If you're at the company, could you possibly speak on her behalf? Kang Seol-ki's voice lowered, tinged with embarrassment. Given the context, had they been face-to-face, she would likely have blushed and laughed awkwardly. The manager of the female trainees, it must be Lee Mi-ju, right? Chi Kyung-won pondered aloud. He envisioned a woman in her 30s, sporting a warm smile and a slightly plump figure. He had encountered her a few times, and she had always greeted him with a friendly demeanor. Yes, it's manager Lee Mi-ju. She is quite strict. My friend mentioned that her expression was quite grim when she took Sun Sung-won away. Kang Seol-ki's tone reflected her trepidation, revealing an evident fear of manager Lee Mi-ju, likely stemming from past reprimands. Interestingly, their impressions of the same individual were entirely disparate. It's a trivial matter. I'll check on it. No need to worry. Chi Kyung-won chuckled lightly, nodding casually. With you intervening, I'm certainly reassured. The nickname Royal of EXO is quite renowned now. Kang Seol-ki sighed in relief, attempting to flatter him with a chuckle. Yet, the title Royal hardly conveyed a positive connotation. Chapter 79. Her character, by the way, you mentioned that Sun Sung-won has a pleasant personality. What is she like? Chi Jingyuan inquired with genuine interest. Well, Sun Sung-won, I would say she's quite lively, very enthusiastic, and remarkably attentive. She possesses a kind heart. The initial descriptors seemed acceptable, but the term kind carries significant weight. Chi Jingyuan pursed his lips, feeling unworthy of such a commendable attribute. It just feels that way. I genuinely think she is a good person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to assist you at his request. Jiang Seki struggled to articulate further. All right, I will go check on her now. There shouldn't be any issues. Chi Jingyuan concluded. However, it's not without compensation today. I happen to have no schedule. After practice, remember to treat me to a meal. Certainly, no problem. Thank you in advance. Fighting. Jingyuan is the best. Where are you off to in such haste? Du Jingxiu cast a glance at him. Du Jingxiu paused, staring at the closed door, bewildered, before turning to the other members. Confusion evident in his wide eyes. Is he all right? After leaving the practice room, Jingyuan promptly made his way to the office of the head instructor overseeing the trainees. It was not far, situated on the 3rd floor, relatively close to their EXO practice space. The trainee period is not solely about mastering various skills and techniques essential for debuting. It is equally a time to adapt to the myriad conventions of the entertainment industry on the peninsula, which is crucial for every idol artist. The peninsula places great importance on hierarchy and seniority, imposing high standards for the behavior and etiquette expected from juniors. Many foreign trainees, or even local trainees who have spent considerable time abroad, often find it challenging to adjust to these cultural norms, feeling constrained and awkward, which can lead to various mishaps. While such issues may be manageable during the training phase, they can escalate significantly once one debuts. Even minor breaches of decorum can be magnified, and if exposed, could severely impact both personal and group careers. Adapting to local customs is thus of paramount importance. The head instructor overseeing trainees tends to be quite strict regarding this, and many have faced reprimand for such reasons. Jingyuan approached the door of the head instructor's office and, hearing raised voices from within, hesitated only briefly before knocking firmly. How dare you push a senior? Who gave you the audacity? Do not think that being new or a foreign student grants you any privileges, regardless of your background. Upon entering the company, you must adhere to its rules. How can you argue back at a senior? What will become of you in the future? With your attitude, how could you possibly debut? I've heard your family is quite well off, but that has no bearing here. Furthermore, with such good upbringing, how can you be so discourteous? Inside the office, head instructor Li Meiju was sternly reprimanding Sun Shawan, her voice booming with authority and her expression decidedly displeased. Occasionally, she would emphasize her words by forcefully striking the desk, causing a dull thud to resonate in the room. Yet, despite the barrage of criticism, Sun Shawan merely lowered her head in silence. Her lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched. She trembled slightly under the storm of reprimands, betraying her inner turmoil. Her gaze fixated on her shoes, her eyes wide open, as if she were striving to hold back tears. Sun Shawan did not harbor animosity towards the person chastising her. She understood that the instructor was merely fulfilling her responsibilities. Although the words were harsh, anyone who erred would receive similar treatment, and it was not personal. This was not her first experience with criticism. She simply felt she had done nothing wrong. It was the seniors who had overstepped. She had already apologized and yielded multiple times, and after enduring their bullying, she could no longer remain silent, inadvertently pushing one of them in the process. If mistakes were to be punished, it should have been a collective reprimand. However, at that moment, she stood alone, an overwhelming sense of grievance enveloping her. Yet her stubbornness urged her to refrain from crying. Li Meiju observed the silent Sun Shawan and added another sharp remark. Upon hearing this, Sun Shawan, who had remained stoic until now, clenched her fists tighter, instinctively biting her lip. She was indifferent to the punishment and reprimands, having been at the company for several months. She had grown accustomed to being scolded. However, the thought of apologizing to those arrogant senior trainees was particularly distressing. Just imagining their smug expressions made her feel quite miserable. Come in. Jingyuan then opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the scene in the office unfolded before him. Since it was not used solely by one individual but rather shared amongst several management personnel, the office was quite spacious, only slightly smaller than their EXO practice room. The decor was quite appealing, embodying an American style, equipped with a coffee machine, air conditioning, and all necessary amenities. Of course, it paled in comparison to Lee Suman's office. At that moment, the other staff members in the head instructor's office seemed to have stepped out for their own tasks, leaving only 2 individuals present. One was a plump woman in her 30s, seated in her swivel chair, her expression far from pleasant. This was Li Meiju, the head instructor of the trainee girls, whom Jingyuan had encountered a few times. The other, clad in athletic wear with short hair, stood beside Li Meiju, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. This person was likely Sun Shawan. Chapter 80. No worries at that moment. Jingyuan entered the office and came face to face with the 2 individuals. Jingyuan? Li Meiju exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognized him, seemingly pondering why he had arrived at such an hour. Just 2 seconds later, her previously stern expression transformed into a warm smile, softening the earlier scrutinizing gaze that had been so aggressive. Yet, The rapid shift left traces of her former severity, rendering her smile slightly awkward. Sun Shawan, however, appeared oblivious to the entrance, remaining engrossed in his own thoughts, his head bowed even lower. "It's me, Li Meizhu." Qi Jingyuan approached, greeting her with a smile. He casually scanned the room and noticed Sun Shawan, who was hunched over, exuding a rather displeased demeanor, his brows furrowed, eyes downcast, and lips slightly pursed, revealing an air of grievance. His stature was diminutive, around 1 meter 60, with shoulder-length hair that framed his small frame. His features were indeed quite endearing, albeit perhaps a tad chubby. "Ah, what brings you here, Jingyuan? Is there something concerning Nuna?" Li Meizhu beamed, visibly delighted at his presence. She quickly stood up, waving her hand to dismiss the need for formalities, adding kindly, "Didn't we agree last time? Just call me Nuna." As she spoke, Li Meizhu nonchalantly nudged Sun Shawan aside, creating space for herself. She then retrieved a chair and gestured for Qi Jingyuan to sit down. "Actually, Nuna, there's a small matter," Qi Jingyuan remarked, nodding in acknowledgement, yet he did not take a seat, resting his hand on the back of the chair, his smile unwavering. "I heard one of my acquaintances upset you, so I came to understand the situation." Indeed, no wonder Nuna discerned it so promptly. Shawan, although new to the company, is of the same age as I, both born in '94, and we share a good rapport, which led to our friendship, Qi Jingyuan explained. His smile tinged with a hint of shyness, seemingly a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Sun Shawan, whose wide eyes reflected surprise and astonishment. The girl was perceptive, refraining from uttering any absurd questions like, "Have we met?" Instead, she merely bit her lip and lowered her gaze, concealing her astonishment. Qi Jingyuan then added, his expression laced with an apologetic note. Li Meizhu, having served as a manager for aspiring trainees for many years, was adept at reading emotions. Though still somewhat puzzled, she clearly recognized that Qi Jingyuan had come to advocate on behalf of Sun Shawan. His reputation within SM Company was resounding, with most employees familiar with his name. Whether it was his meteoric rise to fame without serving as a trainee, his ability to navigate conflicts without repercussions, or his frequent interactions with Li Su-man, Qi Jingyuan's exceptional background was evident. Even the notoriously stern Kim Young-min occasionally praised him. While the specifics of his background remained elusive, it was clear that Qi Jingyuan was not an ordinary individual. His title as the Prince of Yexo was widely known and acknowledged by many. In the workplace, individuals were keen observers, and even the higher-ups treated him with warmth, prompting others to follow suit, greeting him with smiles and friendliness. Moreover, Qi Jingyuan was not one to flaunt his connections or act arrogantly. Li Meizhu was among those who appreciated his demeanor. Upon hearing his words, her eyes darted thoughtfully as she considered his motives, perhaps weighing her response. After a few moments, she suddenly laughed, shaking her head with a teasing tone. "Ah, I see. So it was about this matter. It's really nothing serious. You didn't need to come all this way. A phone call would suffice. It's merely a minor conflict among a few trainees, some heated words exchanged, and a bit of physical tussling. You might not understand since you've never been a trainee, but it's quite common." Li Meizhu waved her hand dismissively, indicating that the situation was not as severe as Qi Jingyuan had suggested, and she was not upset, perceiving the other party's concern as an overreaction. She was well aware that with Qi Jingyuan's stature and the attention he garnered from the upper echelons, he could easily resolve such matters. His willingness to come in person and apologize was commendable, reflecting both his character and a gesture of respect towards her. Deep down, Li Meizhu felt a sense of pleasure. "Is that so? No worries at all." She waved her hand again, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and introduced, "Such occurrences are quite frequent among the female trainees. I've grown accustomed to it. Moreover, those senior trainees can be a bit excessive. I've heard numerous stories about them. However, I wonder if you'd even be interested." Upon hearing Qi Jingyuan's remarks, Li Meizhu's expression turned somewhat peculiar, as if she had drawn a connection. Yet she quickly restored her smile, glancing at Sun Shawan. Shawan was a bit hasty. Being new, he lacks experience. This serves as a lesson for him to be more astute in handling such matters in the future. Chapter 81. Bei Juhyun. At this moment, Sun Sungwon found herself engulfed in a tempest of emotions, bewildered by the rapid shifts in the atmosphere. Just moments ago, Li Meizhu had glared at her with an expression of barely concealed animosity. Now, to her astonishment, Meizhu smiled warmly, her gaze infused with a mix of admiration and regret. Sun Sungwon glanced at the figure of Qi Kyung-yoon standing nearby, recognizing that it was his presence that had precipitated such a dramatic turn of events. "Indeed, Sungwon, You are still somewhat inexperienced. You will need to rely on her guidance, especially since Miju possesses considerable expertise in managing female trainees, Chi Kyungyun remarked, gently patting Sun Sungwon's shoulder while subtly indicating to Lee Miju. After their exchange, the weight of grievance that had burdened Sun Sungwon began to dissipate, and her clenched fists relaxed slightly. However, the tears she had been desperately holding back flowed freely down her cheeks, tracing a path along her nose. With a quick inhalation, she wiped her tears away with the back of her hand, still keeping her gaze lowered. Thank you, she managed to whisper before departing the office and closing the door behind her. Who would have thought, Kyungyun, that you would become close with a newcomer? I was under the impression that your circle of friends within the company was rather limited. Aside from Kang Suk-ki, I thought you had no one, Lee Miju teased, shaking her head as she watched Chi Kyungyun after Sun Sungwon had left. Indeed, my acquaintances are few. I scarcely recognize most of the trainees, he acknowledged with a nod. Once the formalities were concluded, he lingered a while longer, engaging in conversation with Lee Miju, who recounted various anecdotes about the trainees, much to Kyungyun's amusement. See, I told you it would be quick, he remarked, as the members exchanged glances in silent communication. As the team stood, stretching their limbs, Kyungyun set down his phone, quenching his thirst with several gulps from his drink before stepping outside. Si-hoon. All members took their positions in the center of the practice room, except for Oh Si-hoon, who remained seated with his phone in hand, his fingers dancing across the screen. Here, Si-hoon exclaimed, finally placing his phone in his bag and hastily making his way over. After the afternoon practice concluded, Chi Kyungyun politely declined his teammates' invitation to dine together. He tapped a few messages on his phone before heading to the back entrance of the company to wait. At this hour, trainees were emerging from their classes, and as Kyungyun descended the stairs, he encountered groups of male and female trainees making their way outside. SM Entertainment, of course, had its own cafeteria, providing meals for both artists and trainees. Artists enjoyed additional servings, while trainees received nutritional supplements like yogurt daily. However, after a few visits, Kyungyun found the food unappealing and opted not to return, a sentiment echoed by most EXO members, who preferred dining out whenever time allowed. In smaller gatherings, it was common for well-off members to treat the others. For instance, Kim Junmian, with his generous nature as the leader, often invited others out to eat. Kyungyun had also treated his teammates on several occasions, as it was customary for boys of their age to maintain appearances and avoid seeming stingy. Among the members, there were none who habitually sought to take advantage of others. Besides the debut artists, trainees from affluent backgrounds, or those wishing to enhance their meals also bypassed the cafeteria. The SM building, located in the bustling district of Gangnam, was surrounded by numerous restaurants offering superior cuisine in terms of both nutrition and flavor compared to the company cafeteria. Despite his relatively recent entry into the company, Chi Kyungyun had gained considerable notoriety among the trainees, both good and bad. While he might not know many personally, most trainees were familiar with him. Observing the scene, he noted that nearly all the trainees dining out were in pairs. Solitude was a rarity. A few were paired off, their interaction suggesting a deeper connection than mere friendship, likely embarking on what resembled a date rather than a meal. As he keenly observed his surroundings while awaiting his companion, a girl-esque figure caught his eye, entering his line of sight with a gentle footfall. She was of modest height, seemingly under 5 feet 6 inches. With medium-length hair cascading over her shoulders, her bangs almost obscuring her forehead as she walked with her head slightly bowed. What drew Kyungyun's attention was the distinct aura surrounding her. Unlike the other trainees who had been out in pairs, she was alone and exuded an air of aloofness, almost melancholic, making her appear somewhat unapproachable. He recalled having crossed paths with her on occasion. Her name often floated through conversations. Bae-Ju-hyun. Chapter 82. Unfriendly. When Jingyuan first entered the company and went out for a meal with his colleagues, he happened to encounter Bae-Ju-hyun. At that moment, he merely cast a casual glance her way, leaving no significant impression. The only notable memory was the sense that this girl seemed somewhat averse to him. Later, it appeared that she gained considerable fame. Whether it was members of EXO or Kang Sul-gi, her name occasionally surfaced in their conversations, deepening Chi Jingyuan's impression of her. Rumors suggested she was strikingly beautiful, quite popular among male trainees, and garnered attention from both teachers and the company, being relatively older than her peers. The last rumor was undoubtedly true, though the former ones remained uncertain. Bae-Ju-hyun walked with her head down, her gaze lowered. Suddenly, she seemed to sense someone's scrutiny. Lifting her head slightly to meet Chi Jingyuan's gaze, their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and this time, Chi Jingyuan confirmed that Woo Suk-hoon and Kang Sol-ji were not hired by Bae Ju-hyun as supporters or sycophants. Indeed, the girl possessed a captivating beauty. Her delicate features harmonized exquisitely, and although her hair framed her face, the contours of her visage revealed smooth lines. At that moment, she wore little makeup. Perhaps just a touch of foundation or BB cream, yet she appeared strikingly beautiful, leaving a profound impression. However, her expression was devoid of warmth, emanating a sense of aloofness that made her seem unapproachable. Even with some attempts at concealment, Chi Jingyuan could discern that her complexion was not at its best. She appeared somewhat haggard, with slightly puffy eyes and two noticeable blemishes near her mouth and left cheek, likely a result of stress. Their eye contact lasted less than 2 seconds before Bae Ju-hyun swiftly averted her gaze, bowed slightly in greeting to Chi Jingyuan, and without acknowledging his nod in return, hurried past him and out the door. Her solitary figure gradually receded in the transparent glass door, exuding an inexplicable aura of loneliness. This time, Chi Jingyuan noticed the slight twitch of her lips and the furrow of her brow as she averted her gaze, indicating her displeasure. Though the reasons remained unclear, it was evident that this girl harbored a dislike for him. Chi Jingyuan concluded this in his mind. He paid little heed, as he too sometimes found certain individuals irksome for various reasons, and others undoubtedly felt the same. Their lack of acquaintance and interaction rendered any feelings of animosity irrelevant. Even if she was undeniably beautiful, before a minute had passed, Kang Sol-ji appeared, briskly accompanied by Sun Sung-won. Both were dressed in sporty long sleeves and pants, with minimal makeup, embodying the standard trainee's attire. The weather in Seoul had begun to cool, with daytime temperatures barely reaching 20 degrees Celsius, and it would grow even chillier after sunset. Sorry for being late. I just finished tidying up. Kang Sol-ji began to apologize as she approached. My legs are numb from standing. Did you take your time on purpose, Kang Sol-ji? Does treating me to a meal not please you? Chi Jingyuan shot her a sidelong glance, pouting in mock discontent. Of course not. How could that be? Kang Sol-ji squinted her eyes, puffing out her cheeks before bursting into a smile, revealing a row of bright white teeth, her face radiating sincerity and innocence. Chi Jingyuan, at a loss for how to respond to her smile, sighed, shook his head, and smiled back at Sun Sung-won, who had been observing him. Annyeonghaseyo, I am Chi Jingyuan. Ah, yes, Annyeonghaseyo, I am Sun Sung-won, she replied. Having not closely regarded her in the room prior, Chi Jingyuan now took a moment to assess his peer. She indeed possessed an endearing appearance, though overall, she appeared slightly plump, with a bit of roundness to her face. If she were to debut, some management of her physique might be necessary. This is Sun Sung-won, whose English name is Wendy. She was born in '94 and studied abroad in Canada. Now, she is my close friend, Kang Sol-ji introduced, then gestured towards Chi Jingyuan. This is Chi Jingyuan, the member of EXO who debuted this year, and a dear friend of mine. They exchanged smiles and nods, albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity. All right, let us walk and talk. I'm starving after practicing all afternoon, Kang Sol-ji declared, waving her hand with an air of authority. As if to assert her role as the host, Chi Jingyuan donned his mask, and the trio exited together. Where shall we eat? Although she claimed to be treating them, Kang Sol-ji had not planned ahead and faltered upon stepping outside, uncertain of where to dine. What are you planning to treat us to? Chi Jingyuan inquired, a perplexed look on his face, mirrored by Sun Sung-won's gaze. You've helped so much, so it must be barbecue. Oh, splendid. I thought I would only get bibimbap tonight, Kang Sol-ji exclaimed. Do you perceive me as such a miser? Certainly not. Of course not. Chi Jingyuan said little more, ultimately leading them to the same barbecue restaurant where he had dined with Sunny for the first time. He recalled this establishment's discreet ambience, pleasant flavors, and reasonable prices. The manager and the receptionist clearly recognized Chi Jingyuan, greeting him warmly with smiles and promptly ushering them into a private room upon noticing Kang Sol-ji and Sun Sung-won. At that moment, no one was consuming alcohol, and all were underage. Each ordered a bottle of soft drink. Chi Jingyuan opted for iced lemonade, while the other two chose freshly squeezed juices. The usual routine of ordering, preparing the charcoal grill, and serving dishes commenced, and soon, they were all enjoying their meal. Initially, the conversation flowed only between Chi Jingyuan and Kang Sol-ji, discussing recent events, while Sun Sung-won, seemingly shy around Chi Jingyuan, quietly listened in. However, as they savored their drinks and barbecue, the atmosphere grew warmer, and Chi Jingyuan appeared less aloof, prompting Sun Sung-won to gradually join the conversation. Chapter 83, Intentionality is acceptable. Jiang Seki excitedly recounted the events of the afternoon, her enthusiasm palpable as she spoke. A piece of meat still lingering in her mouth, rendering her words slightly indistinct. Director Li Meiju was quite amiable. Jingyuan nodded gently, offering a commendation. Amiable? Jiang Seki's eyes widened, as if she had just heard an absurd tale, her mouth agape, the sheen of oil evident. She turned to Sun Shenwan, asking, Shenwan, do you find Director Li Meiju to be amiable? Amiable? Not at all. She is exceedingly strict, Sun Shenwan replied, his expression mirroring disbelief. Recalling the reprimand he had received in the director's office earlier that day, he grimaced and added, however, when Director Li saw Jingyuan, she did seem quite friendly. Almost as if she were a different person. That's all right. We are all of the same generation. It's perfectly fine to speak informally among ourselves, Jingyuan interjected. Shaking his hand dismissively, Sun Shenwan glanced at him and nodded in agreement. She then stood up, raising her glass, substituting water for wine, and declared in a rather exuberant manner, I truly appreciate Jingyuan's assistance today. I was genuinely upset and almost cried. It's been ages since I last shed tears. Thank you. Her gesture of gratitude exuded cheerfulness, though her round, cherubic face rendered it somewhat comical. Sun Shenwan's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he regarded Jingyuan. Clearly grateful for his help earlier that afternoon, a moment when Director Li had scolded him and instructed him to apologize to several senior trainees, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. Jingyuan nodded and clinked his glass with hers, taking a few sips amidst Jiang Seki's playful teasing before he curiously remarked, but you did end up crying, didn't you? Did I misjudge the situation? Sun Shenwan blinked, flustered, waving her hand in a disorganized manner, unsure of how to deny it. Wow, Shenwan, you actually cried? That's quite rare. I heard you were fierce when arguing with those seniors in the practice room, and even pushed someone, Jiang Seki exclaimed, looking at Sun Shenwan with a newfound astonishment. Though Sun Shenwan had only recently joined the company, Jiang Seki had already gleaned enough about her personality. Typically vivacious, kind-hearted, and intelligent, she was also remarkably resilient, embodying the spirit of an upbeat young woman who was prone to tears. It was said that during her studies abroad, she often partook in various sports activities and excelled, which perhaps contributed to her robust character. I have been quite accommodating. I remained silent when they insulted me. But as their remarks became increasingly harsh, and they spoke ill of my friends, I couldn't help but retort, Sun Shenwan recounted, her brows furrowing at the memory of the altercation, clearly harboring disdain for the senior trainees. Having studied abroad for an extended period, she had been striving to adapt to the hierarchical culture of the peninsula upon joining the company, while she often endured and ignored the seniors' provocations. Today had pushed her to her limits, leading to an outburst. It was quite remarkable that such an amiable individual could harbor such disdain for those senior trainees. However, she lowered her voice and meekly added, moreover, I didn't intentionally push her. The senior trainee stood too close and was waving her hands around, and I reflexively pushed her away to avoid being hit. I didn't exert much force. Jiang Seki nodded in understanding, agreeing that Sun Shenwan did not possess a combative nature. Whether it was intentional or not seemed inconsequential. Jingyuan picked up a piece of grilled meat, consuming it without wrapping it in lettuce, and casually remarked, you are Seki's friend, and since Seki is my close acquaintance, in such a context, whether it was intentional. What of it? His tone was calm yet conveyed a sense of inevitability. Despite his privileged background, Jingyuan exhibited commendable manners and self-discipline, never using his status to bully others. Instead, he maintained a respectful demeanor toward most individuals, ensuring that no one felt inferior during interactions. His ability to seamlessly integrate into EXO and cultivate numerous friendships within the company, alongside his favorable reputation among the staff, attested to this. Nonetheless, Jingyuan possessed his own sense of pride. His restraint in not initiating conflict was a reflection of his upbringing and character. However, if someone insisted on provoking him, there was little he could do. He tended to be somewhat biased in favor of friends, but of course, he drew the line at moral depravity. Both Sun Shenwan and Jiang Seki were taken aback by Jingyuan's words. Wow, Jingyuan, you're truly impressive and incredibly charming. I think you might even be more handsome than Yunjae, Jiang Seki exclaimed, placing her chopsticks down, clapping her hands enthusiastically while sporting a starry-eyed expression, embodying the very essence of a besotted admirer. Yet, her lack of acting training rendered her expressions somewhat exaggerated. You may not have heard, but Jingyuan's experience is somewhat akin to yours. On his very first day at the company, he got into a fight with a male trainee who was bothering him. And I heard he ended up injuring him severely, Jiang Seki reminisced, sharing stories of Qi Jingyuan's illustrious past. Reenacting the scene as if she were Qi Jingyuan himself during the altercation. Sun Xiaowan looked at Qi Jingyuan with astonishment, her expression shifting as she absorbed the tales. Qi Jingyuan pursed his lips, inwardly sighing, feeling that his image had been somewhat tarnished. There was no need for excessive tolerance when faced with bullying. But the entrenched culture of hierarchy within the peninsula could not be dismissed. If success in debuting was the goal, one must adapt accordingly. Ignoring Jiang Seki's exuberance, Qi Jingyuan wrapped another piece of grilled meat, offering some sage advice to Sun Xiaowan before indulging in the food. Sun Xiaowan nodded, despite her lengthy stay in Canada. She had spent her childhood studying on the peninsula and understood his sentiments. Chapter 84, quite genuine during their meal, which was already halfway through. Sun Xiaowan and Qi Jingyuan had become more familiar with one another, their initial hesitations in conversation having dissipated. Although they had not yet reached the level of camaraderie that Jiang Seki shared with Qi Jingyuan, Sun Xiaowan's lively spirit began to shine through, revealing her authentic personality. As they grew more comfortable, Qi Jingyuan noticed that Sun Xiaowan was indeed quite vivacious and had a penchant for laughter. She occasionally playfully retorted at Jiang Seki, who took it in stride, responding with laughter, indicating a delightful rapport between the two. What intrigued Qi Jingyuan the most was Sun Xiaowan's expressive manner of speaking. Her face morphing with an array of exaggerated and comical expressions, making her presence remarkably entertaining. She was a genuinely spirited girl, albeit slightly overweight. After a playful exchange between the two girls, they began to gulp down drinks to quench their thirst. Qi Jingyuan, tending to the grilling meat with tongs, glanced at the duo and mentioned a person they had encountered earlier that afternoon. Seki, the one you mentioned last time, Pei Zhuyun. I saw her while waiting for you today. What do you think? Isn't she stunning? She is indeed beautiful, though she appears rather aloof. Not the type to be easily approached, he continued, serving a piece of meat to her and then to Sun Xiaowan, who gratefully accepted. I am not particularly close with Zhuyun, but we often practice together. She tends to be quite introverted, somewhat shy around strangers. Yet she shows warmth towards those she knows well. However, I've noticed that she doesn't seem to be in the best of spirits. She gives off a rather morose vibe. Qi Jingyuan added. You really do observe a lot, Jiang Seki remarked, casting a glance at him. Qi Jingyuan shrugged. My powers of observation have always been quite keen. Not only did I notice her poor complexion, but I also sensed that she might harbor some dislike for me. Perhaps her poor complexion is due to recent pressures, or perhaps she has overheard some unkind remarks that have affected her mood. Either could be the case, he speculated. Jiang Seki took a hearty bite of the grilled meat, her cheeks puffing as she chewed, before thoughtfully responding, although Zhuyun hasn't been a trainee for long. She joined the company at a relatively older age. Years have passed without any girl group projects, and as time goes on, the pressure must be immense for her. Additionally, while her singing and dancing abilities aren't the most outstanding among trainees, she garners considerable attention from the company because she is quite striking. Indeed, her looks are truly captivating, Qi Jingyuan interjected. Being beautiful is certainly a significant advantage, yet such a trait might be more appreciated by the male demographic. Among females. Well, you understand, Jiang Seki said, gesturing subtly towards Qi Jingyuan without elaborating further. Qi Jingyuan nodded in comprehension. As for why she might dislike you, Jiang Seki mused, her gaze becoming inquisitive. I can't pinpoint the exact reason, but I suspect it has something to do with your sudden emergence into the industry. Such circumstances often breed jealousy, especially among those who have trained for a long time or are older trainees. If I weren't your friend, I would likely share her sentiments. Even if you're indeed quite handsome. Qi Jingyuan met her gaze, his expression neutral. Well, I appreciate your honesty. After their meal, Qi Jingyuan and Sun Xiaowan exchanged contact information, thus welcoming another member into their SM Company 94 line. The restaurant owner even approached Qi Jingyuan for his autograph, intending to frame it and display it on the wall for promotional purposes. Qi Jingyuan graciously accepted, humorously suggesting that he would like his signature to be placed next to Sunny's, to which the owner readily agreed, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At the dormitory entrance, Qi Jingyuan observed that the members of Team M looked particularly haggard, their faces reflecting fatigue and exhaustion. They were unmade up, with dark circles under their eyes that appeared as if they had been traced with makeup. Their skin looked rather average, and Kim Min-sik, the eldest of EXO, exhibited a particularly sensitive complexion, with numerous blemishes that made him appear somewhat unwell. Under such conditions, he would require heavy makeup to mask the effects on stage. The others, while not as severely affected as Kim Min-sik, still bore signs of weariness. It was evident that they were in dire need of rest, much like Team K. In the days that followed, their schedules consisted of either performances or practice sessions at the company. On one occasion, they traveled a considerable distance to a performance in Gangwon-do, where the rain began pouring just as they arrived. Despite donning raincoats for rehearsals, they were drenched as soon as they took the stage, performing 2 sets amidst the downpour. Their visibility hampered by the heavy rain. On the 23rd, he flew with EXO members and company seniors to Japan, participating in several events and preparing for an SM Town concert scheduled to take place in 3 days. Chapter 85, Popularity Status. The prestige of this award is rather modest. Serving as a ceremony within the peninsula's fashion industry, organized by CJEM, the very same company responsible for the production of Reply 1997. Thus, Chi Kyung-won is undoubtedly set to participate. He perceives this fashion icon award as somewhat akin to a participation trophy, with a total of 10 groups of artists receiving accolades, of which he and Jung Eun-ji constitute one group. However, the other awardees boast remarkable stature and renown, including illustrious actors such as Lim Seung, Jang Dong-gun, and Ha Young-woo, all of whom are celebrated figures within the peninsula. Upon arriving in the neon-lit city, he sees the opportunity to rest briefly, as the family concert on the 26th loomed with an unforgiving schedule requiring an early rise for makeup and rehearsal. The format of these family concerts has remained relatively consistent. Given that EXO's performances are predominantly uniform, there is little that necessitates special preparation. The song in question is a promotional piece crafted by SM for a modern company, featuring several popular groups that form a temporary ensemble to collectively record the entire track and stage performance. This includes Hyoyeon from Girls' Generation, Taemin from SHINee, Heechul from Super Junior, alongside EXO's Luhan and Kim Jong-in. In terms of current popularity and status, Luhan and Jong-in's inclusion in this temporary group feels somewhat incongruous when juxtaposed with their esteemed seniors. Their participation can be viewed as the company's effort to nurture and elevate its younger talents. Within EXO's 2 subunits, the company has strategically positioned Luhan in the M team and Jong-in in the K team, ensuring that their promotional materials, visibility, and stage presence are significantly more pronounced than their peers. The company's initial aim was to cultivate these 2 as prominent figures within their respective teams, hoping that their ascension to the pinnacle of popularity would draw ample attention back to the entire group. Regrettably, despite the investment in promotion and resources, the anticipated outcomes have not materialized. Presently, Chi Kyung-won stands as the unequivocal top figure in EXO, his popularity markedly surpassing that of his fellow members, leaving them trailing in his wake. Having joined the group just 2 months prior to their debut, the company had already devised plans for EXO's launch and promotional strategies, which remained unchanged upon his arrival, as they had yet to fully comprehend his potential. In the music videos for the 2 songs from the mini-album, Chi Kyung-won's parts and center shots were not the most prominent. They could only be characterized as slightly above average, with minimal exposure leading up to the debut. The solitary teaser video he received pales in comparison to the myriad of promotional materials enjoyed by Luhan and Jong-in. This disparity can be attributed to the rushed nature of Chi Kyung-won's addition to the company, compounded by the tight timeline that precluded adequate promotional efforts. However, to the company's astonishment, the release of Chi Kyung-won's teaser video shifted the dynamics of EXO's popularity beyond their control. A single video granted him substantial exposure and fervor, attracting an initial wave of devoted fans. After their official debut, the song's style and visual presentation proved unpopular, failing to elevate the members' profiles significantly. While the other members faced ridicule, Chi Kyung-won experienced a remarkable rise against the odds. This circumstance illustrates the unpredictable nature of success within the entertainment industry, where modest initial support can ignite a meteoric rise. Notably, many individuals have turned their attention to EXO because of Chi Kyung-won, contributing to a reciprocal popularity phenomenon. Currently, his individual fame accounts for over half of the group's overall recognition, with other notable members barely keeping pace, some trailing so far behind that they remain virtually invisible. This imbalance is decidedly unhealthy for the group, while the company revels in Chi Kyung-won's success and the economic benefits he brings. There is a pressing need to bolster the popularity of the other members, ensuring they do not remain too far behind, and that the group does not devolve into merely Chi Kyung-won and his 11 backup dancers. In addition to maintaining Luhan and Jong-in as primary focus points, the company is actively seeking ways to enhance the visibility of the remaining members. The formation of this temporary group represents yet another endeavor in this pursuit. As the situation stands, Luhan's popularity is indeed substantial, ranking just below Chi Kyungwon within the group, rivaling other local idols. In contrast, Jongin seems to be lagging for reasons unknown. Despite his considerable exposure and numerous center parts on stage, he garners mixed reactions from fans, with some even criticizing his appearance. Notably, even unpromoted members like Oh Se-hun and Park Chan-yeol have leveraged their appealing looks to achieve comparable popularity. However, this is not entirely surprising, as visual appeal is a key competitive asset within idol groups, elevating the popularity of other members, as well as the group's overall recognition, is no simple feat unless a breakout hit emerges to propel the group into the limelight. EXO's name may remain overshadowed, merely recognized as the group from which Chi Kyungwon hails, as November unfolds, marking the final 2 months of the year. The recently released collaborative track Max Step from the temporary group garnered lukewarm responses, quickly submerged amidst a tide of new releases. The song, while competent, lacked a captivating melody, characterized instead by an incessant barrage of electronic sounds and rapid percussion that detracted from its fashionable intent, rendering it somewhat cacophonous. Moreover, although the members of this temporary group hail from prominent ensembles, they do not represent the pinnacle of popularity within their respective groups, failing to draw significant attention. Ultimately, this endeavor does not seem to have succeeded, and the company may harbor some disappointment. At this moment, all 12 members of EXO convened in the practice room, attentively listening as several instructors provided guidance. They are preparing for a series of crucial year-end stages. Chapter 86, Stage Preparation in the Practice Room. Alongside the members and their manager, there were also the choreographer, vocal coach, and stage effect planner. The 12 individuals had just completed a run of the dance for Mama and were now slightly breathless, standing together to listen to the evaluations from their instructors. Their progress was indeed commendable, with several members showing remarkable improvement. Particularly, Yuan, I recall your dancing skills when you debuted were somewhat abrupt, lacking fluidity. But now you have made significant strides. Your physique is exceptional, and your dancing exudes a captivating essence. The members listened humbly to the feedback, nodding in acknowledgement. When EXO debuted, they faced ridicule for their perceived lack of talent, often being labeled the least profitable group. While there was some truth to this, their early performances did appear rather ordinary. The members who received praise wore pleased expressions, with Jingyuan maintaining his signature smile, while the two who were criticized bore less favorable looks. On November 30th, the Net Asian Music Awards, or MAMA, will take place. The company has already engaged in discussions and public relations with the organizers. EXO has essentially secured the New Artist Award for this year, along with an impressive performance duration of nearly 7 minutes, one of the longest among all performers. Given Mama's viewership and topic trends, this presents an exceptional opportunity for exposure. The company has invested considerable resources into this, and you must practice diligently to seize this chance to enhance your popularity. Manager Lee Sung-hwan introduced the situation with excitement, concluding with remarks about the special stage performance, stating that the company had already deliberated on it, and that stage effect planner Lee Jong-min would now address the members. Lee Jong-min, who had been standing to the side, stepped forward and nodded at the members, who reciprocated with bows. He was a familiar figure, having contributed to many of EXO's performances. The dance and vocal instructors alongside him had also previously evaluated numerous special stages post-rehearsal, providing feedback. Thus, they wasted no time and got straight to the point. This performance will be divided into 4 segments, with the first being the main song Mama performed by all 12 members for approximately 3 minutes and 30 seconds, as the awards ceremony will be held in Hong Kong, where M-Team enjoys significant popularity. The performance will predominantly feature them, accompanied by new choreography. Next, they will perform a cover of H.O.T's Warrior's Descendant for a planned duration of 40 seconds. Finally, there will be 2 special cover stages, where EXO will split into 2 teams for their performances. This time, the company has decided not to separate them by K and M teams, but instead will have 3 members from each group join together. As Lee Jongmin spoke, he glanced at Jingyuan, smiling with a twinkle of admiration in his eyes. "Thank you," Jingyuan responded with a smile, expressing gratitude for the company's trust and the compliment. In terms of dance, Jingyuan's skills can be considered good but not top tier. However, his singing prowess, honed over many years, coupled with his natural talent, makes high notes relatively manageable for him. The 6 other members not mentioned will perform the cover song Lucifer by SHINee, with a similar duration of about 1 minute. In the final 30 seconds, SHINee will join EXO on stage to complete the performance before they exit, allowing for SHINee's subsequent performance. Recently, aside from Yuan, who has been occupied with a drama, EXO has not had much exposure. This opportunity is excellent, and everyone must strive to showcase their best selves for their fans, continuing to pursue the goal of becoming brilliant stars. Lee Jong-min concluded with an enthusiastic summary, his tone invigorating, rallying the group. The members of EXO were equally exhilarated, especially those from Team K. The Mama ceremony has gained tremendous popularity in recent years, attracting a growing audience, making this a superb opportunity for the relatively less exposed group. After some additional discussion, EXO began learning the choreography for the special stage under the guidance of several choreographers, dedicating themselves to serious practice for the upcoming performance. Chapter 87. Another glance. Thank you for the hospitality. I shall take my leave now. Jingyuan smiled as he bid farewell to Kang Shengyan at the entrance of the restaurant. Not at all. I should be the one to express my gratitude. It's a privilege that an esteemed artist like you hasn't forgotten a small actor like me and is willing to dine together. Kang Shengyan, standing beside him, carried a blue handbag and donned a casual light-colored outfit. She opted for white flat shoes instead of heels, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. Her attire comprising several brand-name items that suggested a comfortable family background. She flashed a bright smile at Jingyuan, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with her right hand while gazing at him. We are all newcomers, so there is no need to overthink it. Xian's prospects are promising. She just needs an opportunity. Jingyuan chuckled and shook his head, humbly attributing his success to mere luck. A shy smile graced his face as he added, moreover, it is indeed an honor to have a beautiful Nuna treat me to dinner today. Jingyuan too was clad in casual attire, and had he swapped his canvas shoes for slippers, one might think he had simply come down from upstairs for a casual meal. Hiki. Kang Shengyan giggled, covering her mouth as she noticed the look in Jingyuan's eyes during their farewell. Tentatively, she inquired, so, shall we chat again next time? Of course. Jingyuan nodded, and they exchanged smiles as they parted ways. After watching Kang Shengyan's figure vanish around the corner, he donned his mask and hat before exiting the restaurant. The hat, one of his cherished possessions, was a Pokemon-themed baseball cap featuring a wide-eyed Psyduck, evoking a sense of intellectual superiority and uplifting his spirits. Having diligently practiced for over half a month, he felt confident in his performance on stage. Aspiring artists do not limit their practice to just one or two songs. They often learn dances from classic hits and popular tracks alike. Jingyuan had rehearsed the trending song Spell countless times and was thoroughly familiar with it. Not to mention, he could also dance to G. Earlier that morning, while practicing, he had received a message from Kang Shengyan, asking if he was free for dinner that evening. Given that he had some leisure time, he readily agreed, leading to their recent farewell. The dining venue was conveniently located near SM Company, a stylish restaurant in Cheongdam-dong, nearly a 10-minute walk away. During their meal, the conversation was lighthearted, revolving around recent amusing incidents, the challenges of shooting commercials, and some humorous anecdotes involving a director's reprimands and his agent's daily laments. Kang Shengyan was quite cheerful, adept at creating a pleasant atmosphere, fostering closeness without any awkwardness, which left a favorable impression. Jingyuan, currently in a relationship, had no ulterior motives. He simply enjoyed the meal, made a friend, and appreciated the company of a beautiful woman. In casual conversation, the name of their group EXO was pronounced as EXO, with the air remaining silent. By the end of the meal, the two had become more acquainted, with Kang Shengyan transforming in Jingyuan's eyes from merely Jiang Seki's friend to an independent individual. However, their relationship remained platonic, grounded in mutual familiarity. As Jingyuan stepped out of the restaurant, the cool evening air and the sudden cacophony of sounds enveloped him, transporting him to a new realm. The multitude of vibrant signs illuminated the surroundings, causing him to squint slightly. Their late dining hour meant that the streets, now darker, were less crowded. His striking demeanor and aura still commanded attention even at night. He meandered along the road, crossing Olympic Avenue and arriving at the riverside promenade beside the Han River after about 10 minutes. The SM building in Cheongdam-dong was close to the river, only a couple of 100 meters away. It was rumored that many artists and trainees frequented this area to unwind and enjoy the river view. If he were accompanied by a beautiful senior, perhaps the experience would be far from dull. Sighing softly, Jingyuan found himself lost in thought, his steps slowing as he gazed down, strolling along the river's railing. At that hour, the riverside was almost deserted, with only a few passers-by appearing sporadically. As he walked, a figure caught his eye ahead, prompting him to look up. A girl with long hair stood by the railing, her hands clasped together resting upon it. Her forehead resting on her arms, her posture somewhat hunched, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away at any moment. Hearing footsteps nearby, the girl turned her head to glance in his direction. Upon seeing her face, Jingyuan's mind conjured a name, Jingyuan. Compared to their last encounter, her complexion seemed little improved. Aside from the lingering puffiness, her lips appeared dry, and her eyes were noticeably redder than before, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to health issues or other concerns. Her gaze, tinged with sorrow and a hint of confusion, met his, imparting an indescribable sense of fragility. Less than a month had passed, yet in this different place and scenario, they found themselves once more sharing a poignant glance. Chapter 88. A heart-wrenching experience last month. During the trainee's end-of-month assessment, she achieved commendable results. Although not at the pinnacle, she ranked among the top contenders. The recent assessments had shown a consistent level of performance, indicating that her skills had entered a plateau. Following the announcement of the results, the teacher praised her, displaying a clear admiration on their face. Jingyuan was grateful for the teacher's compliments and encouragement, yet she yearned to hear something beyond mere praise. Deep down, she longed to hear the words, "The company has recently launched a new girl group project," or "The company is beginning to select members for the new girl group." Even if she were uncertain of her inclusion, the mere possibility would fill her with an exhilarating joy that could keep her awake at night. It would mean she could finally break free from the monotonous practice sessions that felt devoid of hope. Even news regarding other opportunities, such as becoming a commercial model or embarking on a solo career, would suffice. She would even welcome a candid conversation that bluntly stated her shortcomings, whether it be her lack of talent or age, suggesting that the company might not consider her for debut. Although such revelations would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow, at least it would spare her from the aimless waiting within the company. With such clarity, Jingyuan could contemplate alternative paths, such as abandoning her dreams of becoming an artist or leaving SM Entertainment to pursue opportunities with other agencies. Over the years, her striking appearance had often attracted the attention of talent scouts who eagerly invited her to audition for other agencies. However, she found herself perpetually waiting for the words she desperately desired to hear, only to be met with repeated platitudes and hollow encouragement, devoid of any tangible action. Jingyuan understood that she was not like the other youthful and vivacious trainees. She was an anomaly as an older trainee, lacking the luxury to endure the waiting game like the others. Born in 1991 and having joined SM in 2009, by the year 2012, according to the Peninsula's calculation, she was already approaching 23 years of age. Most of her fellow trainees were several years her junior, with the newest recruits born in 98 or 99, and even some from the 2000s. In their company, Jingyuan felt painfully conspicuous and out of place. Typically, girl group debuts occur around the ages of 17 or 18, with a slight allowance for those in their early 20s. Beyond that, the prospects diminish significantly. After debut, idols experience a fleeting period of popularity, with the highest fan engagement occurring in their early years. Many male fans on the peninsula prefer vibrant, youthful idols, and as idols age, they often face a decline in their fan base, making it increasingly challenging for groups to thrive. Jingyuan's peer, Jingyuan, who was also born in 1991, had already debuted with Girls' Generation over 5 years ago, while she remained a trainee. She could never forget the astonished expressions of new trainees when they learned her age during self-introductions, though they quickly masked their surprise with polite greetings. The genuine astonishment that surfaced in their eyes weighed heavily on her heart. Additionally, due to her appearance, the company held her in high regard, frequently showering her with praise. Yet, this only fostered resentment among her fellow trainees, many of whom believed that her dancing and singing were unremarkable, attributing her presence in the company solely to her looks. They felt that someone of her age should not cling to the company, competing with younger talents for debut opportunities. As a member of a previous generation, with visible signs of aging, she remained a trainee, seemingly unashamed. It was clear that the company had no imminent plans for a girl group, and she feared that by the time she finally debuted, she would be nearly 26 or 27. The thought of potentially creating a record as the oldest debuting idol was both amusing and disheartening. This was the conversation Jingyuan overheard while the junior trainees exchanged pleasantries with polite smiles. She had no desire to engage in conflict or lecture them as a senior. She was uncertain how many others shared their opinions of her. Instead, a profound sadness enveloped her, a pressure building within her chest that felt impossible to release. She fought back tears, as she was not one to openly display her emotions in front of others, often resorting to private moments of weeping as a means of release. Recently, she had been feeling unwell, with considerable heat and discomfort affecting her body, coupled with the immense pressure stemming from her age. It felt as if all misfortunes had converged upon her. Pei Zhuyun wished to confide in someone, yet when she called her mother, she found herself unable to express her feelings upon hearing her mother's concerned voice. Desiring to talk to a close friend to alleviate her emotions, she realized she had no suitable confidant. Naturally reserved and introverted, her years at the company had yielded only a handful of close acquaintances. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she considered her solitude. Now in November, the weather had turned significantly colder, with daytime temperatures in Seoul barely reaching 10 degrees. And the nights were even chillier. The biting winter winds swept through, and despite wearing a warm coat, she still felt a chilling cold deep within her bones. The radiant riverside view did little to lift her spirits. Instead, the desolate surroundings only deepened her gloom. Leaning on the railing, her eyes began to redden, and she longed to cry freely in that moment. Just then, a set of footsteps approached and halted beside her. Pei Zhuyun turned her teary gaze to meet the eyes of Qi Jingyuan. Chapter 89. Remember to return it. Qi Jingyuan and Pei Zhuyun gazed at one another, one leaning against the railing while the other stood nearby. One had red-rimmed eyes and a sorrowful countenance that betrayed a deep melancholy, while the other offered a faint smile. Nodding gently in greeting, Qi Jingyuan held a rather unique impression of Pei Zhuyun. It was neither wholly positive nor entirely negative. Their interactions had been minimal, and he was acutely aware that she harbored a certain disdain towards him. The serendipity of their encounter at this particular time and place was palpable, especially given that her demeanor was evidently not quite normal. She appeared to be on the verge of tears, unlike their previous exchanges, where she would instinctively avert her gaze. Pei Zhuyun now fixed her red eyes upon him. While Qi Jingyuan felt a mild indifference towards her, Pei Zhuyun had long revered his reputation. She was well acquainted with his experiences and history within the company, which only fueled her innate aversion towards him. For someone like Pei Zhuyun, who had endured years of rigorous training under the pressure of debuting, the emergence of a privileged newcomer like Qi Jingyuan was particularly irksome. They shared a semblance of similarity. When she joined SM Entertainment, the company was in the midst of preparing for FX's debut, having completed the selection process and begun recording their debut album. At that time, she had dared to dream of joining them. To her dismay, her daydream became a reality as Qi Jingyuan, having skipped the arduous trainee phase, debuted with EXO, displacing one of the confirmed members. While she had once held on to the hope of realizing her aspirations, Pei Zhuyun now found herself waiting in vain. Aging day by day without any sign of a debut, she watched as the individual, who had reportedly never even trained as a trainee, rapidly ascended in popularity, starring in dramas that catapulted him to stardom across the peninsula. The stark contrast between their situations intensified her resentment towards him, compounded by feelings she could not fully articulate. Chief among these emotions was a profound irritation. Even the sight of him would involuntarily evoke thoughts of her own plight, prompting her to frown. At this moment, she was at her lowest, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, when she unexpectedly confronted Qi Jingyuan. A wave of inexplicable grievance and dissatisfaction surged within her, mingled with a tinge of self-doubt. The pressures of her age, the mockery from her peers, the relentless anxiety and unease, alongside her distasteful yet envious regard for Qi Jingyuan, who had suddenly appeared before her. All these emotions converged, leading to her emotional breakdown. Why? You? I? Pei Zhuyun uttered a fragmented sentence through choked sobs, and in an instant, the tears she had been holding back cascaded forth. She wept uncontrollably, her myriad emotions erupting into tears, rendering her breathless and hoarse. Turning her face away from Qi Jingyuan, she bowed her head, her hands pressing firmly against her face as tears streamed through her fingers, pooling on the ground below. Fortunately, it was late, and few pedestrians lingered nearby. Otherwise, this scene might have led to some inexplicable misunderstandings. Even though he was not intimately familiar with this girl, Qi Jingyuan could keenly discern from her cries just how deeply troubled she was and how immense her burdens felt. As he observed Pei Zhuyun in her sorrowful state, he halted, the smile on his face slowly fading. He stood beside her, his lips pressed together, his dark eyes reflecting the surrounding lights and her silhouette, concealing the emotions within. Pei Zhuyuan's sobs grew more ragged as she bent over, her body curling inward until she lost her balance and fell onto the ground with a muted thud. She seemed oblivious to her pain, remaining seated on the ground, her legs pulled close to her body, arms wrapped tightly around them, her head buried in her thighs to shield her tear-streaked face from prying eyes. Her cries were fervent, interspersed with soft whimpers and the sound of her sniffling. Jingyuan, from his elevated vantage point, regarded her in silence, lost in thought. Moments later, he exhaled softly and approached her, disregarding the dirt beneath him as he sat down beside her. The distance between them was neither close nor far, just enough for her to feel the warmth of his presence. Pei Zhuxian sensed someone had seated themselves next to her but chose to ignore it. Remaining ensnared in her emotional turmoil, Jingyuan refrained from speaking or making any further gestures. He simply sat quietly beside her, hands resting on his legs, listening to her cries while gazing at the distant shimmering lights of the bridge and the river. The lights across the river formed a tapestry of vibrant reds, creating a strikingly beautiful nightscape, particularly under the glow of surrounding illumination. The distant holy water bridge, reflected in the waters, embodied both reality and fantasy. Its steel structure standing tall and grand amidst the verdant waters, enhanced by countless lights. Yet, the vibrancy and splendor were but a distant echo. Here, they were enveloped in cries and silence. A cool breeze brushed across the river, sending ripples across the dark surface and sending a chill through the air. They sat together, one in tears, the other listening in silence, an oddly harmonious tableau. Time slipped by unnoticed as Pei Zhuxian's cries gradually subsided, dwindling to inaudibility save for the occasional soft sob. It seemed she remembered Jingyuan's presence beside her, her body trembling slightly, as if contemplating whether to distance herself or rise. Yet, after that brief quiver, she remained curled up, her head buried in her arms, reluctant to emerge. This moment could be considered their first dialogue. "Well, it's getting late." Jingyuan finally spoke, brushing his hands together as he stood up. Stretching slightly, he looked at Pei Zhuxian, who remained bowed, unmoving. "I didn't bring any tissues. I'm not sure if you did either. If not, you could wipe your face with your clothes. Never mind." He paused mid-sentence, contemplating before removing his side-up baseball cap and placing it atop Pei Zhuxian's head. "I suppose you wouldn't want anyone seeing your tear-streaked face, especially not someone you find bothersome." Only an occasional sniffle indicated she was listening. Jingyuan shrugged lightly, giving Pei Zhuxian a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying nothing more before turning to leave. Once his footsteps faded into the distance, Pei Zhuxian finally lifted her head, glancing towards the direction he had departed, where a faint silhouette lingered. At that moment, her face, often praised by many in the company for its beauty, was rendered quite unrecognizable. The light makeup she had applied had long since smudged, mixed with the tears and remnants of her earlier distress, leaving her looking quite disheveled. Yet, despite her appearance, the gloom that had enveloped her seemed to have lightened considerably. Her features softened as the weight of despair began to dissipate. She gazed in the direction of Jingyuan, her brow no longer furrowed as before, her expression somewhat dazed. Only after his figure had completely vanished did she rise, adjusting her hat downward, and hurriedly walked towards the dormitory with her head bowed.